The night was heavy with darkness. In the somewhat cramped room, young Bo lay sweating profusely on his bed, his eyelids tightly shut while his eyes rolled restlessly beneath, his features contorted in distress, yet he was unable to awaken. Clearly, his dreams were anything but pleasant. Perhaps it was more fitting to call it a nightmare. What? Startled, he sat up suddenly, his visage pale as he wrestled with the remnants of his nightmare, his chest heaving like a bellows as he gasped for breath. Silently, he clasped his head with trembling hands, taking a considerable time to shake off the recurring terrors that plagued him. Not wishing to sleep again, Ivor, clad in a linen nightgown, rose from his bed, poured himself a glass of lukewarm water that had long since lost its freshness, and stood at the window, peering vacantly into the dimness beyond. Another nightmare, is it? Ivor Gallette, a descendant of a once noble family, or more accurately, a descendant of a fallen nobility. Since that fateful night 3 years ago, marked by blood and flames, former honor and wealth, along with family, had receded far from this boy's life. The Gallette family, a traditional noble lineage in the island kingdom of Illyria, had once held the title of Baron in great esteem. Their story was legendary as pioneers of the age of exploration. The commoner adventurer Ivor Gallette had navigated his exploration vessel through treacherous reefs, storms, and fierce sea beasts, crossing the treasure sea to discover a new route to the southern continent, ensuring the first safe passage within the shortest time. This newfound route brought forth a continuous influx of precious metals, spices, agricultural products, and raw materials to the kingdom, propelling Illyria, once considered the weakest in the Tulip Alliance, to unprecedented heights of regional power. As a reward for such audacious achievements, the explorer Ivor Gallette was bestowed the title of Baron by the Illyrian crown, elevating him from a penniless commoner to the ranks of landed nobility, and adding a new name Gallette family to the noble lineage of the kingdom. Sadly, the great explorer, notorious for his maritime ventures, was markedly deficient in governing his lands. Led by him, the Gallette family not only failed to sustain its former glory but continuously spiraled downward. Moreover, each subsequent baron of the Gallette family appeared to mirror their predecessor. They were adventurers at heart, each one consumed by thoughts of seizing the lucrative opportunities presented by the newly opened age of exploration, leaving little desire to cultivate their own territories. How could the pursuit of oceanic exploration, an endeavor replete with peril, ever be ventured by common folk? The monumental rewards invariably came laden with immense risks. Gradually, the family's wealth and lands were consumed by the insatiable abyss of maritime quests. Ocean exploration was not merely a matter of ideals and perseverance, it required both strength and fortune. It was as if this family expended all its lucky chances in that initial rise, never again able to reclaim the glory and riches that could restore their fortunes through further expeditions. After over a century, the 8 generations of Gallette barons had whittled down what once spanned at least 40 knightly fiefs into a mere desolate Blackstone. Were it not for Illyria's special edicts separating titles from estates, even the hollow title of baron would have been difficult to retain. In this generation, the entirety of the Gallette family consisted of a baron father, who, while facing ailments from his early adventures and the weight of heavy burdens, lived with his 2 children, one of whom had lost her mother in her early years. The family's last vestige of nobility lay in the devoted old steward, Leo, who despite their circumstances, managed to maintain an impeccably ordered household. Perhaps the gods above were ultimately unwilling to witness their plight, for just as despair encroached upon them, a turning point arrived. A substantial iron ore deposit was discovered beneath Blackstone. One can only imagine the uncontainable joy that overwhelmed them. However, their excitement was premature. Even though legally, no king could refute the Gallette family's claim to this newly discovered mine, the weakened Gallette family lacked the military strength and support to safeguard this windfall. If one were to think critically, the structures of human law are often replete with loopholes, especially when the costs involved are negligible. At this juncture in Illyria, new commercial nobility had risen to prominence, the movements for personal liberation gained traction, and the traditional noble class, including the monarchy, found its influence severely diminished. A new upheaval was brewing. Amidst this storm, identifying allies from enemies proved a daunting task, even for the most seasoned politicians. Hordes of starving hyenas circled the isolated Gallette family, comprising both emergent nobles and numerous old friends from the past. These ruthless predators awaited their opportune momentum opening that would not cause their rivals' nerves to fray excessively. Hence, amidst the turmoil, Ivon's father, the head of the family, Ivor Gallette, succumbed to a sudden illness brought on by the burden of past injuries and mounting pressures. Seizing upon Ivor and his sister's youth, the baroncy was left momentarily vacant. Blackstone, bereft of legal protection, succumbed to an onslaught by well-equipped bandits, who swiftly dismantled the family's last stronghold. In the blink of an eye, their foundation crumbled to dust. The aftermath felt starkly inevitable. Those who dared to assault noble territories were eradicated by well-intentioned nobility. Yet some covert deal, hidden from public view, resulted in the iron mine transferring hands to a benevolent figure, jubilantly heralded as overseeing the Gallette family's affairs. As for the two legitimate heirs of the Gallette family, Nita Gallette and Ivor Gallette, their fates became a taboo, silently forgotten. In truth, by this stage, the course had been irrevocably set. No one cared about their survival. Ivor drained his glass of water, suppressing the torrent of thoughts raging within. The family fortunes mattered little. It was the disappearance of his elder sister, Nita, 3 years ago amidst the chaos that haunted him in his nightmares. He had escaped with great fortune, yet the unease lingered that his sister, merely 3 years his senior, had vanished. The old steward, too fearful to seek out the missing young lady, took a gamble to flee Illyria with Ivor, ultimately finding refuge in the coastal town of Leopold, within the Tulip Alliance realm of Falerthis. Steward Leo divested them of nearly all possessions that could reveal their identities, channeling the last of their funds and his knowledge of herbs to open an apothecary shop, settling in the quaint town to live out an unremarkable existence until the present day. Yet just 2 days ago, the steward's long-standing injuries from their escape rendered him incapable of enduring further strain. He gently closed Ivor's hands within his own, his eyes drifting shut for the last time. With the last of his kin departed, Ivor was consumed by sorrow, overwhelmed with grief to the point of passing out. When he eventually regained consciousness, he found that the consciousness of a traveler, dormant for 13 years within his youthful vessel, had reawakened, blending seamlessly with Ivor's persona. Unlike other trans-dimensional travelers who experience disconnection from their previous lives, Ivor was both the traveler and the young boy. Ivor's life was entirely eclipsed by his own experiences. It was simply that the frail form he inhabited could not bear the weight of an adult soul and its memories, leading to an apparent distinction between the surface personality of Ivor and the dormant traveler. The integrated Ivor would no longer embody the frailness of his past, for he feared solitude no longer, nor was he disoriented regarding his future. Armed with a resilient heart and an expansive worldview, he possessed a clear understanding of his desires and the path before him. "I will live well." The handsome boy, with chestnut hair, dark brown eyes, and fair skin, gazed at his reflection in the window and softly reassured himself. Outside, the night sky twinkled with faint stars, and the coastal town of Leopold began to stir, its inhabitants rousing to action. Gothic structures in dark hues loomed overhead, while the gaslit streets cast warm yellow glows. Steam danced lazily in the air, evoking the bustling atmosphere of a Victorian-era port city. The age of exploration had been underway for 200 years now, with maritime industries and oceanic trade forming the backbone of the nation's wealth. The invention of the steam engine seemed to infuse the world with a powerful drive, propelling everything toward a promising future. Indeed, it appeared so at first glance, did it not?
Chapter 2. A digital perspective. The Beischer Pharmacy, an unremarkable establishment in the small town of Leopold, is as ordinary as its name suggests, offering a selection of mundane products. Aside from its signature live fish medicine, the pain relievers and coagulants could be considered premium items, while the remainder of the inventory hardly warrants mention. Ding ding. The bell hanging on the door chimed, and a slightly shy young man, around 18 or 19, looked up from his ledger with a smile. Good morning, Mr. Avon. Although several years older, Sanji maintained a respectful address, believing it necessary to honor his employer. Good morning, Sanji. How is Aunt Mary's leg? A youth clad in hunting attire and leather boots entered. Much better. She should be able to walk tomorrow. Mother has been saying she wants to thank you in person for the comfort you found for her. The grateful young man's innocent, clear-eyed gaze resembled that of a child. Haha, it's nothing. Just let Aunt Mary prepare a delicious Leopold-style seafood feast for me. Avon waved dismissively, not taking it to heart. The Mary family had been kind neighbors, aiding him and Grandpa Leo over the years. Grandpa Leo, no. I'm just glad to see you well. Before Avon arrived, Sanji had been contemplating how to comfort him. After all, Avon had disappeared for an entire day following the passing of the old shopkeeper, Mr. Leo, which did not seem like a trivial matter. Now, seeing Avon back to his usual self, Sanji felt a sincere relief. By the way, Mr. Avon, would you like to review this week's accounts? Everything is fine, but we're running low on live fish medicine again. As a shop assistant, Sanji proved to be exceptionally competent, maintaining clear records of income and expenditure. Since Grandpa Leo had fallen ill over the past year, the eldest son of Aunt Mary had been assisting Sanji in managing the shop, relieving him of many trivial concerns. All right, Sanji, I understand. I will replenish the live fish medicine promptly. The shop is in your capable hands. With a nod, Avon turned to leave the Baisher pharmacy. In truth, Avon had been contemplating the possibility of entrusting the pharmacy to Sanji at an appropriate time, allowing him to manage it as the new shopkeeper. After all, Avon had devised a new plan for his life and could not remain tethered to this small shop in Leopold indefinitely. Moreover, this establishment was the fruit of Grandpa Leo's labor and had helped both of them through their initial hardships, so Avon held deep affection for it. Handing it over to a stranger felt unsettling, but confiding in Sanji seemed a reasonable choice. If possible, Avon intended to gradually impart relevant pharmaceutical knowledge to him, ensuring the shop could continue to operate smoothly without him. Sanji, observing Avon's retreating figure, noted the sword at his waist, the longbow, and the beast-hide backpack, murmuring to himself, is he heading into the mountains again? Something feels different about Mr. Avon today. Not far beyond the city gates of Leopold, the landscape unfolded, revealing a sandy main road leading into the distance, bordered by an endless expanse of verdant wilderness, where the primal essence of nature enveloped him. In this era, development of the wild was generally limited due to productivity constraints. Outside human settlements lay vast, undeveloped wilderness. Rather than venturing into the mountains, humanity preferred to explore the seas. Quickly realizing that maritime trade and the rare treasures of distant lands far surpassed the benefits of tilling the soil. Thus, in Avon's eyes, civilization intertwined with the wild. Modernity coexisting with antiquity, creating a uniquely captivating world amid transformation. Neglecting to appreciate the exotic scenery, Avon veered off the path, entering the forest via a trail cleared by hunters. Curiously, as he sprinted along a route he had grown accustomed to, he occasionally glanced at the empty space to his lower left, hardly sparing a thought for the nearby herbs that were within reach. It was not until he encountered a vast expanse of exposed limestone that Avon slowed his pace, scanning the surroundings to confirm the absence of others before slipping into the stone forest. The excitement that had stirred within him since the previous night was now only just beginning to settle. His heightened emotions were not due to a resurgence of memories but rather the emergence of a vague, ethereal icon that had quietly appeared in the lower left corner of his vision since escaping his nightmare. As time passed, this indistinct icon became increasingly distinct. And just moments ago, with a chime, it fully materialized into a logo that Avon recognized from his past life. Isn't this the latest model of the sports wristband I used to buy? Thump, thump. The sound of his heart raced. This scenario felt oddly familiar. Could it be? Avon, filled with trepidation and excitement, cautiously attempted to touch the icon with his mind, and the world before his eyes transformed in an instant. Time, 6:30 a.m. Temperature, 21°C wind speed, 10 kilometers H humidity, 52 step rate, 0. A cascade of green data flowed before Avon's eyes, refreshing continuously. His eyes widened, and his lips twitched. Yes, this was indeed the most feature-rich sports wristband he had owned, beyond the technological projection on his retina. The displayed data mirrored precisely what he had seen on the wristband. What a joke. A sports wristband? Are you kidding me? I've crossed into another world. And a fitness tracker is what I get. For counting steps? Clinging to the last shred of hope, Avon experimented cautiously, his expression a mix of sorrow and joy. First, he confirmed that this inexplicably accompanying item was indeed his sports wristband, devoid of the imagined superintelligence, autonomous deduction, artificial intelligence, or world-hopping capabilities he had envisaged. However, it had indeed undergone a series of transformations during the transition. Primarily, it lacked a physical form. The program merged with his consciousness, allowing him to realize its functions merely through thought. It interacted with the external world, sharing sensory data, and could precisely quantify various parameters within his perceptual range. For instance, while he could only make rough estimates of wind strength, it could measure wind speed to the nearest 1 ms. His rough estimation of a 10-meter-tall tree could be accurately marked as 13 m, and so forth. It facilitated microscopic identification, enabling him to magnify or reduce views to observe the microcosm. It could discern shapes and identify unique sound patterns, such as locating a rare 4-leaf clover among countless 3-leaf varieties or recognizing a distinctive sound from a cacophony of noise after hearing it once. Lastly, and most crucially, it possessed the ability to continuously monitor his physical condition. However, due to the alterations in both the world and his body, this function required a series of dynamic tests and the collection of data from other humans to generate a comprehensive assessment, which could not be displayed for the time being. As for any undiscovered functionalities, Avon was uncertain. The operation was rudimentary, lacking even an artificial intelligence. He would have to verify any further capabilities in due course. Concealing this data-centric information, Avon exhaled softly. Despite the vast chasm between his current reality and the powerful golden finger he had imagined would help him navigate this new world, it was, after all, a gift acquired without effort. Why not embrace it? With his emotions in check, Avon embarked on the first day of what he dubbed the weakest golden finger in the history of transmigration, the digital perspective, affectionately abbreviated as Golden Fingernail. Chapter 3, Pursuit. As I ventured out of the limestone forest, the digital view indicated that it was already 9:00 a.m. Time was of the essence. I had yet to gather the necessary materials for the live fish potion promised to Sanji. This potion, a flagship product of the Baishur apothecary, was not intended for human ailments, but rather to enhance the survival rate of the silver-scaled fish upon arrival at port. After fishermen captured these precious yet delicate creatures, adding the potion to their tanks significantly boosted their chances of survival. Many nobles and affluent merchants sought after the unique delicacy of the Leopold Sea, which brought considerable profits to the fishermen and in turn increased the demand for the live fish potion. This ingenious invention was a result of Grandpa Rio's thorough investigation of local needs, and for a coastal town with a population of under 20,000, it held a certain value without attracting undue attention or trouble. With the perspective of a traveler in this world, one cannot help but admire the astute vision and remarkable methods of the venerable steward. Without this esteemed elder, the once 10-year-old noble brat might not have survived to see this day. Repressing my wandering thoughts, I focused on the task at hand. By noon, owing to my familiarity with the mountain forests, I had completed all the necessary gathering and sat leisurely on a large stone to enjoy my lunch. A hearty chunk of barley bread, some dried fish, and a smoked sausage accompanied by fresh spring water from my water skin, the modest by past standards. It was a rare delight in this era. During this interlude, I made a new discovery regarding my golden fingernail. The digital view's identification capabilities were exceptional. Even herbs glimpsed from the corner of my eye were instantly marked, greatly enhancing my efficiency in gathering medicinal plants. After lunch, noticing ample time remained, I decided to delve deeper into the woods, hoping to capture some game and diversify my culinary repertoire. Earlier, while foraging, I had spotted markings on a tree left by other hunters. These markings indicated that someone had encountered prey beyond their capacity and needed to summon companions for a collective hunt. The local hunters were mostly acquaintances, eliminating concerns about encountering malicious individuals. With no pressing matters at hand, I unsheathed my sword and resolved to follow the trail, eager to lend assistance if possible. I held confidence in my combat skills. After all, I was the scion of a noble lineage, and my swordsmanship training since the age of 8 had not been in vain. In one-on-one combat, no hunter near Leopold City could match me. Should I reach the level of my swordsmanship mentor, Grandpa Rio, and attain the status of a knight, I believed that no threat would remain in these woods. Following the trail left by the preceding hunter, I navigated the forest with the agility of a nimble monkey. I did not anticipate any unforeseen events during this expedition. Rather, I would be disheartened if I arrived too late to gather any spoils. At merely 13 years old, my years of sword training had endowed me with broad shoulders and a robust physique, complemented by my nimbleness. The intricate terrain of the forest posed little challenge, particularly in the areas near the city, where few apex predators could threaten me. However, after 2 hours of tracking, I had yet to glimpse the hunter ahead. Were it not for the persistent signs of their passage and the addition of another footprint, I would have abandoned the hunt altogether. The markings indicated that Graham and his hunting dog were also present today. Recognizing Graham, a friend, I felt compelled to continue. He was among the finest hunters in the vicinity, but the markings still conveyed a call for assistance, suggesting he had encountered a formidable beast that even 2 seasoned hunters could not handle. Experienced hunters understood that survival in the wild depended not on the sharpness of one's claws, but on restraint. As I lamented the aggressive nature of this elusive prey, I resumed my pursuit, tracking until dusk fell and the digital view indicated it was 4:00 p.m. At last, I caught up with the signs of struggle. Immediately, I sensed something was amiss. A pool of fresh blood marked the ground. Despite not being a professional hunter, I could discern between human and animal blood. The amount suggested that, regardless of whose it was, there was little hope for survival. My countenance darkened. In this coastal city, the value of mountain game far surpassed that of sea produce, and in this semi-fantastical world, forests were not places for the uninitiated. Each hunter roaming these woods for years possessed considerable skill. For an experienced hunter to fall prey without a fight indicated the presence of an extraordinary beast. Without hesitation, I activated my digital vision once more, which swiftly annotated everything in sight. Discarding irrelevant information, the chaotic footprints of 2 individuals became apparent, along with a conspicuous trail of blood leading into the distance. Strangely, aside from an additional set of paw prints belonging to a hunting dog, there were no signs of the assailant. This situation was becoming increasingly precarious. Narrowing my eyes, I wrestled with my thoughts. Having watched countless mystery dramas, I understood that the most terrifying aspect of this world was not the beasts that roamed it, but the unknown. However, the remaining footprints suggested that the surviving hunter had pressed on. Judging by the dog's movements, it was likely Graham, who despite the loss, chose to continue the pursuit. The only conceivable reason for this was his belief that the danger was manageable as he sought to reclaim his fallen companion's body. Clenching my teeth, I followed the direction of the blood trail. Damn beast, stop. Leave Hank for me. A young hunter in his 20s, bow in hand, dashed through the tangled underbrush. His fury did not hinder his agility, as he deftly navigated the twisted roots, slippery moss, and winding streams. Yet, despite his skill, he found himself falling farther behind the shadowy figure darting among the treetops. Whoosh! An arrow embedded itself in a tree trunk as a lean, black-furred creature, resembling a large feline, effortlessly leaped to another massive tree. Ignoring the human below, the creature scampered off with its prize, vanishing into the growing darkness of the forest. Ah, damn it! The hunter, having vented his frustration, began to regain his composure, realizing that alone, he stood little chance of retrieving his companion. Now, he could only hope that this leopard-like creature had enough reserves to last until he could return with reinforcements. Kicking his dog, which continued to bark at the treetops, Graham turned back, hoping to exit the forest before sunset. Just then, as he pivoted, a chilling gust of wind swept down from above. The cunning predator had not left. After concealing the provisions, he swiftly returned, seizing the fleeting moment when Grime had let down his guard to launch a ferocious assault. Chapter 4. The Savage Beast and the White Sail's Swordsmanship. As Grime teetered on the brink of succumbing to his own negligence, the hunter's pupils dilated, as if he could already perceive the scythe of death hovering above him. Barking fiercely, the black hound leapt forward, valiantly positioning itself between its master and impending doom. Thud! Arg! The gallant hound, though courageous, proved no match for the ferocious predator, being struck aside with a single swipe, landing on the ground with a mournful whimper. Yet its selfless act was not in vain. Grime seized the fleeting opportunity to roll away, narrowly evading the lethal bite aimed at his throat, albeit at the cost of a strip of flesh from his arm. Silent as a shadow, the black feline prepared to pounce once more. Grime, fully aware of the disparity in their strengths, felt powerless to resist, the foul breath of the beast almost tangible at his nose. Whoosh! An arrow sliced through the air. Thud! It embedded itself in the ground between the beast and Grime, the force driving it deep, leaving only the fletching vibrating ominously. Startled, the black cat glanced towards the direction of the arrow's flight, its yellow eyes reflecting a moment of human-like hesitation before it swiftly ascended a towering tree, vanishing into the canopy. Upon seeing his savior, Grime's face lit up with overwhelming relief as he struggled to rise from the ground, panting heavily. "Brother, thank you for saving my life." At that moment, the resilient hound also regained its footing and trotted over to Grime, panting. "And you too, my old companion Jim. You truly are my savior." Extracting a roll of bandages from his backpack, Evan instructed Grime to tend to his wounds. Without indulging in pleasantries, he asked in a grave tone, "Did you catch a glimpse of what it was?" "It was a black leopard," Grime replied, deftly biting the bandage as he wrapped it around his arm, his voice laced with indignation as he recounted their pursuit of the creature. Its speed was astonishing, and it was incredibly cunning. Colin was taken by surprise and met his end before he even had a chance to defend himself. Had we not feared it escaping and waited for reinforcements, we might have dispatched that vile beast already. "Evan, let us join forces and bring it down." "No, Grime. We should retreat swiftly. That was no ordinary leopard." Pausing, Evan furrowed his brow. What we faced was a feral beast. Having undergone the systematic tutelage of the old steward Leo, Evan's understanding of this world far surpassed that of an ordinary hunter from a small locale. While their ancestors may have encountered feral beasts, it was highly unlikely any returned to impart their invaluable experiences to future generations. Perhaps the elite of Leopold were aware of such creatures, but the chasm of bloodline and status ensured that knowledge remained confined to the upper echelons of society. This realization filled Evan with gratitude for his origins. Reborn in this era, commencing as an ordinary commoner would have posed insurmountable challenges. Even upon reaching adulthood, one might struggle to comprehend the nature of the nation and world in which they lived. Analyzing the data-driven perspective and Grime's description, it was highly probable that they had encountered a feral bobcat. "A bobcat?" Grime exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. He was well acquainted with bobcats, also known as lynxes, commonly seen while hunting in the woods. However, those creatures stood no taller than the thigh of a man, dwarfed by the beast capable of carrying an adult aloft in the trees. For Grime, devoid of any extraordinary knowledge, Evan found it challenging to elucidate the matter. Feral creatures were once ordinary animals, but influenced by the mysterious elements permeating this world, they underwent involuntary transformations. Those who survived emerged as beings of size, strength, speed, and intelligence far surpassing their kin. Such peculiar existences had existed since time immemorial. According to the venerable knight Steward Leo, humanity had harnessed the understanding of this phenomenon to develop methods of inducing physical ferocity through specialized training and potions, elevating themselves to the ranks of formidable knights. The difference lay in the proactive versus reactive nature of their transformations. Human knights possessed a strength far exceeding that of their feral counterparts of comparable power. What was once merely a medium-sized feline had evolved into a predator of greater size than a cheetah, and under the augmentation of ferocity, it was no longer something an ordinary individual could contend with. Regrettably, this included Evan, the humble apprentice knight. Perhaps the cunning creature's retreat was merely a ruse. While the intelligence of feral beasts might not rival that of humans, they could no longer be considered mere ordinary wildlife. A bitter taste settled in Evan's mouth. Had he known that Grime and his companions had provoked a feral beast, he would never have pursued them. Even if they were bound together, they would simply serve as a feast for the feral predator. As for why a single arrow had been sufficient to frighten the beast away initially, Evan surmised it was merely a reflexive hunting instinct of the nocturnal creature, which instinctively concealed itself even when confronted with weaker prey. Then, let us return. If we report the presence of this fierce predator to the city hall, the magistrate will likely dispatch the firearms squad to eliminate it. Such reckless boldness was not characteristic of a hunter, yet Grime, a competent one, decisively nodded after a moment of contemplation, opting to retreat. He would later guide the firearms squad stationed in Leopold back to confront the beast. As the two men and their hound took a few steps, Jim suddenly dashed forward, baring his gleaming white fangs and barking maniacally into the woods. Observing the large cat gracefully descending from the trees, moving with an elegant demeanor akin to a forest sprite, the two exchanged weary smiles. "Then let us fight." With the beast unwilling to let them go, Evan felt a surge of ferocity within him, stepping to the forefront as he slowly drew his sword. In the face of adversity, he held steadfast to the belief that fortune favored the brave. "Wait, Evan," Grime interjected, his voice laced with urgency as he readied his bow. "Perhaps we have a chance. I cannot speak for other regions, but this forest is where I grew up. All mature bobcats have long, dark tufts of fur on their ears, but this one does not. Look, it truly lacks them." Evan, with sharper eyesight than Grime, had noticed this detail even earlier but lacked the latter's extensive experience. The perilous situation now bore a glimmer of hope, and Evan felt a sense of calm wash over him. Strictly speaking, the juvenile bobcat was not particularly bold. However, having succeeded in its hunt, it realized that these two-legged creatures posed little threat. While intelligent, the inexperienced young predator decided to forego further delay and swiftly transform its remaining two-legged prey into reserves for sustenance. Evan signaled for support, stepping forward to confront the advancing feral bobcat. Standing 5 paces away, he gripped his sword with both hands, slightly crouching, aligning the blade with his line of sight, adopting the horizontal stance of the white-sail swordsmanship designed to counter agile foes. The white-sail swordsmanship, a masterful technique developed by the ancestors of the Carlot family during their maritime exploits, had origins in the combat tactics utilized by sailors aboard ships. Over generations, it had been refined by numerous masters of the blade. By the time it reached Evan, it had evolved into a highly sophisticated style capable of addressing both land and sea confrontations, wielding significant influence along the Black Sea coast. Although the reason for the big cat's unexpected appearance eluded him, it did not deter Evan from his subsequent probing. With a firm grip on his longsword, he cautiously advanced. Hiss! The bobcat was evidently far from being a patient and qualified hunter. As Evan approached its striking range, it transformed into a shadow and lunged at him. With a swift motion, Evan deftly evaded the attack, then instantly pivoted, letting out a fierce roar. His right foot struck the ground, channeling his entire being into the honed instinct of swordsmanship, and the longsword pierced the air with a thunderous crack. It was a flawless thrust, aimed directly at the bobcat's spine as if to impale it completely. The bobcat, having missed its strike, displayed no hesitation. Its innate hunting instincts compelled it to make the most prudent choice. Rather than evade, it powered forward. Its large yet remarkably agile body surged with energy, propelling its hind legs against the ground to leap once more, twisting its torso to evade the incoming blade and lunging at Evan's face anew. A fierce gust of wind rushed toward him as Evan followed the momentum of his sword, rolling on the ground several times to avoid the assault while simultaneously creating distance between himself and the bobcat. Chapter 5. The Awakening of New Abilities. The first round appeared evenly matched, yet Evan was acutely aware that he was no match for the bobcat in terms of speed, strength, or endurance. Even though it was merely a juvenile, it had already exhibited ferocity, and the disparity in their levels rendered any technical skill insufficient. The rapid exchanges, akin to a dance of predator and prey, left Grime, who was poised with bow drawn, utterly bewildered. Although sweat poured from his brow, he dared not release an arrow for fear of inadvertently striking Evan, who was entangled with the bobcat. Positioned face-to-face with Grime, Evan signaled him to remain patient. He resolved to adopt a more aggressive approach while at the peak of his physical prowess. Otherwise, the prolonged engagement could yield dire consequences. With a fierce shout, he launched a proactive assault, employing the technique known as setting sail. With both hands gripping his sword and the blade angled upward, he tensed every muscle in his body, resembling a ship ready to unfurl its sails. This stance, a hallmark of the white-sail swordsmanship, was most conducive to offense. Leaning forward, he subtly altered his breathing, and in an instant, leaves and debris erupted beneath his feet as he surged forward with explosive speed. His thrust was formidable. It seemed capable of piercing through solid walls. The bobcat, witnessing Evan charge like a reckless boar, displayed a flicker of disdain in its eyes. Such high-speed advances were difficult to redirect, making this style suitable against larger, less agile opponents. Yet the predictable trajectory of his attack allowed the bobcat to evade easily. Indeed, at the very moment the sword blade neared, the bobcat leapt gracefully into the air, deftly avoiding Evan's strike, its gleaming fangs lunging at Evan's neck. Even a beast, guided by instinct, recognized that Evan's tactics were flawed. And having undergone rigorous nightly training since childhood, Evan was well aware of this as well. In that fleeting moment as the bobcat soared, Evan crouched low and propelled himself sideways, aligning his body nearly parallel to the ground, while bellowing, "Shoot!" The arrow shot through the air, and Evan understood that a standard arrow posed little threat to a ferocious bobcat. Yet, he sought merely the opportunity. As the bobcat twisted in midair to evade the arrow, Evan, capitalizing on inertia, pivoted and swung his sword, the blade slicing through the air like a triangular sail catching the wind, grazing the bobcat's hind leg. A flash of crimson appeared. Seizing the last chance as the bobcat passed by, Evan executed a powerful kick to its soft belly. The bobcat howled in response. Throughout his training in white sail swordsmanship, Leo had instilled in him the principle of balance. Balance, balance, balance. It was this ingrained mastery of equilibrium that enabled Evan to deliver a precise strike even when nearly losing his center of gravity, thereby marginally increasing their chances of survival. However, it was only a marginal increase. Despite the success of his strike, Evan was certain that the bobcat's agility meant its injury was not severe, and the likelihood of escape remained uncertain. Just as he sprang from the ground, ready to capitalize on his success, he caught sight of a limping figure that swiftly vanished among the dense canopy. Momentarily stunned, Evan could not fathom why the not-so-seriously wounded bobcat would suddenly flee. From his understanding of feral beasts, such a smooth wound would likely heal by the next night, classifying it merely as a light injury. It was precisely due to the extraordinary physical prowess of the creature that Evan had refrained from engaging it head-on. Despite its unremarkable size, the bobcat could easily overpower Evan. A mere fledgling knight, Grime, however, appeared to have anticipated this outcome. Approaching Evan with his bow in hand, he explained, "Wild predators never engage in a fight with equals. A balanced confrontation increases the risk of injury, and an injury diminishes hunting capability, leading to a scarcity of food and a cascade of adverse consequences, potentially resulting in the demise of even the fiercest hunters." The bobcat likely deemed that our combined weight of over 200 pounds was not worth the risk of injury. In this forest, it has no shortage of food, hence its retreat. Evan nodded in acceptance of this reasoning. Let us depart swiftly. If another adult bobcat seeks revenge, we may find ourselves trapped. He observed Grime, who had been resolute in seeking vengeance for his companion, now transformed into a figure of trepidation. He refrained from reminding him that ordinary predators possess territorial instincts, especially feral beasts, and the likelihood of encountering another bobcat in this forest was exceedingly low. Nonetheless, lingering here was unwise. After gathering their belongings, the two fled the scene with their hunting dog, Jim. Fortune smiled upon them, as their return journey was uneventful. Treading through the moonlit path, they emerged from the forest in a somewhat disheveled state. Even in familiar woods, traversing at night was hardly a pleasant experience. Upon safely returning home, Evan dedicated the subsequent days to his unwavering swordsmanship practice while also allocating time to concoct the herbs he had gathered into usable potions for Sangi. Thanks to the efficiency of this herb collection, the Whitestone apothecary was well stocked, granting Evan nearly a month of leisure to immerse himself in understanding this world and planning his future trajectory. In the interim, Grime had visited Evan to convey news that the city guards, after several days of searching the forest, had found nothing. It was surmised that the ferocious bobcat had vacated the area, alleviating Evan's concerns about future incursions. After gifting Grime several vials of healing potions in gratitude for his information, Evan's life returned to its tranquil routine. Currently, Evan sat languidly behind the apothecary's counter, staring blankly out the window at the ceaseless flow of people. Whatever happened to those promised leisurely days? Resting his chin on the counter, he resembled a salted fish, utterly lifeless. He understood that he could not blame Sangi. These days coincided with the migration of a rare fish species, the red-bellied sturgeon, and Sangi had been summoned by his father to assist on the fishing boat. If luck prevailed, the catch during migration could equate to several months' worth of income, a temptation few fishermen could resist. Thus, with Sangi absent, Evan had to fill in. The silver lining was that during this peak fishing season, the sales of live fish potions had surged, and the apothecary had profited considerably. After bidding farewell to the last customer of the evening, Evan settled at the counter to reconcile the day's accounts, resolving to treat himself to a signature cheesesteak at Old York's Tavern after finishing his bookkeeping. Suddenly, a prompt resonated in his ear. Physical condition monitoring system activated. The electronic notification jolted Evan to attention. He realized that after days of interacting with various individuals, the data-driven perspective had compiled the physical data of humanity in this world. Display, name, Evan Gallette attributes, Constitution 0, 6, 1 Strength 0, 58, 1 Agility 0, 62, 1 Intelligence 0, 8, 1 Skills, White Sail Swordsmanship, Beginner, including accompanying breathing techniques. Swordplay and potions, archery, beginner, grammar, proficient, nautical knowledge, beginner, potion-making beginner. Evan noted that this notation differed from the assessments of physical condition he was familiar with in his past life, suspecting that it had undergone a magical transformation, evoking a sense of game-like data. The attributes encompass physical strength, stamina, and recovery. Power is predicated on physical constitution, representing the explosive force and exertion of the entire bodily system. Agility, likewise grounded in physical quality, includes mobility and reaction capability. Intelligence, akin to that of a previous life, encompasses a multifaceted evaluation of memory, observation, imagination, thought, judgment, and reasoning. Specific values are based on Avon's own sensory perceptions and cognition. For instance, he cannot ascertain the precise data of others with a mere glance. Some degree of interaction is essential. Furthermore, any knowledge beyond his understanding is inaccessible, such as a swordsmanship he has never encountered. He would be unable to even register its name, let alone its level of mastery. In essence, this functionality offers Avon a measure of convenience, yet it does not serve as an omnipotent detector connected to an unknown database. Moreover, the data visualization provides further insights. The marked attributes lack horizontal comparability. In this world, the theoretical maximum achievable by ordinary humans, through innate talent and diligent effort, is capped at 1. Thus, this does not imply that a value of 1 signifies the standard quality of an adult human. For the majority of ordinary adult males, a value around 0 can be considered quite healthy, although constrained by age and still in a phase of rapid growth. Avon felt a sense of satisfaction with his attributes, particularly his intelligence score of 0.8, which instilled in him a sense of intellectual superiority. Furthermore, he recalled his previous encounter with the fierce wildcat. Its physical data must have been collected as well. Name, ferocious wildcat attributes, Constitution 1. 3, 1 Power 1. 1, 1 Agility 1. 4, 1 Skill. Hunting proficiency, mastery. Upon reviewing the data of the ferocious wildcat, a cold sweat broke out on Avon's back, and he marveled at his fortune. The wildcat indeed possessed extraordinary attributes. Even though its essence was that of a common feline, its ferocity endowed it with such formidable statistics, surpassing the limits of an ordinary human in every regard save for intelligence. An ordinary person encountering such a creature would have no hope of survival. Chapter 6. The spiny devilfish. In light of this perilous experience, Avon found himself increasingly eager for the physical ferocity that came with his official knighthood. Alas, how he wished for the assistance of potions to complement the white sail swordsmanship. The predicament of resource scarcity that plagued his former self continued to vex Avon, for a skilled artisan cannot create without materials. Having organized the inventory in the apothecary, Avon locked the door and stepped outside, where dusk had already settled. The gas lamps lining the streets of the downtown area flickered to life, and the clock tower in the city center chimed 6 melodious notes, signaling to the townsfolk that it was now 6 o'clock in the evening. Avon strolled through the winding streets, occasionally spotting elegantly dressed gentlemen who, with a flourish, extracted their finely crafted gold and silver pocket watches from their waistcoats, leisurely adjusting the time amid the envious gazes of passers-by. The invention of compact timepieces was still relatively recent, and such exquisite, portable watches were considered a luxury by most citizens. In any social gathering, producing a pocket watch would undoubtedly enhance the owner's prestige, making them highly coveted among the respectable middle and upper classes since their inception. Avon chuckled at this scene, reminiscent of how he used to boast about the latest smartphone to his friends in a past life. Yet, a modicum of envy and vanity can indeed be a driving force for human advancement, can it not? 10 minutes later, Avon found himself seated at Old York's quaint eatery, relishing a generous portion of cheesy steak and a rich mushroom soup. The warm glow of the lights illuminated the window, casting elongated shadows of the pedestrians outside. Fathers returning home after a day's labor, housewives scouring the market for bargain vegetables, and children rushing home after a day of play, all filled with the essence of life, which Avon had long yearned for. Alas, he was now left alone. "My handsome boy, what are you gazing at?" A gentle voice floated to Avon's ear as a young waitress, clad in a serving outfit, placed a large mug of butterbeer before him. Lena. The girl leaned in slightly, her ample bosom brushing against Avon's shoulder, her fiery red hair cascading down, tickling him and causing his cheeks to redden slightly as he awkwardly resisted her teasing. Hearty laughter echoed as Lena, pleased with the effect she had achieved, covered her mouth and strutted away like a victorious little hen. Such encounters were not uncommon in Avon's memories of his former self, involving not only Lena, the tavern keeper's daughter, but also various charming young ladies from the nearby streets. Avon's physique was striking, tall, handsome, and fair-skinned. His training in swordsmanship and noble upbringing lent him a unique allure that set him apart from most of his contemporaries. Furthermore, with the awakening of his extraordinary memories from a past life, this charm became even more pronounced. Coupled with his ownership of an apothecary, he epitomized the typical affluent class. All these attributes combined made him quite the catch for the blossoming young women nearby, though most were not truly interested in him, but merely sought to showcase their own allure through his presence. Avon's demeanor merely continued the tradition of his predecessor, ensuring he remained inconspicuous. A seasoned veteran in the nuances of social interaction, he felt no trepidation, at least, not too much. Dingling, dingling. Welcome. What would our esteemed guest like to order today? Lena deftly took the order from the new arrivals before returning to the kitchen, winking at Avon as she passed by. Yet, Avon was oblivious to her playful gesture, his attention captivated by two newcomers whose attire bore a faint scent of fish. Are there really that many fish in the sea? Indeed, those who were on the same boat as I witnessed it. A multitude of monstrous fish pursued the migratory sturgeon. It was terrifying, truly devilish in appearance. Their tails bore an elongated red spine, and that alone was longer than the sheriff's sword. A middle-aged sailor, missing a front tooth, animatedly recounted his adventure, providing meticulous details of the time, location, and witnesses to bolster his credibility. It was uncertain if his companions believed him, but Avon, ever the attentive listener, absorbed every word. It seemed they were speaking of the spiny devilfish. Could it be that a deep-sea population had ventured into the waters near Leopold? Surely, if he hadn't witnessed it himself, he could not have described the spiny devilfish so vividly. If he could procure a spine from the devilfish to concoct potions, the enhancement of his physical prowess during his squire stage would surely accelerate, affording him more time to prepare for his ascension to knighthood. It was serendipitous fortune indeed. The spine of the devilfish was a vital ingredient for potions that aided aspiring knights, yet due to their peculiar habits, they were hard to acquire through trade. Since escaping to Leopold, Avon had not encountered one in the flesh, not even during the lifetime of old Leo, unless one specifically sought to hunt them. Even if someone captured a spiny devilfish in the deep sea, no one would bother to preserve a particular part of such a specific species. Much like dried lizard tails, they were sought after only by certain shadowy circles. Having unexpectedly gleaned this promising news, Avon felt invigorated, raising his mug of butterbeer and taking a hearty swig. Today felt like a day of immense fortune. The frustration of being cooped up in the apothecary for days had vanished. The following morning, having made ample preparations, Avon bypassed the apothecary and set off directly to the location where the sailor had encountered the spiny devilfish. In Avon's mind, the day's earnings from the shop paled in comparison to the pursuit of his nightly path. As he walked, information regarding the spiny devilfish swirled in Avon's mind. This unique species typically resided in the deep sea, boasting a large and bizarre form, yet they were not inherently aggressive. In fact, they could be considered somewhat timid. Their diet consisted solely of small fish and shrimp, with no interest in larger terrestrial animals like humans. The purpose of the spine was not for offense. Rather, when fleeing, it would turn red, drawing the attention of predators while detaching like a gecko's tail, providing the fish a chance to escape. Avon planned to exploit this unique survival trait to obtain a spine. After all, despite their gentle nature, their size was daunting, and it would be foolish to engage in hand-to-hand combat with one. Upon reaching the coast where devilfish sightings had been reported, the sky was just beginning to lighten. News of the giant fish had spread widely among the fishermen, and by today, few remained, which facilitated Avon's hunting endeavor. However, concerned that the devilfish might have vacated the area, he had no opportunity to borrow even a modest skiff from an acquaintance. Scanning the surroundings, he saw no benevolent fisherman who might have left behind a vessel for him to borrow. Yet, this posed no challenge for Avon. He took up his trusty axe and felled two appropriately sized dead trees on the shore. Binding them together with rope, he fashioned a rudimentary raft. Perfect, of course. Only someone as audacious as Avon would dare to venture out to sea on such a makeshift craft, even if it was merely close enough to see the shore. Armed with rope and a few suitably sized stones, Avon set off, paddling with a makeshift or crafted from wood. With careful attention to the sailor's descriptions and the relative distance to the coastline, Avon quickly arrived at the spot where the fisherman had encountered the devilfish. Stripping away his garments, he secured a lengthy cord around his waist, one end tethered to the wooden raft, while a dagger was affixed to his calf. With a determined leap, he plunged into the water. The sea at this location was not particularly deep, and the sunlight managed to penetrate, allowing for some visibility. Avon activated his data-enhanced vision to assist in locating the elusive, spiny devil rays that lay in wait on the ocean floor. Should he find no success in one area, he would resurface and seek another spot to dive. With unwavering patience, Avon repeated the cycle of diving, observing, resurfacing, relocating, and diving again. By the fourth attempt, his enhanced vision finally detected an anomaly on the seabed. Chapter 7. Peril despite the low underwater visibility. The intricate terrain and abundant aquatic vegetation made it challenging for fish to evade predators. Yet, within the realm of data-driven vision, this school of stingrays remained conspicuously identifiable. Rows of data glided across his field of view, filtering out irrelevant information such as water temperature, brightness, and current speed. Not only did the data indicate the precise locations of each stingray, but it also projected their outlines onto his retina. Without startling the majestic creatures, Ivor quietly resurfaced. He gently treaded water, delicately adjusting the position of the raft to rest directly above the congregation of stingrays. Taking a deep breath, he abruptly pushed several large stones into the sea, then swiftly retrieved a sturdy iron plate and a rod from his backpack. Ivor then slipped back into the water. Underwater. At the moment he submerged, he gripped the iron plate in one hand and the rod in the other, summoning all his strength to strike them together forcefully. The stones descended much more slowly in the water than they would in air, yet the sound waves traveled swiftly. Clang, clang, clang. Almost simultaneously, the deafening noise crashed down upon the unsuspecting stingrays. Startled by the sudden assault, the naturally timid creatures instinctively raised their tails, their barbs turning crimson, and shot away in a flurry. The flurry of their fins stirred up a cloud of sand from the seabed, causing the entire school to vanish in an instant. Drifting on the surface, Ivor awaited the sediment to settle before diving again. To his delight, he discovered 3 or 4 red barbs lying quietly on the ocean floor. As for the others, their fate remained unknown. Success. Ivor's heart soared. What began as a mere experiment had surprisingly proven effective. He had directly engaged them and, without any unforeseen complications, had secured 2 long and 2 short red barbs. Although their quantity was minimal, these barbs were irreplaceable as auxiliary materials for his potion. With this bounty, he need not worry about shortages for years to come. Since he had ventured into the sea, he resolved to gather the other required materials for the Black Sea potion as well. The ingredients for this potion could mostly be found in the Black Sea region, and he hoped for further discoveries today. Since the shop was closed in the morning, Ivor decided to spend the day here, striving to gather all the peculiar ingredients that were unlikely to be found in a pharmacy. Thus, he resumed the cycle of diving, observing, surfacing, relocating, and diving again. One must commend the rich biological resources of the Leopold waters. By afternoon, he had collected various materials, including hexagonal blue sea stars, 3 unique types of seaweed, and black-spined sea urchins. However, the final essential ingredient remained elusive: shark teeth. Ivor had yet to encounter any, and honestly, he preferred not to, especially while alone on his raft. In the Leopold waters, sharks were occasionally caught by fishing boats, and he could simply wait at the dock. Even if fresh specimens were unavailable, he could find discarded remains from nearby processing sites, albeit with slightly lesser quality. The collection task was largely complete. Unexpectedly, during his search for materials, he stumbled upon several delightful surprises: beautiful seashells, a rusted copper key, a small coral of vibrant red hue, and even a few pearls of less than perfect quality. While these treasures might not hold significant monetary value, they provided him with immense satisfaction. In high spirits, Ivor had transformed his medicinal gathering expedition into a treasure hunt. As he continued his search, he unwittingly drifted far from his original area, the color of the water deepening around him. With a sigh of frustration at his unproductive ascent, he glanced at the setting sun and resolved to dive one last time. Regardless of the outcome, before returning home, years of practicing the knight's breathing technique allowed Ivor to hold his breath far longer than the average person, enabling him to dive deeper than ordinary fishermen could ever hope to reach. Eager to test his limits, he grasped a stone and descended along the ever-expanding seabed until his vision began to constrict. relying solely on his data-driven sight to navigate. Even with extraordinary strength, Ivan could not remain at the ocean floor indefinitely. He hastily searched for potential treasures. Despite the absence of sunlight, vibrant fish of various shapes and colors, along with crustaceans, frolicked among the rocks. This extraordinary world seemed to foster resilient life forms. What was that? Soon, guided by his data-driven vision, Ivan spotted a shell emerging from a crevice in the rocks, an enormous shell, larger than a pumpkin. The shell was encrusted with various parasites, nearly blending with the adjacent rock. Without the aid of his data-driven sight, he would have easily overlooked it. Drawing the dagger strapped to his calf, he inserted it into the shell's crevice and pried it open with force. A soft sheen of luster flowed forth, revealing 3 sizable black pearls, 1 large and 2 small. Although Ivan was not an expert in gemstones of this era, he possessed sufficient knowledge to estimate their worth. Even at a conservative estimate, these exquisite pearls were worth at least 100 gold lions each. Given the market value of the time, a 6-year-old military horse, in its prime, was similarly valued at 100 gold lions. For a knight, possessing a robust warhorse was far more prestigious than owning a mid-range automobile in a past life. To put it in perspective, a noble squire, considered part of the higher income bracket, typically earned a monthly wage equivalent to 3 silver bulls, convertible into 1 gold lion. It was clear just how substantial this windfall was. Suppressing his elation, Ivan carefully stowed his treasures in a small pouch at his waist and discarded the stone, preparing to resurface. In his excitement, he momentarily forgot that he was in the perilous depths of the ocean, not a well-serviced jewelry store. Suddenly, his ascent was impeded by a tightening around his ankle. Initially, Ivan assumed he had become entangled in seaweed, but when he struggled to break free with no success, a wave of dread washed over him. Gurgling sounds echoed as he turned to see. To his horror, a massive octopus, camouflaged in shades of reddish-brown rock, had stealthily approached him. The thick tentacle, measuring over 3 meters in length, was the very appendage that ensnared his ankle. Caught off guard, Ivan did not succumb to the instinctive panic of an ordinary person. His training instilled in him the knowledge that facing a more formidable foe with trepidation would inevitably lead to defeat. This had been true when confronted by a fierce lynx, and it remained true in the face of the formidable octopus. The octopus, clearly impatient, wrapped its tentacles around Ivan while others clung to the rocks, slowly dragging him downward, intent on drowning him in the depths before relishing its meal. In this critical moment, various escape strategies flashed through Ivan's mind, yet they were swiftly dismissed. However, no thought could outpace the instinct honed through rigorous training that surged within him. Driven by a robust will to survive, Ivan did not resist the octopus's pull. Instead, he used its force to propel himself off the rocks in a counterattack. He understood that he could never outrun this cunning predator at the ocean floor. The only chance for survival lay in defeating it. It was merely a colossal marine creature, not a ferocious beast. The fate of the deer was still uncertain. Although the giant octopus was exceptionally intelligent, it could not fathom the thoughts swirling in Ivan's mind. As it swam closer, its remaining tentacles spread wide, awaiting the prey to deliver itself to its maw for a sumptuous feast. Utilizing a powerful thrust, Ivan, positioned perilously close to the octopus, beheld its terrifying beak-like mouth among the throng of tentacles. With no time for hesitation, he propelled himself forward with his strong legs, accelerating once more. Before the octopus could react to its splayed appendages, Ivan found himself face-to-face with its forehead and its 2 fist-sized yellow eyes. The suckers on its arms and the pigment spots beneath its skin were vividly apparent. With a slight smirk, Ivan plunged his dagger unhesitatingly between the octopus's eyes, striking at its neural center. Ignoring the thrashing and flailing tentacles behind him, Ivan surged towards the surface. Had he delayed for another half-minute, the octopus would not have needed to consume him. He would have succumbed to drowning in the depths. Bursting forth from the water and climbing onto the wooden raft, Ivan carefully stowed away all his gathered treasures, seizing the oar and paddling frantically towards the shore. The ocean posed a peril too great for him at that moment. Venturing slightly beyond the shallow beach had nearly proved fatal. Yet Ivan remained resolute, believing that one day he would conquer this vast, dark sea and venture forth to explore the even more splendid and fantastical landscapes that lay beyond. Chapter 8. 2 years as dawn broke. The golden sunlight pierced through the coastal mist, and countless seabirds soared, chasing the frothy white waves. A young boy stood amidst the surf, his bare torso glistening in the light, clad only in shorts. His skin bore a faint bronze hue, and his broad, powerful shoulders showcased a physique that was both graceful and robust. Although traces of youth lingered on his face, his athletic build rivaled that of any well-trained soldier in the city guard. Avon held a training iron sword aloft, his gaze fixed intently on the sword's tip. He breathed rhythmically, aligning with a peculiar cadence, each inhalation and exhalation resonating through his sinews and muscles, even as he stood motionless. The relentless waves crashing against him made it seem as though his entire being was engaged in vigorous exercise. This was not merely the act of running, jumping, or lifting weights. Rather, it was a holistic endeavor where every inch of his skin, every fiber of his muscles, and every cell in his body participated in a symphony of movement. Before long, his blood surged, skin flushed with warmth, and even in the cool sea, wisps of steam rose from his body. As time passed, and the white vapor coalesced into a dense mist, Avon gradually exhaled, lowering his sword and returning to the shore to stretch and ease his limbs. Once fully restored, he retrieved a peculiar bottle of dark green potion from his backpack and consumed it without a flicker of hesitation. He then resumed his unwavering practice of fundamental sword techniques on the beach: thrusts, slashes, parries, and cuts. These were common swordplay maneuvers, yet in Avon's hands, they possessed a unique charm reminiscent of the essence of mastery. 2 years had elapsed since the awakening of his memories. Avon had blossomed into a handsome 15-year-old youth. Tall and athletic, his skin slightly darkened from prolonged sun exposure, embodying the rugged charm favored by the coastal girls. However, he found himself troubled by the persistent attention of those girls who, rather than growing weary of teasing him, had become increasingly relentless over the past 2 years, forcing him to retreat to this secluded beach for his training. Alas, to be so popular is indeed a double-edged sword. Yet, this delightful burden was not of utmost concern to Avon because display physical data, name, Ivor Gallette attributes, Constitution 0, 9, 1, Strength 0, 86, 1, Agility 0, 93, 1, Intelligence 0, 9, 1, Skills, White Sail Swordsmanship, Mastery, includes accompanying breathing techniques, swordplay, and potion making, archery, mastery, grammar, mastery, nautical knowledge, beginner, alchemy, beginner. At 15, Avon had reached the pinnacle of a squire's training through 2 years of dedicated and systematic practice. Although none of his attributes had reached the theoretical maximum of 1, 0. This limit was merely a theoretical construct. In reality, his physical prowess was on par with the vast majority of peak squires. With the acquisition of a potion to aid his breakthrough, he could undergo a transformation into a formal knight and fully enter the realm of the extraordinary. Beyond his physical attributes having reached the peak of a squire, the most significant transformation over the past 2 years was in his prized skill, white sail swordsmanship. In just 2 years, he had progressed from a novice to mastery, traversing a path that might take others a lifetime to complete. The disparity in combat effectiveness between him and an ordinary farmer was akin to that of a seasoned warrior and a layman, with the defining hallmark being the threshold to wield the essence of swordsmanship, hinting at a nascent extraordinary quality. However, this was not merely due to Avon's sudden epiphany following the awakening of his memories. Rather, it was the real-time monitoring afforded by his data-driven vision that provided instant feedback on his movements and techniques, enabling Avon to make continual adjustments and remain on the right path. This rendered the repetitive practice remarkably efficient. This coveted state of training that knights dream of was even more effective than having a master swordsman as a constant mentor. It was safe to say that in a wild and unregulated environment, deprived of resources and guidance, Avon's remarkable achievements at this age were largely attributable to his data-driven vision. The only source of dissatisfaction for Avon was that the Black Sea potion, which he had once exerted great effort to obtain, was gradually losing its efficacy. It had become little more than a sports drink for him. The Black Sea potion he consumed was a simplified version of the Black Sea elixir, entirely composed of ordinary materials. As Avon's physical capabilities surged, the potion had nearly lost its effect on him. Despite his continued consumption, he merely sought to extract the last vestiges of its value, lest he feel he had squandered the near-fatal experience of 2 years ago. However, this ironclad pragmatist had unwittingly overlooked the fact that it was the invaluable Black Pearl, not the potion's raw materials, that had saved his life 2 years prior. As for the whereabouts of the Black Pearl, Avon patted his stomach, indicating that it had been satisfactory. As a utilitarian, he had no intention of preserving it as a family heirloom. Instead, in a prudent manner, he had sold it in 3 installments to a jewelry shop. The wealth he had gained from selling the black pearl had largely filled his own belly. In the training regimen of a squire, aside from sword practice, breathing techniques, and the use of potions, a knight's rapid growth hinged upon nourishment. Adequate nutrition was essential to support a powerful physique. And the adage of wealthy in arms and poor in letters held true even in this otherworldly realm. After completing his daily, unwavering nightly training, Ivor donned his clothes and returned to the Whitestone Apothecary. This small shop, save for its slightly weathered windows and doors, had changed little in the past 2 years. Clearly, as the proprietor, Ivor had not invested much effort into the shop, content to maintain the status quo. However, his sole employee, Mr. Sangi, seemed to have sensed something. He had taken Ivor's sudden impartation of alchemical knowledge from 2 years ago with utmost seriousness, and to this day, he was nearly capable of managing the shop independently. In this era, any form of knowledge was precious. Even basic literacy and arithmetic required a substantial investment to learn, let alone the advanced knowledge of alchemy, which was akin to granting Sangi a pathway to change his destiny. Ivor recalled how, at the time, Sangi had been so moved that he wept profusely, nearly offering himself in servitude, an exaggeration, indeed. Dingling, dingling. Good morning, Mr. Ivor. Grime just delivered 2 wild boar legs. Don't forget to take them with you when you leave. I've already paid him 80 copper falcons. Although Ivor found it amusing to refuse Sangi's offer of servitude, he noted that Sangi's demeanor had grown increasingly respectful. Very well, I understand. For the past 2 years, Ivor had been ordering fresh game from Grime and his hunter companions, who would regularly deliver the goods, with Sangi handling the transactions. This had become a routine. By the way, Sangi, have you inquired with the sailors about any news regarding the nearby naval recruitment office? Sangi fidgeted with the hem of his shirt beneath the counter, hesitating to respond. Only when he met Ivor's resolute gaze did he murmur, Mr. Ivor, are you truly considering enlisting? My father has a friend who is a retired sailor. Though there is a significant demand in the Navy, life at sea is not as grand as one might imagine. Ivor remained silent. Sangi dared not meet Ivor's gaze, mustering the last vestiges of his courage in a futile attempt to dissuade Ivor from this perilous notion. The relentless onslaught of pirates, the scourge of disease, inclement weather, and even the terrifying sea monsters lurking in the depths, coupled with the Navy's staggering casualty rates. As he spoke, Sangi's voice dwindled to a whisper, and he nearly sought refuge beneath the counter. After a moment's pause, witnessing Ivor's utter lack of response, he resigned himself to the fact that he possessed neither the strength nor the influence to alter Ivor's resolve. At last, he placed a note, brimming with his scrawl, upon the table. Mr. Ivor, please do not inform my mother that I was the one who told you. Otherwise, she will surely take my life. Upon reading the note, Ivor finally cracked a smile. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Sangi. However, you really ought to change your disposition. Being so timid will not endear you to the ladies. With a chuckle, he accepted the note from Sangi's hand and placed another, pre-prepared note into his grasp. What is this? Sangi inquired. Ivor winked at him. The prized elixir from the Whitestone Apothecary. You must take good care of it, Sangi. As Sangi gazed at the prescription for the live fish potion in his hand, a warm sensation surged within him. There was something truly delightful about being entrusted with responsibility. Thus, he called out to Ivor, who was already approaching the door. Rest assured, Mr. Ivor, I have already become engaged to Miss Sharon from the tailor's shop yesterday. Ivor stumbled, nearly losing his balance, as the heart of a lifelong bachelor felt as though it had suffered 1,000 piercing blows. Chapter 9. The initial battle of Leopold. It was truly unexpected that the seemingly shy and honest man, Sangi, possessed such capabilities, quietly winning the affections of a young lady. For an ordinary person, this might indeed be the pinnacle of happiness. However, with aspirations that diverged from the mundane, Ivor found himself drifting further from such a simple existence, silently wishing for Sangi's joy in the depths of his heart. As Ivor walked along the path, he scrutinized the note in his hand, his gaze contemplative. Having reached the zenith of a squire's training, he understood that only by exerting efforts several times greater than before could he hope to diminish the insignificant decimal places and truly reach the limits of humanity. Yet, such a pursuit seemed fraught with losses. No aspiring, extraordinary being would deliberately chase after the pinnacle of human limitations. Ivor now harbored a firm belief. Should he acquire a vial of Black Sea elixir, his chances of ascending to the extraordinary realm would significantly increase. Even with just the principal ingredient of a magical shark's extraordinary organ, he could endeavor to gather the supplementary materials according to his family's ancestral recipe and concoct a vial himself. However, even the most rudimentary elixir on the knightly path necessitated the involvement of extraordinary elements, and the principal ingredient was not something an ordinary individual like Ivor could easily procure. Moreover, the selection of the principal ingredient bore significant implications for the direction of his extraordinary journey, a matter of utmost importance for a knight's lifetime, which demanded careful consideration. Thus, aligning himself with a powerful faction became Ivor's sole option. At this juncture, the kingdom's navy, in dire need of manpower due to the ongoing expansion of new trade routes, the threat of pirates, and an arms race with enemy nations, caught Ivor's attention. Only the rapidly growing naval force could afford to recruit talent without prejudice, enabling him to rise swiftly and gain a measure of influence. The navy, too, would not be perturbed by Ivor's lineage as a fallen noble, offering ample opportunities for advancement, especially when they were even accepting thieves and criminals amidst their fervent recruitment. With Ivor standing alone, lacking any substantial backing, seeking refuge within the ranks of the army's cavalry, which valued lineage, would likely relegate him to the status of a mere foot soldier for eternity. Thus, whether in search of his sister or seeking vengeance against the enemies of Ilia, the navy appeared to be the most promising path. Ultimately, Ivor harbored a hidden ambition. In this grand era of exploration, as trade routes were persistently unveiled and the true visage of the world was gradually revealed, the age of discovery was in full swing. To miss the opportunity for personal participation would indeed be a regretful loss. After reviewing the naval intelligence compiled by Sanji, Ivor devised a plan and spent the subsequent days navigating farewells with familiar friends amidst a flurry of preparations. Time in the midst of such busyness flew by, and before he realized it, the eve of his departure had arrived. Perhaps due to the emotions of impending separation, Ivor found himself unable to sleep. Lying wide awake on his bed, staring at the ceiling with a mind adrift. Having lived alone since his previous life, he had grown accustomed to solitude, to the point where this coastal town felt like his true home. As he faced the imminent departure from his homeland, an unbidden sense of melancholy began to creep in. In the restless hours, the clock struck midnight, the darkest hour of the night. Suddenly, a piercing alarm bell shattered the silence, followed by a cacophony of booming sounds emanating from the docks. Voices cried out in alarm. "The pirates are attacking! The pirates are attacking!" Startled, Ivor sprang from his bed, flinging open the curtains to witness a scene of flames and chaos outside. It dawned on him that the pirates had indeed come ashore. Piracy had been rampant along the coastal areas, and incidents of marauders landing to plunder were not unheard of. Yet, even in Leopold's modest size, with its walls still intact and the navy patrolling these waters, this was Ivor's first encounter with a pirate assault in the 5 years he had resided there. Quickly donning his attire, Ivor seized his long sword and hunting bow, racing outside. He reasoned that remaining indoors might not guarantee safety, particularly in the commercial district where he resided, which would surely be the first target for the marauding pirates. It was better to take the initiative and confront the invaders. "Hey, Ivor." To his surprise, Ivor encountered Graham, who had also emerged upon hearing the commotion. They exchanged brief greetings before hastening towards the city gate, the direction from which cannon fire could be heard. This era stood in stark contrast to notions of peace. The professional military was only just beginning to take shape, struggling to meet the demands of the state. As a result, hunters were frequently conscripted to serve as scouts within the military. Graham, an accomplished hunter who had participated in several military operations, led Ivor, a familiar face, through the chaos towards the city gate. By the time they reached the gate, the cannon fire from the sea had ceased, but the situation on the walls was dire. 2 large breaches marred the gate, and the already modest height of the walls had suffered collapses, rendering them ineffective against external threats. A middle-aged captain, wielding a saber, bellowed commands: "Fire! Drive those damned pirates back into the sea!" Boom, boom. Soldiers formed 3 ranks, firing their flintlock muskets in succession. After only 2 volleys, before the smoke could clear, the sight of a dark mass of pirates, brandishing curved blades, surged towards them with wild cries. "Charge! Ha ha ha! These scourges of the sea, let them taste the wrath of the blood anchor pirates. Gold, fine wine, and maidens belong to you. Long live the captain! Annihilate them!" After the volley, under the captain's command, the soldiers discarded their muskets and drew their sabers, bracing for the onslaught. though flintlock muskets had considerable firepower. Their slow loading speed made firing at close range a perilous gamble. In the next moment, a violent clash ensued as blades met. The brutal melee erupting amidst shrieks and war cries, blood and limbs flying. Upon arriving at the city gate, Avon was met with this horrific scene, his body trembling for the first time in the face of such cold steel combat. The splattering blood, the deathly wails, and the dismembered limbs struck him with profound impact. Though his shivering was not born of fear, this reality was indeed a test for him. Suddenly, Graham shoved him forward. Avon, don't just stand there. We need to provide support with our bows. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Taking a deep breath, Avon nodded vigorously, retrieving his longbow from his back. Utilizing his agility, he skillfully leapt onto the crumbling wall. With a glance, his data-enhanced vision marked both friend and foe amidst the shadows. Wind speed and direction were updated in real time. Drawing his bowstring, he loosed an arrow that pierced the skull of a bloodied pirate, silencing his maniacal laughter. The young soldier engaged in combat with the pirate hesitated, then rushed to assist his comrades. Avon swiftly redirected his longbow, sending another arrow into the eye of an approaching pirate, moving fluidly and with fierce concentration. The battlefield offering little time for contemplation on the taste of his first kill. In Avon's hands, the primitive bow transformed into a far more efficient instrument of death than any firearm. Although the armies of this era have extensively equipped themselves with firearms, it is not due to the diminished efficacy of bows and arrows, but rather the superior cost-effectiveness of firearms and their wielders. A proficient archer requires years of rigorous training, whereas an ordinary musketeer can master the use of a firearm in merely a few days. The disparity in efficiency is exponential. Furthermore, the age of lined executions does not demand high precision. A competent archer is expected to unleash 10 arrows within a minute, and not amidst the chaos of a battlefield. In contrast, aided by his physical prowess and a data-driven perspective, Avon can release an arrow within 3 to 5 seconds, each shot striking true, far surpassing the effectiveness and terror of firearms. By the time Graham ascends the steps, 5 pirates have already perished under Avon's arrows, with no collateral damage. Comparatively, although Graham, who also draws his bow in support, achieves some success, his efficiency and lethality pale in comparison to Avon's. The extraordinary physical capabilities of humanity endow Avon with formidable consistency, maintaining a shooting rate of 1 arrow every 3 seconds. Within a mere minute atop the city walls, both sides of the battlefield become acutely aware of the emergence of a fearsome sharpshooter wielding unparalleled dominance. The morale of the soldiers surges, while the pirates, though fiercely unyielding, begin to waver, no longer displaying the brazen audacity of their initial advance. Miraculously, the line of defense, composed of the flesh and blood of Leopold's soldiers, solidifies in its resolve. Chapter 10. Black Bear Billy. However, the pirates undeniably possessed a significant numerical advantage. Although the battlefield was intense, the initiative remained firmly in their hands until Leopold's reinforcements arrived. In the rear of the battlefield, upon the command of the pirate captain, a small band of pirates swiftly assembled, led by a pirate chief adorned with gold earrings and a menacing tattoo on his face. They navigated the chaos of the battlefield under the cover of their larger forces, making their way to the base of the city wall. Fire! Bang bang! The close-range volley of gunfire immediately suppressed Ivan's counterattack. As he sought refuge behind the battlements, 2 distinct sounds rang out beside him. Clang! Clang! Iron hooks attached to ropes were hurled up to the parapet, securing themselves in the crevices of the stone. Soon, 2 grinning pirates emerged over the wall, their faces twisted with malevolence. Ha! Whoever takes down that little brat will have the first pick of the spoils. The pirate chief bellowed with laughter, as if he could already taste victory. Yet, before he could finish, thud, thud, 2 shadows plummeted from the battlements, struggling momentarily before falling silent. The chief's laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a mask of rage and humiliation. What a couple of useless fools. Everyone, charge. Do not fear, that brat has little ammunition left. With that, he was the first to throw a hook, scaling the wall with an unexpected agility that belied his robust physique. The other pirates, emulating him, hurled their own hooks in quick succession. Meanwhile, the disparity in numbers among the defending soldiers grew increasingly dire. As the morale of the defenders faltered, they were gradually pushed back against the battlements by the relentless pirates, forcing them into close-quarters combat. Soldiers, hold firm. Reinforcements are on the way. Even as the officer shouted hoarsely to rally his troops, The tides of battle had shifted beyond Ivan's control. "Leave Grim to me. You should regroup with the city guards," Ivan instructed, observing the sweat-drenched Grim clutching a hunting knife ill-suited for melee combat. He urged him to retreat, not wanting to see him lose his life in a desperate clash with the pirates. "Ivan, be careful. If things go south, just fall back. One pirate ship cannot hold this place." Grim nodded, acknowledging Ivan's superior skills, and without further hesitation, he turned and departed. 2 years prior, Grim might have fancied himself a match for Ivan, but now, he could no longer gauge Ivan's prowess. In his mind, aside from their previous encounter and the savage lynx that had subsequently vanished, none of their acquaintances held a candle to Ivan, including Lord Nabry, the renowned commander of the city guards known for his swordsmanship. No sooner had Grim left than the burly, grotesque pirate chief began to climb up. Seizing the opportunity while Ivan was preoccupied with kicking away the thrown grappling hooks. "Hey, aren't you the sharpshooter? Show me what you've got," he taunted, his laughter grotesque as it twisted his ample features, a long tattoo snaking from his cheek to his neck, writhing like an ugly centipede. Ivan's quiver was indeed empty, otherwise he would have unleashed a volley of arrows upon their advance. As for resupply, while there were plenty of gunpowder and lead balls atop the wall, arrows had long since been absent from the procurement list. With a swift motion, Ivan drew his gleaming longsword, twirling it with grace, adopting the initial stance of the white sail sword technique. Unimpeded by Ivan, an increasing number of pirates ascended the wall, and upon witnessing this spectacle, they began to jeer. "This is absurd. Does he think he can hold us off alone? More arrogant than any pirate, he is infuriating. That damn noble must die. Kill him. Long live the pirate captain." The chief, the so-called pirate captain, raised a hand, silencing the crowd. Pleased with his authority among the pirates, he commanded, "You all go ahead and take the city. Let Black Bear Billy have some fun with this brat." With that, he lunged at Ivan, his curved blade raised, a ferocious aura preceding him. Coupled with his grotesque visage, he was a fearsome sight. Those of faint heart would falter even at a distance. Indeed, Black Bear Billy was worthy of being the pirate ship's chief melee combatant, exhibiting considerable skill. However, Ivan was unfazed. As he moved, he evaded the blade with the grace of a small boat gliding over water, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. Billy, undeterred, crouched low, using the metal armor on his shoulder as a shield to charge forward. Ivan was momentarily taken aback. Such cunning from a brute was unexpected. He deftly sidestepped, while Billy, unable to dodge, slammed into the battlements with a thunderous crash. "Filthy coward, you won't escape," Billy shouted, shaking off the impact and charging again, his blade swinging wildly like a raging bear, unleashing his full strength. Flash. Miss. Another miss. Breathing heavily, the intensity of Billy's strikes began to drain his stamina, his hand trembling around the hilt of his blade. Yet that damn noble was still dancing around him. Ivan was not merely evading out of boredom. He recognized that Billy had unleashed his full potential and was now out of tricks. With a sudden thought, he activated the data display. Name, Billy. Nickname, Black Bear. Gender, male. Title, Chief of the Blood Anchor Pirate Ship. Attributes, Constitution 0. 54, 1. Strength 0. 58, 1. Agility 0. 43, 1. Intelligence 0. 4, 1. Skills, Basic Curved Blade Technique, Novice. Billy's physical attributes were slightly lower than Ivan's 2 years prior. Without systematic training, he could be described as possessing innate strength. This was likely why he had emerged as the chief among the pirates. Black Bear Billy was the first human opponent Ivan faced in close combat, and for Ivan, aspiring to join the Navy, understanding Billy's physical capabilities provided invaluable insight into the overall power of pirates in this sea. The outcome was satisfactory for Ivan. If the combat prowess of a pirate ship's enforcer was of such caliber, then his safety after joining the Navy appeared assured. As long as he avoided being surrounded by multiple adversaries of similar strength, he should be able to handle himself. To reward Billy for his efforts, Ivan decided to end his struggle, allowing him a rest that would last forever. As Black Bear Billy swung his blade once more, Ivan swiftly closed the distance, pressing the sword against Billy's blade with a strong parry, twisting and entangling their weapons. Release. Clang. The curved blade flew from Billy's grasp, clattering to the ground. In the instant of Billy's disbelief, Ivan delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. It felt as though he had been struck by a wild bull. Billy's robust form was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Cough. What kind of monster are you? Blood trickled from his lips. And clutching his stomach, Black Bear Billy writhed in agony, unable to rise. The man lived up to his reputation as a ruthless pirate chieftain, subtly reaching for the flintlock pistol at his hip as he spoke. Avon, showing no interest in parley, strode directly to him, pinning the errant hand beneath his boot. His longsword then traced a flawless arc. Avon sidestepped the arterial spray, sheathing his bloodied blade. He then forced himself to watch as the burly Billy convulsed and then expired. Eyes wide and vacant, Avon harbored no newfound morbid predilections. He simply understood that acclimating to the battlefield necessitated this grim rite of passage. To forsake all mercy for one's enemies was to hold one's own life in the highest regard. Furthermore, he had pressing matters to attend to and wished to avoid an untimely demise. Once certain that Billy was indeed deceased, Avon proceeded to claim his spoils: a handful of foreign gold coins, a crude bone amulet, a short flintlock pistol, and a scimitar. He pocketed the coins and tucked the superior quality pistol into his belt. Deeming the remaining items worthless, he tossed them back onto the corpse. Chapter 11. The Lord. Without further ado, Avon turned and continued his fierce assault into the city. Allowing the pirates to wreak havoc within the walls would result in unimaginable casualties and losses, even with the city guards resisting. This was intolerable for Avon. Ah, spare me. Run. The once ferocious pirates now fell like fragile lambs beneath Avon's sword. Apart from leaders like Billy, the average pirate stood no chance against Avon in close combat. Fortunately, most of the pirates had already expended their gunpowder during the siege, leaving them with no opportunity to reload amidst the fierce clashes, including the notorious Black Bear Billy. Even when he attempted to draw his weapon in a last-ditch effort, Avon discerned this as he confiscated Billy's gun. As long as he was not under concentrated fire, Avon, having reached the peak of mortal prowess, charged forth like a legendary warrior from antiquity, unafraid in the face of foes. Thus, in the narrow streets, when confronted by groups of less than 3 pirates armed only with blades, the encounters swiftly turned into one-sided slaughters. It was at this moment that Avon truly grasped the extent of his own power. As time elapsed, the number of pirates vanquished by Avon's sword grew. Occasionally, he would rescue a beleaguered city guard soldier. Wherever there were cries of battle or pleas for help, Avon surged forth to the fray. At last, after decisively slaying a pirate who was plundering a jewelry store, a series of gunshots echoed throughout the city, signifying that reinforcements had finally arrived. Their arrival was not too late. At this juncture, unless the pirate captain was utterly deranged and determined to fight to the death, a retreat signal would soon be issued. Avon noted the time. Due to his interference, the pirate band had failed to swiftly annihilate the city guards during their initial assault when the walls had collapsed. Although the siege had commenced some time ago, it had only been 12 minutes since the city began to fall. Given the current quality of the troops, achieving such a rapid mobilization and reinforcement was indeed remarkable. Sure enough, a sharp whistle soon rang out from outside the city, and regardless of their spoils, the pirates began to gather quickly for a retreat. Avon made no attempt to intercept them further, instead checking his apothecary and Sangi's home, finding no signs of pirate intrusion. Once the situation stabilized and he felt at ease, he returned home. However, upon returning and after a brief period of cleaning and refreshing himself, a disheveled Grime burst into the room, his face alight with excitement upon seeing Avon. Avon, come quickly. Lord Nabry wishes to see you. It's good news. Hurry. Lord Nabry? Avon could only acquiesce as Grime dragged him back outside. He was well aware of who Lord Nabry was, the illustrious commander of the city guards, renowned for his swordsmanship. However, he believed he had no direct connection with the noble lord and was puzzled as to why he would request to see him at such a busy time post-battle. On their way, Grime recounted his experiences since they had parted ways. True to form, the cunning hunter had not charged into battle with his hunting knife against the pirates. Instead, he had cleverly used the pretext of reporting battlefield intelligence to meet the reinforcements. As an unofficial scout, while his actions might not sound honorable, it was difficult for others to criticize him. It was no wonder Avon, in his pursuit of the pirates, had failed to notice Grime's absence. Only now did he realize that Grime had joined the reinforcements, emboldened to return to the battlefield. Once the fighting subsided and the pirates retreated, Commander Lord Nabry learned from the first group of soldiers stationed at the walls about Avon's formidable prowess with a bow and arrows, sparking his desire to meet this exceptional marksman. After all, Avon had made significant contributions during the pirate incursion, and it was only fitting for the garrison commander to extend his gratitude. Soon, at a small outpost near the collapsed walls where the city guard was stationed, Avon found himself in the presence of Lord Nabry. This nobleman, famed for his swordsmanship, was not clad in military attire, but rather wore a fine sword at his side, resembling an aristocrat more than a kingdom officer. After exchanging pleasantries, the lord invited Avon to sit on the surrounding sofa. Observing Avon's clean and handsome visage, his upright posture, and his hands bearing faint calluses from frequent swordplay, he inquired with keen interest, "Nobleman?" Avon returned a polite smile, neither confirming nor denying the inquiry. Noticing the absence of any heraldic insignia on Avon, Nabry nodded, believing he understood the situation. He ceased further questioning, but his demeanor warmed considerably. Unbeknownst to Avon, in that brief exchange, Nabry had already labeled him as a scion of a declining noble family, one with heritage, insight, and aspirations to revitalize his lineage, yet lacking opportunity. Much like Nabry in his youth, such occurrences were commonplace, especially as new commercial aristocrats rose while traditional nobles faced ruin and were forced to leave their ancestral homes. Beyond a former title, they retained only the essence of nobility, and Avon was categorized among them. For a person's identity can be fabricated, yet one's inherent demeanor and eloquence remain unmistakable. The upper echelons of the Tulip Alliance, including the royal family, have intermarried for centuries, with many holding multiple titles recognized by various nations. There exists no barrier between the nobility of different countries. As long as one maintains the dignity of nobility, they can swiftly integrate into local circles. To Nabry, Avon, who could not even uphold the most basic semblance of noble standing yet stood valiantly during the city's crisis, embodied the character of a traditional nobleman. Thus, rather than looking down upon him, Nabry felt a burgeoning appreciation for his talents. A traditional nobleman, well-versed and eager to uplift the younger generation, found in Avon a youthful spirit whose insights transcended time, a curiosity to learn more about the upper echelons of the kingdom. Unexpectedly, the two discovered numerous shared topics, leading to a lively and enjoyable conversation. "My lord." At that moment, Nabry's aide suddenly entered, casting a peculiar glance at Avon before leaning closer to the lord to whisper. It turned out that after the battle concluded, the cleanup operation had been completed. Casualty and property losses would not be tallied until the following day, but the bodies of the pirates had already been collected. During the count of pirate corpses, the soldiers had unexpectedly discovered the notorious Black Bear Billy, the shipmaster of the Blood Anchor. This was a man whose name appeared on the naval wanted list. Nabry was convinced that, apart from himself, no one in the city guard could match Billy in combat prowess. Moreover, he had learned from the soldiers that the captain of the Blood Anchor had not disembarked. Black Bear Billy was the instigator of this siege. The death of the pirate leader could transform a calamity into an opportunity for Nabry, particularly significant for him as the one bearing primary responsibility. For the first time, Lord Nabry straightened his posture before Avon, shedding the casual demeanor of someone in a position of power speaking to an inferior. Avon's confrontation with Black Bear Billy had not been conducted in secrecy. The soldiers who initially engaged with the pirates were witnesses to the event. Thus, it was not difficult to deduce the identity of Billy's slayer. Furthermore, the fatal strike to the throat revealed that the assailant's swordsmanship was far superior to that of Billy. This revelation was truly alarming, and it was far from over. The aide-de-camp has just reported that, in light of the sword wounds on the pirate's corpse and the number of foes he felled with his bow, this young man single-handedly accounted for nearly one-third of the pirates, a feat comparable to that of a substantial portion of the city guard. This revelation compelled him to discard any ordinary perception he held of this young, handsome, and courteous individual. The words of recruitment that had been poised on the tip of his tongue, eager to emerge amidst the fervent atmosphere, now eluded him. After several hesitant attempts to speak, he ultimately gazed at Avon with wide eyes, akin to one beholding a monster, and could only stammer, "Your swordsmanship is remarkable. I hope we may have the chance to spar in the future." Avon responded with a smile, "There will be an opportunity, Your Grace." Chapter 12. The gift. Avon gracefully rose and bowed, turning to leave with Graham. Graham followed Avon out of the outpost, somewhat puzzled. In his view, their encounter today was utterly devoid of substance. They had engaged in discussions about topics he found perplexing, while the matter he cared about most, Avon's reward, was never mentioned by either party. Avon, however, remained calm, understanding that this was the customary manner of the traditional aristocracy. For the sake of maintaining decorum and the dignity of both parties, Nabry would not openly broach the subject of bounty, a practice reminiscent of the century-old Gallette family. Unlike the new nobility, who often spoke of wealth and riches. It was not a matter of good or bad, merely a difference in principles. As expected, after a brief moment outside the outpost, the other party's adjutant approached, delivering the reward that was rightfully his. In addition to a substantial bounty of 50 golden lions, there was a seemingly ordinary, yet exquisitely crafted hand-and-a-half sword. My Lord Avon, this is a personal gift from Lord Marquis. Please be sure to accept it. Avon, skilled in swordsmanship and knowledgeable about blades, recalled that his grandfather, Leo, who had once been a knight, possessed an extraordinary sword, but regrettably lost it during their flight. The sword he currently wielded was merely a common piece forged in a blacksmith shop, incomparable to the high-quality military gear that was unattainable even with wealth. Had he possessed such a sword during his confrontation with the Black Bear, he would have dared to engage him directly. Please extend my gratitude to Lord Marquis. I truly appreciate his gift. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Avon watched the adjutant return to the outpost before departing with Graham. Before they parted ways, Avon discreetly handed Graham 5 golden lions, causing Graham to beam with delight, surprised to find he had a share as well. He initially declined, but eventually accepted. Avon's principles were notably modern. The closer the friendship, the less one should engage in petty calculations regarding finances. After all, Graham had shared the peril of adventure with him today and had introduced him to Lord Nabry, fully deserving of the 5 golden lions as recompense. Furthermore, Graham would also receive a wartime summons reward, which would likely equate to nearly half a year's income. A significant windfall, indeed. The following day, the anticipated journey could not commence as planned. Unsurprisingly, Avon was summoned once more by the governor, the highest-ranking noble in the region, Viscount Andrea. Through his dialogue with Lord Nabry the previous day, Avon had come to understand that the kingdom of Falerthis, much like his homeland of Alia, was embroiled in disputes between new and old nobility. However, Falerthis boasted a robust royal family that firmly held the nation's supreme military power and commanded over 80% of the professional army, serving as the ultimate adjudicator. Years prior, with remarkable acumen, the royal family had deftly organized the various factions of old and new nobility, establishing an ironclad order that suppressed all instability beneath the queen's throne. Regardless of the struggles, all must adhere to the rules laid out by Her Majesty, thus minimizing internal strife. Simultaneously, the royal family transformed the conflict between the landed nobility and the rising bourgeoisie into opportunities for their own gain, collaborating with the latter to gradually encroach upon the lands of the established nobility through urbanization, forming contracts with old nobility to secure a foothold in emerging cities, thus acquiring far greater wealth than the previously insular estate economies. The continuous development of new trade routes and overseas colonies further bound all parties to their cause, ensuring that no matter how powerful others became, the royal family and the kingdom emerged as the greatest beneficiaries, forever invulnerable. Through a generation's efforts, Falerthis had ascended to become a regional powerhouse, wielding significant influence within the Tulip Alliance. Governor Viscount Andrea was a successfully transformed figure from the old landed nobility, possessing governance over the city through the Citizens' Council. In the meeting room of the City Hall, Avon encountered this esteemed individual of Leopold. The governor was a figure of great authority, embodying all the traits associated with Western nobility: stern, austere, and unapproachable, a quintessential representation of an upper-class ruler. Addressing Avon, who was without means, he spoke plainly. While Lord Nabry has briefed me on your situation, I still wish to inquire about your intentions. Are you willing to join the city guard of Leopold? Under the weight of the elder's penetrating gaze, Avon summoned his resolve. Leopold is your city, but it is also my homeland. Protecting my home is my rightful duty, yet I desire to explore the world while I am still young. Recognizing the sincerity and determination in Avon's eyes, the elder's sharp gaze softened slightly, and the stony corners of his mouth curved into a faint smile. Very well. Although I am deeply regretful, as an elder, I can understand the aspirations of fledgling eagles who yearn to measure the height of the sky and the depth of the sea. If you wish to return, Leopold will always be your home, my child. Thank you, my lord. I am truly grateful for your understanding. Regardless of the sincerity behind the elder's words, it was remarkable for one of his stature to express such sentiments. Avon felt no offense, even if he could not accept the elder's goodwill. He rose to bow deeply in gratitude. The elder gestured for Avon to sit once more, casually twirling the signet ring on his hand. I have heard you are considering joining the Royal Navy. I have penned you a letter of recommendation, which you may take. Use it if you wish, or not, as you see fit. While it may not guarantee success, it will certainly ease some burdens. After a moment, Avon accepted the letter bearing the elder's family crest. Bowing respectfully once more before taking his leave, he hurriedly exited the city hall. In his heart, he exclaimed, although he was uncertain of the level of status he had achieved, this elder was undoubtedly a hidden extraordinary being. Facing him was far more exhausting than battling against pirates. As Avon made his way home, the experiences of the day replayed in his mind, and he marveled at the meticulousness of the old nobility's methods. With the recommendation letter prepared in advance, even if they could not retain Avon, they would extend their kindness to a talent inclined towards their faction naturally. For the elder, it was a mere trifle, yet for Avon, even a tenth of a chance to reciprocate would yield great returns. Even with Avon's astuteness in deciphering the elder's schemes, he could not dismiss the favor owed, regardless of whether he chose to utilize the letter. Meanwhile, on the Blood Anchor pirate ship, a different atmosphere prevailed. After retreating from the siege and pillaging the previous night, the crew was enveloped in a heavy pall of gloom. Captain Zack was nearly beside himself with rage. The recent failed raids and relentless pursuits by the Navy had left him in desperate need of a resounding victory to solidify his standing aboard the ship and quell the ambitions of the ruffians and rogues among his crew. At the very least, he needed to pacify those who had openly expressed their dissatisfaction, establishing once and for all who held dominion over the ship. Having selected the obscure fishing town of Leopold as their target, Zack dispatched several dissenters who had questioned his authority ashore, regardless of the outcome of the battle. He hoped to restore his waning reputation after a series of defeats. In a bid to ensure absolute security, Blood Anchor Zack dispatched his fiercely loyal first mate, Black Bear Billy, to lead the charge, believing he had taken every precaution. However, upon the return of the landing party, the grim tally of 56 casualties pierced his heart. It is essential to note that, due to previous losses, the entire crew comprised merely 130 pirates. Moreover, the limited time for plundering meant that the spoils collected could hardly compensate for this grievous loss of life. Of the 100 pirates sent forth, fewer than half returned. And among the fallen was none other than his most trusted commander, Black Bear Billy. The glances of his steadfast crew, once filled with unwavering loyalty, now flickered with uncertainty, causing Blood Anchor to feel as though he might bleed from the anguish. Raise the anchor. We shall seize merchant ships. Chapter 13. The Huanghu. 3 days after the pirate siege, the moment of departure had finally arrived. Alone, Avon boarded the merchant ship Huanghu, which had temporarily docked in Leopold for resupply. Their destination, Gabarret, the third largest naval port on the western coast of Falerthis. Standing at the stern, seabirds circled overhead, their cries mingling with the gentle, briny breeze that caressed his face. The white froth of the waves dissipated behind the vessel. Just as the place he had called home for the past 5 years, Leopold, gradually faded from view. He had not informed anyone of his departure, slipping away quietly. Yet he believed that when he returned, everything would be transformed. Mr. Avon, allow me to escort you to the cabin. The weather has been pleasant these past few days, and with the seas calm, the captain assures me that we shall reach Gabarret in less than 2 days under full sail. A youthful sailor approached Avon with enthusiasm, eager to share details of the voyage. After all, Avon was a passenger specifically arranged by the esteemed Lord Indre, and the crew, unable to discern his true identity, endeavored to cater to him attentively. Avon nodded gently and followed the young sailor into the cabin. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly incurred another debt to the old man. Yet this realization brought him a sense of ease. As the saying goes, the more debts, the less worry. Finding a ship to Gabarret on short notice would indeed have proven quite challenging. The Huanghu measured 42 meters in length and was designed to accommodate 200 individuals, a remarkably seasoned 3-masted sailing vessel. Though Avon was soon to join the Navy, this would be his first experience aboard a true ocean-going ship. Previous excursions on small skiffs and fishing boats paled in comparison. After stowing his belongings, Avon could not resist returning to the deck to explore the magnificent vessel. Recognizing the passenger's unique status, even the most diligent crew members paid him no mind, standing in a corner that did not impede the sailor's duties. Avon gazed in awe at the grand sails. The 3 masts, fore, main, and aft, towered above him, particularly the main mast, which almost reached the height of a 4-story building, leaving him dizzy as he looked up from the deck. The 4 sections of white sail, comprising the mainsail, topsail, upper topsail, and royal sail, filled with wind, began to provide an unceasing source of power for the ship. The The bearded sailmaster, directing his crew and fine-tuning the sails, sought to maximize the vessel's stability while ensuring speed. Although Avon had been exposed to related knowledge from a young age, witnessing it all in person evoked a profound admiration within him. The sailmaster cast several curious glances at this inquisitive passenger, unable to fathom his circumstances. Steadily, Avon maintained his balance on the pitching deck with a poise that rivaled even the seasoned sailors, as if he had lived on the sea all his life. Yet, his fascination with every aspect of the ship, from a plank to a rope, even the tackle on the mast, suggested a novice's intrigue. Recalling the captain's explicit instructions, the sailmaster commanded his crew to tend to the sails and approached Avon, who was engrossed in observation. "Sir, do you have an interest in sailing?" he inquired. Yes. As I am heading to Gabred to join the Navy, I wish to familiarize myself with life aboard a ship. Am I disturbing you?" Avon hesitated but felt no need to conceal his purpose. "Not at all. In fact, if you are interested, I would be pleased to introduce you to this splendid vessel beneath our feet." The sailmaster's unexpected amiability prompted Avon's acceptance. He was acutely aware that his privileged status stemmed solely from Lord A's influence. Little did he know, however, that a portion of the ship's ownership rested with the nobleman himself. After loading cargo in Leopold, the Huanghu would proceed to Gabred to fill its holds before joining the larger fleet on its voyage to the New World. Our Huanghu has just completed 4 years since its launch, and it is in its prime condition. Their engaging conversation continued for half an hour, during which Avon's analytical perspective allowed him to construct a comprehensive model of the Huanghu, surpassing even many seasoned sailors aboard. Most surprising to Avon was the revelation that the Huanghu was not merely an ordinary cargo ship, but an armed merchant vessel. According to the sailmaster, the ship's hull had undergone special modifications, rendering the cannon ports virtually undetectable from the outside. However, once the concealed hatches were opened, the ship would reveal its formidable nature, ready to retaliate against any marauding pirates. Avon nodded along, outwardly receptive, yet internally skeptical of such claims. The notion of pirate defense seemed more like a guise to approach other merchant ships before revealing its true purpose as a vessel of plunder. Still, given the prevalence of privateering on the high seas, as long as one possessed the proper permits and targeted only enemy vessels, it was deemed acceptable. Avon was not foolish enough to expose such suspicions openly. When Captain Joseph cordially invited Avon to join him for lunch, he discovered that he was the sole passenger aboard the ship. Through subtle inquiries, he learned that Lord Indra was indeed one of the ship's shareholders, and under his auspices, the Huanghu had arranged a private cabin for him. Avon could not help but admire the old man's cunning. He suspected that what he had witnessed was merely the tip of the iceberg, for the nobleman was undoubtedly a shrewd fox. As they remained close to the shore and the provisions were plentiful, lunch was a lavish affair. Unfortunately, today was not to be Avon's lucky day, for he was destined to miss this meal. Just as he took a sip of the rich soup served by a sailor, a resounding alarm echoed throughout the ship. It was a warning from the lookout on the main mast who had spotted a potential threat. In the emptiness of the established trade route, this signal typically indicated one thing: pirates. Calmly dabbing his mouth with a napkin, the red-faced, curly-haired gentleman opposite him remarked, "Just a minor incident. I shall handle it. Mr. Avon, please remain in this cabin." With that, he grasped the dagger resting on the table and strode purposefully out. Moments later, Avon could hear the authoritative tones of the man directing the crew, their movements rhythmic and purposeful, creating a palpable tension without chaos. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of cannon fire soon erupted, though none struck the Huanghu. Still, the nearby waters erupted in a massive spray, splattering onto the deck and heightening the atmosphere of suspense. "Pirates are here. Non-combatants, return to the cabin. Combatants, take your positions. Anyone daring to target the Huanghu shall face my wrath." Captain Joseph's composed voice provided immense encouragement to the crew. Peering through the porthole, Avon spotted a single-masted vessel with black sails adorned with a blood-red anchor speeding toward them. As it sailed, the ship adjusted its course, aligning 10 cannons on its broadside, preparing to fire upon the seemingly laden merchant ship. In the era of sailing ships and cannon battles, the probability of sinking an enemy vessel directly with cannon fire was quite low. Ultimately, boarding and capturing the opponent's ship was the preferred method of piracy. For sinking a merchant vessel yielded no benefit to the pirates at all. Why engage in such fruitless endeavors? As the blood anchor pirates sailed almost parallel to the Yellow Heron, the majority of the cannon ports on the side of the Yellow Heron remained closed. with only a scant few cannons firing intermittently to intimidate the merchant vessel. Clearly, the Yellow Heron's disguise had successfully deceived the pirates, leaving them utterly oblivious to the concealed threat within what appeared to be an ordinary merchant ship. Zack, the captain of the Blood Anchor, lowered his single-tube telescope. Although he sensed that the number of sailors aboard the opposing ship slightly exceeded his own, he deemed it merely a minor inconvenience. With the formidable prowess of his pirate crew, even facing two ordinary merchant sailors would result in a swift and decisive victory. Drawing a talisman from around his neck, fashioned from interwoven black wings, Zack silently prayed, "May the god of black wings grant us protection." Chapter 14. The Blood Anchor Pirates, the god of the black wings. Known as the god of plunder and the god of atrocity, while not a character of virtuous repute, is nonetheless recognized as one of the 7 true deities by the official domains of the continent. He serves as the guardian of pirates and marauders, presiding over acts of unjust warfare, pillaging, and thievery. Although there are scarcely any legitimate sanctuaries within the civilized world, a profound faith in him thrives among pirates, brigands, thieves, and the warlords of diminutive nations. This cult is populated by myriad dangerous individuals who cannot find refuge in the civilized realm: murderous criminals, infamous fugitives, assassins, and notorious pirates, among others. Perhaps as a mockery of the civilized world, this nefarious Blackwing cult has amassed a power that far exceeds the capabilities of mere small nations. Though Blood Anchor Zack is but an ordinary devotee, he still draws spiritual encouragement from the god of the Black Wings, though it is indeed only of a spiritual nature. As he observes the two ships drawing ever closer, brimming with confidence to lead his crew in a decisive takeover to rid themselves of their recent misfortunes, he is suddenly confronted with the sight of the opposing ship's unmarked broadside lowering its barriers to reveal 12 eager cannon ports. Boom, boom, boom. The opposing vessel opens fire without hesitation, catching the pirates completely off guard. Cannonballs strike the unprotected deck, carving a path of destruction. As Zack desperately evades, he shouts, "Return fire! Return fire! Take them down!" His frantic roars unleash the pent-up fury within him. Even as he realizes that he may have inadvertently encountered a formidable foe, Zack understands that he has no choice left. Should he fail to lead this band of increasingly ravenous rogues to victory, being marooned on a desolate island by his own crew would be the best outcome he could hope for. The pirate ship retaliates while swiftly closing in on the Yellow Crane. Zack feels a glimmer of hope. Approaching from the windward side offers an advantage, whether in cannon fire or close combat. Whoosh! A solid cannonball flies past, severing the head of a nearby pirate captain. Unflinching, Zack bellows with a fierce visage, "Follow me. Board. Take the ship." Bang! The two vessels collide, secured tightly by grappling hooks thrown by the pirates. Impatient, some pirates leap onto the Yellow Crane even before the gangplank is lowered. Howls of triumph echo as they charge across. Bang! Bang! A volley of gunfire greets the rushing pirates. Some fall into the sea, shot down, while many others, relying on their sheer numbers, withstand the gunfire and successfully board the Yellow Crane. As more pirates swarm the merchant vessel, a brutal melee ensues. In the ship's cabin, witnessing his first pirate raid, Ivan reflects on his connection with the Blood Anchor. During his time with Leopold, he had delivered a dozen or so heads. Today, he thought to offer another gift. Armed with the exquisite half-sword gifted by Lord Nabry and a short gun seized from the notorious Billy the Bear, Ivan pushes open the cabin door and steps outside. In a battlefield where flesh and blood are flung about, who dares to claim victory without extraordinary prowess? Captain Joseph, initially brimming with confidence, finds himself relying solely on the skilled coordination of his crew to minimize casualties amid the clash with the pirates. Ultimately, the outcome hinges on the raw strength of both sides. The sole consolation is that the merchant crew outnumbers the pirates nearly 2-1. Yet, faced with the bloodthirsty ferocity of the pirates, the situation remains dire. With a flash of his blade, Ivan wields his half-sword, typically requiring both hands, effortlessly with one hand, extending his range to swiftly behead an unsuspecting pirate. Those in the know understand that if one is quicker than their opponent under similar experience and skill, their martial prowess is vastly superior, hence the adage, in martial arts, speed conquers all. How fast is Ivan, who operates at the limits of human capability? Only the pirates falling beneath his blade can truly comprehend. During his time with Leopold, Ivan spent most of his efforts hunting down scattered pirates throughout the commercial district. with engagements brief. Yet this time, all are crammed upon the Yellow Crane's deck, scarcely 40 meters long. No need for Ivan to seek them out. The pirates are everywhere. The situation aboard the Yellow Crane is not looking promising. Even with a numerical advantage of 2-1, they are being overwhelmed by the pirates. The frenzied, reckless pirates possess a combat prowess that cannot be matched by the lawful denizens of the civilized world. During combat, they spare no effort. Ordinary folk find themselves timid, able to muster only half their full strength. Moreover, it is evident that among the boarding pirates, 2 skilled warriors are ruthlessly eliminating the core resistance of the crew, while the Yellow Crane has no capable figures to counter them. In a world of the extraordinary, personal factors are magnified. A mere 1 or 2 skilled combatants can dramatically sway the tide of a small skirmish. This is the fundamental reason for the merchant crew's persistent retreat. Captain Joseph, despite his commendable command abilities and military demeanor, is regrettably devoid of competent personnel. In the intricately complex terrain of a sailing ship, the skilled cannot be overwhelmed by sheer numbers of ordinary men. No level of command can halt the enemy's advance. After observing for a time, Ivan resolves to launch a surprise attack to eliminate one of the skilled adversaries, hoping to ensnare the other, thus granting the Yellow Crane a fighting chance. The brown-skinned pirate, Curlew, with his braided hair, weaves across the deck wielding a curved blade. He engages any opponent exhibiting notable resistance, disrupting their formations to create opportunities for his allies or directly eliminating their leaders to reduce losses. As the first mate aboard the Blood Anchor, Curlew is one of the only 2 aboard who has mastered an extraordinary path, possessing an inflated sense of self-worth. Were it not for the presence of that artifact in Captain Blood Anchor's possession, Curlew would not consider him a worthy opponent, let alone the brutish Billy the Bear under his command. Hence, when Blood Anchor Zach's efforts to plunder are thwarted, resulting in substantial losses for the Blood Anchor, Curlew eagerly steps forward to challenge Zach, seeking to seize greater power aboard the vessel. The outcome is favorable. Many crew members secretly gravitate towards him. If he can seize this merchant ship first, rallying a faction of crew members to his cause will be simple, leaving that single-masted dinghy for Zach, whom he deems a fool. Yet, he would never admit that deep down, he harbors no desire to confront the one who joined the Blackwing cult with him and received the legacy of the scythe technique from Ceci. Immersed in his own delusions of grandeur, this instinctual killer remains blissfully unaware of the grim specter steadily approaching him. Display data: name, unknown level, apprentice knight gender, male identity, first mate of the Blood Anchor attributes, constitution 0, 6, strength 0, 68, agility 0, 7. Intelligence, unknown skills, unknown scimitar technique, expert, PS. High probability of mastery over breathing techniques. Ivan is oblivious to the name and skill of this opponent, and thus the data remains undisclosed. However, the other statistics are alarmingly detailed. Indeed, not all individuals of such caliber are endowed with exceptional talent. My limited understanding of the scimitar technique only reveals that this foe is agile. After observing silently for a while and grasping the general data of his adversary, Ivan formulates a plan. Although there remains a gap between their abilities, Curlew's physical attributes have already surpassed those of Billy the Bear. It is evident that one cannot remain confined to a narrow perspective. Should he possess any hidden lethal techniques, I am not without the potential for defeat. First, I must incapacitate his speed. The curved blade sent the robust crewman's cutlass flying, and just as Kulu was about to deliver a fatal blow, a sudden chill gripped his back. Without a moment's hesitation, he rolled away. Bang! The evasive maneuver of the pirate first mate Kulu proved futile against Avon, who had meticulously observed and predicted his behavioral patterns. A lead bullet, aimed deliberately at his torso for optimal accuracy, instead tore through his thigh, instantly unleashing a torrent of blood. Chapter 15. The ultimate secret. Retracting his firearm, which had expended its ammunition, Avon brandished his longsword and surged forward, the blade inverted, striking like a silver bolt towards Klula's neck. Clang! Maintaining his rolling posture on the ground, Klulu barely managed to parry the lethal blow with his curved dagger at the last possible moment. However, the sheer force of the strike sent him hurtling away, rolling until he collided with the ship's wall, finally coming to a halt. Thud! Despite his remarkable physique, the impact left him dizzy and bleeding profusely from his leg. With bloodshot eyes and gritted teeth, Klulu rose slowly, unable to fathom that his dreams of becoming a pirate captain had been shattered in an instant. As he recognized Avon advancing towards him, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Despicable. Yet, he had lost the opportunity to seek retribution on a ship. The importance of combat agility was paramount. Losing mobility equated to losing life. Before him stood Avon, his long sword raised like a pair of fangs. The white sail swordsmanship ready to unfold. Clang, clang. There was no suspense left, merely 3 exchanges later. The ambitious first mate lay fallen upon the vessel he had envisioned commanding, his ambitions dissipating in a pool of blood. It was all over in barely 2 minutes, a bitter irony. Although the forces of the Yellow Crane and Blood Anchor were embroiled in chaos, the moment Clolu fell, both factions sensed the shift. Captain Joseph was elated. Initially, he had regarded this seemingly noble youth with some suspicion due to his association with the Viscount Andrea. But never had he anticipated Avon possessed such valor and prowess. Eliminating an insurmountable foe, the hope for victory aboard the Yellow Crane surged exponentially. Zack of the Blood Anchor felt a tumult of emotions, his expression shifting from one of mirth to a deepening gloom. While it was indeed pleasing to rid himself of a significant threat to his captaincy, the timing was utterly inappropriate. It jeopardized the very foundation of the Blood Anchor. With veins throbbing on his forehead, he muttered through clenched teeth, "Damn it, where did this meddler come from?" Observing the morale of his sailors soaring, Zack could no longer afford the reckless aggression he had previously displayed. Instead, he adapted his tactics, maneuvering skillfully between the deck and the masts, wielding his dagger to fend off the assaults from several skilled crew members, outnumbered and now facing a critical loss in combat strength. Even if they managed to seize the merchant ship, the casualties would be staggering. Yet, even a pirate as ferocious as he dared not curse the gods for their lack of favor. In the face of overwhelming disadvantage, his ferocity surged. His footwork nimble and swift, yet his strikes grew increasingly brutal and merciless. Kill. Nonetheless, Avon paid little heed to their thoughts, utilizing the brief interlude in battle to reload his firearm. With the deterrent of having dispatched a formidable enemy, no pirate dared to challenge him directly. Within the brief moment Avon spent reloading, the skilled adversaries surrounding Zack were systematically cut down, divided by the complex terrain. Then, with a flourish of his dagger, Zack charged towards Captain Joseph, his intentions clear. Should he eliminate the leader, the crew would be left vulnerable, ripe for the picking. "Captain Joseph, hold on. I'm coming to assist you," Avon shouted, drawing Zack's attention, yet he did not confront him directly. Instead, he began to eliminate pirates nearby, liberating an increasing number of Yellow Crane crew members who followed him like a torrent, steadily advancing towards the bow of the ship. The hierarchy was evident. Zack, the captain of the Blood Anchor, was clearly superior to the first mate. In such dire circumstances, underestimating the threat could prove fatal. And the tides of battle were now favoring Avon. Zack should be the one feeling the pressure. As Zack witnessed the growing number of crew members rallying behind Avon, his initial strategy of division began to unravel. His men, more adept at solitary combat, were now retreating in the face of unprecedented losses. Yet, he found himself unable to penetrate the defenses surrounding the merchant captain, who was shielded by a multitude of armed sailors. Zack realized that if he did not make a decisive move soon, not only would he fail to seize the ship, but he might also lose enough crew to sail the Blood Anchor. At that moment, a pirate suddenly cried out, "I recognize him. He is the noble brat who thwarted the boatswain that night." Indeed, it's him. Others aboard echoed the recognition. The remaining pirates slowly converged around Zack. Some of those who had scaled the walls alongside Black Bear Billy now recalling Avon. "Is it you?" Zack felt a surge of blood rush to his head, his veins threatening to burst. Ever since he had drifted into the waters near Leopold, his luck had deteriorated, beginning with that fateful night of siege. The fall of Black Bear Billy was the final straw, plunging him into chaos, and now, facing the architect of his misfortunes, how could he not feel wrath? The merchant ship could be spared, but this boy must die, unaware of the ire he had provoked within the ranks of the Blood Anchor. Avon's presence in the crowd was striking, drawing Zack's hatred like a moth to flame. As Zack's gaze locked onto Avon's, a mutual recognition sparked, and before Avon could respond, Zack had broken away from the main group of pirates, lunging at him with the ferocity of a lion. Die! Clang! The clash of steel came as a shock to all present. Avon stood firm, while Zack, the aggressor, stumbled back 3 paces. Both factions were astonished. And even Avon himself was perplexed. As the pirate captain, he should have been the strongest. Why did he feel weaker than the first mate he had just slain? In that moment, Avon had the opportunity to scrutinize his opponent closely. Clad in tight trousers and a double-breasted jacket, complemented by a crimson cloak, Zack was clearly attempting to mimic noble attire. Yet, his pale complexion and emaciated frame betrayed any semblance of strength. Was it a ruse? Avon hesitated. Inexperienced in combat against pirates, inadvertently granting Zack an opening. Amidst the gasps from the surrounding pirates, Zack retrieved a small metallic vial from his waist, uncorked it, and drained the blood-red liquid within. It was divine blood. Long live the captain. Boy, you're finished, ha ha ha. The pirates of the Blood Anchor recognized the substance, cheering while slowly retreating from their captain. Before their eyes, Zack's aura shifted dramatically. His frail body swelled with newfound strength, his pallor transformed to a vivid crimson, and an eerie, serpentine mist of blood-red energy writhed around him, exuding a sinister presence. Gaha! Feel the power of the divine. Before his words faded, Zack lunged at Avon, his blade sweeping with a speed nearly double his former pace. Clang! With both hands gripping his sword, Avon blocked the incoming strike, though he was slightly pushed back. Shocked, he realized that a mere vial of unknown potion had granted Zack the strength of a peak apprentice knight. So, this was his trump card against the first mate? Instinctively, Avon considered retreating, planning to gather data on his opponent before engaging further. Yet, a fierce spirit within him compelled him to stand his ground. Since unlocking the data visualization, he had become accustomed to gathering detailed information on his adversaries before executing a well-thought-out plan. This volume, too, holds little of significance. Previously, both Black Bear Billy and first mate Krulu were effortlessly slain by Avon, who possessed precise intelligence. However, as a knight, one can never assume the role of a hunter like a mere predator, for on the intricately woven battlefield, one can never indulge in the illusion of maintaining absolute control over the situation, nor can one expect the enemy to remain perpetually weaker. Beyond the necessity of anticipating the enemy's moves, a knight must embody an unyielding spirit of perseverance and the audacity to advance boldly in the face of formidable foes. Thus, Avon resolved not to retreat. His breathing subtly transformed, as if a gentle breeze of power surged from every part of his being. The long sword in his hand hung slightly lower, for Avon had quietly entered a new state of being. The White Sail Swordsmanship's secret transmission, essence, sword-style floating boat. With a swift motion, as if stepping upon a small boat afloat on water, his form shifted like flowing clouds and rushing water. In an instant, he unleashed 3 strikes, the gleaming sword shadows emitting a piercing resonance as they targeted Zack's head, chest, and abdomen. This epitomizes the true essence of swordsmanship attained after mastering the White Sail Swordsmanship. Different schools may refer to it by various names. Sword style, secret transmission swordsmanship, and essence are among them. Floating boat emphasizes the idea of a person as a vessel, the enemy as a tumultuous wave, navigating freely and maintaining equilibrium without faltering. This principle forms the foundation of a series of advanced techniques within the White Sail Swordsmanship, embodying the quintessence that Avon has grasped after 2 years of dedicated training to reach a level of mastery. Chapter 16. The conclusion of the naval battle. A frenzied roar escaped his lips. Faced with the swift 3 swords rushing towards him, Zack, having transformed, abandoned his initial agile style of attack. Ignoring the impending longsword, he charged at Ivan with his curved blade, creating a whirlwind of fury. His approach, reminiscent of a brute force brawler, suggested a reckless desire to drag Ivan down with him. Such an irrational response from an experienced swordsman seemed illogical. Yet Zack executed it with unsettling ease. Clearly, the bizarre potion had granted the Blood Anchor Zack immense strength, but it was not without its adverse effects. The wave of blades surged forward, but Ivan could not afford to engage in a contest of fearlessness. He swiftly withdrew his sword and, like a small vessel gliding on the crest of a wave, maneuvered away with apparent ease despite the peril that loomed. Both combatants, physical specimens beyond the ordinary, found the limited space of the deck no longer a constraint. They danced about like agile monkeys, chasing and striking with fervor. With a swift motion, after a brief clash, the two leapt onto the horizontal spar of the main mast, clashing amidst a cacophony of metal, as if battling on a precarious tightrope, truly a meeting of formidable foes. For an ordinary person, not only would fighting be nearly impossible on such a narrow surface, but merely standing still would be a challenge due to the ship's swaying motions on the tumultuous sea. Yet, Ivan had deliberately chosen this battleground, ensuring it favored him. Although the thick horizontal spar could support at least 20 men, Zach's increased strength came at the cost of diminished agility and reaction time, perfectly limiting his movements on the narrow footing. In stark contrast, for Ivan, a master of the white sail sword technique and adept at naval combat, this setting was tailor-made for him, as if he were a fish in water. His mastery of the white sail technique not only allowed him to wield the OE, but also endowed him with an extraordinary sense of balance. The upper and lower levels of the main mast transformed into Ivan's stage, where his nimble figure flitted about, attacking from unexpected angles. In a mere moment, the once formidable blood anchor Zach was left battered and bleeding. Yet Zach seemed impervious to pain, despite being riddled with sword wounds. His expression remained unchanged as he continued to taunt. Ha ha ha. Are you just tickling me, boy? Don't run. Come here and let Uncle Zach twist off your head. In response, Ivan unleashed an even more ferocious flurry of sword strikes, preferring to silence his opponent with steel rather than words. The unique terrain rendered Zach a cumbersome target, allowing Ivan to fully unleash his martial prowess. Despite being at an overwhelming disadvantage, Zach's obsession fixated on Ivan, showing no intent to abandon the main mast for a more favorable battlefield. Instead, he climbed the rigging, relentlessly pursuing Ivan upward. Perhaps in his simple mind, he believed that capturing Ivan once would swiftly lead to his demise. Zach chased Ivan to the highest point of the main mast, where the sails billowed. Positioned at least 6 stories above the deck, his gaze was solely fixed on Ivan, blind to the cries for help from the pirates below. "Captain, save me," echoed amidst the chaos. Indeed, Captain Joseph, though not particularly formidable, proved himself competent as a leader. After Ivan distracted the obviously dazed Zach, he began to rally his crew, directing them to surround the remaining pirates with overwhelming numbers. Had he not been thrown into disarray by the 2 formidable foes at the outset, his command would not have led to such dire straits. If it were not for Ivan's intervention, the battle might have already concluded, with him as the vanquished. Now seizing the opportunity, how could he not seek retribution for his previous humiliation? The 2 adversaries on the spar locked eyes, poised for their final confrontation. Their garments billowed in the sea breeze, exuding the aura of master duelists, yet the danger was palpable. The ocean's waves could toss an ordinary person standing on the lowest deck, let alone those at the pinnacle of the mainsail, where the swaying was magnified. Even for skilled combatants like Ivan and Zach, a fall from such heights would result in devastating injuries. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, causing Zach's footing to falter, nearly sending him plummeting. He grasped the rigging to steady himself. "Ha ha ha. Are you afraid of heights, blood anchor? If you are, you can climb down. I won't laugh at you," he mocked. "You're courting death." Although a seasoned pirate captain, Zach had never dared to duel atop the mast. Yet he brimmed with confidence in his scimitar skills, convinced that victory was certainly his, even in these precarious circumstances. In mere moments, his wounds began to close, and he might heal completely in a few minutes. With a flourish of his crimson cloak, Zach lunged forward, initiating the clash. Ivan, undeterred, unleashed his swordsmanship with abandon. Disregarding any hidden trump cards Zach might possess, he simply craved an exhilarating battle. As blades clashed, the 2, evenly matched in physical prowess, found that a swift victory was unlikely. Ivan noted the peculiarities of Zach's wounds, which seemed to heal rapidly. However, within this unique arena, Ivan maintained the upper hand, refusing to grant Zach the luxury of recuperation. The fierce struggle continued for 2 more minutes, and as the cacophony of battle cries below began to wane, Ivan, slightly breathless, assessed their precarious position on the spar. Within himself, he concluded, the outcome was already determined. Without hesitation, he surged forward, executing a piercing thrust that forced Zach to defend. Unexpectedly, rather than gracefully shifting tactics as before, Ivan pressed down with his sword, forcefully colliding with Zach's curved blade. Suddenly losing his footing, blood anchor Zach realized he had unwittingly been driven to the edge of the spar, with the hard deck 20 meters below. "No," he cried out, glancing down at the impending fall. Ivan silently murmured an apology. "I'm sorry, but I resorted to tactics beyond pure swordsmanship." Yet, in the heat of battle, the sword in hand is an extension of one's martial skill. The footwork is part of that skill, and the intellect guiding the fight is equally essential. Who can claim that gravity itself is not a form of combat? With a resounding crash, Zach plummeted onto the deck, the sound reverberating through the ship, startling the crew who had just witnessed the conclusion of the battle. The once indomitable blood anchor lay sprawled, a grotesque image of a crushed tomato, limbs contorted and blood gushing forth. Without question, the victor was Ivan. As Zach fell, He followed suit, gracefully descending aided by the rigging. With each step echoing on the silent deck, Ivan drew the awed gazes of all aboard the Yellow Heron. From bow to stern, every member stood at attention, saluting Ivan, who accepted their reverence with calm composure. This era is far removed from the humble gentleman of yore. As the foremost contributor to this battle, I am undoubtedly deserving of the corresponding honors and spoils. At this moment, Blood Anchor Zack, bloodied and broken, struggled to rise despite the numerous fractures in his bones. Slowly, I approached within 3 paces of him, locking eyes with his vengeful, frenzied gaze. I remained silent, contemplating, before stepping back 2 paces, drawing my short pistol from my waist. In the midst of Zack's final panic and malice, I sent a searing lead bullet into his brow. With a resounding thud, as he fell, a dense, sanguine mist erupted from his body, swiftly enveloping a 3-meter radius of the deck. Under the shroud of this blood fog, swords, ropes, and planks emitted a hissing sound of corrosion. Ah, it's witchcraft. Don't come near, run. The crew members, witnessing the scene, recoiled in terror, their awe for me deepening as they regarded the now distant figure. Little did they know that I too was silently wiping the cold sweat from my brow. Inwardly grateful for the wisdom imparted by old Master Leo, even when one has the upper hand on the battlefield. One must learn to bide their time and be wary of a counterstrike when delivering the final blow. As the sea breeze dispersed the blood mist, the sight of Zack's withered, hunched corpse left the onlookers feeling nauseated. Was this pitiful figure truly the formidable Blood Anchor Zack who had once seemed invincible? I surmised that this wretch had somehow acquired a mysterious potion that could unlock latent human potential and bestow an uncanny self-healing ability. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that such stimulants could not be overused. His previously pallid and emaciated form was undoubtedly linked to this potion, and the brutal manner in which he bid farewell to this world was utterly sinister. "Mr. Evan, are you unharmed?" Captain Joseph, tall and imposing, approached me with an air of utmost respect, devoid of any captainly pretensions. "I am fine." As I relaxed, I suddenly realized that I too bore wounds. There were painful scratches beneath my ribs and on my left arm, stinging against the sweat-soaked fabric. "I have healing ointment. I can tend to it myself." "Captain Joseph, you need not concern yourself with me. Your responsibilities are plentiful." Following my gaze, he observed the chaotic scene aboard the Yellow Heron and the drifting black sail Blood Anchor, now unattended. Thus, he refrained from insisting on attending to my injuries, instead urging me to retire to my quarters for rest. Subsequently, Captain Joseph issued commands. The crew members of the Yellow Heron diligently performed their respective duties, collecting the bodies of fallen comrades, clearing the deck, repairing the ship, and dispatching teams to the Blood Anchor to tally the spoils, all in a busy yet orderly fashion. At this moment, the sun had begun to descend, casting long shadows of the 2 vessels upon the sea, drawing the curtain on this maritime battle. Chapter 17, Enlistment Gabred Port. The 3rd largest military harbor on the western coast of the Kingdom of Falerthis, faces the boundless Black Sea and stands as one of the most significant bastions of the age of exploration that commenced 2 centuries ago. In addition to being the base for the kingdom's 3rd fleet, it serves as a vital hub for commerce, bustling with a large population. The substantial revenue accrued from maritime trade has, in fact, subsidized a considerable portion of the fleet's military expenditures. For the kingdom, the strategic geographical location and economic military influence of this port are of paramount importance. In the afternoon, Captain Shelley led his small team in routine duty at the lookout tower of the port. The sun shone brightly, and the sea was relatively calm. Yet Captain Shelley's spirits were far from buoyant. "My goddess Judy," he lamented. "It was a perfect day for fishing, yet here he was, tethered to his post. How delightful it would have been to invite Judy out for a day of angling under the sun, savoring a splendid afternoon." As he indulged in his daydreams, he listlessly scanned the distant sea with his telescope. The azure expanse, the white clouds, the monotonous scenery, and a single, merchant ship. Unremarkable. Wait, what was that? Another vessel behind it, with black sails. Pirates. Hailing from a privileged background and having seldom boarded a warship, Captain Shelley was taken aback, nearly springing to his feet in alarm. The resonant clang of warning bells echoed across the water, stirring chaos in the port. In the history of Gabred, no pirate had ever dared to challenge this harbor, and for the first time, the alarm of a pirate attack reverberated through the air. The afternoon following the conclusion of the battle with the Blood Anchor, delayed by half a day, as the Yellow Heron and Blood Anchor approached the port in tandem. Captain Joseph never anticipated such a grand reception. Accompanied by 2 double-decked battleships, each boasting 64 cannons, the Yellow Heron and Blood Anchor slowly made their way to the docks. "Oh, divine one, those are 2 fourth-rate battleships," he mused. Had it not been for the prior signal indicating their identity, the Navy personnel aboard might have harbored doubts, perhaps leading to a disaster at sea. As the merchant vessel docked, the captain wasted no time. With a nimbleness rivaling that of the youth, he rushed down from the Yellow Heron to clarify matters with the naval officers, thus dispelling the rookie captain's erroneous alarm. Subsequently, the bodies of the pirates were hoisted from the Blood Anchor, and the heroic deeds of the Yellow Heron swiftly spread like wildfire throughout the port, causing a tremendous uproar in Gabred. It is worth noting that even when naval vessels patrol the sea routes, encounters with pirates typically result in attempts to drive them away. Rarely does a situation arise where multiple warships can encircle and sink the enemy. To completely annihilate a pirate crew in a boarding action and seize their ship intact is an exceedingly rare occurrence. After all, while pirate vessels may lack in many respects, they excel in speed. When faced with a warship, they often turn to flee, making pursuit for the sake of maritime safety a daunting task. Though fortunate, the fact that a merchant ship could turn the tables on its assailants and capture their vessel would provide the captain with ample tales to boast for a lifetime. Should he attend a gathering of the elite, many noble ladies might wish to hear his tales of valor, potentially granting him the opportunity for a private rendezvous. Who knows? A delightful romantic encounter might even blossom from such conversations. As Captain Joseph and the crew of the Yellow Heron reveled in the enthusiastic cheers of the people of Gabred, Avon discreetly disembarked with a share of the spoils, coins from various nations valued at 200 golden lions. Although he wished to avoid drawing too much attention before officially joining the Navy, the magnitude of this event was difficult to conceal. His name had already begun to circulate among certain high-ranking officials within the fleet, piquing their interest. Regarding the spoils, various nations had enacted legislation stating that all treasures obtained in the fight against piracy on the high seas belonged to the individual, exempt from state confiscation. Therefore, the subsequent handling of the Blood Anchor, a swift single-masted ship, along with the yet-to-be-determined bounty on the pirates, remained a source of anticipation for Avon. As for whether Captain Joseph would keep a portion of the golden lions for himself, Avon held no concern. This was a world of the extraordinary, where the dynamics between individuals and organizations were not strictly hierarchical. Perhaps, in Captain Joseph's mind, Avon was the more formidable party. Upon disembarking, Avon did not dawdle, but instead focused on his objective. While inquiring about the address of the enlistment office at the dock, Avon received warm directions from the locals, who not only pointed him to the office but also elaborated on the entire enlistment process. Grateful for the assistance, Avon traversed numerous streets before finally arriving at a somewhat dilapidated courtyard, its peeling walls suggesting it was indeed the enlistment office for the 3rd Fleet of the Kingdom's Navy. Pondering the apparent poverty of the naval establishment, Avon turned to ask a sturdy man, whose sun-kissed skin and towering stature made him resemble a human fortress. "Excuse me, is this the Naval Enlistment Office?" I haven't entered yet, but the sign does indicate this place," the man replied, a hint of bashfulness in his smile. "Are you here to enlist as well?" "Yes, I am. I'm Gary Furman, hoping to join the Navy. And you?" "Hello, I'm Ivor Gallette, pleased to meet you." The robust man vigorously shook Avon's outstretched hand. After releasing his grip, he suddenly appeared anxious, gazing at Avon with concern. "I'm sorry, I got carried away and forgot. Is your hand all right?" Avon opened his clean, unblemished right hand, showing no signs of injury. Yet, a notification popped up in his visual interface. Name, Gary Furman. Gender, male. Status, naval recruit. Attributes, Constitution 0. 7 Strength 0. 65 Agility. Unknown intelligence. Unknown skills. Unknown. The data regarding his constitution and strength resembled that of a squire who had undergone years of rigorous knightly training. Avon realized he was yet another individual endowed with innate strength, even more so than his first opponent, the formidable Billy the Bear. Observing how Gary struggled to control his own strength, Avon discerned that this man's power was undoubtedly a natural gift, unlike his own, which was the result of systematic training and gradual accumulation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be worried about injuring someone simply by shaking hands. Indeed, it seemed prudent to explore the world beyond. Avon mused, having departed from the modest locale of Leopold merely days ago. He had encountered so many formidable individuals. The days ahead promised to be filled with excitement. "My hand is perfectly fine. No need to worry. I'm quite strong myself. However, do be cautious in the future." Others might not fare so well. Avon chuckled, observing the peculiar side of the towering, muscular man blushing, a rarity indeed. I will be careful, Gary replied, scratching the back of his head, his voice barely above a whisper, clearly lacking confidence. Let us go then. Since we've arrived at the entrance, let us step inside. Avon led the way into the courtyard, traversing the long corridor flanked by shrubs that led deeper into the yard. Moments later, Avon sat upright on the wooden chair, facing a stern young major clad in military attire, who swiftly inscribed something on the paper before him. Name: Ivor Gallette. Age: 15 years. He cast a fleeting glance at the officer, remaining silent as the latter continued filling out the form. Hometown: Leopold. Any special skills? Proficient in fencing. Possesses knowledge of navigation and pharmacology. The officer donned an expression of understanding, concluding the inquiry and inscribing his own name at the bottom of the form, neglecting to ask Avon the obvious question of whether he could read, instead prompting him to inscribe his own name as well. Now, present your belongings. What? Oh. Although he was uncertain how this officer had knowledge of such matters, he dutifully retrieved the so-called letter of introduction, recalling the instructions given by Viscount Andrea before his departure. Noticing Avon's bewilderment, the officer shot him a disdainful look. Are you not aware of the stark contrast between you noble youths and ordinary young men, both in appearance and demeanor? You constantly aspire to masquerade as commoners, striving to forge your own path without relying on your family's influence. Yet do you not realize the myriad complications this causes in our work? Chapter 18. New recruit training. Although his demeanor was rather indifferent, Major Eugene did not make things difficult for Ivan. Upon receiving the letter, he merely glanced at the wax seal affixed to it, refraining from breaking it open, and instead scribbled a few words on it before placing it in the drawer to his right. With his keen eyesight, Ivan caught a glimpse of several similar letters within. All unopened, it became evident to him that he was not the only new recruit in a comparable situation. Taking a seal, he marked Ivan's form and placed it atop a modest stack of documents on the table, which bore the same insignia as his own. This, he deduced, was the purpose of the introduction letter. Very well, I am your instructor for the next 3 months of new recruit training. You may address me as instructor or Major Eugene. Remember to report here for your physical fitness test tomorrow, though it may seem like a waste of time to you. We must adhere to the basic protocols. Now, please call in the next recruit. Yes, Major Eugene. Ivan responded, adapting swiftly. He rose and executed a military salute before exiting the room. Standing in the courtyard, awaiting Gary's emergence, Ivan mused that no matter where one found oneself, connections were indispensable. Even in another world. From the moment they exited the recruitment office, the new naval recruits had already been stratified into various tiers. It was clear that Major Eugene had misconstrued his identity due to the letter, yet Ivan was astute enough not to correct the misconception, particularly since he had recently averted a significant disaster aboard the Huanghu vessel, sparing the elderly owner considerable loss of both assets and personnel. Thus, he felt justified in his receipt of the introduction letter. Given the current shortage of personnel in the Navy, recruitment was conducted year-round on a non-fixed-term basis, initiating training processes once a sufficient number of applicants had registered. Ivan and Gary were fortunate to be at the tail end of this batch. The next day, the physical fitness test posed no challenge for Ivan, and both he and Gary passed with flying colors, officially becoming proud members of the Third Fleet. What awaited these new recruits was a 3-month preparatory training period before boarding the ship. This was to ensure that novices like them had a foundational understanding, preventing them from causing chaos or even endangering their lives once at sea. After enduring the trials of battle, those who survived would essentially qualify as competent naval soldiers. Ivan was unaware of how the higher-ups in the Navy organized matters. However, through the complaints of the testing staff, he learned an intriguing tidbit that elucidated the dismal state of the recruitment office. It was all attributed to the efforts of Major General Snyder, the head of base logistics. Coming from a merchant family, Major General Snyder was not only a capable quartermaster, but also a successful businessman. He was accustomed to marking up prices and leveraging the Navy's unique position, transforming them into profits far exceeding their original value, including the once grand recruitment office that had provided the Navy with a semblance of prestige. His philosophy was simple. When we profit, the buyer is our god. When we spend, we become the gods of others. Consequently, the recruitment office, which could only spend without earning, had devolved into a mere outpost for a merchant consortium, yielding substantial rental returns each year. This straightforward, pragmatic mindset propelled the rapid development of Gabried, and brought considerable military funding to the Third Fleet, earning him the reputation of a true deity of wealth in everyone's eyes. The staff at the recruitment office could only grumble, knowing that despite their poor working conditions, they dared not voice their grievances. Ivan found Major Snyder to be quite an astute individual. He understood well that the allure of joining the Navy for young men was never the opulent naval base, but rather the bright future that awaited them as sailors or even officers. Instead, he capitalized on the sense of security that a naval port offered to merchants, fully utilizing the prime real estate to generate profits for the Navy. The income garnered from this endeavor was then used to enhance the benefits and welfare of the military, ensuring that funds were spent wisely. Ivan had a premonition that he would inevitably cross paths with this quartermaster in the future. On the training grounds, the current batch of naval recruits sat in a circle on the ground. With a loud crack, the wooden swords used for training clashed as two combatants leaped back, swiftly springing into action once more. It was evident that the physical abilities of these two were far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Their movements, accompanied by the rapid strikes of their wooden swords, surpassed the reaction times of common folk. Although they wielded nothing but training swords, the piercing shrieks they produced suggested that any contact with flesh would be no less injurious than a true blade. Yet, the two combatants remained unfazed, clearly brimming with confidence in their swordsmanship. "Enough! Halt the combat!" commanded Major Eugene, who stood amidst a cloud of dust, revealing two figures clad in naval training attire. One was Major Eugene himself, while the other was the distinguished recruit, Ivan, selected to act as his sparring partner. Paying no mind to Ivan's breathless state, as he was on the verge of exhaustion, Major Eugene had long since discerned the essence of this young man over the course of a month. Ivan was diligent, hardworking, and possessed unwavering determination and perseverance, qualities that set him apart from many privileged scions he had encountered. Yet, the singular trait he shared with those individuals was the notion that one must toil for gain. Initially, when Major Eugene had offered to teach him the unique military swordsmanship of the Navy, Ivan had been a model of diligence and compliance, eagerly seeking out instruction. However, after mastering the basics within a week, coaxing him back for demonstrations as a sparring partner became a challenge. He would often present himself in a lethargic manner, complaining that sparring sessions interfered with his own training and pursuit of nautical skills. Nonetheless, it mattered not. As a formal knight, Major Eugene knew Ivan could not best him, and thus he must abide by his directives. After firmly establishing his authority, training resumed as usual. Within a month, the other recruits of notable lineage had gradually departed the training camp, having been preordained to their fates by their forebears, a process Major Eugene did not obstruct. Only Ivan remained, absorbed in the training camp like a sponge soaking up knowledge that others disregarded. If they were not to enlist Ivan as a recruit, who else could they possibly select? While the Navy was indeed a gathering place for talent, for most recruits of common birth, mere literacy posed a significant barrier. The literacy rate in Falerthis had, after years of promotion, reached a modest 20%, meaning only 1 in 5 individuals could read. In other nations where knowledge was less accessible to the lower classes, literacy rates often dwelled in single digits. If Ivan had begun his journey in this era as a commoner, it would have been akin to starting in hell. Handing him a tome of martial arts secrets without a foundational understanding would render him incapable of learning. The stark divide between social classes was ever apparent. Yet in a world imbued with extraordinary powers, this disparity was even more pronounced. Major Eugene's choice was one born of necessity. "Soldiers, I declare that starting tomorrow, Assistant Ivan will replace me in instructing you in the military swordsmanship you have just witnessed." Demonstrated. His words were drowned out by the thunderous cheers from below. Why had these individuals enlisted? Was it truly for the noble cause of combating pirates and defending their homeland? No. It was for the opportunity to rise above their station and attain wealth and status. Indeed, the simple, earnest aspirations of the common folk were rooted in sincerity and authenticity. Any knowledge or skills passed down from the upper echelons were intrinsically tied to one's ability to reverse their fortune and escape the confines of societal strata. They yearned to provide their offspring with the chance to transcend their predetermined fates as farmers, herders, or fishermen. Although Ivan felt somewhat annoyed by Instructor Eugene's unilateral decision, he found himself unable to utter a word of refusal under the gaze of so many eager eyes. Chapter 19. The Art of Swordsmanship at the Break of Dawn. Or rather, in the early hours of the morning, the training grounds were already filled with eager recruits. When Ivan arrived half an hour earlier than usual, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Having never truly experienced the struggle in the mire in 2 lifetimes, he had underestimated their fervent desire for swordsmanship. Or rather, their yearning to change their destinies. In fact, nearly every nation on the continent possessed its own form of military swordsmanship, each with its unique emphasis beyond the shared simplicity and directness. As a maritime powerhouse, Falerthis had tailored its military swordsmanship to suit the characteristics of its users, making it highly suitable for naval combat. The optimal weapon for this swordsmanship was the naval cutlass of the Kingdom of Falerthis, a single-edged, long, straight blade capable of both thrusting and slashing. Even a naval novice could wield considerable lethality after a brief period of training. Therefore, it would be more fitting to refer to it as the Falerthis cutlass technique rather than merely military swordsmanship. Upon his arrival, Ivor, under the watchful eyes of the recruits, distributed wooden training cutlasses and organized them into neat formations, signaling the commencement of their swordsmanship training. At this juncture, no one questioned Ivor's capability to instruct them, despite being a fellow recruit. Although Eugene had contemplated slacking off, he was unwilling to hinder his own progress. Through their public sparring sessions over the previous days, Ivor had not only captivated the recruits with his exceptional skills, but had also made them acutely aware of the vast chasm between their abilities. The lesson began with the fundamentals of sword grip. To Ivor's surprise, this task proved not to be overly challenging or as dull as he had anticipated. The grip must be firm yet not too tight, lest one's arms succumb to fatigue. It was only during slashing and blocking that a tighter grip was necessary. The art of relaxing one's hands after executing a move, known as soft hands, was an essential talent in mastering swordsmanship. This would enhance agility while preventing fatigue and stiffness. As he confirmed that everyone was correctly gripping their swords, Ivor proceeded to elucidate 3 defensive stances in the Falerthis cutlass technique: the high guard, the outside guard, and the inside guard, with a hint of personal bias. He called upon his earliest acquaintance and closest friend, Gary, to assist him in demonstration. "Boss Ivor," Gary exclaimed as he stepped forward, momentarily flustered under the multitude of gazes. Despite his rugged and imposing appearance, Gary was the same age as Ivor, even a month younger. After joining the military alongside Ivor, he had quickly been humbled by Ivor's superior skills, becoming something of a devoted follower. Yet, to others, it appeared as though Gary had merely latched onto a strong ally. Even a simpleton possesses survival wisdom. With this thought, Ivor resolved to help Gary shed his shy demeanor. Reassuring Gary to relax, Ivor began to demonstrate each technique while explaining its intricacies. The high guard is effective against all downward strikes aimed at the body and arms, positioning the sword optimally to defend both head and feet. When the opponent strikes, one merely needs to raise or lower their hands slightly to block the attack. The outside guard is executed with the sword on the right side, while the inside guard is performed with the sword on the left. Although these guards expose one side of the body to the opponent, one cannot expect an enemy to attack only when one is prepared. Thus, mastery of each defensive technique is imperative. Gary, high guard Ivor instructed, demonstrating with rhythmic strikes of wooden swords, ensuring Gary practiced each stance 3 times before pausing. He emphasized that all defensive stances must utilize the strong part of the sword, which is the unsharpened section near the guard, typically referred to as the strong blade, in contrast to the sharpened tip, known as the weak blade. In his previous battle against the formidable Billy, Ivor had employed close-range positioning to disarm his opponent's curved blade using the strong blade. The lesson culminated in discussing offensive techniques, which are both the simplest and the most complex. Thrusting and slashing serve as the foundational techniques, yet they can only be perfected through relentless practice, as there are no shortcuts to mastery. Ivor, however, shared his insights on swordsmanship with the recruits, hoping they would glean some wisdom. He urged them to remember the essence of offensive techniques. During an attack, never allow your front foot to touch the ground before your sword reaches its target, and never let the tip of your sword stray from the optimal path of attack. Only in this manner can you strike faster than your opponent and safeguard your own life. Gripping the sword, attacking, defending, military swordsmanship is refreshingly straightforward without any unnecessary flourishes. Finally, Ivor demonstrated a proper thrust and slash with a single-handed grip, effortlessly slicing through the air, creating a whirlwind. As the sharp whistle echoed, Ivor gracefully descended from the platform. Extraordinary. The recruits marveled at the power emanating from Ivor's not-so-brawny physique. Can we achieve such strength? They pondered, determined to reach that level someday. Unconcerned with the recruits' rising aspirations, Ivor planned to impart these foundational lessons over the next 3 days, allowing them to gradually internalize these techniques during practical training. Subsequently, he would address any gaps in their performance based on their real-world application, even considering utilizing data analytics to provide tailored corrections for each individual. Having once been a mere commoner and now a fallen noble with an empty title, Avon understood the agonies of social stratification. Whether out of compassion or a sense of duty as their appointed instructor, he was willing to offer his utmost assistance. Naturally, gathering data from each recruit to enrich his database was also an essential part of the endeavor. 2 weeks later, when Major Eugene unexpectedly appeared, he was astonished to find that nearly all the recruits had become proficient in the Falerthis cutlass technique. Although, from his knightly perspective, their skills appeared rather rudimentary and stiff, far from practical application, it was undeniably evident that they had established a solid foundation. Eugene found himself perplexed, wondering if this batch of recruits possessed such innate talent, as he had never noticed it before. Upon resuming his role in their training, Eugene soon realized it was merely an illusion. They were still the same wooden-headed individuals. However, this was no longer Avon's concern. Throughout the 2 weeks he had spent as their substitute instructor, Avon experienced a subtle transformation in his attitude, evolving from an initial impatience to a complete immersion in the task at hand. In educating the recruits, he not only garnered their heartfelt gratitude, but also came to understand the profound concept of reciprocal learning. Every individual possessed unique physical attributes, perspectives, and thought processes, necessitating that an educator must thoroughly comprehend their own knowledge to address each student's challenges effectively. In this process, Avon discovered that his understanding of the 2 swordsmanship styles he had mastered, the white sail swordsmanship and military swordsmanship, had progressed remarkably, even resulting in notable improvements in his long-stagnant physical condition. Name: Ivor Gallette. Gender: male. Attributes: Constitution 0, 90, 01, Strength 0, 86, 0, 02, Agility 0, 93, Intelligence 0, 9 skills: white sail swordsmanship, mastery, including accompanying breathing techniques, swordplay, and potions; military swordsmanship, mastery, including accompanying breathing techniques, swordplay, and potions; archery, mastery; grammar, mastery; nautical knowledge, beginner; alchemy, beginner. His constitution has increased by 0, 01, finally reaching 0, 91, while his strength has also risen by 0, 02 to 0, 88. Unlike the arduous breakthrough in white sail swordsmanship, the mastery of military swordsmanship was achieved with relative ease. The military swordsmanship imparted to Avon by Eugene encompasses a complete set of sword techniques, breathing methods, and corresponding potions, which, in principle, can indeed lead one towards the extraordinary realm of transcendent swordsmanship. This can be considered a hidden benefit for the students of the academy. However, upon comparison, Avon discovered that although military swordsmanship is straightforward and easy to learn, it leans more towards the brutalities of battlefield combat, falling short in the critical aspect of transcendent qualitative transformation. Just in terms of the accompanying breathing techniques, the 5 variations of military swordsmanship starkly contrast with the 12 variations of white sail swordsmanship, a disparity that is nothing short of monumental. Furthermore, Eugene has granted Avon the authority to directly teach the sword techniques to new recruits, yet he strictly prohibits the dissemination of the accompanying breathing techniques and potions. This policy from the naval hierarchy, akin to possessing skill without the means to apply it, effectively extinguishes their chances of directly stepping into the extraordinary realm. Chapter 20. Teaching and embarking. To those who already possess, grant them more. To those who lack, impose greater restrictions. This fundamental extraordinary swordsmanship, though not held in high regard by Ivan, was cast aside by those emblematic students who departed early. Yet, it was a skill that new recruits would later need to barter with their lives and accomplishments throughout their service. Indeed, without attaining a certain rank and tenure within the Navy, they would remain oblivious to the existence of the extraordinary world. Ivan recalled Eugene's grave words. This was not merely to uphold the stable rule of the upper class, but also because the world inhabited by humanity was far from the simplistic veneer it presented. Beyond the realm of civilization lurked horrors unimaginable to the common mind. Ignorant seekers of hidden truths could invite chaos and catastrophe. The witch-hunting campaign fervently promoted by various churches was no baseless endeavor. However, even the most stringent regulations had their exceptions. After discreetly obtaining Major Eugene's consent, Ivan summoned Gary privately. "Young lad, I see in you remarkable potential, You are destined to become a martial prodigy, tasked with upholding cosmic justice and peace. I possess a complete edition of military swordsmanship. Ahem, I shall sell it to you at a modest price. There is a saying at sea. No matter how valiant a warrior may be, he cannot maneuver even the smallest of sailboats on his own strength alone. If Ivan aspired to be a lone wolf, it would not be an issue. Yet, this was the grand age of exploration, where reliable companions were indispensable for gaining power or acquiring greater strength. Over nearly 2 months of camaraderie, Ivan believed he had come to understand this towering, robust youth well. Though rugged in appearance, Gary possessed a pure heart. With proper guidance during his nascent years, he could become a formidable ally. Moreover, Ivan held unwavering confidence in his data-driven perception, certain that the insights it provided would not deceive him. On the contrary, if Gary could disguise even the minutiae of his breathing, heartbeat, and pupil dilation under the scrutiny of this analytical vision, such a masterful skill would indeed warrant Ivan's profound respect. For his only little brother, Ivan was willing to invest early, offering him an opportunity. Yet, even Ivan was taken aback by how seamlessly Gary adapted to military swordsmanship. Initially, during practice with the new recruits, his prowess was not immediately evident, merely displaying a slightly fiercer demeanor than others. In fact, during sparring, his inability to control his strength often resulted in him recklessly sending opponents along with their swords flying. Consequently, Gary earned an unflattering nickname among his peers and instructor Eugene, Mountain Boar Warrior. After all, despite his 10 victories in practice, his brutish style was difficult for the recruits, who revered military swordsmanship, to accept. However, when Ivan imparted the complementary breathing techniques of military swordsmanship to Gary, allowing him to harness the extraordinary power within his body, it seemed as though he had discovered the key to mastering his innate strength, leading to rapid improvement. In just a week, Gary's physique transformed from merely robust but clumsy to a more compact and defined form. Rather than appearing frail, he exuded a fierce vitality reminiscent of a jungle predator. The two stood facing each other in a secluded corner, swords in hand, commencing their daily sparring. "Gary, come at me." "Yes, boss." With a fierce swing of his sword, a gust of wind followed Gary's downward strike, which, though a simple maneuver, carried a newfound intensity. Crack! Ivan sidestepped, his wooden sword rebounding against Gary's shoulder, forcing him back a step. Again, crack! He deflected Gary's thrust from the side, the blade gliding to rest beneath his armpit. Again. Only when Gary lay exhausted on the ground, gasping for breath, did Ivan leisurely sheath his sword, reviewing the latest data collected. Name: Gary Furman. Gender: male. Status: Navy recruit. Attributes: Constitution 0, 7 Strength 0, 65 0, 06 Agility 0, for 0, 12 Intelligence 0. For skills: Falerthis Military Swordsmanship Beginner. Includes sword techniques, breathing methods, nautical knowledge. Beginner: Basic military literacy merely by introducing the fundamentals of breathing techniques. Gary's strength rose by 0.06, yielding a total of 0.71, while his speed saw a remarkable leap from 0.4 to 0.52, although still lacking compared to other attributes. He had significantly bridged the gap, surpassing the average adult. The Constitution data remained unchanged, yet this attribute was paramount for a knightly path extraordinary being, underpinning the efficacy of all other attributes, necessitating further diligence on his part. It was akin to a wealthy heir learning to efficiently allocate and manage inherited wealth before contemplating ways to expand it. Gary's situation mirrored this. Through the introduction of breathing techniques, he would experience rapid advancement in the short term. However, to gradually transcend the threshold of the extraordinary, he would need to tread a long and steady path. Enough lying about. Remember your current limits. You have a month to fully unearth the potential of your innate constitution. Understood, boss. As Gary embarked on genuine training, his admiration for Ivan grew profoundly. His constitution, strength, technique, and insight were all overwhelmingly superior. And with the grace of Ivan's teachings, Gary had transformed into Ivan's devoted acolyte. For Gary, the instructor's words might bear hesitation, but Ivan's commands would compel him to leap into the fray without a second thought. Thus, for the ensuing month, amidst various essential training subjects and hours in the library, Ivan frequently took time to impart knowledge to Gary. With imminent embarkation on a ship, Ivan was determined that his newly acquired little brother would not fall victim to pirates at the first opportunity. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Ivan stepped into Major Eugene's office, saluting before inquiring, "Instructor, did you call for me? Quit pretending to be so formal. Shut the door and have a seat." Over the past 3 months, Ivan had significantly aided Eugene, and as Eugene discerned Ivan's true nature, their rapport had deepened considerably. "What does your family truly think?" "I have yet to receive your transfer notice," Eugene casually inquired, reclining with his legs crossed. Ivan offered a wry smile. He understood that upon completion of training, all new recruits were to be assigned to ships, and it was likely that many would spend their entire naval careers aboard the same vessel, an assertion that could hardly be overstated. Thus, the choice of ship was a matter of fate for a sailor, one that bore more gravity than selecting a spouse. After all, the ship assigned would not only influence future promotions but also dictate one's survival. Serving on a neglected 6th-class patrol vessel or a communications ship would entail a slow accumulation of experience. Being placed on an outdated, expendable ship would invoke fervent prayers for a safe return, while securing a position on a main battleship, fraught with risk, would simultaneously offer swifter opportunities for valorous achievements. However, the selection of ships was not a prerogative of the recruits, but rather a decision imposed by the higher-ups. Well-connected scions had their futures arranged well in advance. In the first month, many of Ivan's contemporaries had departed early due to their prearranged ship assignments returning to port. If Ivan indeed had a family behind him, they would not have allowed him to languish for 3 months in the training camp without proper arrangements. This is also the point of confusion for Major Eugene. Observing Ivan's expression, the imaginative Major Eugene instinctively conjured bizarre scenarios in his mind, such as fierce rivalries within affluent families, power struggles, and the plight of overlooked science. He grew weary of the speculation and waved dismissively, saying, "All right, I will make arrangements for you. Now, be gone." "Understood, instructor," Ivan replied with a playful grin, expressing his gratitude before saluting and turning to leave. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly recalled something. "Oh, right, instructor, Gary. Get out now." Stepping out of Major Eugene's office, Ivan felt a significant weight lift from his heart. Encountering a few kind individuals, despite their seemingly aloof exteriors, had proven fortunate for him at the outset of his journey. With the endorsement of Viscount Andrea and the support of Major Eugene, he realized that without their guidance, it would have been easy for him to stumble aimlessly for years, utterly bewildered. Though each of them might harbor their own intentions, he could not forget the benefits he had received. He resolved that once he was capable, he must remember to repay their kindness. Otherwise, his thoughts would remain painfully unfulfilled. As for the novels he had read in his previous life, where protagonists, fresh and unblemished, vanquished foes and outsmarted numerous malevolent adversaries with ease. While such feats are not entirely impossible, they remain steeped in the realm of fantasy. Chapter 21. Conflict amidst the anxious anticipation of a group of new recruits. The day of boarding finally arrived. Contrary to the grand ceremonies one might imagine, there was no such formality, as each warship in need of personnel had its own assignments. The vastness of the ocean meant that a single voyage could last several months, making it impractical to gather them all for a grand event. However, apart from Eugene, the Third Fleet did dispatch a civilian lieutenant colonel to oversee the embarkation of each batch of recruits, signifying the importance placed on this transition. The boarding plan was staggered. Those ships that had yet to return to port continued their training, waiting uneasily. Most of these recruits would start their service on smaller 6th-class warships, with exceptions made only for those who distinguished themselves during training. Of course, the offspring of nobility or graduates from the Royal Naval Academy were exceptions to this norm. It was not until a week after the boarding activities commenced that Ivan, having achieved the highest overall training score among his peers, was directly awarded the rank of warrant officer, candidate officer, and assigned to the Silverwing cruiser. Ivan understood well that without the introduction letter from the Viscount, things would not have been so straightforward. The majority of the candidate officers aboard were either scions of the elite or academy graduates. For an ordinary civilian recruit to attain such status, even with exceptional talent, they would first need to endure 2 years amidst the ocean's waves. In contrast to most of his contemporaries, who boarded 6th-class communication vessels, the Silverwing was a 5th-class cruiser, measuring 45 meters in length and armed with 40 cannons. It was one of the principal warships of the globally recognized privateer fleets. With a crew capacity of 250, its current complement was just under 200. Among the 6 classes of naval vessels, the first 4 classes consisted of battleships, officially designated as frontline combat vessels capable of participating in large-scale naval engagements. Although the Silverwing did not meet the classification of a battleship, it was nonetheless a formidable vessel, positioned just below the battleship rank. Given Eugene's solemn assurance of his arrangements, it was clear that the unique nature of the Silverwing extended beyond mere classification. To be precise, Captain Gurr was equally remarkable. Captain Gurr was an exemplary officer, not only a seasoned knight but also a former captain of a fourth-class battleship. His current assignment to the Silverwing was a temporary measure due to substantial damage sustained by his original vessel during combat, though the official narrative did not disclose the true reasons. The Third Fleet lacked a suitable replacement battleship at the time, leading to his temporary assignment to the fifth-class ship. Under normal circumstances, it would have been quite difficult for Ivan to be placed directly onto a fourth-class vessel as a candidate officer. Furthermore, Ivan recognized the name of Captain Gurr from his discussions with Eugene, but he did not dwell on it, as it was commonplace for many individuals to share the same name. When Ivan boarded the Silverwing with Gary, he discovered that among the 30 new recruits assigned to the ship, only he and Gary were fresh faces, while the other 28 were seasoned sailors transferred from sixth-class communication vessels. Though labeled as veterans, most of them were quite young, with the oldest perhaps just 20. However, their extended time at sea made them appear considerably older than their actual age. The veterans regarded Ivan and Gary with subtle disdain, while they dared not act overtly. They nonetheless excluded the two newcomers from the group. In every world, the tradition of veterans bullying rookies persists, and it was only natural for those who had served for years to feel a sense of injustice at two greenhorns receiving opportunities they had toiled for. Nevertheless, both Ivan and Gary remained undaunted. Ivan, a peak initiate knight, and Gary, a fledgling embarking on the path of the extraordinary, were more than capable of holding their own against the veterans. As Captain Gurr had gone to the naval base to fulfill his duties shortly after the ship docked, the new recruits had yet to meet the captain. Following a brief handover between Eugene and the Silverwing, the new recruits were led by the ship's seasoned crew to settle into their respective cabins. Ivan's quarters were situated at the front of the ship, designated for officers and candidate officers, offering far superior conditions compared to the cramped communal quarters of the enlisted men. Although Ivan was not one to shy away from hardship, the thought of sharing a space with dozens of men who might not bathe for months was enough for him to express profound gratitude to Viscount Andrea and Major Eugene. However, Ivan's joy was premature. While he found his accommodation satisfactory, Gary's situation proved less favorable. Frankly, Ivan had anticipated such a scenario, but he did not expect conflict to arise so swiftly. Major Eugene's ability to have Gary board alongside him was already a testament to his exceptional talent. Yet it did not extend to securing him a warrant officer rank, which naturally placed Gary in the same quarters as the newly assigned veterans. The reason for the conflict was inconsequential. If one sought to provoke, even someone as seemingly unassuming as Gary could be easily incited. Beat him up. Let this kid know who runs the ship now. If he dares to defy us, he'll end up sleeping with the latrine. After all, he was merely a rookie. When we were battling pirates, he was still suckling at his mother's breast. Typically, the dynamic of veterans bullying newcomers leads to the latter being the disadvantaged party. However, in this world, they had chosen the wrong target to bully. As a group pushed and shoved their way onto the deck, Ivan stepped out upon hearing the commotion. Rather than immediately rushing to Gary's aid, he leaned against the doorframe to observe the results of Gary's training thus far. Most of the crew had disembarked to enjoy the vibrant city of Gabride, leaving behind a handful of sailors who, instead of intervening in the unfolding altercation, gathered in clusters to watch the spectacle with great interest. Surrounded by a throng of veterans, Gary dismissed their taunts with a casual smile. Enough talk, let us fight. If I lose, I'll listen to you. If I win, you'll listen to me. Ivan's training encompassed not only swordsmanship, but also character and mindset. Now boasting newfound confidence, Gary was unperturbed by any peers his age, save for Ivan. Is this rookie out of his mind? Does he think that just because he's big, he can take us on after a few days of sword training? They were eager to show him the might of seasoned warriors. Yes, experiencing a bit of hardship now is far better than facing a hail of bullets from pirates later. This kid should be grateful to us. The veterans, clearly divided into small factions without a unified leader, nonetheless agreed on one point. This arrogant rookie needed to be taught a lesson. A burly young man stepped forward, tossing his sword to a companion. Let me take him on. Once aboard, everyone wielded real weapons. Though prepared for a scuffle, none had the courage to draw their blades. Without waiting for a response, he assumed a fighting stance and charged at Gary. The veteran stepped back slightly, eager to witness the brutal thrashing of a newcomer. Take this. Thud. However, The burly youth was swiftly sent reeling back, having barely connected when Gary delivered a swift kick that sent him crashing into the crowd of onlookers. "Ah, Jason, are you all right?" As his companions rushed to help him, another individual charged forward. "I'll teach him a lesson." Thud. Another kick. Gary, who had never undergone the knight's breathing technique, naturally boasted an innate physique of 0.7 now? How could he possibly be matched against these ordinary individuals with a maximum physique of 0.5? Consider this, the former first mate of the Blood Anchor, Krulu, with a physique of only 0.6 and agility peaking at 0.7, was an unstoppable force aboard the Yellow Crane. Gary was now no less formidable. "Let us all join together. Let us avenge our brothers." A voice from the crowd suddenly cried out, and in a frenzy, everyone surged forward. Indeed, jealousy is one of the original sins. Witnessing this scene, Ivan gently sighed, unsheathed his sword, and similarly charged ahead. Chapter 22. Gel Cooper. Although Gary had experienced rapid growth during this period, even the first mate of the Blood Anchor, Krulu, would not dare to plunge into a throng of sailors wielding a curved sword, let alone the unarmed Gary. 30 individuals were truly beyond his limits. As they witnessed Ivan plunging into the fray, the bloodthirsty veterans, overwhelmed with fervor, forgot that he was a reserve officer and their superior, immediately diverting a portion of their attention towards him. Having already endured several punches and kicks, Gary felt a surge of relief with Ivan's arrival to share the burden. Unleashing a torrent of fury, adhering to Ivan's previous teachings, he constantly maneuvered across the deck, creating localized advantages in force. Facing no more than 3 opponents at a time, if the number exceeded 3, he would promptly retreat, executing guerrilla tactics with exquisite precision. Bang, ouch. Like a battering ram, he felled the veterans one by one. Ivan, on the other hand, showcased his agility, effortlessly finding opportunities to counterattack even amidst the siege. Grasping a veteran's wrist, he twisted it gently, and as the pain contorted the man's actions, he delivered a swift punch to his ribs, rendering him incapacitated. Ah! The veterans engaged in combat cried out in agony, yet their injuries were not severe. Ivan and Gary deliberately targeted their vulnerable spots, inflicting pain that could make one faint, yet would heal with a night's rest. In the midst of this chaotic melee, or rather, a one-sided massacre, a tall middle-aged man clad in an officer's uniform and draped in a cloak had been observing from the stern for quite some time. The vitality of youth is truly remarkable, mused Colonel Gel, the captain of the Silver Wing, who had mysteriously returned to the ship. Gel was a tall man with short gray hair, standing upright at the stern, resembling a majestic cliff that had stood by the sea for eons, unyielding to the raging waves. Throughout his service, the crew felt an immense sense of security with him aboard, no matter how treacherous the weather. They believed he would lead them safely back home. Noticing that both sides of the conflict maintained a sense of restraint, Captain Gel chose not to intervene further, recognizing that competition within the ranks was not inherently detrimental. Once they were truly at sea, he would ensure that this spirited bunch would not retain such exuberance. "Chris, have the victors take the vanquished back to their quarters and clean up the deck. That will suffice." Gel instructed the bosun behind him before turning to return to his captain's cabin. "Understood, sir. By the way, here is the list of personnel added today. Would you like to take a look?" Chris, the bosun, saluted and presented Gel with several sheets filled with names and brief descriptions, his head wrapped in a blue cloth instead of a sailor's cap. "Very well, hand it to me. I appreciate your efforts, Chris." Gel accepted the papers and strode away from the stern. Upon entering his captain's cabin, he listened to the distant sounds of the spirited skirmish among the youths. Momentarily lost in thought, his gaze fell upon a prominent portrait hanging in the cabin. It depicted a 2-masted exploration ship bravely navigating tumultuous seas, with 2 vibrant young men aboard, seemingly unperturbed by the ominous weather, enthusiastically pointing towards the horizon. One was tall with gray hair, evidently a likeness of Colonel Gel in his youth, while the other was slightly shorter with brown hair and dark eyes, not fitting the typical features of a Falerthis, but rather resembling a member of a minority from the neighboring nation of Aelia. Yet, it was clear from their camaraderie in the painting that their bond transcended national boundaries. Moreover, as members of the Tulip Alliance, intermarriage had been common for centuries, erasing any distinct ethnic characteristics. "Old friend, had it not been for the unfortunate events, your son would likely be of age to enlist now. Would he be as spirited as those rascals outside, engaging in brawls? Has he mustered the courage to write love letters to his beloved yet?" Gel chuckled softly. "But no. If you were still alive, you would never allow him to enlist. Instead, He would inherit your exploration vessel and continue the legacy of becoming a great explorer. Just as we did back in our day, right? You once said that explorer's blood flows through your family's veins. I know that, Ivor Gallette. The ruckus of the youth sprawling stirred his emotions, prompting memories of a kindred spirit who had passed away too soon. After a long moment, Gell finally diverted his gaze from the painting and slowly opened the long-overdue list of new recruits on his desk. Dim Spark, 20 years old, 5 years of service. Serving on the battleship Sunflower, gunner, rating, excellent. Oliver Jard, 19 years old, 3 years of service, serving on the battleship Reef, sailor. Gell diligently reviewed each page. He had long submitted his criteria for recruitment to the logistics department, and these individuals indeed met the requirements. Yet none stood out as particularly exceptional. Gary Furman, 15 years old, recruit, 2nd overall in training camp, rank, late-stage squire. Gell's interest was piqued. A late-stage squire could serve as a cornerstone for close-quarters combat training, even aboard a battleship. Such individuals on the path to the extraordinary were always in demand. Why do national armies not cultivate extraordinary troops on a large scale? Aside from previously mentioned external factors, an individual's inherent qualifications, compatibility with extraordinary paths, and the resources available for later training all contribute to the impracticality of such an idealistic approach. As for Gary's innate physicality, boasting a remarkable 0.7, it was unclear whether it stemmed from nightly training. Satisfied, Gell continued to peruse the list. Ivor Gallette, 15 years old, 2nd lieutenant. Just seeing the name sent Gell's heart racing, as if struck by lightning, causing him to spring to his feet. Having just reminisced about his late friend and his offspring, he now confronted this familiar yet foreign name, leaving him at a loss. Amused, he pinched the bridge of his nose, questioning whether he was still the composed Gell Cooper who could face storms and tempests with unflinching resolve. Surely, it must be a mere coincidence. After Furman's untimely passing, his territory had fallen prey to bandits. Furman's children had perished amidst the chaos. A fact I personally confirmed when I visited. The subsequent town administrator had gathered their remains and erected a grave marker, placing them alongside Furman and his wife. I even compensated the town administrator to manage the gravesite just a few years ago. They surely are no longer among the living, are they? A peculiar murmur echoed in the captain's cabin, gradually sinking in tone. The brawl had concluded, and Bosun Chris, following the captain's orders, had Ivan and Gary, the victors, tasked with cleaning the deck they had sullied. Afterwards, he returned to his quarters adjacent to the captain's cabin. Having spent the day accompanying the captain at the naval base, handling various matters, he was now ready to rest before heading ashore later that evening for a well-deserved drink. Chris! A sudden bellow pierced the air, causing the bosun to instinctively jump to attention and rush outside. The captain seldom used such a tone without urgency. Bang, Captain! Rushing into the captain's chamber, Chris was taken aback to find that nothing seemed amiss. Colonel Gell's expression was not stern, rather. It bore an emotion he had never witnessed before, anxiety. Take me to the new recruits' quarters, immediately. Right now, regardless of how improbable the possibility may seem. Gur is determined not to let it slip away. At your command, my lord. Chris observed the name of Ivor Gallette at the end of the list. Though he was unaware of the circumstances, the captain's orders were beyond question. The dutiful first mate immediately stood at attention and saluted, leading the way toward Evan's quarters. Chapter 23. Old friends at this moment. The most direct and effective approach would be to seek out Ivan himself for clarification. However, under the weight of his own anxieties, Gell harbored a fear of causing a misunderstanding. While experiencing heartache once more would be bearable, it was inappropriate for him, as the captain of this warship, to entangle an unrelated, promising young man in his personal emotions. In truth, should there exist even a minuscule chance, perhaps divinely ordained, that he might find the son of his dear friend Furman, Gell had yet to contemplate how he would confront him. Fortunately, due to his prior orders, the victors were currently occupied with cleaning the deck, leaving the room unoccupied. As he walked, the first mate Chris found it peculiar that Gell, who had appeared so anxious in the captain's quarters, now seemed to stroll at a much slower pace, lacking his usual decisiveness. Nevertheless, even at this leisurely pace, he eventually reached his destination. Without further inquiry, the first mate quietly produced a spare key to unlock Ivan's door. As one responsible for the crew's management, he possessed this modest authority. Once Gell entered the room alone, Chris, understanding the boundaries of his role, did not linger but closed the door behind him and departed. evidently uninterested in prying into his superior's affairs. As one of the few reserve officers aboard the Silver Wing, Ivan enjoyed relatively comfortable living conditions. He had a wooden bed and a desk, which was a significant improvement over the typical hammocks of ordinary sailors. Jel stepped into the room, and his gaze immediately fell upon Ivan's unkempt bag lying on the bed. He swiftly approached and delicately unwrapped the parcel. Inside, there were no valuable items. It resembled the meager possessions of many young sailors from humble beginnings. In reality, Ivan kept his precious belongings on him, such as the substantial banknotes Captain Joseph had given him after disposing of the blood anchor, a few changes of clothing, various vials of potions, and loose coins, all devoid of anything that might affirm his identity, left Jel feeling slightly disheartened. Should he truly inquire directly? He hesitated, instinctively resisting the prospect of having his hopes dashed once more. Fortunately, his subsequent discovery alleviated his internal conflict. At the very bottom of the bag, in a concealed inner pocket, he stumbled upon a small leather pouch tightly bound with a rawhide cord. The distinct texture and the metallic sound of clinking suggested what lay within. With trembling hands, he opened the pouch and poured its contents into his palm. A signet ring, symbolizing noble lineage, a brass wax seal, and a family crest emerged. The last rays of the setting sun filtering through the porthole illuminated the intricate design. A colossal sea serpent encircled by crashing waves, adorned with a dorsal fin. Though a heraldry expert might struggle to decipher the emblem at first glance, it struck Jel's heart like a lightning bolt. He was alive, truly alive. Cradling these items in his hands, Jel felt tears welling up, his voice barely a whisper as he murmured, "Thank you, goddess. Furman, your son lives." At that moment, he finished cleaning the deck, wringing out the cloth in his hand and exhaling a sigh of relief. He had not anticipated that his first task aboard the warship would be to scrub the deck, a rather undignified beginning. "Forgive me, Captain, for dragging you into this punishment with me," he thought as Gary approached, having completed his own chores, sheepishly offering his apologies. Just as Jel had praised him for his manly demeanor, Gary now appeared bashful once more. "We are all in this together aboard this vessel. There should be no distinction between you and me. Go rest. Do you need me to accompany you back?" Jel chided, shooting Gary a playful glare. "Haha. No need for that. I've already had quite a few people recognize me as their leader while carrying them back. Those who remain disobedient can be dealt with later," Gary replied, rubbing his hands together in a show of confidence. Observing Gary's burgeoning inclination toward violence, Jel couldn't help but chuckle, pondering whether he was inadvertently nurturing a future brute. He felt a twinge of sympathy for the comrades sharing quarters with him, acknowledging his limitations in that regard. The first mate had mentioned that the Silver Wing had just returned to port, and the crew had taken the opportunity to revel ashore, meaning the welcome banquet would likely be postponed until the following day. Thus, the two men parted ways, each returning to their respective cabins. As the night deepened outside, Jel contemplated how to address the impending issue of dinner, uncertain of the ship's provisions. Lost in thought, he reached his cabin door only to be startled by the realization that it was ajar. Someone had entered his room, having only just boarded the ship. He was still unfamiliar with its layout. Was it a thief or a crew member? Could it be an old soldier seeking vengeance? In the absence of any clear judgment about friend or foe, Jel slowly drew his sword and gently pushed the door open. However, upon peering inside, he promptly closed the door once more. What on earth? Why is there a grown man weeping in my room? He wondered, recognizing a vaguely familiar face. Was there anyone else aboard the ship he knew besides Gary? Stepping back, he examined the brass nameplate on the door. With his augmented vision, Jel was certain he wouldn't make such a rookie mistake as mistaking doors. Contemplating for a moment, he reassured himself that he possessed no valuable belongings. The only items of worth were the family crest and seal, remnants of his escape, now mere memories without the lands to wield their significance. To others, they were akin to mere scraps of metal. Convinced there was little danger, Jel sheathed his sword and reopened the door, stepping back inside. The man remained, yet the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. He sat upright on Jel's bed, exuding an air of authority as if he were not in a bedroom, but rather a command center on the battlefield. Jel found himself questioning his perception. Had he truly witnessed this man in tears moments ago? Although he had not met most of the crew, he recognized the uniform of the officer seated before him. Having initially overlooked it, he could no longer feign ignorance. He was bound by the fundamental tenets of military discipline. Standing at attention, Jel saluted. "Good day, sir." After what felt like an eternity of scrutiny, the officer finally spoke, Ivor Gallette. Yes, Joe replied, feeling the officer's tone was somewhat peculiar, and the man himself a bit odd. Yet, considering that he would soon be serving under him, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Although a stranger had confirmed his name, Jell felt no sense of unease. Most associated with that name had long since departed this world, leaving only distant enemies in Ilia, whose reach was far too limited. Chapter 24. Dinner in the captain's quarters. Due to the astute judgment of the seasoned elder, Leo, it became clear that once the Gallette family acquired the iron mine, the remaining members of the family had lost all value and were scarcely worthy of consideration by their enemies. Furthermore, even among the Tulip Alliance, the nobility of the kingdom of Ilia lacked the capability to pursue them fervently within the realm of Falerthis, which was subtly the most powerful kingdom within the alliance. Thus, upon settling in the quaint town of Leopold and Falerthis, Evan and the elderly steward Leo chose not to change their names. Aside from disposing of certain items tied to their noble identity, the 5 years of stable living from ages 10 to 15 indeed proved that the name Ivor Gallette had not burdened him with any troubles. Perhaps sensing that his demeanor could lead to misinterpretation, Ger stared into Evan's dark eyes, a mixture of nostalgia and admiration in his gaze. I suppose no one has ever told you that as you've grown, you resemble your mother even more. Without the name and family crest, even if he encountered Evan outside, Ger would not have made any connection. For there were many with the same name and many who shared similar features. Yet at that moment, the resemblance became undeniable. As Ger found traces of his dear friends in Evan's visage. What did you say? Evan, momentarily stunned, failed to respond. Ger, not one for expressing his feelings, wasted no time. Draw your sword. A brilliant flash erupted in the room as Ger suddenly drew his sword. His imposing figure gliding through the air like a leaf upon water, the blade aimed directly at Evan's left shoulder. Sword technique, floating boat. Instinctively, Evan's body reacted, retreating even before his mind could catch up. Sword technique, floating boat, the same technique, devoid of any hint of aggression, allowed him to evade the strike with the grace of a small boat riding the waves. As he retreated to the door, he deftly leaped and exchanged positions with Ger. Yet the distance between them remained unchanged. A smile graced Ger's lips, and with that strike, the last trace of uncertainty in his heart dissipated. Names may be identical, appearances may be similar, and even noble crests could be forged, but this swordsmanship, deeply ingrained and masterful, was the most compelling evidence. He was indeed the son of his old friend, Firmin, and his own nephew, Ivor Gallette. In contrast, Evan's expression was one of astonishment, as the familiar swordplay stirred memories long buried within him. 5 years can transform a young boy profoundly, akin to a complete metamorphosis. Yet for an adult like Ger, the changes were minimal. Even the distance between two nations could not hinder a naval captain's visits. As a close friend of Evan's father, Firmin Gallette, Ger would visit the Gallette estate at least once a year. In fact, Evan had seen Ger on more than one occasion, the last being 5 years prior, at Firmin's funeral, shortly before the night of blood and fire. Thus, despite Evan being quite young then, Ger's brief visits, often accompanied by gifts, left a lasting impression, but the gifts overshadowed his memory of Ger himself. Yet, at that moment, with Ger's expectant gaze upon him, Evan finally pieced together the inexplicable familiarity and slowly uttered the words he had longed to say. Jar. Uncle Ger. Clap. Ger's excitement erupted into applause, nearly causing him to leap from his seat. Wait a moment, tell me, are the star-shaped black spots on Katie on her left hindquarters or her right? Confused by the sudden turn of events, Evan struggled to comprehend the situation. He had deliberately chosen a military career, joining the nearest Third Fleet, and now, upon completing his training, he found himself assigned to a ship associated with his father's old acquaintance. Trapped in the intricate web of fate, Evan instinctively sought to break free once more. To his surprise, Ger lunged toward him, wrapping his powerful arms around him and playfully patting his shoulder. Katie is a pure black mare. Your birthday gift when you turned 8. The star-shaped black spots may even adorn her adorable little forehead. Welcome home, little Evan. As the two sat face to face at the captain's dining table, filled with an array of delicacies Ger had specially arranged for them, Evan's mind remained somewhat hazy. The last time he had dined in a captain's quarters was aboard the Yellow Crane with Captain Joseph, yet this time, Evan felt far from the carefree state he had previously enjoyed. Perhaps it was due to the abrupt upheaval, the hierarchical dynamics at play, or the sudden shift in their relationship. Unaccustomed to Ger's fervent warmth, Evan felt he needed a moment to adjust. with a slight breach of social etiquette. He tugged at his collar and downed a glass of sweet wine meant to accompany the meal. However, as he had never consumed alcoholic beverages before, he could not help but cough a couple of times. Cough, cough. The unexpected and smooth reunion with the son of his friend left Gur in high spirits. A feeling perhaps only rivaled by the joy he felt upon receiving news of his own son's birth years ago. Now, under the affectionate umbrella of love and companionship, he found himself increasingly fond of Evan, oblivious to the boy's minor indiscretion. By the way, little Evan, I received word that bandits have breached and taken over Blackstone Town. I was delayed due to other duties. When I arrived, the steward from the Earl Wright's household claimed that you all perished and had gathered your bodies. What on earth happened? Where are Anita and old steward Leo? Pouring Evan another glass of wine, Gur expressed his deep concern over the events of that fateful night. Oh, is that what they're saying? A faint cold smile crept across Evan's youthful face. When the bandits attacked the town that night, Grandfather Leo was besieged by 2 knights of equal rank. Even though he managed to escape with me, he sustained grievous injuries that were ultimately irreparable. It is evident that ordinary bandits do not possess knights among their ranks, let alone 2 at once. Now, it appeared that the Earl Wright, who had gained immeasurable wealth from the iron mine of Blackstone, was a prime suspect. Had he not falsified the remains of his sister and brother? One could argue he was merely an unwitting third party, but it seemed highly probable he was the mastermind behind it all, without even attempting to conceal his intentions. The so-called bandit raid was nothing but a self-directed farce. There was no need to conceal the details of his deductions from GR. Evan recounted how he and his sister Anita had become separated, their settlement in Leopold, and how Grandfather Leo had succumbed to his injuries shortly thereafter. What Evan did not realize was that the old steward was aware of Gur's service in the Falerthis Navy, and that the correspondence between Furman and Gur had largely been handled by Leo. However, having lost the young lady and faced with sudden upheaval, he dared not trust anyone. After all, few were privy to the knowledge of the lucrative iron mine, and even fewer could remain indifferent to the prospect of wealth amounting to millions of golden lions. Even a close friend of Furman could not be entirely ruled out as a potential traitor. At that time, both he and Leo were not without options. Leo preferred to err on the side of caution rather than live with regret. In contrast to the cautious steward, Evan possessed a keen, analytical perspective capable of observing breath, heartbeat, and subtle shifts in expression and emotion, far superior to any lie detector. Coupled with the portrait of his father, Furman, hanging on the wall nearby, Evan was confident that Uncle Gur was indeed trustworthy. After all, even the most malevolent of villains, unless inherently deranged, would not display the likeness of their victims so openly. I am deeply sorry, my child. Though Avon spoke lightly, Gur could easily imagine the peril and crisis of the situation at that time. As for why Butler Leo, who was well aware of his address and the fleet he served, had not come to find him directly, Gur chose not to inquire further, as if there was an unspoken understanding between them, whether it was a fear of implicating himself or the prudence born from hardship. Such concerns were now mere remnants of the past. None of it mattered anymore. I shall find a way to seek out Anita. She is truly a little genius. The last time I saw her, she was nearing the pinnacle of her apprenticeship as a knight, and I am certain she will be all right. Yes, she will certainly be fine. The 2 men, one tall and one small, were not particularly loquacious, and the atmosphere fell into a contemplative silence. The only sound was the soft clinking of cutlery against the plates. Come, let us raise a glass. Gur, who had never been one to offer consolation, had spent so much time stationed at sea that he scarcely had moments to bond with his own son, let alone know how to interact with a junior like Avon. Thus, he resorted to this singular gesture. Avon smiled and raised his glass, clinking it against Gur's. Time had elapsed, and Avon had long ceased to dwell on the past. Looking forward was the only path to hope. The enemies lay in wait, and Avon was not foolish enough to strike against them with reckless abandon. Yet he firmly believed that Anita was somewhere in the world, awaiting their reunion. His naval career had begun splendidly, and now his focus was on becoming stronger, ever stronger. Doubting the contents of his glass, Gur regarded Avon and inquired hesitantly, Avon, what plans do you have for the future? What? On my first day officially boarding as a naval officer, are you already trying to send me ashore, Captain? After reminiscing about their past, the uncle and nephew had grown familiar, and Avon made a light jest. Ha ha ha, you rascal. Truly. You are cut from the same cloth as Furman, daring enough to speak to your captain like this on your very first day as a recruit. Clearly, This manner of discourse made Gear feel more at ease, and in addition to appreciating Avon's connection to an old friend, he admired Avon himself. Unlike the regimented army knights and musketeers, a naval officer must possess such audacity and adaptability. Not aspiring to be an adventurer anymore? Gear teased. Every Gallete is a brave adventurer. This phrase is even inscribed in the family motto, and Gear knew it well. First, let us focus on being a good sailor. Avon replied with a light chuckle. Chapter 25. Setting sail. Avon is not a mere idealist, while the spirit of exploration embodied by his ancestors is commendable. Investing in dreams when one is destitute seems excessively hollow and illusory. However, once he truly masters the power to control his own destiny, Avon will likely follow in the footsteps of his illustrious forebears from Galilee and choose to explore the vastness of the world. Well then, Ensign Avon, it's time for you to step up. I am rather strict. Thank you, Captain. I will strive to meet your expectations. Their banter concluded with hearty laughter, dispelling the 5 years of estrangement as the two began to draw closer. They clinked glasses, savoring the rare delicacies on the table and continuing their conversation late into the night. However, the day following Avon's reunion with Gur, another episode unfolded. Early in the morning, Gur pulled Avon back to shore to meet with Major Eugene, Avon's instructor for this term. Good morning, Commander Gur. Upon seeing Gur enter, Major Eugene, engrossed in paperwork, immediately rose to salute. Regardless of his rank, knighthood, or position as captain of a major warship, he owed Gur utmost respect. It was only then that he noticed Avon, who was shyly following behind, his head downcast. Eugene presumed that the young man had caused some trouble aboard the ship. Has this lad already stirred up trouble upon boarding? Hand him over to me. I shall handle it. While Major Eugene claimed he would discipline Avon, he discreetly signaled his support for him, his protective sentiment palpable. Ha ha ha, Major Eugene. Avon has caused no trouble, on the contrary. I owe you my thanks for bringing him to my ship. Come, let us go to the tavern and toast to you. Disregarding the fact that it was still breakfast time, Gur insisted on going for drinks. He considered Eugene a benefactor for facilitating his reunion with Avon, seizing the opportunity to make amends for years of neglect, and felt it essential to express his gratitude before setting sail. Soon, the trio settled into the tavern, where Gur had already briefed Eugene on Avon's circumstances during their journey. The boy, in his youthful folly, left home without informing anyone. I am grateful you saw fit to bring him to my ship. It has been a tremendous help. Gur sincerely raised his glass to Eugene. Commander Gur, you are too kind. I merely fulfilled my duty. I hadn't given it much thought at the time. But I couldn't bear to see Avon wasting his youth on a communications vessel. Such a talented young man deserves the best training on a commander's ship. Eugene's demeanor was exceedingly humble, and instead of claiming credit, he subtly praised the bond between the uncle and nephew, which brought a hint of warmth to Gear's otherwise stern face. The two officers were engrossed in lively conversation, leaving Avon seated nearby to feign the role of a wayward child, offering awkward smiles and enduring several scathing glares from Eugene. In Eugene's eyes, Avon had transformed from a solitary, unfortunate relative to a spoiled young heir, and had it not been for Gur's presence, Eugene would have kicked Avon off the ship. Oh, so my benevolence and efforts to secure you a bright future have merely landed you on your relative's ship? What a farce. Nonetheless, Eugene bore no real anger. After all, youth often carries a fearless audacity, seeking to prove oneself independent of familial influence, a sentiment not without merit. Yet, most young dreamers, after enduring the harsh realities of life for a few years, come to recognize the truth that while they may grow, they often squander precious time in the process. In retrospect, it seems that this serendipitous arrangement has turned out to be a fortunate stroke of luck. Having held Avon in great esteem, Eugene felt reassured knowing that with his uncle, Colonel Gur, in the picture, Avon's military career would surely flourish, sparing him from many a detour. The Silver Wing remained docked for 2 days, during which time it underwent brief maintenance, crew rest, and resupply before continuing its patrol within the 3rd Fleet's jurisdiction. Given Colonel Gur's exceptional capabilities, the mission's risk factor would be notably elevated. However, the sailors had grown accustomed to such a lifestyle. With higher risks came greater rewards. As Gur once stated, those who merely seek a stable existence cannot thrive as naval officers or sailors. Most of these individuals were bold adventurers. As long as the benefits were sufficient, they would not hesitate to venture into notorious pirate havens, like Shipwreck Bay. In this atmosphere, Avon officially set sail for the first time as a member of the Navy. Splash, splash, as he patrolled the deck, waves danced around him, and Avon's spirit soared, distinct from when he departed Leopold. Today marked the true commencement of a new chapter in his life. During the 2 days the Silver Wing docked for supplies, Gur had introduced Avon to the ship's general operations, allowing him to assimilate into this new collective swiftly. The veteran crew had transferred en masse from the original 4th-tier battleship alongside GER. Despite their unknown past experiences, the vacancies had never been fully filled, and formal officers were promoted internally through Gur's appointments. Positions such as Chief Navigator, Helmsman, Rigging Master, First Officer, Second Officer, Third Officer, Boatswain, Gunnery Officer, and Artillery Officer had all been established. Yet, Avon remained the sole candidate officer among them. Upon boarding, Gur had provisionally assigned Avon the role of Signal Officer, responsible for relaying certain commands from the captain and permitted to observe and learn from any position aboard, a role most conducive to the growth of a candidate officer. It must be said, having connections at the top certainly had its advantages. Otherwise, if an officer were to casually toss you into a cramped cabin, the conditions would be dire, and one would learn nothing, an unfortunate fate indeed. While the ship's officers found it peculiar that the captain was treating this newcomer with such leniency, it was not deemed out of the ordinary. After all, he was the only candidate officer aboard, and they merely assumed the captain was nurturing a young talent. This was Avon's wish. Though he did not expect Gur to treat him with favoritism, maintaining discretion about their relationship would aid Avon in integrating into the crew. Once he became thoroughly acquainted, any revelation would not create an overwhelming sense of distance. Connections often appear glamorous, yet the chasm between them and the common folk is ever present. Only the boatswain, Chris, was privy to the underlying details, being Gur's trusted confidant and the overseer of the sailors. Gur would eventually seize the opportunity to inform him, especially during potential combat scenarios at sea, to keep an eye on Avon. Whoosh! The Silver Wing gradually departed the military harbor, the waters opening up as the winds grew stronger. The sailors needed to readjust the rigging to control the sails, ensuring stable navigation and optimal speed. Hee-ho! Hee-ho! The deck resounded with the synchronized shouts of sailors, each mast manned by about 10 crew members manipulating the rigging. Lord Jab, may I assist with the sails? Avon, who had been observing intently, approached Jab, the rigging master directing the sailors in adjusting the sails. Throughout the 3 months of basic training, whether from his instructors or through self-study in the library, Avon had amassed a wealth of knowledge. Though he had practiced on a small training vessel, this was his first opportunity to apply his skills on a genuine warship, and he was uncertain if the rigging master would permit this novice to try his hand. The bearded sailmaster cast a glance at Avon and, after a moment of contemplation, consented. After all, they had just set sail, and the risks were minimal. It was an opportune moment for a novice to hone his skills. Very well, I agree, but young man, you need not join the sailors in hoisting and lowering the rigging. Simply stand beside me and observe. I shall elucidate the methods and the rationale behind them. The sailmaster's demeanor was agreeable, and his approval was unequivocal, yet he simultaneously laid down his own stipulations. Avon understood that the sailmaster's concerns were not about the potential damage to his sails, but rather that the task of handling the rigging was laborious, and mastering the timing and technique of manipulation was where true sail control lay. Thank you, Lord Jab, Avon replied, standing beside Jab and listening to his explanations. He gradually began to correlate the knowledge acquired in the training camp with real-world application. The sails represented the most technically intricate apparatus on a sailing vessel, serving as the sole source of propulsion for most sailboats, holding significance comparable to that of an engine in the modern world. It would not be an exaggeration to describe the sail as the heart of the ship, albeit one that is somewhat external. On a warship, the dynamic rigging is white, while the static stays are black. The primary focus when maneuvering the sails is to adjust the white dynamic rigging. To an untrained observer, the myriad of rigging on a sailboat could indeed be overwhelming. However, precise control of the sails in the face of wind and waves is utterly reliant on the assistance of this intricate system of rigging, both large and small, high and low. Let us consider the extent of rigging on a 3-masted sailing ship. To control the yardarms, one requires halyards, lifts, and braces to manage the sails. One needs foot ropes, 4-foot ropes, and sail sheets. And to furl the sails, there are 3 sets of furling lines: foot ropes, leech lines, and edge lines. A 3-masted warship possesses a total of 11 horizontal sails across its fore, mid, and aft sections, necessitating the repetition of these rigging components 11 times. This alone requires at least 99 lines, not accounting for spare lines and additional double rigging for extra load-bearing. While the rigging aboard a sailing vessel may appear complex, it is, in fact, an organized system. Regardless of wind direction or weather conditions, an experienced sailor can swiftly locate the appropriate line and adjust it to the optimal position. Even when the sails are balanced on calm waters, it is possible to navigate straight without the use of the helm. The sailors merely need to manipulate the sails to maintain a steady course. Thus, the sailors working on the three masts bear the most crucial responsibilities and are among the most skilled technicians aboard the vessel. Evan realized that the path to becoming a proficient sailmaster would require considerable dedication and time. Chapter 26. Outbreak in the ensuing days. Aside from the unwavering training of the nights at dawn, Evan found himself often immersed beneath the mast, diligently absorbing and practicing the knowledge imparted by the rigging master, Jab. To be precise, a sailboat cannot generate its own propulsion. It solely relies on external forces such as wind and currents. Therefore, fluctuations in wind strength or direction necessitate timely adjustments to the sails. Otherwise, one risks drifting aimlessly, or worse, capsizing. This not only presented a considerable workload for the crew, but also afforded Evan ample opportunity to hone his skills. Furthermore, buoyed by his superior physical condition, he seized many tasks typically requiring multiple riggers, deftly managing the ropes with ease. Humbly eager to learn, devoid of any airs of an officer, Evan quickly forged bonds with the crew of the rigging team. As a result, his sail control techniques improved remarkably. With the aid of his data-driven vision, anything learned once need not be reiterated. He excelled at discerning changes in wind direction, speed, and wave height, often surpassing seasoned sailors. On calm seas, Jab even entrusted him with the helm for brief intervals. By now, the advantages of the data-driven vision had proven invaluable to Evan, aiding him in parameterizing external phenomena, discerning intricate details, and enhancing his own attributes. His initial disdain for it had dissipated entirely. The sky was high and clear, heralding another tranquil day. The Silver Wing had already completed nearly a third of its voyage. While navigating along the trade routes of coastal merchant vessels, Evan had encountered numerous ships. Yet the elusive pirate vessel he yearned to confront remained absent. This was hardly surprising, as the proximity of naval ports rendered such waters the stronghold of naval power. The previous encounter with the blood anchor in those bustling seas was merely a stroke of luck. Most pirates would not dare venture into these waters unless cornered. As dawn broke, Evan ascended to the lookout tower to scan the horizon, the gentle morning light shimmering off the sea, revealing no anomalies. The unimpeded expanse of the ocean gave the illusion that the sun rose far earlier than it did on land. Where are the pirates? He mused to himself, the sea breeze stirring a sense of anticipation within him. Hey lad, isn't peace a good thing? Came the voice of Gur, who had also risen early to patrol the warship, as he lightly patted Evan's shoulder. Startled by the unexpected presence, Evan chuckled sheepishly, cautious not to divulge his desire to hunt for pirates. Engaging in piracy was no mere tale. Combat inevitably led to casualties, and the sea was far from a serene sanctuary. Whether it be pirates, disease, inclement weather, or the unfathomable horrors lurking beneath the waves, all were formidable threats to the sailors' lives. With a standard crew capacity of 350 on a level 4 battleship, the number of crew members aboard the Silver Wing, now under Ger's command, had dwindled to less than 200. The fate of the missing personnel was all too apparent. Uncle Gur, we have a situation. Just as Evan was about to inquire about strange occurrences at sea, his peripheral vision caught sight of an anomaly, prompting him to call out with a mix of anxiety and excitement. Stay calm, Gur commanded sharply, raising his brass-cased monocular to peer in the direction Evan indicated. Debris, broken planks, wood shavings, sails, barrels, and wooden crates floated upon the water's surface, carried by the current. Gur, a seasoned sailor, quickly deduced that this was the aftermath of a merchant shipwreck. Battle stations. The resonant clang of the alarm rang out as Evan immediately obeyed, sounding the alert. The two hurried down the mast and raced toward Ger's command position at the ship's stern, where visibility was optimal. The Silver Wing, once tranquil in the pre-dawn darkness, suddenly stirred to life like a mighty beast awakened by the alarm. Crew members poured forth from their quarters like a tidal wave, swiftly taking their respective positions. Evan had initially believed the crew under Captain Joseph on the Yellow Crane was well trained, but witnessing the efficiency of the Silver Wing sailors compelled him to reevaluate his standards for preparedness. Without the need for Gur to utter another word, he stood steadfast in his command, and every crew member instinctively understood their roles and how to coordinate with one another. In an instant, the Silver Wing transformed into a well-oiled machine, a true war vessel. Set the sails, helm to port. The Silver Wing deftly maneuvered in a circle, heading towards the debris-strewn waters. Soon, the crew beheld the grim scene of the merchant ship's demise. The shattered vessel lay in pieces, silently adrift, its flags, broken boards, and cargo floating haphazardly, yet curiously devoid of any bodies. It appeared to be a merchant ship from Palos. Experienced sailors recognized the vessel's design and tattered flag as belonging to the Kingdom of Palos within the Tulip Alliance. However, the circumstances of their plight remained a mystery. The ship's destruction bore no marks consistent with cannon fire from pirates. "Captain, something seems amiss." The navigation officer, Tyrius, furrowed his brow, a bizarre suspicion forming in his mind. Albeit with uncertainty, as such threats were typically encountered only by deep-sea vessels far from shore. It seemed unlikely in these resource-scarce coastal waters. Level 2 alert. Gur, 2. Sensed the unease and decisively issued the command. The order echoed through the ship, prompting crew members, regardless of their combat roles, to retrieve their firearms and prepare for potential adversaries. As the crew busied themselves with their preparations, an unexpected fog began to rise from the sea, obscuring visibility. Despite the passage of time, the sun should have already risen. Instead, the ocean appeared to grow darker. The Silver Wing was compelled to lower its sails and reduce speed to avoid collision with unseen obstacles. Suddenly, an unusual mechanical sound emanated from Gare's person. Standing behind him, Evan looked over curiously, only to see Gare's expression shift to one of grave concern as he produced a silver object resembling a pocket watch from his pocket. Chapter 27. The Small Species. Impact C. Conk as the silver lid was lifted. A complex mechanical dial revealed a single green gem-like pointer that steadily rotated amidst the rhythmic ticking, eventually coming to rest at 3 o'clock. Level 1 Combat Readiness. 3 o'clock position. Prepare the artillery. The command of Gur reverberated throughout the ship. Although Avon was bewildered by the unfolding events, he dared not utter a word. In times of war, the hierarchy aboard a vessel transcended familial ties. Ranks dictated interactions. Should his words jeopardize their tactical advantage, even if Gur did not hold him accountable, Avon would be unable to forgive himself. While Avon remained uncertain, the other officers were not as uninformed. Could it truly be a sea monster? What would bring such a creature to these coastal waters? The navigator wondered aloud. The sea monster pointer lacks precision. It can only confirm their existence through their unique sonar, offering no indication of their classification. The helmsman gripped the ship's wheel, cautiously adjusting the course of the Silver Wing, voicing his grievances. In these coastal waters, encountering a small sea monster measuring around 30 meters would already be considered a stroke of luck. How could a large species possibly be present, let alone the seldom seen giant species in the depths of the sea? Moreover, we are fortunate to have once been part of a level 4 battleship. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be equipped with such a precise sea monster pointer. We should count ourselves lucky. The first mate, responsible for the ship's logistics, was the most relaxed. Fully aware of the rarity of such a sea monster pointer, the first mate, the navigator, and the helmsman stood alongside Captain Gur, all witnessing the peculiar device in his hands while engaging in discussion. The officers, seasoned by countless storms, exhibited no signs of panic. Merely curiosity about how a creature dwelling in the deep could surface in coastal waters. Avon, on the periphery, found the discourse fascinating. The tales of these monsters were mere folklore to him, untouched even during basic training. In truth, he was unaware that the esoteric knowledge surrounding the mysterious world was a taboo, heavily restricted by secular nations and churches alike to prevent widespread dissemination. Such knowledge often pertained to power, akin to the perilous nightly training methods. Without foundational knowledge and guidance, reckless exploration of the unknown could yield disastrous consequences. The risks associated with nightly training were not overly severe. The gravest outcome would merely lead to a knight losing their sanity during advancement, becoming a savage beast. While this might endanger oneself, it would hardly affect others. Conversely, the arcane knowledge that was difficult to discern could harbor the ominous watchfulness of horrifying eldritch beings. It is not difficult to fathom that should such power spiral out of control, it could unleash incomprehensible terror, potentially dragging an entire city into its abyss. Avon's family's severed lineage left him with scant knowledge of the deeper mysteries of the world, aside from the core tenets of knightly tradition. At that moment, the steward, Leo, would not impart such ostensibly trivial lore to him. Within the naval training camp, this was not knowledge intended for recruits. By the time they were truly faced with such mysteries, most would have advanced to at least the crew or officer ranks of a level 4 battleship, affording them ample opportunity to glean wisdom from their predecessors. Thus, since his arrival in this realm, aside from the tangible and authentic power of a knight, Avon had witnessed little that exceeded the nautical techniques and technologies of his previous era. Until now, he had begun to grasp the essence of being in a fantastical world. His immediate thought was, wow, my first battle as a recruit is against a sea monster. I'm so amazing. Suddenly, disregarding the discussions behind him, Gur was the first to detect the presence of the sea monster, which showed no inclination to conceal itself. With a tremendous splash, a colossal sea conch, towering above houses, burst through the misty sea, entering the field of vision of the crew. Its cold, metallic black shell gleamed, while beneath the surface, long, deep blue tentacles writhed, stirring the waters. The sheer magnitude of this creature was astonishing. As soon as it appeared, the enormous conch expelled a torrent of seawater, accelerating as if it were an indomitable battering ram, intent on shattering the Silver Wing. Stunned into silence, Avon could finally fathom the plight of that merchant ship. Understanding the despair they must have felt before being struck by such a colossal force, confirm the species as a small impact sea conch. Right side artillery, concentrate fire. Fire. Gur, a battle-hardened former battleship captain, swiftly identified the creature and commanded the bombardment with calm authority. His powerful voice, bolstered by the strength of his knightly lung capacity, resonated across the vessel. Received. Distance, 0.5 nautical miles. Target directly ahead. Impact sea conch. Fire. The artillery officer's voice followed, as the crew sprang into action, executing their commander's orders without hesitation. Perhaps this sea monster lacked combat experience against human vessels, for it chose an approach that aligned perfectly with the ship's broadside, maximizing the artillery's impact. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the continuous roar of cannon fire, orange flames illuminated the ocean's surface. The first volley of 20 cannons discharged simultaneously, the whistling solid projectiles splashing into the sea around the creature, with only 3 striking its shell, producing a thunderous metallic clang. Avon observed fragments of sea conch shell cascade from the creature, its speed diminishing. The bombardment was effective. The sea monster was not impervious to harm. Gur remained composed, having encountered similar scenarios countless times. While sea monsters were indeed the true sovereigns of the deep, that designation applied to the giant species or the offspring of sea gods. This small species could be managed with the ship's artillery. The orders persisted. The onslaught would continue. After another synchronized barrage, 5 projectiles struck the sea monster simultaneously, even damaging a section of its formidable shell. The creature emitted a shrill, infant-like wail from its concealed mouth as it approached within 500 meters of the Silver Wing. Seemingly poised to shatter it to splinters, the sea monster hesitated, releasing a final, vengeful cry before descending into the depths. Had it escaped? Avon glanced around, aware that he lacked the understanding of the creature's behavioral patterns to predict its next move. In nature, animal behaviors vary significantly. Some retreat after a minor setback to seek other prey, while others, filled with vengeful determination, become tenacious adversaries. Avon could not ascertain to which category this sea monster belonged. Prepare the alchemical bombs. Remain vigilant for underwater threats. Understood. Alchemical bombs ready. First batch of 10 units. Bombers prepare. After issuing the new command, Gur turned to Avon and elucidated. The impact sea conch is a relatively common small species of sea monster. Its primary mode of attack involves agitating the water's surface to accelerate towards vessels. However, it is also quite cunning. One cannot judge its absolute strength merely by its size. Most sea monsters in the Black Sea are akin to the sea monster matron, Ichthos. Their assaults on human ships stem not from a desire for sustenance, but from an inherent hatred for land creatures, perceiving them as traitors to the sea. At this juncture, Ger's tone turned solemn when encountering them in the ocean. The outcome often results in one party's inevitable downfall. Remember, as long as you do not see its corpse, never let your guard down. The existence of sea monsters remains a relatively rudimentary aspect of esoteric knowledge, capable of being disseminated in a limited manner among frontline combat personnel. However, the knowledge that Gur spoke of moments ago pertains to the very essence of arcane secrets. Certain mystics are even capable of harnessing power through rituals invoking the names of divine entities. Thus, when confronting Avon, had it been another individual, Even a highly esteemed young officer, Gur would not have divulged such profound knowledge without compensation. Although the extraordinary beings on the knightly path cannot directly wield this knowledge to gain power, its value is indisputable to wild extraordinary beings lacking systematic heritage. It is akin to a treasure beyond price. The officers surrounding Gur exchanged knowing glances. With their understanding of him, they instantly grasped something significant, and their gazes towards Avon grew increasingly amicable. The sound of the sea monster's indicator grew more frantic, the green gem pointer spinning incessantly as though it were in a state of frenzy. Orders were issued. Cannon master, fire the shells directly beneath the target warship. Bombardier. First batch, target below, drop the bombs. As the cannon master bellowed his command, the ship's sides simultaneously echoed with the plummeting sound of heavy objects hitting the water. Boom, boom, boom. A series of muffled explosions reverberated underwater. It remained uncertain whether they struck the target or sank to the seabed. This era was devoid of underwater detection devices, and particularly against a foe as formidable as a sea monster, the commander could only rely on experience. While Gur was confident in overcoming the smaller species, it was, after all, the domain of the ocean, and any misjudgment could plunge him into dire peril. Casting a glance at the still-whirling sea monster indicator, Gur resolutely issued his command. Rigging master, hoist the sails. We shall depart from these waters. Since this sea monster wishes to play hide and seek, let us devise a means to coax it out. Aye, sir. Hoisting sails, full speed ahead. Heave-ho, heave-ho. At the command of the rigging master, accompanied by the sailor's chants, the three main sails ascended in an orderly fashion, subsequently billowing with the sea breeze. Yet Avon soon sensed something amiss. Although the fog was thick and the wind gentle, it also indicated that the waves were low, allowing for all sails to be fully raised, commonly referred to as sailing with full canvas. However, the warship's speed did not exhibit any significant increase. It felt as though something were ensnaring it. Chapter 28. A desperate battle. The artillery chief, along with the alchemical bomb, was quick to react upon sensing something amiss. Jelby Avon realized that the sea monster lurked beneath the ship. Fire the bombs, steady. The artillery chief's command had not yet been completed when the vessel shuddered violently. Before the sailors could react, countless deep blue, slimy tentacles surged from the turbulent waters, climbing onto the deck, bringing with them an overwhelming stench of fish that was nauseating. It was as though the devil's appendages from the abyss were intent on dragging the entire ship into the depths of the ocean. In Avon's previous life, such a monstrous disaster would have elicited screams and chaos among the crew as they desperately tried to escape, a fitting tribute to the production's lavish budget. Yet here, the audience's expectation was regrettably unmet. Steady. Remain at your posts. Aside from the newly embarked recruits, none of the seasoned veterans exhibited panic. Though they felt a tinge of anxiety, they restrained the newcomers, ensuring that everyone steadfastly held their ground, awaiting orders from their commander. Creak, creak. In mere moments, the sea monster and the warship were entwined, its tentacles tightening around the silver wing, securing its grip. At this point, the alchemical bombs could no longer be employed. The only outcome would be a catastrophic explosion, obliterating both the ship and the creature. Avon understood that for a small breed of sea monsters, lacking the extraordinary power to drag a level 5 battleship to the depths, the primary concern was the potential destruction of the sails and rudder, which would incapacitate the warship. Should they fall into such a predicament, they would be at the mercy of the beast. Even a knight-class warrior would face dire consequences. As the tentacles surged onto the deck, the moment of close combat had finally arrived for the sailors. Although this style of combat favored their numbers, the creature's strength was clearly beyond the capabilities of ordinary sailors. Back to your depths, sea monster. Die. In the initial clash, within mere breaths, several sailors were ensnared by the tentacles and dragged beneath the waves, crimson staining the water, a grim omen of their fate. Bang, bang, bang. The sailors fired their muskets, but the shots only caused the creature to retract its tentacles slightly in pain. The lead bullets proved ineffective against its slimy, resilient skin. Fortunately, the previously deployed alchemical bombs had not been in vain. Many of the tentacles that had ascended onto the deck were now mutilated, with even the two thickest tentacles suffering a severed limb. The unseen core of the creature could not have escaped unscathed. Observing the difficult situation on deck, Avon felt a slight sense of relief. While the cannon fire and the battle with the sea monster had been thrilling, he had felt powerless, unable to influence the outcome. Frankly, the sensation of being utterly at the mercy of fate was disheartening. Thus, When Gel commanded a free attack, Avon surged forward, his sword like a silver flash, engaging a tentacle as thick as an adult's waist. To this point, the actual form of the sea monster remained elusive, yet this single tentacle, while substantial, was merely of moderate size among the more than 20 that had climbed aboard. After a few exchanges, Avon discerned that the creature possessed a rather low intelligence. Once the tentacles reached the deck, they seemed fixated solely on dragging the attacking sailors into the depths, showing no inclination to damage the sails. Moreover, the flailing of the tentacles appeared to be instinctual and chaotic, lacking the strategic intent seen in human combat. Even though its strength surpassed that of an apprentice knight, or even a fully fledged knight, Avon felt it was manageable. Seizing an opportunity, he disregarded the erratic strikes of the tentacle's tip, aiming for the root where it rested on the edge of the deck. Slash. He raised his sword overhead, executing the most powerful military sword technique in a downward strike, cleaving the tentacle in half. Seizing the moment of its stunned pain, he leapt up, delivering another downward slash that severed the appendage completely. With a splatter, blue blood erupted, staining a large portion of the deck. Simultaneously, Avon witnessed a 10-man squad cooperating to sever another, slightly smaller tentacle at the cost of one comrade. The sailors had awakened to the realization that if they could systematically sever the sea monster's tentacles, even if they could not slay its core, it would be rendered incapable of further entanglement. Restoring the Silverwing's navigational capabilities was paramount to regaining the initiative. Thus, everyone aboard was fighting with utmost fervor. After severing one tentacle, Avon, heedless of the foul blood that clung to him, swiftly dashed toward another tentacle, liberating several beleaguered sailors to join the assault team. With each slash and chop, more tentacles were severed, but the toll on the crew increased as their stamina waned. It was at this moment that Avon truly grasped the truth behind the saying that sea monsters ruled the ocean. Even a half-damaged small breed demanded a staggering cost in casualties to confront, let alone the legendary large and giant breeds. If this continued, while the Navy could indeed repel the sea monster, the losses would be substantial. As a crew member of a Level 4 battleship, Avon felt confident that the seasoned veterans who had braved the open seas would not succumb easily. The situation had become critical. While fending off the increasingly chaotic tentacles, Avon scanned the ship for the individual most likely to turn the tide of battle. There, a towering figure stood at the highest point of the ship's bow, unwavering amidst the surging waves, as if rooted to the spot. The moment Avon's gaze fell upon him, Gel seemed to sense something. All crew, ensnare the sea monster's tentacles to prevent its escape. With a commanding shout, Gel raised a barbed steel spear high above. Release the power, 50%. It was as if a dormant volcano had suddenly erupted after eons of suppression. A fierce, wild energy erupted from Gel, sending shivers through those who beheld it. Had Avon not witnessed Gel's silhouette firsthand, he might have believed an ancient beast had descended upon the ship. Gel's right arm, holding the spear aloft, bulged as if inflated, with muscles rippling beneath the skin, swiftly growing thicker than an adult's thigh, exuding a steely hardness. Go! Whoosh! The spear shot forth like a bolt of lightning into the water, miraculously creating no splash. In the blink of an eye, it seemed as though nothing had transpired, yet everything had changed. Avon knew that this strike had surely made its mark, for at the instant the spear pierced the water, the previously rampaging tentacles froze, then, as if drained of all strength, flopped helplessly into the sea. The Silverwing was liberated, its sails catching the wind, resuming its motion with a rush. Victory! Hooray! Long live the captain! The sea monster is finished! Ha! In the next moment, an eruption of cheers engulfed the entire warship. Standing at the bow, Gel remained motionless. His right arm returned to its normal state, gripping another steel spear, his keen eyes fixed unwaveringly on the surface of the sea. Moments later, a colossal shadow gradually emerged upon the surface of the water, rising and falling with the waves. Gur took a sigh of relief and summoned First Mate Perry to handle the beast's carcass. Aun observed everything keenly. Initially, Uncle Gur refrained from intervening, instead choosing to assess the sailor's struggle against the tentacles. Through the feedback speed of the appendages, he utilized his extensive experience to deduce the location of the creature's true form, ultimately unleashing a cataclysmic strike that secured their victory. While secretly applauding, Aun was also in awe of the formidable power possessed by a peak knight. Since embarking on the path of knighthood, apart from the already injured grandfather Leo, this was his first encounter witnessing a peak knight's full prowess. It was as if he had stepped forth from the annals of ancient mythology, powerful and enigmatic, embodying a towering strength capable of turning the tide. Aun's yearning for the might of the knightly stage intensified. Such power was within reach. Chapter 29. Return voyage and daily life. Following the commands of First Mate Perry, the sailors diligently resumed their duties, commencing to clear the battlefield. The Silverwing sustained only minor damage from the sea monster's assault, and after a simple repair, they trailed the carcass of the vanquished sea creature behind the ship using a net, restoring normal navigation. Sea monsters, by their very nature, are composed of extraordinary materials, and under favorable conditions, one would be loath to relinquish such a prize. Fortunately, they were near the coast. Had they captured the creature in open waters, they could have only harvested a portion of its core materials, which would pale in comparison to the value of the entire carcass. Despite the considerable losses incurred by the Silverwing, the remains of this sea monster alone were sufficient to justify the voyage. More than enough to cover the compensation for the fallen and rewards for the survivors. With such a sizable burden aboard, continuing their patrol was rendered impractical, and the presence of the sea monster was not suitable for exposure to ordinary folk, prompting Captain Gell to order an immediate return. As the creature perished, the mist enveloping the sea gradually dissipated. The Silverwing glided gracefully across the surface, veering onto a lesser trafficked route, racing back to port. On the deck, First Mate Perry clapped Ensign Avon on the shoulder, suggesting, "Come now, Avon, take a moment to rest. At lunch, you must sample our ship's specialty, a rare delicacy indeed." With the camaraderie forged through battle and the notably amiable demeanor of Captain Gell, known for his sternness, Perry was unusually warm towards Avon. "Is that so? I eagerly anticipate it," Avon replied, keen to embrace an opportunity for camaraderie. Indeed, during the celebratory feast prepared in honor of their victory, the table was adorned not only with the ship's superior provisions but also with freshly caught fish. Each table received a mysterious dish covered by a cloche, which Perry had alluded to as a culinary rarity. Avon curiously lifted the metallic cover, revealing a generous portion of tender, snow-white flesh swimming in a ginger-hued sauce, accompanied by verdant greens. An exotic aroma wafted through the air, igniting an insatiable appetite. This was a grand feast crafted from the tentacles of the sea monster. Deliciously flavorful and exquisitely tender, it possessed extraordinary properties that could slightly enhance one's physical constitution. The seasoned sailors were unfazed. Having enjoyed such delicacies once or twice a year aboard a fourth-rate ship, they found the fare on the fifth-rate vessel to be markedly superior. However, for Avon and Gary, who were experiencing this for the first time, it was a feast to remember. As Avon savored the subtle warmth coursing through his body, he mused that if he could indulge in such meat daily, he might soon reach the limits of mortal prowess. Yet, he quickly recognized the impossibility of such a notion. The sea monster reigned as the sovereign of the ocean, a top-tier predator. While encountering one in battle was fortuitous, actively pursuing such creatures would be tantamount to courting death. Nonetheless, a meal or two of sea monster flesh could not compare with the efficacy of equivalent elixirs. It merely served to tantalize the palate. Even so, Avon polished off his portion with remarkable speed, leaving not a scrap behind. Seated at the officer's table, as the others grew mildly inebriated and spirited, Avon seized the moment to inquire about the veteran's experiences in the deep sea. His valor during the battle had not gone unnoticed, single-handedly severing 3 of the creature's tentacles. He had undoubtedly saved several crew members. Regardless of any special rapport with the captain, he had earned the respect of most present. "Ask me, then. For I was among the first to accompany His Excellency the Captain on these maritime ventures," said Chief Navigator Theres, his eyes slightly glazed from drink. "Young man, remember this. The ocean harbors many colossal beasts, but not all harbor hatred for humanity. The coexistence of shells and tentacles defines the monsters under the command of their queen. Their animosity is instinctual and unalterable. However, there exist numerous other wild sea creatures. To them, humans are no different from any other creature, and with the right approach, they could potentially be tamed like hunting dogs." At this, Theres took a generous bite of the pristine sea monster meat, soaked in sauce, followed by a hearty swig of rum, letting out a satisfied belch. "And let me share this. A common trait among formidable sea monsters is that they are all quite delectable." Seeing Theres immersed in his feast, Chief Sailor Chris jested, prompting a chorus of laughter around the table. "Ah, how much better were our days aboard a fourth-rate ship, where such smaller varieties of sea monsters could be dispatched with a single volley." There was no need for the captain himself to intervene. Gunner, sipping amber rum, reflected, If only we could capture and subjugate a large wild sea monster, our fortunes would undoubtedly flourish. The helmsman chimed in, eager to partake in the fantasy of becoming a sea monster knight. Dream on. Someone scoffed. No need for anything else. Even a large sea monster would suffice to compete with a semi-legendary battleship. Laughter erupted as the group mocked the helmsman's unrealistic aspirations. Unlike the smaller sea creatures that could be felled with a specially crafted spear, each large sea monster possessed the capacity to annihilate a battleship single-handedly, provided no powerful superhuman was aboard. Decades prior, the ruling power of the sea realm, the Kingdom of Sirius, had boasted when deploying battleships into the ocean for the first time. The only entities capable of resisting a battleship are another battleship and large sea monsters. These behemoths, measuring at least the length of a first-rate battleship, could unleash a level of destruction that, when combined with human strategy, transcended simple arithmetic. While they may not reach the legendary status of the nation's prized battleships, they could certainly surpass first-rate vessels, achieving a near-legendary standing. This implied that the partnership between humanity and large sea monsters was potent enough to overwhelm over 90% of human vessels on the ocean, a truly formidable prospect. Avon remained silent, indulging in the lavish feast, striving to satiate his increasingly voracious appetite due to his nightly training, while attentively absorbing the officer's dialogue. Beyond mere trivia regarding sea monsters, he began to grasp the prowess of the ship's officers. In the vastness of the sea, individual strength is often inconsequential, save for the exceptional superhumans. According to the employment regulations of the Kingdom of Falerthis, every ship captain should at least be an extraordinary knight. This ensured the vessel's ability to triumph over the harsh elements and the monstrous denizens of the deep. The superhuman captain, alongside a varying number of apprentice knights, corresponding to the rank of lieutenant, and a legion of ordinary sailors, harnessed the ship's artillery and various armaments to forge a formidable fighting force. The officers present were no exception. All were qualified to practice the esteemed swordsmanship of Falerthis. Yet due to age, aptitude, or lack of ambition, few had surpassed the ordinary to achieve a noteworthy level. After all, those of their age who remained at the lieutenant rank had likely reached the pinnacle of their careers and relinquished their extraordinary paths, often investing their hopes in the next generation. Among them, Uncle Gel, as captain, was undeniably the embodiment of martial prowess, a formidable knight at the zenith of his strength. Moreover, the naval headquarters has established regulations stipulating that officers of the militant faction must achieve the rank of formal knight to be promoted to the rank of captain, with the exception of administrative positions. First Officer Perry serves as an example. Although he is yet to attain the formal knighthood, his standing is not insignificant. Another notable figure is Chief Bosun Chris, who leads the assault team and is a key player in the combat operations. Evan perceives that Chris possesses superior physical capabilities compared to Gary, yet he likely falls short of Evan himself. However, in terms of developmental potential, both of them lag considerably behind. First Officer Perry, having surpassed the age of 30, has largely relied on the gradual endurance of time to maintain his physical prowess, rendering the prospect of advancing to formal knighthood nearly impossible. Chief Bosun Chris is in a comparatively better situation. Yet if he cannot attempt a breakthrough within the next 2 years, he may never have another opportunity. In terms of qualifications, it is evident that they both pale in comparison not only to Evan but even to Gary. Theoretically, an officer of the rank of captain, once part of a level 4 battleship, should possess greater capabilities. Through their conversation, Evan unexpectedly learns of another knightly presence that previously existed aboard the level 4 vessel, which serves as a source of confidence for the crew. However, details regarding this former colleague are shrouded in secrecy, leaving their fate, whether they were sacrificed or reassigned, unclear. After a moment of contemplation, Evan refrains from further inquiry. Come, let us continue our revelry. Ensign Evan, welcome aboard the Silver Wing. With your prowess, you shall become a new pillar of strength aboard our vessel. The celebratory feast fully integrated Evan into this new community. The return journey progressed at a significantly swifter pace than during their patrols. However, the Silver Wing's destination was not the naval port of Gabred, but rather a secluded island that lay off the beaten path. Upon handing over the remains of the sea snail to the stationed naval forces, the officers and crew aboard the Silver Wing accrued substantial merit and bonuses. This would serve as a testament for future promotions, training methods, and various resources for personal development. Given Evan's outstanding performance, he naturally received his due share. He estimated that with one more successful venture, he would meet the criteria for a permanent position, attaining the rank of captain alongside the militant officers like chief boatswain and first officer. Upon returning to the naval port and reporting the incident with the sea monster, the Silver Wing received additional commendations, and the crew was granted 3 days of leave a week after their last shore visit, following the harrowing battle with the sea creature. The crew was eager to indulge in the vibrant festivities of Gallette. However, Evan found himself frowning slightly as Uncle Gur had been summoned by the Third Fleet Command. He sensed that the sea monster's incursion to assault merchant vessels was not as straightforward as it appeared. There might be hidden complexities behind it. Nevertheless, such matters were not his concern at present. Rather, a more pressing issue loomed on the horizon. Only those who have spent extended periods adrift at sea can truly appreciate the beauty of solid ground, no longer worrying about being tossed from their beds while sleeping, nor fearing that ink bottles might topple over at any moment. Perhaps he would eventually grow accustomed to such a maritime existence. Yet, at this moment, the allure of firm earth was undeniable. A generous salad brimming with seasonal fruits and vegetables would further satisfy his cravings for greens. Recognizing that he would be residing in Gallette for an extended period, Evan deemed it necessary to address his accommodation needs. It was impractical to stay in inns every time he made landfall. Renting an apartment to serve as his residence on shore became his foremost objective, inviting Gary along. The two disembarked from the Silver Wing and began to meander through Gallette. It was then that Evan realized he had been in Gallette for several months, yet had never taken the opportunity to explore the city. Come and see the unique fruits brought back from the southern continent. Look, this exquisite floral fabric would suit you perfectly, lovely lady. Selling glass mirrors. A silver bowl glass mirror for just 90 copper furls. What a deal. Gallette truly lived up to its reputation as a renowned commercial hub, where one could procure nearly any imaginable commodity from both the civilized world and distant colonies. In addition to bulk trade, the bustling markets thrived thanks to a steady influx of patrons. Although the fruits, vegetables, ornaments, and garments bore the typical disarray of the era, they radiated a vibrant life force that invigorated those accustomed to the monotony of the sea. Gary, what kind of house do you think we should look for? Something affordable? Evan sighed, realizing that this friend of his offered little in the way of practical advice. Rent is not an issue. Leave that to me. Evan understood Gary's family situation. With numerous siblings, he likely wished to save his earnings to support them. As for Evan, he found himself in no shortage of funds, as the spoils from the capture of the Blood Anchor, along with 2,000 gold tickets from the sale of a vessel, remained securely in his possession. 2,000 gold tickets were a considerable sum anywhere. In such a thriving market, it was no surprise that rental agencies were plentiful. After identifying a seemingly suitable agency, the two were guided by a young clerk on a half-day tour of Gallette. Fortunately, the unscrupulous merchants of this alternate world had yet to extend their reach into the realm of real estate. There was no housing bubble. Even in a bustling port city like Gallette, property prices remained fairly reasonable, and renting was naturally even more affordable. The location was of little concern, as they would be spending most of their time at sea and would not need to ponder commuting issues each morning. From upscale apartments in prime locations to luxurious villas in the suburbs and ordinary residences in working-class neighborhoods, they traversed nearly the entire city of Gallette before finally discovering a satisfactory place near the shoreline. Excellent, this is it. Chapter 30. The sparring partner. The independent courtyard was quite spacious, and the house itself was ample enough to comfortably accommodate two individuals without any concern for mutual disturbance. Just beyond the yard lay the beach, providing ample space for both exercise and practical training for Avon and Gary. What pleased Avon the most was the presence of a secluded loft atop the house. By opening a small door, one could access a balcony adorned with climbing ivy. A lush retreat amidst the clamor, exuding a distinct elegance. He intended to transform this space into his apothecary, as Avon, while serving as a squire, was also an adept alchemist, capable of formulating various auxiliary potions tailored to specific needs. Moreover, the elderly landlords, accompanied by their grandson, resided next door, ensuring that while the two voyaged at sea, the property would not fall into neglect. What do you think, Gary? Avon inquired. Hee, I'm all for it, Gary replied, having already resolved to take advantage of the accommodation. Then let us prepare the contract. Avon clapped his hands, finally securing his residence for the foreseeable future. Subsequently, with the assistance of a clerk, both parties signed a lease agreement, committing to a monthly rent of 1 silver bull, thus establishing their home in Gallette. Avon would shoulder the rent, while Gary was tasked with labor, maintaining the yard, cleaning, and procuring necessities, each fulfilling their designated roles without one taking undue advantage of the other. From Avon's understanding, the monthly salary for an ordinary sailor in the Third Fleet was approximately 3 silver bulls, equivalent to 1 gold lion, while Avon, as a reserve officer, earned 5 silver bulls. 1 silver bull equated to 100 copper vials, and the purchasing power of a single copper vial could buy 2 barley loaves, the staple food. Sailors indeed relied on their salaries for sustenance, necessitating frugality, while officers benefited from a generous distribution of spoils. The captain received a quarter, and the officers shared another quarter. Though the actual distribution was more nuanced, the officers enjoyed considerable extra income. After all, without ample incentives, how could the Navy attract talent to brave the perils of the sea? The Kingdom of Falerthis could not have ascended to a prominent maritime power within the Tulip Alliance in merely a generation. Declining the landlord's invitation to dinner, the two sought out a restaurant, ordering a plethora of vegetables to satisfy their greasy appetites. Gary, who often subsisted on potatoes for a month back home, found no issue with the lack of variety. However, Avon was different. He adhered to the dietary habits of his previous life, striving to maintain a balanced nutrition. The scarcity of fresh vegetables at sea, especially during long voyages, posed a significant concern. Although humanity in this world, influenced by mysterious factors, generally exhibited superior physical traits compared to his past life, ailments like scurvy still existed. Given the relatively primitive medical conditions, falling ill at sea could prove fatal. It could be said that losses at sea, particularly during long journeys, due to diseases could surpass those from combat. Thus, before returning to their lodgings, Avon made a detour to the market, procuring several varieties of legumes that resembled yellow and green beans from his former life, purchasing large bags of each. He intended to experiment with cultivating a common dish from his past. If successful, it would not only benefit the sailors but also spare his own stomach some distress. Furthermore, the kingdom had long issued rewards for advancements in maritime technology, and should he achieve his intended goal, he might reap both fame and fortune. With no friends in the city and having arrived at the age of 15 from a small town, the two had yet to indulge in the vibrant nightlife. They spent the next 2 days of their holiday diligently training at home. The beach adjacent to their house served as their ready-made training ground. Avon's established regimen from Leopold, breathing exercises, weight training, diving, and swordsmanship, was well suited to this locale, and their mutual encouragement yielded even better results. After battling sea monsters and enjoying several monster feasts, Ivor noticed a remarkable enhancement in his physical prowess. Name: Ivor Gallette. Gender: male. Rank: warrant officer, affiliated with the Third Fleet of the Kingdom of Falerthis, Silverwing. Position: Peak Squire. Attributes: Constitution 0, 91 0, 02, Strength 0, 88 0, 01, Agility 0, 93, Intelligence 0, 9 skills. Omitted: his constitution had increased by 0, 02, and his strength by 0, 01. Having thought he had reached his limits, Avon was pleasantly surprised to find that since leaving Leopold, and with only 3 months of new recruit training, his rate of progress was comparable to that of a mid-tier squire. Was combat truly the shortcut to transcending the knightly path? Avon pondered, resolved to seek out Uncle Gur for further training, confident that Gur would not refuse such a request. In truth, aside from Avon's remarkable talent, the assistance of his data-driven perspective ensured that each training session yielded optimal results. His unwavering dedication to training since the age of 8 had laid a solid foundation. The practical experiences he encountered after departing from Leopold acted like a hammer, forging his raw potential into tempered steel, which accounted for his recent rapid development. Moreover, under Avon's focused one-on-one guidance, Gary's constitution finally surpassed the innate threshold of 0.7, marking his first step in enhancing his physical capabilities through knightly training. In terms of innate knightly aptitude, Gary might even surpass Avon to some extent. After all, achieving late squire status through natural growth alone was indeed formidable. Had he received any guidance in his youth, he might have already attained the rank of a full knight. As their tranquil holiday concluded, the two returned to the Silverwing and resumed their patrol duties. During this time, Avon approached Captain Gur with a request for practical training. As anticipated, Gur readily acquiesced. During non-combat hours, he found himself relatively unoccupied, and with little entertainment aboard, nurturing Avon's skills was quite agreeable to him. The training venue was wisely chosen away from the deck. Even Avon, having reached the peak of human limits, posed a risk, let alone Gur, a bona fide extraordinary knight. Allowing them to train on the deck would have resulted in catastrophic damage. The training area was easily arranged. A few lifeboats were lowered and secured together with ropes, creating a space ample enough for both to maneuver, minimizing the risk of injury to others. "Come at me with everything you've got, Avon," Gur stated. Impeccably dressed in his officer's uniform, casually wielding a long sword as he stood at the bow of a lifeboat. Although Avon felt somewhat belittled, he recognized Ger's authority to say such things, and he dared not be complacent. Silently drawing his sword, he assumed an aggressive stance. At this level, the difference in lethality between training swords and real swords was negligible. To ensure Avon experienced sufficient pressure, Gur insisted they train with real swords. Confident in his ability to maintain control despite the vast disparity in their abilities, he prepared for the engagement. Clang! Sparks flew as Avon, the aggressor, was sent flying from the impact. He flipped in midair, using the force of his feet against a lifeboat to propel himself upward, landing gracefully amidst the splashing water, and raised his sword overhead, preparing for a powerful downward strike. With a resounding clang, he was still caught single-handedly by Gur, who deftly used his sword to send him flying. In truth, the manner in which Ivan now executed his strikes diverged significantly from his previously agile swordsmanship. His current aspiration was to enhance his physical capabilities rather than his techniques, and this brute force combat style proved more advantageous for experiencing the nuances of knightly strength. Gur neither endorsed nor dismissed Ivan's method of attack. He merely restrained his own power to the limits of Ivan's endurance, providing him with authentic and potent feedback. The remainder was left for Ivan to comprehend on his own. In the process of quantifying his attributes through a data-driven perspective, the list ultimately presented to Ivan was merely a stabilized outcome. Throughout his training, this perspective constantly reflected the effects of his exertions. Even if the data beyond 3 decimal places remained obscured, the trend of change was perceptible to Ivan. 0, 93, 0, 93. Effective. A surge of delight coursed through Ivan. In previous battles, where life and death were at stake, he had lacked the energy to notice subtle shifts. Now, in this entirely secure environment, he had finally unearthed the secret of his physical transformation. His body resembled a barrel perpetually filled with snow, seemingly full, yet capable of accommodating even more with a firm push. This pressing action could not be achieved alone. It required external force. And Uncle Gur was indeed the perfect point of leverage. Ivan validated his hypothesis through his data-driven vision, allowing himself to unleash his potential further. He aimed to compact this barrel of snow to its utmost limit in the shortest time possible, anticipating that such a moment would signify his metamorphosis into ice, completing his extraordinary transformation. Clang, clang. Now was not the time to cherish his sword. Ivan's techniques became increasingly straightforward, discarding all extraneous movements and the elegance of the white sail swordsmanship, leaving only the intensifying clash of brute force. His swordplay style gradually shifted from the white sail technique to the Falerthis military swordsmanship, as he relentlessly squeezed every ounce of stamina and potential from himself. Thud, he was sent flying once more. Again. Thus commenced Ivan's fulfilling maritime life. He continued learning sail control and various practical nautical skills aboard the ship, and whenever Gur had a moment to spare, he would insist on practical training. Sensing that Ivan had reached a critical juncture, with the pinnacle of his apprenticeship almost within reach, Gur set aside some less important tasks and dedicated time to immerse himself with Ivan in that confined training ground. With unwavering support, he aided Ivan in completing the final preparations before his transformation, and with Gur, the esteemed sparring partner. Ivan's physical prowess and swordsmanship ascended at an astonishing rate. Ivan felt he was perilously close to that threshold. Chapter 31. A new chapter in nautical history at the outset. The sailors aboard were bewildered, pondering the significance of the newly arrived ensign who warranted such dedicated training from the captain. It seemed as though he had become a full-time sparring partner. In previous instances, when scions of noble families had come aboard for training on battleships, such a spectacle had never been witnessed. Whispers circulated among the crew until one fateful day, when both Evan and Gur utilized the secret technique of the white sail swordsmanship, the floating boat style. In a flurry of motion, they appeared as fleeting shadows, engaging in a chase atop several lifeboats, which remained eerily still. It was then that the crew realized the unmistakable prowess of the two. Their formidable swordsmanship revealed that this was no ordinary noble heir, but rather a scion of the captain's own lineage. At this juncture, Evan was far too engrossed in the intensity of their training to concern himself with the crew's speculations. After 2 weeks of rigorous training, immersed in relentless combat, his physical attributes had markedly improved, bringing him closer to the limits of human capability. However, during this process, Evan uncovered the secrets of Uncle Ger's swordsmanship system. Similar to his own journey, Ger had initially built his foundation upon the white sail swordsmanship, yet as one's style evolves, the foundational elements become indelible. It was evident that this was a testament to Evan's father's legacy, who had imparted their family's nearly 200-year-old extraordinary swordsmanship to Ger, underscoring the depth of their relationship. Yet, prior to becoming a formal knight, Ger's foundation had quietly transitioned from the agile white sail swordsmanship to the more direct and forceful Falerthis saber technique. Having experienced both styles, Evan pondered why Ger chose the more challenging path of the Falerthis saber technique, which seemed inferior in efficacy compared to the white sail swordsmanship. With curiosity bubbling within him, he directly inquired of Gr. Do not be misled by conventional wisdom and experience, Evan. The white sail swordsmanship is indeed a formidable technique. But swordsmanship is also a matter of personal compatibility. If we could quantify our physical attributes, while my agility is commendable, my greatest strength lies in power. Advancing through the Falerthis saber technique allows me to leverage my strength to the fullest. Ger spoke without hesitation, revealing his extraordinary foundation to Evan, and continued, furthermore, do not assume that what you were taught in the training camp encompasses the entirety of the Falerthis saber technique. The Navy boasts many formidable practitioners of this military swordsmanship, and through generations of masters revising and refining it, its potential is not to be underestimated. Name: Ger Copper. Gender: male. Rank: Colonel Captain, affiliated with the Silver Wing of the 3rd Fleet of the Falerthis Kingdom. Status: Peak Formal Knight, Extraordinary 2nd Tier. Attributes: Constitution 4. 5. Strength 4. 8. Agility 4. 3. Intelligence 1. Life Essence Transformation Limit Pre-Transcendence. Skills: Falerthis Saber Technique, Advanced, Mastered. White Sail Swordsmanship, Mastered, with accompanying Breath Technique, Swordsmanship. And Alchemy, Nautical Skills, Master. Gazing at Uncle Ger's attributes, Evan nodded in agreement. You are indeed correct. Your primary attribute is strength. As Ger grew animated, he generously imparted the advanced version of the Falerthis Saber Technique to Evan, allowing him the opportunity to choose during his own extraordinary advancement. Moreover, seizing this rare moment of tranquility, Ger also shared the widely circulated Sessi Saber technique among pirates and the refined essence of the Rose Sword technique from the Falerthis Kingdom's court, ensuring that Evan would not be caught off guard in future encounters, even if he did not exert himself excessively. Grateful for Uncle Ger's unreserved support, Evan trained with renewed diligence. With a data-driven perspective, he possessed a clear understanding of his path. Military swordsmanship could serve as an auxiliary, while the Sessi Saber technique and Rose Sword technique could provide valuable references. Yet, his foundation remained firmly rooted in the white sail swordsmanship, as agility was his most prominent attribute. During this period, another piece of good news emerged. Although Evan had initially failed in his land-based experiments, the legume project he undertook aboard the ship, with the help of the chef, finally yielded results. Ah, splendid, this is it, he exclaimed, delighted by the mildly sweet yet crisp texture. The absence of any adverse reactions in his data-driven perspective confirmed that the development of the bean sprouts had been a success. It turned out that with the right legumes and fresh water, a bountiful harvest of vitamin C-rich sprouts could be achieved in just a few days. Not only were they delectable, but they also served as a life-saving remedy for the sailors. As anticipated, during the subsequent dinner, the crew extolled the virtues of this novel vegetable, fervently urging the chef to replace their usual salt-boiled beans with this culinary marvel known as bean sprouts. In nature, animals instinctively seek out foods outside their typical diets when their bodies signal a deficiency, such as carnivores consuming grass or gorillas eating clay. Similarly, humans, the most evolved primates, are not exempt. Cravings for fresh vegetables are signals from their bodies. Evan, do you realize the significance of your invention? Asked Dr. Martin, the ship's physician, who was particularly attuned to such matters. Although ordinary sailors may lack the broader perspective, I am keenly aware of its implications. In this era of extraordinary powers, awareness of the existence of scurvy had begun to dawn upon the populace, and there was a growing recognition that fresh fruits and vegetables could protect sailors from this affliction. However, Given the limitations of wooden sailing vessels, storing sufficient fresh produce to sustain the entire crew was impractical. The ability to cultivate easily storable legumes that could quickly yield vegetables was a perfect match for long ocean voyages. Countless sailors, who would be adrift for 4 or 5 months, would be salvaged by this simple invention. As the discoverer of this vegetable, Evan would undoubtedly find himself etched into the annals of nautical history. Dr. Martin, your timing is impeccable. I lack the proper channels to promote this invention, and I have no reliable connections in the kingdom's upper echelons. Do you have any suggestions? Evan inquired, though he was somewhat indifferent to the potential of his invention. Speaking casually. Moreover, he was aware of various methods to supplement vitamins during extended voyages, such as pickling, malt, or adding lemon juice to cane liquor. Yet, he was uncertain if the people of this era had already discovered these methods, so he shared them all with Dr. Martin. Evan, you are truly a genius. I am a member of the Royal Medical Society of the Kingdom. May I take the liberty of writing to the gentlemen of the committee on your behalf, outlining your remarkable discoveries? Countless sailors will remember your contributions. At this point, the physician's face flushed slightly, hesitating to continue. Of course, you shall have authorship rights to the paper, and you must be the second author, Dr. Martin. Evan generously granted him the right to co-author, fully aware of the professional's aspirations. Thank you, sir. Leave it to me. I will write it up and ensure everything is in order. Dr. Martin responded, elated and somewhat incoherent, before hastily returning to his quarters to draft the letter. Indeed, even in a world imbued with extraordinary powers, desire remains one of the driving forces behind human progress. Chapter 32. The bounty noticed this voyage was remarkably uneventful. After sailing the high seas for over half a month, the Silver Wing successfully returned to the Garbard military port. The sailing warship relied solely on wind power, making its speed unpredictable. Thus, coastal patrols were deemed relatively time-efficient and safe. According to veteran sailors, executing long-distance escort missions, such as to the New World, could typically take several months. Naturally, such tasks required at least a level 4 battleship, and the Silver Wing was no longer deemed adequate for such endeavors. Upon disembarking, while other crew members sought leisure, Ivan and Gary returned to their seaside residence, eager to resume their training. They understood that self-discipline is paramount, more so than the extraordinary legacies one might inherit. To shine before others, one must endure hardships and solitude. However, just as the two had finished tidying up the long unoccupied quarters, a sailor who had remained aboard rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, "Lieutenant, there is an urgent mission. The captain has issued a summons. All personnel must return to the ship immediately." "Understood," they replied. Upon returning to the Silver Wing, Ivan spotted First Officer Perry diligently replenishing the ship's supplies. After greeting him, Ivan headed straight for the captain's quarters. "One-eyed Becky, a bounty of 1,000 gold lions. Is this fellow truly so brazen as to sink a warship?" Rumor had it that he was the vice-captain of the Shark-Tooth pirate crew, possessing formidable knightly prowess. When Ivan arrived in the captain's quarters, a circle of officers was already engaged in fervent discussion. At the center of the table lay a bounty notice just received from the fleet command, accompanied by a brief dossier on the wanted criminal. Upon seeing the bounty amount, not only Ivan but also the gathered officers were taken aback. 1,000 gold lions, what a staggering sum. This amount approximated a naval soldier's entire salary accrued over a century without sustenance, equated to 10 fine warhorses, or represented 1/5 the cost of a level 6 single-masted swift sailing vessel. Furthermore, this bounty was to be disbursed in full by the command of the Third Fleet, unbound by the constraints of prize distribution rules. Whoever eliminated this individual would claim the entire bounty for themselves, coupled with potential spoils from vanquishing pirates. It promised a feast of riches for all involved. Ivan found himself astonished. What manner of individual warranted such a price? After exchanging greetings with Uncle Jer and his colleagues, he picked up the dossier to scrutinize it. The fact that Becky was the vice-captain of the Shark-Tooth pirate crew did not impress him. What pirate faction could possibly rival the might of the naval forces? Any fearsome entity that ordinary folk dared not provoke would find itself outmatched by the naval fleet. However, the intelligence revealed that One-Eyed Becky possessed the extraordinary rank of a seasoned knight, with a record of vanquishing opponents of equal caliber. Not long ago, his pirate ship had engaged in direct combat, sinking a level 6 naval communication vessel. This undeniable evidence compelled Ivan to acknowledge the audacity and strength of this adversary. Indeed, There were pirates who dared to confront the navy. Many infamous marauders had claimed victories over warships. Yet such feats came with prerequisites. First, one must wield sufficient power to instill fear in the navy, weighing whether the chase was warranted. This required strength equivalent to a third-tier knight or greater. Second, one must shun public attention, refraining from boasting or drawing unnecessary focus to oneself. Yet, this one-eyed Becky, despite allegedly possessing knightly strength beyond the reach of most naval personnel, had not yet attained a level that would incite official trepidation. To sink a warship and remain within the jurisdiction of the Third Fleet, flaunting his defiance, was tantamount to a slap in the face to the fleet's officers. If not him, then who else would be targeted? Ivan doubted this man could evade capture for long. It was merely a matter of whose fortune would prevail in catching his trail, once surrounded by warships. Unless he could defy the heavens or plunge into the depths of the sea, his fate would be sealed. Captain, supplies have been replenished. After some time, First Officer Perry returned to report to Captain Jare that the crew had assembled and preparations were complete. Surveying the eager faces of the assembled officers, Jare nodded. Sensing the morale was high, with a decisive gesture, he proclaimed, "Set sail. According to command, we shall rendezvous with the Valor near Taro Island to pursue One-Eyed Becky. Gentlemen, the honor of the Navy is not to be sullied. We shall cleanse it with the blood of One-Eyed Becky." "Understood, Captain," the officers chorused. On the azure expanse of the ocean, the waves were mild under the radiant sun, as two similarly sized level 5 cruisers traversed in a patrol formation. The cries of seabirds, once soothing, now felt irksome. The Silver Wing and the Valor had been scouring the seas for 8 days in search of One-Eyed Becky. Not a trace of him had emerged. Not even the lesser pirates dared to show themselves, having been spooked by the scale of the Third Fleet's pursuit. It was evident that the majority of naval vessels without urgent missions had joined the chase, an unprecedented show of force in nearly a decade. Were it not for the rapid communication vessels and swallows relaying the latest intelligence, confirming that One-Eyed Becky had neither gone ashore nor departed the Third Fleet's territory, many would have presumed he had escaped. As time wore on, the officers and crew aboard both the Silver Wing and Valor began to feel restless. The extensive maritime blockade, even for the might of the Third Fleet, could not be sustained indefinitely. The longer they delayed, the greater the chance of returning empty-handed. The ocean was vast beyond comprehension. Locating a single man in such a boundless expanse was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Ivan, however, maintained a commendable mindset. Even without sighting the target, he considered it a valuable experience. Yet, due to the ever-present threat of sudden combat, his specialized training had been postponed, and he spent most of his time beneath the mast. Ivan's proficiency in sail control had progressed swiftly, and he was now capable of assisting the sailmaster, Jab, with ease. Having been aboard for over a month, he had completely adapted to life at sea, even reveling in the sensation of being in his element. He mused to himself, "It seems I was born to conquer the seas." Standing atop the lookout, he gazed across the horizon, the salty breeze brushing against his face. With the aid of his enhanced vision, he would not miss any subtle signs. "Ah, the Valor has signaled." Ivan keenly noted the flags being hoisted across the deck, deciphering that the vessel had discovered a small island with fresh water resources, inviting the Silver Wing to replenish its supplies. Every drop of fresh water aboard a ship was a precious commodity, as long-term storage often led to spoilage. Thus, after some time at sea, sailors would resort to drinking sugarcane liquor, commonly known as rum in many Western tales, in place of fresh water. Those accustomed to life on land could scarcely fathom the hardships of a vessel deprived of water. As the ship's second-in-command, Ivan swiftly descended the mast to report to Jare. Moments later, following the signaling of flags from the Silver Wing, both warships altered their course toward the unnamed island. The island was indeed picturesque. It would likely attract many visitors for a getaway if located closer to shore. Sunshine, white sandy beaches, and a few elegantly swaying palm trees adorned the scene. While the first officer organized the crew to collect fresh water, Ivan leisurely settled into a small boat nearby, casting his fishing line into the waters surrounding the island. Oh, another catch. The untouched nature of this remote locale meant the fish were endearingly naive to the concept of a hook. Despite Ivan's modest angling skills, he swiftly amassed 2 brimming buckets of unidentifiable fish. In this era, sailors rarely bothered naming the bizarre marine life they encountered, deeming it the domain of scholars. To them, sea creatures were simply categorized as edible or inedible. After delivering the fish to the ship, Ivor noticed the sailors were still occupied with their tasks. He promptly sought out the freshwater estuary on the island and luxuriated in a refreshing bath. Bliss. Despite the superior accommodations afforded to officers on board, Ivor found the infrequency of bathing irksome and seized this opportunity. Returning to the ship with towel-dried hair, he found the cook preparing a barbecue on deck. The ingredients included Ivor's freshly caught fish, assorted shellfish gathered by the crew on the beach, and cured meats from the storehouse. The rising plumes of fragrant smoke were mouth-watering. Life at sea was arduous, and the sailors had long since learned to find joy in simple pleasures, such as gatherings and good food. Ivor felt a stirring of culinary inspiration. A lifelong bachelor, he had honed impressive cooking skills and was eager to showcase them. He casually plucked a tuna-like fish with red stripes from the bucket and, with a flourish, wielded a chef's knife. In a swift, expert motion reminiscent of a seasoned butcher, he transformed the fish into 2 slabs of pristine, delectable flesh. The knife danced in his hand, a blur of silver, producing translucent slices of fish that seemed to float onto the waiting plates. Ivor's swordsmanship now far surpassed that of even the most accomplished chefs of his former life. Marked by precision, speed, and artistry, his dazzling display quickly drew a crowd, primarily composed of the ship's higher-ranking crew members and indispensable technical specialists. "This kid has too many ideas," observed Ger. Neither he nor Ivor were the type to be consumed by swordsmanship, so they saw no issue with Ivor using his skills in this manner. However, between his invention of bean sprouts, his teachings on disease-preventing foods and beverages, and now this novel way of preparing sea fish, they were baffled by the source of his endless ingenuity. Once the fish was sliced, Ivor concocted a dipping sauce from the available ingredients. Though it lacked the nuances of his specialized sauces from his past life, the sheer freshness of the fish, practically leaping from the sea to the plate, more than compensated for any minor shortcomings. Excellent. So fresh. Chapter 33. Traces and the dirge of sunken ships indeed. The consumption of raw fish, known as fish slices, dates back to the Han Dynasty in Ivor's previous life in ancient China. However, due to the prevalence of parasites in freshwater fish, this practice gradually waned in popularity and was instead embraced and refined by island nations along the coast. Captain Gar took the initiative to extend a courtesy to Ivor, picking up a translucent slice of fish that shimmered in the sunlight. He first commended Ivor's knife skills before placing it in his mouth, where he was immediately captivated by the fresh, sweet flavor of the raw fish. Accustomed to fish soup and grilled fish, this novel preparation offered a unique gustatory experience. Indeed, it is exquisite, tender, and sweet. "You must all partake," he declared. Following the captain's lead, the crew eagerly sampled the dish, becoming instant devotees of Ivor's innovative approach to preparing seafood. Subsequently, the chef presented a meticulously prepared barbecue, and several officers from the Warrior were invited to join the luncheon aboard the Silverwing. A convivial atmosphere enveloped the gathering, filled with delectable food and fine wine. This idyllic interlude was short-lived. As the crew members returned from collecting water, they brought with them exhilarating news. They had stumbled upon signs of recent activity near the island's water source. "Let us pursue them." Although they could not confirm whether it was One-Eyed Becky, no one was willing to dismiss this promising lead. After a brief respite, both warships swiftly hoisted their sails and set course in the direction the quarry had likely taken. The billowing sails were filled with the resounding force of the ocean winds. As an observer, Ivor stood atop the mainmast's lookout platform when a curious thought suddenly crossed his mind. While other transmigrators were constantly hunted by various factions, struggling to survive, he had risen to the point of pursuing others. "I suppose I haven't brought shame to the wider transmigrator community, have I?" He quickly dismissed this whimsical notion. His 3 years of experience as a hunter constantly reminded him that the roles of hunter and prey were not immutable. As a hunter, he must remain vigilant against the possibility of being ambushed by his prey. This was especially true when the prey was a cunning predator in its own right. One-Eyed Becky's modus operandi gave him the distinct impression that the rogue was concealing his true intentions by lingering in the Third Fleet's territory. This pursuit continued for an entire day. Finally, near a sprawling archipelago of craggy islets, they discovered evidence of another vessel. It was a half-empty oak barrel, seemingly lost at sea and carried by the currents into the warship's path. The crew retrieved it from the water. Boom. Upon opening the unremarkable barrel, a wave of rum's aroma wafted out. Even Ivor, who rarely indulged in spirits, recognized it as the most common type of rum found at sea. However, First Mate Perry solemnly poured a glass, inhaled its aroma, and took a small sip. With conviction, he declared, "This rum is not from the Black Coast, or at least not from any of the countries within the Tulip Alliance." Responding to the crew's perplexed gazes, the first mate poured a glass of the rum stored on board and placed the two glasses side by side. He explained, "The countries of the Tulip Alliance engage in frequent trade and boast numerous distilleries. However, their distilleries are primarily located in colonies on the southern continent, where there is an ample supply of sugarcane. Both the sugar and rum industries flourish there." He continued, "Regardless of variations in technique or whether it has been blended, the sugarcane used as raw material remains the same. As a result, the sugarcane rum from the Tulip Alliance possesses a distinct aroma that sets it apart from other regions." Upon hearing this, Avon also raised the two glasses to his nose, attempting to discern the difference, but to no avail. He could only gaze at the first mate in awe, like a novice admiring a master. Indeed, experience is invaluable. In other words, an outsider has inexplicably ventured into this desolate region without following established sea lanes. "I suspect it is a pirate, and most likely our target, One-Eyed Becky," the first mate concluded. While there could be various explanations for the presence of foreign rum, most of the crew agreed with the first mate's reasoning. Avon refrained from interjecting in matters beyond his expertise. "Inform the warrior," he said. At Gar's behest, this news was quickly communicated to the warrior via signal flags. The warrior responded by suggesting that the two warships separate and patrol opposite sides of the rocky archipelago, signaling each other upon spotting the target. Before the Silverwing could respond, the warrior had already impatiently set course toward the outer edge of the islets, where the currents flowed. Theoretically, the likelihood of spotting the target was higher in that direction. "Captain, is this truly appropriate?" After all, the Silverwing discovered the initial lead, the warrior's helmsman asked hesitantly. He was one of the officers who had remained on board and had been invited to share the luncheon on the Silverwing. He now felt that his captain's actions were rather dishonorable. "What is inappropriate about it? Didn't we share our discovery at the water source yesterday? Now that we have a lead on One-Eyed Becky, it is a matter of each ship's competence. Whoever captures him, he said. The captain, whose rugged features were framed by a blue beard, held the rank of lieutenant commander, which was lower than Gar's. However, he was not under Gar's command and was only cooperating due to orders from headquarters. Naturally, he was not afraid to compete for credit. Witnessing the warrior's preemptive departure, the officers and crew of the Silverwing wore displeased expressions. This act of hogging all the glory was exceedingly distasteful. Did they truly believe that One-Eyed Becky was just waiting to be slaughtered? How reckless. Ensure that the logs are meticulously recorded. We are not to blame if problems arise, Gar instructed, directing the ship's lieutenants to document the events and absolve themselves of any responsibility. Let him go. One-Eyed Becky is not an easy foe to deal with. He is an oddity. We will take the inner route instead. Meanwhile, on a ship adorned with black sails, Captain, good news. Gagon says a fish has taken the bait. The first mate, his body covered in tattoos, rushed up to the forecastle, bowing 90 degrees as he reported to the captain, who wore a tricorn hat and possessed only one eye. Upon hearing this, the one-eyed captain turned around. His remaining eye seemed to pierce through the first mate, causing him to avert his gaze involuntarily. The captain's power and madness surpassed even the most sensational rumors. Even those who had followed him for many years dared not disobey him in the slightest. Tell Gagon that if his divination is inaccurate this time, his own entrails will be used next time. Do you understand? The captain's voice was like the suppressed, nauseating sound of rotting sludge from the depths of the sea, causing the first mate to feel uneasy. However, he dared not show any sign of discomfort on his face. Yes, I will inform him immediately, the first mate said, nodding vigorously. He did not dare say another word or hesitate, quickly scurrying down from the forecastle. In his heart, he muttered, although Gagon is merely a native shaman with a rudimentary understanding of the arcane arts, he is the second most terrifying figure on this ship. The mere thought of him dissecting animals and using their entrails for divination sends shivers down my spine. It is best to avoid provoking him. Watching the first mate depart, One-Eyed Becky was pleased with his display of authority. He turned and caressed a black stone sculpture positioned behind the figurehead, a fervent glint in his one eye. If I can sink just one more warship and complete the ritual, this potent oceanic treasure, the dirge of sunken ships, will be fully unlocked. And I, the great Captain One-Eyed Becky, will complete the transformation into a rare and formidable sunken dirge singer. Chapter 34, The Trap. By that time, the vice captain of the Shark Tooth pirate crew and the invincible knight, White Shark Cook, would be nothing more than ephemeral illusions to him. He possessed the capability to venture wherever he desired, to establish a pirate crew solely his own, liberated from the scrutiny of others. Most importantly, the further he was from that deranged captain, the better. As he caressed the obsidian sculpture, he was acutely aware that within this shipwreck-like artifact lay a malevolent spirit, one steeped in hatred for order and the civilized world, perpetually yearning to unleash the most brutal vengeance upon humanity. Yet, whether blind or confident, or driven to desperation, he felt assured that after his transformation, he would be able to subdue it completely. With it, One-Eyed Becky was destined to become a formidable transcendent being, one day ascending to the throne of the pirate king of the Black Sea. His insatiable greed rendered him reckless, for the power of this marine treasure was simply too formidable. For every naval vessel of the civilized world that sank, the pirate ship bearing this artifact would receive a significant boost, as long as he continued to hunt warships. Ultimately, becoming a true legendary vessel would not be a mere fantasy. Coupled with the extraordinary profession of mourner of the shipwreck, which thrived alongside the ship, Becky was confident he would soon reign over the Black Sea. All of this compelled him to make the audacious decision to assault a warship. After a successful initial strike, he would spread a vast net across these waters to complete another hunt. "Captain, we have received word from the lookout that some debris has been spotted on the sea. Our pursuit is on the right course." The first mate of the Warrior was equally exhilarated as he reported to his captain. "Haha. Signal the rigging master to advance at full speed. We cannot allow this little mouse to slip through our fingers." "Aye, Captain. Haul away, haul away." Immediately, invigorating shouts erupted outside, the entire crew buoyed by the prospect of imminent bounty. Their captain had consistently preached that One-Eyed Becky, who had once clashed with warships, inflicting 1,000 losses upon the enemy while suffering 800 himself, was certainly no match for them. Finding him would mean defeating him, and the glory and riches would belong to every crew member who contributed. Indeed, the captain of the Warrior had earned his place through sheer merit. He was not merely deceiving his crew, but making reasonable judgments based on common sense, firmly believing in the accuracy of his assessments. With favorable winds and speeds, the Warrior unfurled its sails and surged forth at an impressive 6 knots. 2 hours after parting ways with the Silver Wing, they finally spotted the anticipated black-sailed pirate ship. The pirate vessel was anchored near the rocky isles, seemingly oblivious to the possibility of being discovered. Only when they beheld the Warrior charging towards them did they hastily begin to hoist sails and weigh anchor. Prepare for battle. The Navy personnel aboard the Warrior, witnessing the pirates' frantic movements, found their morale bolstered and swiftly maneuvered to intercept the slowly retreating pirate ship. The cannon ports opened, and the crew sharpened their blades. "Huh, did you really think you could secure victory over us? Fools, you have walked straight into our trap." The pirate officers lurking in the shadows of the ship smiled wickedly, regarding the Warrior as prey. Given that the wind powered all the momentum for sailing vessels, the significance of wind direction in naval combat was undeniable. There was no absolute superiority between upwind and downwind. Each had its advantages in various tactics. Although the Warrior launched its attack from downwind, fully unleashing its cannon fire while obstructing the pirates' escape route, they had unwittingly played into the pirates' hands, falling into their carefully laid trap. "Put down the telescope. Gargan, your prophecy proved accurate this time. All captured sailors belong to you." One-Eyed Becky was immensely pleased with Gargan, the sorcerer's foresight, having promised him the spoils he most desired even before the battle began. "Gagaga, thank you, Captain." The wizened old man, with his brown skin adorned with various bone trinkets, opened his shriveled mouth, emitting a ghastly laugh, his black tongue and teeth reminiscent of a horrifying black mamba. "Open fire, but slow down a bit. We must not frighten off our guests." "Aye, Captain." Boom, boom, boom. The fierce cannonade erupted, cannonballs soaring through the air, splintering wooden planks and shattering masts. Casualties were inevitable, with unfortunate souls being crushed into pulp on both sides. "Ah, my leg." Regardless of who was the hunter or the prey, the naval battle at sea was brutal, equally merciless to both pirates and navy. The pirate ship, leveraging its wind advantage, gradually closed in on the Warrior, preparing to engage in a desperate boarding assault. Meanwhile, the Warrior sought to maximize the effectiveness of its artillery, employing a kite tactic on the water, advancing while firing. "Steady, artillery officer. Unleash all our stored ammunition." Competing in firepower with a warship is a game for the distant future. "Aye, Captain." As cannon fire erupted, Both vessels gradually sailed beyond their original waters. They were but a stone's throw away from Iraqi, all that led back to deeper waters. At that moment, an unusual scene unfolded before the crew of the Warrior. The pirate ship's sails began to retract, and the vessel gradually slowed. How curious, what are they up to? The bearded captain of the Warrior lowered his telescope, puzzled by the pirates' intentions. Yet, to ensure the cannon's range, he too had to decelerate. Rigging master, lower. Bang! A tremendous crash jolted the Warrior, the force even tossing several sailors off the deck and into the sea. Not good, we've run aground. The crew's cries caused the bearded captain's face to pale. Engrossed in pursuing the pirate ship, he had neglected to observe the sea conditions, committing an utterly unforgivable mistake. Instantly, chaos erupted among the Navy personnel. No one knew better than he the dire consequences of losing mobility in such a pursuit. In anguish, the captain closed his eyes, continued firing to prevent the pirate ship from closing in, sent out a distress signal, and informed the entire crew to hold fast and await Colonel Gur's rescue. For a man of his pride and arrogance, this was a difficult choice to make. But at that moment, dignity paled in comparison to the value of life. As a brilliant red flare shot skyward, the pirates also set their plans into motion. 7 or 8 small, specially crafted boats were lowered into the water. Each boat carried 3 pirates, one holding a torch while the others rowed, and beneath the canvas, something was concealed. This time, the seasoned officers needed no command from the bearded captain. They instinctively understood the nefarious intentions of these wretched pirates. These were fire ships. What enmity could warrant such an act? Their warship was already stranded on the rocks, yet they sought to send a suicide squad to burn it down. Quick fire! Sink those fire ships! The frantic orders of the artillery officer were almost hysterical, but the gunners themselves were hardly in a better state, hastily loading ammunition to fire at the approaching vessels. However, due to the grounding, the Warrior had tilted dangerously, its broadside cannons facing the sky. Though they had fortuitously sunk 2 fire ships shortly after their launch, once the remaining vessels drew near, the cannons could no longer target them. Moreover, throughout this turmoil, the pirate ship's artillery continued to rain down incessantly, suppressing the Navy personnel aboard the Warrior, who could barely lift their heads. The lifeboats that were lowered first came under concentrated fire, completely extinguishing any hope for the sailors to escape. Madmen, madmen! How dare they store such an abundance of flammable oil aboard the vessel? Do they not fear becoming fireballs themselves? Yet at this moment, no matter how venomous the curses may be, they cannot alter the predetermined fate of the brave Warrior. Chapter 35. The extraordinary an hour had passed since the Silverwing heard the distant rumble of cannon fire and the explosive bursts of signal flares as it bravely navigated through the treacherous rocky isles to reach the battlefield. Crackling flames engulfed the once mighty naval vessel, the Warrior, now reduced to mere kindling amidst the chaos. Cries for help, desperate wails, and anguished screams echoed through the air. Countless sailors were forced to abandon ship, leaping into the sea in the absence of lifeboats. Before the Silverwing could assist the wounded in the water, the Warrior's ammunition magazine ignited, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that reverberated through the battlefield. The ensuing silence was profound. Evan, his mouth agape, witnessed the obliteration of a ship that had been filled with laughter just the day before. The sheer shock was incomparable to the mock battles he had previously engaged in with the Blood Anchor, far beyond anything that could be depicted in reports on paper. Target the pirate ship. All hands to battle stations. Open fire and seize the advantage. Blood for blood. The scene before them ignited a deep fury within the crew of the Silverwing. Internal conflicts were one matter, but the audacity of pirates sinking a naval vessel and slaughtering sailors was a call to vengeance. With eyes ablaze, the officers of the Silverwing vowed to avenge their fallen comrades. Furthermore, Gale's command to seize the windward position revealed his unwavering resolve to fight without retreat. In such a position, retreat would only lead them into the line of fire of the pirates. Gagon, explain why there is a second naval vessel. Is this the prey you prophesied? Gripping the native shaman by his garments, the one-eyed Beaky hurled him to the ground, his features contorted in rage. The thrill of unlocking the ocean's treasures was swiftly replaced by fury. As captain, he could not admit that he had been so consumed by the joy of achieving his dreams that he had overlooked the implications of the Warrior firing a signal flare. This burden was to be borne by Gagon. The interruption of their plans left no one in high spirits, yet Beaky understood that anger would not resolve their predicament. With the aid of the Oceanic Relics Requiem, he felt confident that his own losses in the confrontation with the warrior had not been too severe. Clutching the statue of the sunken ship, now emanating visible dark mist, Beaky stormed into the captain's quarters, slamming the door behind him as he barked at his pirate crew. Hold them off for half an hour. Whoever dares to retreat will find themselves at the bottom of the sea, feeding the fish. The faces of the pirate officers were grim. Although they had lured the warrior into a trap, it was still a fifth-rate warship, even without engaging in hand-to-hand combat. Their own ship had sustained considerable damage from the cannon fire. To engage another fifth-rate vessel in their battered condition was akin to courting death. Yet, Beaky's brutality and ferocity quelled their fear of the Navy. Resolutely, he commanded the gunners to return fire and prepared to set sail, willing to trade space for time, hoping to endure until the captain emerged. As the sails billowed and the prow cleaved through the waves, the two ships departed the rocky isles, heading into the deep sea. As they passed the wreckage of the warrior, the Silverwing released all its lifeboats, leaving the fate of any survivors to the mercy of the goddess. The chase lasted a mere 20 minutes. Despite the pirate ship's fortunate use of chain shot to sever the Silverwing's foremast and slow its progress, it was soon struck by a cannonball that crippled its rudder, sealing its fate. With a barrage of cannon fire, the Silverwing unleashed a devastating assault, ensuring the pirate vessel was rendered immobile and inflicting heavy casualties upon the deck. Driven by rage, the Navy was resolute in their aim to claim the head of the one-eyed Beaky. Drop anchor. Let us fight. Cornered, the pirates displayed their fierce valor, securing the anchor and flooding from the hold. Before the Silverwing could launch its attack, they charged forth, led by their officers, with wild cries as they initiated the boarding battle. Kill them. Let us fight these damned sailors. The sailors aboard the Silverwing were equally unyielding, some engaging on the deck while others leaped onto the pirate ship. In this moment, neither side harbored a coward. The two vessels transformed into a brutal battlefield of blood and iron. As Gale surveyed the chaos, he noted the absence of the formidable one-eyed Beaky, entrusting the command of the Silverwing to his first mate. With a powerful leap, he descended onto the pirate ship, heading straight for the captain's quarters. Though unaware of Beaky's designs, he understood that preventing the enemy from succeeding was paramount. Evan, too, could not remain passive. His time in service had prepared him for this encounter with pirates, and he was eager to put his training to the test. Without hesitation, he unleashed his sword technique. Floating boat. His figure blurred as he became a streak of silver light, the blade dancing across the deck, each flash accompanied by splashes of crimson as pirate after pirate fell before him. If Gale represented the pinnacle of a true knight, Evan felt he had attained the apex of a squire, wielding the strength of a first-rate warrior. If he struggled against these ordinary pirates, it would render his 8 years of exceptional swordsmanship utterly futile. Employing his firearm in tandem, he easily dispatched a pirate officer marked by signs of extraordinary prowess, gradually stabilizing the situation aboard the Silverwing. The extraordinary strength of the pirates was evidently greater than that of those aboard the Blood Anchor. Yet after Evan's decisive strikes against 3 pirate officers, the balance of power shifted dramatically in favor of the Navy, with the pirates already outnumbered, and one side weary from battle while the other was fresh. The outcome seemed inevitable unless a significant shift occurred in the battle's dynamics. As the cries of the pirates began to dwindle, the Navy realized that these foes were merely pawns, while their true target, the one-eyed Beaky, had yet to reveal himself. Evan signaled to Gary to hold the line, as he swung onto the pirate ship via a rope, eager to witness the clash of knights, a rare opportunity indeed. Block him. Do not let him reach the captain's quarters. All of you forward. The remaining pirates bore the burden of defending their captain, suppressing their fear of the formal knight as they surged to obstruct Gale's advance. They even summoned a multitude of firearms, employing a volley-firing strategy to deter him. Though Gale was an extraordinary human, far surpassing the limits of ordinary men, he could not disregard the threat of bullets, especially under the relentless barrage from close quarters. As he maneuvered and dodged, time slipped away. Gale soon realized that something was amiss with Beaky. His subordinates were buying him time. Yet, the longer the standoff continued, the more unpredictable the situation became. Since they had chosen not to flee, they must still harbor hopes of a turnaround. Thus, he dared not linger any longer. With a swift motion, he retreated and, in just 2 strides, reached the bow of the ship, brandishing his sword to sever the relatively smaller foremast. Grasping the mast with both hands, he inhaled deeply and bellowed, "Charge!" The strength he wielded, exceeding human limits by more than 4-fold, was not merely a numerical display. The comparison of size resembled an ant wielding chopsticks, forcefully sweeping the mast aside. The sound was thunderous. What does it feel like to be struck by a battering ram? This band of pirates would tell you it feels like soaring through the air. Their screams were stifled in their throats as the mast, mingled with the fury of wind and thunder, carved a path through blood and flesh after just 2 strikes. A small number of pirates were hurled into the sea, while many others were reduced to pulp, forever fused with the deck. No barriers remained between Gell and the captain's quarters. Like the valiant armored knights of the mounted warfare era centuries ago, Gell wielded the elongated mast as if it were a knight's lance, charging towards the heart of the enemy, the captain's chamber. With each powerful stride upon the deck, the oak planks resounded with a tremendous roar, as though not a man, but a war elephant thundered past. Boom! Crash! On had just boarded the pirate ship when he heard the colossal noise emanating from the stern. Raising his gaze, he beheld the captain's quarters reduced to splinters. 2 figures tumbled into the sea amidst the shattered planks. In a fleeting glance, his data-enhanced vision captured the silhouettes. One, a tall figure clad in military attire, was undoubtedly Gell, while the other, a grotesque being, was unmistakably one-eyed Betchy. On felt a flicker of disbelief. Was this creature even human? The bare upper half of its body had transformed into the exoskeleton of a crab or lobster, while the remaining half retained a semblance of humanity, yet was infested with various parasitic sea creatures, barnacles, tube worms, moss animals, mussels, and algae, resembling a shipwrecked hull submerged for years, presenting a bizarre and repulsive sight. Most terrifying of all, the left eye, once blinded, had lost its eye patch, revealing a hollow socket from which a cluster of slender black tentacles writhed as if alive, resembling the ghostly hand of an underwater specter. Even from a distance, Owen felt his nostrils assaulted by the putrid stench of decay and brine. Is this the true essence of a transcendent world? The sudden encounter with such monstrosity struck a severe blow to Owen's worldview, leaving him momentarily dazed, utterly unaware of the aged, emaciated figure adorned with bone ornaments that slowly emerged from the hatch leading to the lower deck behind him. Chapter 36. The eerie stone sculpture observing the dazed figure of Evan, clad in a naval officer's uniform. The sorcerer Gagon stealthily raised a bone blowgun to his lips. Whoosh! Clang! Evan's honed battle instincts allowed him to react in the nick of time, slicing the poisoned dart out of the air with his sword. Though he emerged unscathed, a cold sweat broke out on Evan's brow as he turned to confront the bizarrely attired native elder. Despite his concern for Uncle Gell facing such a grotesque creature alone, Evan resolved to eliminate this lurking old man first. Gaga, foolish Navy man, I have foreseen your demise. To Evan's astonishment, the peculiar elder, instead of fleeing after his attack failed, crawled out from the cabin, muttering to himself while continuing to launch darts at Evan. Whoosh whoosh with skin of deep brown, indicative of the southern or new continent's natives, adorned with an array of bone ornaments and tattoos covering over 80% of his body. The elder resembled the shamanic figures from the adventurous tales of Evan's childhood. Evan remained exceedingly cautious, for legend spoke of such unusual beings, rare in the civilized world, that, while potentially lacking in direct combat prowess, wielded a myriad of terrifying and inscrutable sorcery, rendering them formidable opponents. Despite his confidence in possessing peak Mortal Kombat skills, Evan dared not underestimate such a creature. Blade-style, floating boat. With remarkable agility, he evaded all incoming darts. Indeed, upon seeing his repeated attempts fail to harm Evan, the old shaman cackled madly, extracting a deep green sphere from his python skin pouch and hurling it at Evan. Die, your doom is at hand. Evan's keen eyesight instantly recognized the object. His pupils constricted in alarm. It was a human head, mysteriously shrunken, its features still discernible despite the reduction in size. Boom! A thick, viscous green mist, reminiscent of atomized grease, erupted from the head, rapidly enveloping the deck. Evan dared not test this strange phenomenon. Leaping up the mast and positioning himself on the mainsail spar to avoid the evidently heavier-than-air toxic fog. Ah, help! Ha! Ha! I can't breathe. While Evan managed to evade the mist, not all aboard were so fortunate. Many pirates and sailors engaged in battle were caught in its grasp, emitting blood-curdling screams before falling silent. You shall pay for this. Evan seethed with fury. Although he recognized the sorcery at play, he could not overlook the abominable act of using his kin as spell-casting materials, nor could he stand idly by as his comrades were ruthlessly slaughtered. The sea breeze swiftly dispersed the noxious fog, instilling fear in the surviving pirates and sailors who huddled in corners, too terrified to emerge. However, from his elevated vantage point, Evan quickly spotted the shaman's whereabouts. The old man was lurking behind a few wooden barrels, peering cautiously at the ship's activity, muttering, "My divination must not be wrong, death. A powerful young body, a crow. Do these symbols not portend that I shall claim the corpse of a youthful warrior and master the fearsome art of necromancy?" Evan, having quietly descended through the rigging to hover just above him, felt a surge of absurdity. Was this man truly dreaming? A clearly non-combatant spellcaster confronting a warrior simply because his divination foretold his failure? If all sorcerers were as nonsensical and irrational as this one, it was no wonder that the church had enacted witch-hunting decrees. Once believing the witch hunts to be a means for the ruling class to persecute the common folk and suppress dissenters, Evan now reconsidered. At the very least, individuals like this old shaman, who treated human life as expendable, should not exist. Amidst his rapid thoughts, Evan's actions remained relentless. Gripping his sword in reverse, he dove from the mast like a predatory eagle, harnessing the force of his descent to arc his blade gracefully, grazing the shaman's neck. Thud! The withered head tumbled to the ground, bearing an expression of disbelief, its eyes devoid of life. Evan deftly pushed off the deck with his toes, rolling away swiftly to distance himself from the shaman's location, wary that he might emulate the infamous blood anchor Zack, dragging others down with him in death. Fortunately, whether due to the shaman's incompetence or some other factor, Evan's fears did not materialize. The half-hearted sorcerer was neatly dispatched by the warrior's strike. Unwilling to touch anything on the shaman's body, knowing nothing of sorcery, Evan refrained from seeking spoils for fear of inadvertently endangering himself. Instead, he utilized the remaining oil aboard the pirate ship to incinerate the old shaman's corpse and belongings thoroughly. As the flames consumed the remnants, Evan and the sailors who had boarded the pirate ship swiftly dealt with the remaining pirates, encountering no further formidable foes. The quality of the pirates' oil was commendable. By the time everything concluded, the shaman's body had been reduced to ashes. The fire-resistant deck bore significant scorch marks, but thankfully, Evan had removed nearby flammable materials during the ignition. Otherwise, the pirate ship would have inevitably met the same fate as the Gallette. However, not everything had been reduced to ash. What was this? Amidst the charred remains, a black stone sculpture resembling a sunken vessel lay quietly, its smooth surface untouched by the flames. Step, step, step. Evan approached, gazing at the peculiar object. Compelled by an inexplicable force, he placed his hand upon it, feeling its icy chill, as though the preceding flames had been but an illusion. Splash! In the next moment, it felt as if he had stepped into an abyss, plummeting into the briny sea, sinking rapidly until he found himself at the ocean floor. Endless darkness enveloped him. The murky depths coiled around him, suffocating, cold, and foul, overwhelming his senses with a myriad of negative sensations. Time accelerated. A swarm of barnacles, tube worms, moss worms, mussels, and seaweed thrived upon him, transforming his hands, one into a claw covered in shell, the other dissolving into countless unknown black algae. A sudden jolt of fear snapped him to awareness as a massive red exclamation mark appeared in his vision, accompanied by urgent alarm bells ringing in his ears. State of mind deviation, alert, alert. Instantly realizing he was ensnared in an inexplicable illusion, Evan summoned all his strength to break free. Pop. Chapter 37. The ocean's secret treasure. After the sound of a bubble bursting, Evan found himself back on the deck, kneeling with his chest heaving and breath rapid. It took him a while to recover from the suffocating sensation that had just enveloped him. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he stood up. Only then realizing that no time had passed at all, the sailors beside him were busy cleaning up the aftermath and had not noticed his unusual state. Plop. Evan sat down on the deck, his mind swirling with bizarre whispers, remnants of the inexplicable messages transmitted during his encounter with the statue. Extraordinary path. The wrecked mourner, cost, forever unable to set foot on land. Level 1, Water Ghost. Ceremony. 1, personally submerging at least 100 representatives of the order. Level 2, Shipbound Spirit. Ceremony. 1, personally orchestrating the sinking of at least 3 ships representing the order, sacrificing all crew members. Level 3, Wrecked Mourner. Ceremony. Oceanic Treasure, the Wrecked Lament. For each order ship sunk, one's flagship gains an enhancement, the degree of which is determined by the strength of the destroyed enemy vessel. Minutes later, Evan finally processed the information swirling in his head, and he began to understand why the one-eyed Beaky had brazenly attacked the warship, disregarding any potential repercussions from the Navy. If he were an ordinary person, entirely unacquainted with extraordinary powers, he would undoubtedly succumb to the allure of this oceanic treasure. After all, it required no special qualifications or efforts. Merely fulfilling its ceremonial demands would allow one to transition into a formidable, extraordinary being, akin to a pie falling from the sky. However, as a peak apprentice knight with a promising future under the protection of Uncle Gur, Evan found this peculiar path, which could easily devolve into monstrosity, beneath his consideration. Just a glance at the second-level shipbound spirit, Beaky, with his grotesque form, sent shivers down Evan's spine, leaving him horrified at the thought of transforming into something similar. Unless I were mad, perhaps the price of never being able to set foot on land could indeed grant one considerable power, but power is fleeting, while charm is everlasting. Evan wholeheartedly believed in this profound adage. Most importantly, this path was flawed, capping at level 3, while the knightly path could ascend to level 4, making it seem paltry in comparison. Though puzzled as to why this artifact, which should belong to Beaky, was in the hands of the shaman, Evan did not dwell on it. He merely refrained from touching the enigmatic statue again, opting instead to find a wooden box, filling it with straw, and placing the statue inside. Turning back, he noticed that the sailors on both ships had already cleared the battlefield, leaving no pirate alive, for on the seas, few pirates would ever surrender. Although the nations of the continent varied in their vigor against piracy, their stance remained consistent, at least publicly under the church's pressure. Any proven pirate or those engaged in piratical activities would be hanged without trial, excluding those with legitimate privateering licenses. To Evan, this was no different from financial oligarchs monopolizing positions to eliminate competitors. With no further business of his own, Evan chose to sit and wait for Gare's return. Gurgle. Gurgle. Since his plunge into the water with Beaky, the sea below seemed to be boiling, emitting muffled roars and splashes. Yet Evan held unwavering faith in Uncle Gur, especially after learning from the stone sculpture about the wrecked mourner path, a path that could only unleash its full potential when in harmony with one's ship. The Silver Wing arrived in a timely fashion. Although Beaky had met the unlocking conditions, his pirate ship had yet to undergo the sacrificial transformation. Relying solely on Beaky's strength would never allow him to rival the Peak Knight GER. The battle concluded even more swiftly than Evan had anticipated. It was merely the time Evan spent dealing with the peculiar statue that extended the duration. The rumbling from beneath the water grew increasingly urgent, mingled with the screams and roars of various aquatic creatures. However, this phenomenon lasted only a short while before everything fell silent. Boom! A grotesquely contorted humanoid creature burst through the surface, crashing onto the deck beside Evan with a thunderous sound, resembling a tattered rag. Another figure followed closely behind, landing gracefully. Upon seeing Evan and the wooden box beside him, Gur inquired with interest, "Little Evan, is this your collected spoils?" Gur spoke with a light tone, indicating that the troubles caused by Beaky were of little concern to him. As he spoke, white steam enveloped him, instantly drying his soaked uniform. "Respectable captain, you should take a look at this. I believe this item requires careful handling." Evan, lacking Gare's ease, felt as though he had nearly stumbled over this cursed object and desperately wished to rid himself of this hot potato. Of course, it would be preferable if he could savor another bite once it cooled down. Fortunately, he had a strong backing. He was fully entitled to partake. Gur, sensing Evan's seriousness, became somber, realizing the extraordinary nature of the object only upon personal contact. He had no choice but to acknowledge Evan's earlier caution, feeling somewhat apprehensive as he said, "In the future, do not recklessly touch such strange items. Allow me to handle them. This is not merely a simple oceanic treasure. It harbors a malevolent spirit. Had you not escaped its illusion in time, you could have easily drowned. This time luck was on your side. Do you expect that to be the case every time? A malevolent spirit?" Only then did Evan truly grasp the peril he had faced. Had it not been for his data-driven vision constantly monitoring his physical and mental state, he could have met a tragic fate. He understood Gare's intentions and repeatedly assured him that he would not recklessly tamper with strange artifacts again, while not explicitly stated. The presence of the spirit was unmistakable to a true extraordinary being. Noticing Evan's good attitude, Gur softened, recounting the legends surrounding oceanic treasures. In the legends, Chapter 38, the captain, the so-called oceanic treasures are not of human creation. Rather, They are extraordinary artifacts influenced by the mysterious elements of this world, birthed under specific conditions. The reasons for their emergence are myriad, potentially rooted in unique geographical settings, significant historical events, or even the mass extinction of life. Their forms are as diverse as their origins. They may resemble a sculpture akin to the Song of the Sunken Ship, or take the shape of a shell, a stone, a pocket watch, or any conceivable object that exists in our reality. Yet, they share a singular trait. They are exceedingly difficult to destroy. Each oceanic treasure possesses its own miraculous abilities, potent and enigmatic. Given their maritime nomenclature, it is no surprise that these powers are largely associated with the ocean, bestowing unparalleled advantages upon the vessels that possess them, making them the objects of fervent pursuit on the high seas. Oceanic treasures have almost become synonymous with strength and wealth. Of course, not all oceanic treasures harbor malevolent spirits like the Song of the Sunken Ship, which deliberately divulges information about the treasure while luring others to wield its nefarious powers for unspeakable ends. Most oceanic treasures belong to a category that remains obscure, rendering them indistinguishable to the untrained eye. It is indeed fortuitous that the uncle and nephew have managed to acquire the head of the infamous one-eyed beaky, along with an oceanic treasure, an astounding stroke of luck. Although, due to its antagonism towards the forces of order, the two cannot utilize it as long as they do not intend to defect to piracy, which is somewhat regrettable. However, engaging in a beneficial exchange with nobles who have special needs poses no issue. Once the malevolent spirit concealed within is dealt with, it should fetch a handsome price. Concluded Gell. As for the prospect of trading for a treasure they could wield themselves, neither harbored any hopes. The likelihood of such an opportunity is too faint to rely upon. It is better to convert it into tangible wealth and resources that can be utilized now. By the way, Uncle Gell, how do you plan to handle the extraordinary pathway associated with this? Upon hearing this, Avon noted Gell's silence regarding the Song of the Sunken Ship's extraordinary pathway, prompting his curious inquiry. When it came to matters concerning his own future's extraordinary powers, Gell turned serious and responded to Avon with a question. Avon, there are many extraordinary pathways in this world. Why do you think the Knight's path dominates the realm of humanity? Despite possessing a vision that transcends the ages, Avon had never contemplated this issue. After a moment of reflection, drawing from the teachings of his childhood mentor, Grandpa Leo, he tentatively suggested, is it because of stability? Correct. But that only encompasses a part of the truth. In reality, both internal and external factors dictate the extraordinary state of the civilized world. The internal factor lies in the fact that while the Knight's path is indeed extraordinary, the powers it entails are fundamentally pure and basic concerning the human body, thus minimizing the risks of losing control and ensuring stability. Even in the event of a breakdown, the destruction caused would not be excessively severe. Gell paused, allowing Avon time to absorb this information before continuing. The external factor is attributable to the efforts of the true God Church, the pinnacle of extraordinary power across our continent. While knights possess formidable strength, their paths have become rigidly fixed, much like swords in one's hand. Even a fourth-level extraordinary knight is merely a weapon and poses no threat to their status. Within Gell's words, there was a hint of dissatisfaction toward the ecclesiastical authority, which would be a significant issue were it to be expressed publicly. Avon chose to feign ignorance. As for those extraordinary pathways prone to uncontrollable devastation or those brimming with creative potential, including the Black Iron Cross Church that rules our Tulip Alliance, the Dawn Church of the Sac Empire, and the eternal flame of the maritime sovereign, the Falerthis Kingdom, the stance of the true God Church is one of suppression and eradication. Pathways like the Song of the Sunken Ship, which are lesser known, often have flaws, and as I previously mentioned, the further one strays from the civilized world, the more distinct the extraordinary individuals become. Incomplete pathways, or those with various lethal defects, pose alarming risks of losing control. Such knowledge cannot be found in any book. It is entirely Gell's own experiential summary. As a seasoned extraordinary captain who has navigated the seas for many years, Gell's profound wisdom and unique perspective instantly enlightened Avon, evoking a sense of gratitude for having such a guide. Leave it to fate, my child, Gell finally said, patting Avon's shoulder and placing the reassembled sculpture in his hands. Guard it throughout our journey back. In the coming years, our fortunes will depend on it. Subsequently, the two returned to the main deck, summoning a portion of the crew to attempt repairs on the severely damaged pirate ship, striving to make it operational once more. The Silver Wing, tethered by ropes, slowly returned to the chaotic battlefield of Rock Island where it all began. The Silver Wing has returned. We are saved. At that moment, the remnants of the valiant ship had long sunk to the ocean floor, while a few disheartened former crew members of the valiant ship sat glumly in the scattered lifeboats. Their spirits rekindled upon seeing the return of the Silver Wing. After rescuing them, the crew learned that following their abandonment of the ship, the officers aboard the valiant ship had been mercilessly targeted and killed, including the captain, with the former sailing master, who had once dined and wined on the Silver Wing, now standing as the highest-ranking survivor. Gel offered them words of consolation. After all, their early engagement with the pirates had significantly depleted their resources, which ultimately benefited the Silver Wing. However, they could forget about claiming any spoils. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days later, the fleet returned to Gabrede. Following the brief commotion of completing their mission, everything seemed to revert to normalcy. In those days, Gel, adorned with the honor of having slain the deranged pirate One-Eyed Beaky, mingled frequently with the noblemen and merchants of Gabrede, appearing to engage in ordinary socializing to expand his network. Yet, only Avon understood that Gel was seeking buyers for their spoils. Though Avon could not contribute at the moment, he had his own significant task at hand. At the Third Fleet S-Base, the corridors bore walls primarily adorned in shades of blue, showcasing large oil paintings depicting landscapes, figures, and scenes of battle. Each painting represented a pivotal moment for the Third Fleet, rendering this place a veritable hall of fame. Walking here felt akin to traversing a corridor of history, and an overwhelming sense of honor surged within Avon, even as he grappled with a lack of connection to this foreign world. Before a room adorned with a brass plaque, Avon paused, straightened his naval uniform, and gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The 3 knocks were perfectly measured, a skill honed from his previous professional experiences. Enter, came a steady, elderly voice from within. Pushing the door open, Avon stepped into a simply decorated room, where curtains were drawn to shield against the sunlight. Yet a gas lamp flickered, casting a serene and solemn ambience. 3 elderly gentlemen clad in officer uniforms sat at a long table draped in green velvet, each with an open notebook before them. Avon approached the empty chair at the table, stood at attention, and saluted. Greetings, esteemed officers. Warrant Officer Ivor Gallette of the Silver Wing has arrived to undertake the examination. Do not feel anxious, young man. Please take a seat. The officer, distinguished by his completely white hair and monocle, exudes warmth as he invites him to sit down, indicating that the assessment is about to commence. Before we officially begin, I implore you to approach this evaluation with utmost seriousness. Although your accomplishments have met the required standards, a remarkable feat for a recruit of merely a few months, each officer bears the honor and lives of their subordinates in times of peril. If this assessment does not satisfy us, we cannot entrust this responsibility to you. An officer with gray short hair seated on the right side of the long table interjected with a solemn expression. I fully comprehend. Please proceed. Evans signaled his understanding. Undeterred by the stern demeanor, he surmised that this was likely part of the examination, designed to prevent any perception of formality or insincerity, thereby averting an awkward conclusion for all involved. Please enumerate 3 types of rigging aboard a warship and their respective functions. The control of the sail requires halyards, lifts, and braces. In the event that your warship is subjected to concentrated fire from the enemy during a battle in the main battle line, would you issue a command to evade? With wind speeds ranging from 10 to 14 knots and waves reaching at least 1 meter, can the warship sail under full canvas at this time? No. At this juncture, only half sail can be raised on the foremast to elevate the bow, thereby reducing the risk of the vessel submerging and preventing capsizing. Throughout the examination, regardless of how the 3 examiners queried him, Evan responded with poise and confidence. Upon learning of the examination format from Gurr, he had prepared diligently. The assessment, which posed considerable difficulty for many prospective officers, was merely a trifling matter for Evan, who had traversed the mountains of knowledge in his previous life. After all, any candidate who has reached this stage has spent ample time aboard a warship. Their practical skills beyond reproach, thus justifying the evaluation format which involved seasoned officers posing questions for the candidates to answer. The assessment lasted 20 minutes, with each examiner posing several questions that, while broad, were not particularly challenging. After Evan answered the final question, the examiners exchanged glances and reached a unanimous decision, affixing an approval stamp to Evan's dossier. Congratulations, Evan of the Silver Wing. From this day forth you are a naval captain. The amiable elder in the center announced this news on behalf of the 3 examiners. "Thank you, esteemed examiners. It is my honor." A smile graced Evan's face as he stood to shake hands and embrace each examiner, bowing once more before slowly retreating to the door, turning only to depart. "I admire this young man and hope to see more such vibrant and cultured individuals within the Navy in the future." After a lifetime in administrative roles, and on the brink of retirement, why do I still concern myself so? You mind your own business. Having navigated the first pivotal transition of his military career, successfully elevating from candidate officer to commissioned officer, Evan felt an expansive lightness in his heart. Even the faint murmurs of the seasoned officers nearby became endearingly charming. With a slight smile, he strode down the corridor, a passage etched with history. Yet his steps felt unexpectedly buoyant. Chapter 39. Zorro. Later that day, Avon received his captain's uniform. Though it merely featured the simplest of epaulets, it represented a significant transformation compared to the attire of warrant officers and common soldiers. Encouraged by Gary and several familiar sailors aboard the ship, the group ventured to a respectable tavern in Gabreed City to celebrate Avon's accomplishment. Had Gur not departed for a temporary mission 2 days prior, the evening would have witnessed a grand celebration attended by the entire crew of the Silver Wing. Cheers. The captain can no longer indulge in butterbeer. It is merely a children's drink. Indeed, let's enjoy this Bacardi. My father insists that only the strongest rum is worthy of the bravest men of the sea. Laughter echoed as the glasses clinked. The gathering comprised young men who had excelled aboard the Silver Wing, and their similar ages fostered a relaxed atmosphere devoid of any evident hierarchy, largely due to Avon's unpretentious demeanor. If Gur or First Officer Perry were present, the ambience would undoubtedly differ. Meanwhile, several dozen kilometers away in another inland city, a lavish banquet was underway. The opulent manor, illuminated by countless gas lamps, appeared almost as bright as day. Exquisite wines and delectable dishes from around the world filled the air with enticing aromas. In the dance hall, elegant ladies and distinguished guests swayed to the music, reveling in indulgence. Such extravagance was hardly for trivial matters. To a fruitful collaboration, Colonel, the host, Count Stuyak, raised his glass, gently clinking it with the tall, silver-haired officer, his expression radiating delight. "To a fruitful collaboration, my lord," the gray-haired officer replied with a smile, clearly satisfied with the successful completion of their transaction. After completing the necessary social pleasantries, Gur stood before the manor's grand floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing quietly in the direction of Gabreed. "The supplies I ordered from the logistics department should have arrived by now. The fledgling eagle, though still immature, is beginning to show its prowess against the skies. Furman, your son is exceptional. It is time for him to advance further on the path of the extraordinary. I hope all proceeds smoothly." Although Avon's gathering was modest, the sincerity of their celebration was palpable as the evening drew to a close. Exiting the tavern, the bonds among the group had clearly strengthened. With a few drinks of high-proof Bacardi, the slightly tipsy sailors linked arms and swayed toward the port. At that moment, whether due to admiration for Avon's abilities or the influence of his officer status, he found himself naturally surrounded by the group. The attention he received made this former class monitor feel somewhat elevated. Perhaps I am merely an ordinary person after all. Wait, Captain, am I seeing things? I think I just saw a figure jump off the supply ship. As the group returned to the naval base, Gary, with bleary eyes, pointed excitedly at a transport vessel. The sailors turned to follow his gaze. Indeed, a supply ship had just docked, likely remaining loaded due to safety concerns at night. A shadowy figure, cloaked in a black bundle, was stealthily descending the rope tied to the ship's mooring post. Given the late hour, few were active at the dock, and the on-duty guards had not noticed him. "Thief! After him! Let's catch him together!" A drunken shout from the crowd prompted several sailors to charge forward. The shadow, startled by the sudden approach, abandoned its concealment, leaping off the rope and sprinting away. "Stop! Thief!" Ignoring the sailors' shouts, the figure moved with remarkable agility, swiftly navigating the outskirts of the port and disappearing into the labyrinthine alleys of the neighborhood. What an odd fellow! Avon, whose enhanced perception had unlocked data-driven insights, noted the shadow's agility attribute displayed at 0.76, indicating he was a seasoned apprentice-level extraordinary being. It was intriguing that such an apprentice knight would resort to thievery aboard a supply ship and choose to flee rather than confront a group of ordinary sailors. Avon himself could easily deal with the drunken sailors before the patrol arrived, then stroll away unperturbed. However, There was no time for speculation about the thief's motives. Avon accelerated, pursuing the figure. The low walls and houses of the neighborhood posed no obstacle for him. The chase entered its latter stages, with most of the sturdy yet fundamentally ordinary sailors gradually falling behind. Gary, already unsteady from drink, soon lost track amid the narrow alleyways. Only Avon remained in pursuit of the thief. Perhaps realizing he was alone in the chase, the shadow gradually slowed. As they passed a small stone bridge, the figure gracefully leaped down onto the parched riverbed below. Is the Navy's treatment so generous now that you would chase me across half the city, young captain? When Avon followed suit and landed on the riverbed, he found the figure standing nonchalantly, displaying no awareness of his status as a thief. At this moment, Avon could finally see the thief's face. Cloaked in a long black cape, wearing a wide-brimmed black hat, and with a black mask obscuring his eyes, he bore a striking resemblance to the legendary rogue, Zorro. Should you appreciate my efforts, then let us make amends. Please return what you have taken. It is late, and we could all benefit from a peaceful night's rest. Wouldn't you agree? Avon did not perceive this veiled figure as a threat. His tone remained relaxed. Considering the thief's evident skill in avoiding harm to ordinary sailors, he was willing to overlook the incident if the stolen goods were returned. Haha, how amusing. When did the Navy produce such an intriguing character? Zorro paused, momentarily taken aback by Avon's words. Then a playful smile crept across his face. You desire it? Quite simple. This item, while of no use to me, is precious to certain individuals. Defeat me, and I shall present it to you. You may do with it as you wish. What do you say? As he spoke, Zorro tossed down his bundle, swiftly drawing his swift sword and lunging at Avon. His black cape billowed, resembling a giant bat swooping through the night, as his strikes were swift and precise, revealing his exceptional swordsmanship. Avon's physical prowess, honed through successive battles, had been meticulously refined. With just a vial of potion, he would be assured of his ascension to a formal knight. Encountering a fellow agile opponent prior to his promotion was an opportunity Avon welcomed. As Zorro lunged, Avon's hand glinted with the flash of his finely crafted arming sword. Ready to engage. For ordinary individuals, the disparity between an arming sword and a swift sword was significant in terms of weight, purpose, and the techniques suited to each. However, for beings on the cusp of extraordinary existence, the type of sword wielded bore little impact on the execution of their martial prowess. The silver radiance of the sword metamorphosed into a streak of lightning, met head-on by Avon's unyielding advance. Swiftly, they dissolved into ethereal silhouettes amidst the nocturnal breeze, engaging in a relentless pursuit and skirmish within the bridge's hollow. The combat escalated rapidly, yet the blades of their longswords miraculously avoided collision, akin to a synchronized waltz on a dance floor, demonstrating an astonishing synchronicity. Arcane art, circular step, sword form, floating boat. In unison, they unleashed the secret arts of their respective swordsmanship. With rapid attacks and defenses, their figures blurred into mere shadows, outpacing the perception of onlookers, let alone the pure white sword light that had transformed into a tempestuous spectacle. After a minute of intense swordplay, Avon discerned the patterns of Mr. Zorro, shattering the stalemate. Clang. Avon, risking proximity by positioning himself beneath Zorro's sword, parried Zorro's weaker blade with his own, swiftly transitioning into a thrust. Centuries prior, the Sword Saint Daenerys pioneered a novel philosophy of swordsmanship, where swordsmen seamlessly integrated offense and defense within a single maneuver, countering opponents' attacks while simultaneously launching a lethal riposte. This concept was assimilated into the White Sail swordsmanship. Sizzle. In a flurry of action, they disengaged, standing apart. Unlike Avon's composed stance, Zorro pivoted and vanished into the darkness. I shall remember you. Consider the item a gift. I shall return for further tutelage. Zorro's faint casual remark echoed from afar, dismissed by Avon with a dismissive curl of his lips. How does that differ from the villainous clutch of I'll be back? Sheathing his sword, Avon retrieved the discarded package. Having recovered the stolen goods, he lost interest in pursuit, partly due to his leniency towards the naval soldiers and the revelation that his opponent wielded a remarkable form of rose swordsmanship. Rose swordsmanship, innocuous as it may sound, bore a more prestigious title within the kingdom of Falerthis, the renowned. Court Swordsmanship. Chapter 40. The Secret of the Notes. This swordsmanship, renowned for its intricate and elegant techniques, is notoriously challenging to master. While many practitioners refer to it as mere swordplay, it could more accurately be described as a unique form of dance. However, if perfected, it becomes a highly sophisticated and exceptional martial art. It can even serve as a stepping stone to gain the favor of a prominent figure within the royal court. Thus, akin to a hallmark of the elite. This swordsmanship is fervently sought after by nobles and esteemed ladies, its practice confined to the upper echelons of society. Even Colonel Jerheim, despite his status, could not share the complete lineage of this art while explaining it to Ivan. He merely provided an overview of its characteristics and strategies. From Ivan's perspective, it was evident that a thief of noble birth, well-versed in courtly swordsmanship, infiltrating a naval supply ship to pilfer items would inevitably lead to a series of troublesome complications. Capturing such a character would only exacerbate the situation. Hence, Ivan chose to remain oblivious to the matter. His curiosity, however, was piqued. Whatever item had compelled someone like Zorro to engage in theft was bound to be extraordinary. Upon unwrapping the black fabric bundle, Ivan discovered that the seemingly substantial package contained layer upon layer of tightly wrapped cloth. What was this? Was it customary to wrap stolen goods so meticulously? As he peeled away the layers of black fabric and then the resilient brown paper, he finally unearthed a flat wooden box. Breaking the small lock on the box, he was at last able to glimpse the true nature of this mysterious contraband. It was a tome bound in black leather. Yet its unassuming exterior left much to be desired. The antiquated cover bore smudges of various colors, reminiscent of something salvaged from a refuse heap. A shabby book? Ivan felt increasingly perplexed by the enigmatic Zorro. Why would he risk so much to steal a seemingly inconsequential book when he could have pilfered valuable potions or luxurious pocket watches meant for officers? Either Zorro was not of sound mind, or this book harbored some significance. Convinced that a secret lay hidden within its pages, Ivan decided to keep the book for himself, intending to observe any reactions on the supply ship the following day before determining its fate. He discarded the superfluous wrappings, wrapping the tome in a simple piece of black cloth and tucking it into his coat. "Boss, did you catch that thief?" A group of sailors, awaiting his return at the naval port, approached him as he arrived. The somewhat inebriated Gary was the first to inquire. "He slipped away," Ivan replied, shaking his head, not bothering to fabricate a story. At that moment, he noticed the supply ship was brightly lit, indicating that the sailors on duty had sensed something amiss. "Someone from the supply ship just came down. They must be returning to inventory the warehouse now. I'll inform them that we didn't catch the thief. This isn't our fault," Gary explained, noticing Ivan's expression. "All right, cooperate with them. If they discover anything missing, be sure to inform me," Ivan instructed. "Don't worry, boss." Gary assumed Ivan's curiosity was akin to his own and thought little of it. Upon returning to his rented quarters, Ivan found himself unable to sleep. He decided to light a gas lamp and retrieve the book from his coat, sitting at his desk to peruse its contents. As he gently turned the pages, he soon realized that this was, in fact, a compendium of pharmacology notes. Having previously studied pharmacology under grandfather Leo to manage a potion shop, Ivan was no stranger to the subject, even possessing a pharmacist's certification. Coupled with his medical knowledge from a past life, he was well versed in this field. There were improved painkillers, antidiarrheals, and hemostatic ointments. In Ivan's assessment, although many of the potions were commendable, they mostly addressed minor ailments and bore a similarity to the standard potions grandfather Leo had invented. Some possessed value, but they certainly did not warrant the extraordinary measures taken by someone of Zorro's stature to steal them. Finding no remarkable discoveries for the time being, Ivan delved into the innovative formulations presented in the notes. As a registered pharmacist, he found the creative solutions enticing, recognizing the practical significance of pharmacology in this era. He and butler Leo had thrived in Leopold by utilizing this skill, and he did not wish to abandon it completely. Moreover, the three foundational pillars of the knightly path, breathing techniques, swordsmanship, and potions, were intrinsically linked to pharmacology. He had even gathered most of the necessary materials to concoct the advanced Black Sea potions. As he became engrossed in reading, the flickering light of the lamp gradually dimmed and then abruptly extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. "How unfortunate. The lamp has run out of fuel," he mused. "Never mind. I'll rest for now and continue in the morning." This minor setback interrupted his reading enthusiasm, and realizing the late hour, he acknowledged that even though the Silver Wing had no upcoming missions, he still needed to rise early for training. He placed the pharmacology notes back on the desk, and, as he reached to draw the curtains, he suddenly noticed that a particular page of the notes reflected the cool, faint light of the moon streaming in through the window. Thump! Ivan's heart raced. He felt he might have uncovered the hidden secret of this book. Carefully flipping to the illuminated page, He found several lines of pale blue script emerging in the previously blank spaces where the potion formulas were written. However, this text was not in the common tongue of the Tulip Alliance, but rather in an ancient language known as the Spirit Script or Carthaginian. This language has existed since the dawn of extraordinary knowledge, with some claiming it to be divine, while others believe it to be the language of an ancient civilization from the previous era. Even the most erudite scholars cannot ascertain its true origins. Yet the strange power contained within this script is undeniably real. Thus, it has become the standardized language for recording extraordinary powers across the continent. As a scion of a legitimate extraordinary knightly lineage, Ivan had, of course, received education in this area, which contributed to his proficiency in grammar as reflected on his skill panel. A new potion? An invisibility potion? Although the formula recorded in Carthaginian was still for a potion, Ivan did not dare to underestimate it. After all, anything inscribed in an extraordinary language could not be trivial, even if it did not reach the level of the extraordinary itself. Connecting the peculiar transformation of the notes under moonlight, Ivan speculated that if he could concoct the invisibility potion, he would possess the key to unveil the deeper secrets of this book. Unfortunately, while the formula was uncomplicated and the required materials were commonplace, Ivan found himself lacking any of the necessary ingredients. With no choice but to carefully safeguard the notebook, he retired to bed with a sense of anticipation, resolving to visit the potion shop at dawn to procure the materials for the potion, for without that, he would have no desire to engage in any other activities. Chapter 41. The Sorcerer Before Dawn Broke. Ivan, who had barely slept the night before, rose early. After hastily washing his face, he greeted Gary, who had returned home at an unknown hour, and rushed out. At this moment, he had no time to ponder the book, which had likely been catalogued as contraband by the supply ship. Ding ding ding. Good morning, Mr. Christoph. Upon entering one of the top 3 private apothecaries in Gabred, Ivan greeted the busy shopkeeper behind the counter. Good morning, Mr. Ivan. Oh, you have already been promoted to captain. It is truly an honor for our little shop. What a splendid way to begin the day with such delightful news. The shopkeeper, a refined man with a head of curly hair, immediately noticed the change in Ivan's insignia and smiled in congratulations, even exaggerating slightly in his praise. The elevation in Ivan's status implied a corresponding increase in purchasing power, and Christoph's congratulations were heartfelt. Mr. Ivan, you've arrived just in time. The last herb you asked me to procure has just come in. Please wait while I fetch it for you. Suddenly recalling something, Christoph rummaged for a moment before retrieving a box from behind the counter and presenting it to Ivan, saying, Behold, the iron moss, with roots that have turned purplish-black after at least 30 years of growth. This is quite a rare find. Without my extensive supply channels, few would even know of such an obscure herb. As Ivan opened the wooden box, a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. Initially intending to gather materials for the revealing potion, he had unexpectedly secured the final auxiliary ingredient needed for the concoction of the Black Sea potion. Moreover, the quality of the iron moss exceeded the fundamental requirements for the Black Sea potion, leaving Ivan exceedingly satisfied. Indeed, this is precisely what I sought. Mr. Christoph, your reliability is commendable. After securing the box, Ivan handed him another list of materials, saying, I must rely on you for these as well. These are all common herbs. We have them in stock. Christoph replied with a smile as he accepted the list, swiftly gathering Ivan's requests and placing them in his hands. Moments later, after settling the payment, Ivan emerged from the apothecary carrying a cloth bag. Truly, the age-old adage holds, the learned are impoverished, while the martial are wealthy. Ivan shook the bag in his hand. The modestly priced ingredients for the revealing potion, combined with all the auxiliary components for the Black Sea potion, had cost him a staggering 100 gold lions, nearly equivalent to the earnings of an ordinary sailor over a decade. Although Ivan had amassed a considerable amount of gold coins, he felt a pang of regret. This was merely for ordinary materials devoid of any supernatural properties. Contemplating the value of the extraordinary primary materials, Ivan could not help but feel sympathy for his future dwindling purse. He planned to inquire with Gur about the sourcing of the primary materials for the Black Sea potion upon his return, and then commence the procurement process. No matter how great his wealth, it ultimately served his quest for the extraordinary. He had not forgotten the primary purpose of joining the Navy, and when the time came to spend, he would not hesitate. Upon returning to his small courtyard, he found Gary still exercising by the sea. Ivan chose not to join him, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. After securely storing the iron moss, he eagerly ascended to his private attic. retrieved the complete set of potion-making tools he had prepared long ago, and began to concoct the revealing potion. Thanks to the absence of extraordinary materials and Ivan's solid foundation in alchemy, the process proceeded smoothly. Half an hour later, he fixated on the notebook submerged in the basin filled with the revealing potion, which was rapidly undergoing transformation, holding his breath in anticipation. Amidst the sound reminiscent of tiny insects rustling, the transformation commenced. First, the vibrant dyes began to detach, dissolving into the water, while the original text on the pages gradually faded, replaced by new illustrations and words emerging slowly. As anticipated, the new text was entirely inscribed in the ancient tongue of the Cathars, imbued with extraordinary power. After 2 minutes, when the final transformation was complete, every inscription in the notebook had been replaced by densely written Cathar text in a deep green ink, and the content had at least doubled in volume compared to the original. He removed it to dry, and the special paper showed no signs of damage from immersion. Instead, it seemed to have been revitalized by a master craftsman, resembling an entirely new tome. With a deep breath, Ivan instinctively wished to keep his secret hidden. Estimating that Gary would not return for some time, he gently opened the pages after closing the door. The newly revealed text instantly captivated Ivan, drawing him into its depths, rendering him oblivious to all else. Time slipped away. Even as Gary knocked several times at the door, Ivan skillfully deflected him until the sun began to set. Finally, he exhaled slowly, closing the tome with care. Supporting his chin with his hands, Ivan gazed out at the sunset and the shimmering waves of the distant sea, lost in thought for an extended period. Indeed, it concealed a grand secret, though whether it was a boon or a bane for him remained uncertain. This was the diary of a pharmacist named Leon, dated approximately a century ago, containing both his daily life and research findings. However, what most astounded Ivan was Leon's identity: a true sorcerer. Not the malevolent and grotesque native shaman like Gagon from the One-Eyed Beggar's Ship, but a rational, nay, a sagacious medical scientist, an alchemist, a tireless seeker of truth. To be frank, thanks to his past life's memories, Ivan held no bias against sorcerers. Yet, this was his first encounter with the tangible remnants of an orthodox sorcerer. After all, in the civilized realms of the continent, the predominant path to the extraordinary is the knightly route. Whether it was his father, Furman, with whom he had spent his childhood, or Grandpa Leo, or later, Count Andrea, or even his military instructor, Major Eugene, and Uncle Gur, they were all extraordinary knights who had ascended the ranks of the knightly path. Even Ivan himself had practiced since childhood and now stood at the threshold of becoming a formal knight. Yet, regarding the enigmatic sorcerers, Ivan had only gleaned fragmented insights from legends and stories, forming a vague image in his mind through the settings of various fantasy works from his past life. Regrettably, that image was not particularly flattering. The terrifying tales meant to scare children into silence, the church's witch-hunting edicts, the uncontrolled risks associated with non-knightly paths as recounted by Grandpa Leo and Uncle Gur, and the native shaman he had witnessed firsthand. All these elements had cast a negative shadow over Ivan's perception of sorcerers. Thus, until today, even with his curiosity about this wondrous profession due to his past life, Ivan had never dared to delve too deeply. An excessively curious mind in the realm of the extraordinary is not a virtue, especially without a guide. Recklessly probing into profound mysteries posed risks far beyond Ivan's capacity to bear. Yet the diary of pharmacist Leon unveiled a sliver of the enigmatic world of sorcery to Ivan. Though the full picture remained elusive, it provided him with insights into what a true sorcerer ought to be. Like a surgeon exploring the secrets of the human body, like a botanist studying the applications of every herb, employing the analytical mindset of a statistician to distill the essence from appearances, Ivan gently clenched his fist, as if grasping the entirety of the world. This, was it not the essence of a scientist in another world? The only difference being that the tools of research had transformed from various modern instruments to the convenient and wondrous art of sorcery. Some of their ideas might clash with the still primitive times, but for Ivan, with his past life experiences, it resonated deeply. What distinguishes humans from animals is the possession of wisdom, which enables continuous learning from the natural world, the transmission and application of knowledge, and the ability to leverage this knowledge as a source of power, rather than resorting to claws to contend with ferocious beasts. It is precisely this path that harmonizes strength and wisdom that captivates Ivan profoundly. Chapter 42, The Apprentice Fortuitously. Ivan discovered through the diary that only those of genuine aptitude could perceive the extraordinary phenomena of the notebook under moonlight. This indicated that Avon inherently possessed the essential prerequisite to become a wizard. The only regret he harbored was that the knowledge contained within this notebook consisted solely of a rudimentary meditation technique and a scant 3 potion recipes. Should Avon opt for a part-time wizardry, he would need to independently seek out the esoteric knowledge required for advancement, which would certainly lack the conveniences afforded to knights during their training. Yet, after careful consideration, Avon ultimately resolved to pursue part-time wizardry, although it might entail some risks. The potential rewards were evidently greater. After all, wizards occupied the pinnacle of the extraordinary hierarchy, and those with the opportunity to refrain from part-time pursuits would be deemed fools. Even Uncle Gel, a peak-level second-tier extraordinary being, expressed dissatisfaction with the knight's current state of existence, and Avon naturally did not wish to confine himself to a mere high-ranking enforcer. Only those who have experienced it firsthand understand the immense value of possessing greater options at critical junctures. With this significant decision made, Avon felt as though a weight had been lifted from his heart. Upon securely storing the notebook, he realized that he had nearly gone an entire day without sustenance. After patting his rumbling stomach, he decided to summon Gary to accompany him to the restaurant to remedy the belated breakfast, lunch, and dinner. This also provided him the opportunity to glean the follow-up from Gary regarding last night's events. We waited at the dock for half the day, and curiously, after their inspection, they claimed nothing was missing. I distinctly saw that thief carrying a package. Last night, the officers aboard the supply ship had not noticed any valuable items missing. They assumed the thief had been frightened away before he could steal anything. After expressing gratitude to Gary and his companions for their insights, the matter was left unresolved. Avon touched the precious item in his possession, quietly setting aside the last remnants of his concern. Little did he know that this invaluable spellbook was mistakenly regarded as an ordinary book, mixed among a collection of at least 100 various tomes, destined for the next naval base to augment its library collection. The supply ship's inventory listed these books collectively, which is why the officers escorting them failed to detect any loss. It was indeed peculiar. If even the quartermaster had overlooked this item, how could Zorro have been privy to its existence beforehand? Moreover, the meticulous packaging indicated his evident caution regarding the book's nature, suggesting he was already aware of its significance. It was only after reading Leon's notes that Avon realized he had acted recklessly. The best approach to handle inexplicable magical items is to avoid contact altogether. Should one choose to engage, it is imperative to take sufficient precautions, much like Zorro had done. Fortunately, Leon's notes contained no curses or magical traps, allowing Avon to narrowly escape potential misfortune. As midnight descended, the entire city succumbed to silence, the occasional distant sound of waves from outside accentuating the room's profound stillness. The moonlight, soft and cool, illuminated the young man upon the bed. Strangely, he was not reclining but instead sitting cross-legged, his eyes gently closed, a smile gracing his lips, as if he were enveloped in an unusual state of tranquility. The clock ticked away, and this state of being persisted for an indeterminate duration. Ding! The mental attribute has been activated. Avon's eyes flew open, and in a realm invisible to others, a stream of data gradually materialized. Name: Ivor Gallette. Gender: male. Rank: Captain, affiliated with the Silver Wing of the 3rd Fleet of the Kingdom of Falerthis. Class: Peak Apprentice Knight Junior Wizard Apprentice. Attributes: Constitution 0, 95 Strength 0, 92 Agility 0, 98 Spirit 0, 28 Skills: Basic Meditation, Novice, White Sail Swordsmanship, Mastery, Falerthis Swordsmanship, Mastery, Archery, Mastery, Grammar, Mastery, Nautical Knowledge, Novice, Potion Making, Novice. The principles behind this data visualization were too arcane for Avon to probe further. Now even the ethereal concept of mental energy could be quantified. He realized he had previously underestimated this extraordinary gift when he first received it. Referring to it as a mere golden fingernail was indeed an injustice. The intelligence attribute had been superseded by the spirit attribute, with an initial value of 0.28, far exceeding the anticipated baseline of 0. Upon reflection, this made sense. The absence of activated mental energy through meditation did not imply that such energy was inherently non-existent. It was akin to how, prior to nightly training, one's constitution, strength, and agility already possessed foundational values. Although Avon was unaware of the significance of the initial value of 0.28 among wizards, the fact that he quickly entered the meditative state after a single session indicated he possessed commendable aptitude. After closing the attribute list, Avon realized that his senses had sharpened considerably with the awakening of his mental energy. The world around him appeared more vibrant. The faint rustling of insects outside the room reached his ears, and his sensitive skin seemed to detect the subtle movements of air within the space. This was an experience he had never encountered during his nightly training, for reasons unknown. A phrase from a past life's teachings suddenly echoed in Avon's mind. To cultivate the spirit without nurturing the essence is the foremost ailment of cultivation. To focus solely on essence without honing the spirit leads to insurmountable tribulations. Might it be that the dual mastery of magic and martial skills was indeed the correct approach? However, it would not be until much later that Avon would discover the answer to this question. Leaping from his bed, Avon reopened Leon's notebook, marking the 3 extraordinary methods contained therein, specifically the 3 potion recipes. These were Leon's proud inventions, crafted from relatively inexpensive materials to yield effects rivaling those of magical potions. Although they lacked the astonishing offensive capabilities Avon had envisioned for wizards, he felt no sense of disappointment. At the apprentice level, a wizard's combat prowess might not surpass that of a fully equipped ordinary sailor, and as a bona fide knight, Avon was not particularly concerned about this minor shortcoming. The auxiliary methods employed by wizards held far greater importance to him, and with these, Avon felt thoroughly satisfied. The 3 potions were as follows. The first was the birdsong potion. This potion was not intended for human consumption, but served as a supplementary concoction to be administered to birds, fostering their ethereal qualities. It enabled these aerial spirits to become exceptional scouts, significantly expanding the reconnaissance capability. The second was the whale potion, designed for use by formal knights as a training aid. The daily existence of a knight revolves around combat, and an equally vital aspect of their training is sustenance. For knights, proper nourishment is crucial, as adequate energy replenishment forms the foundation of their formidable physical constitution. This potion substantially accelerates digestion, allowing knights to consume more, thereby enhancing their physical ferocity, ultimately enabling them to rival large predators like lions and tigers. To Avon, it resembled an enhanced version of digestive tablets, to be chewed before and after meals. The third was the extract potion, intended for use in conjunction with the whale potion. It transformed the essence of feral animals or large sea creatures into nutrients that humans could absorb, serving as a divine elixir for those on the knightly path and providing substantial assistance to the relatively frail bodies of wizards. Chapter 43. Extraordinary Traits. After meticulously studying the effects of 3 potions, Avon was convinced that Leon, the apothecary from a century ago, was undoubtedly a genius. While the effects of the birdsong potion remained elusive, the latter 2 potions represented groundbreaking innovations, holding profound significance for knights who emphasized physical prowess. Avon sensed that these 2 potions would play a monumental role in his future journey as a knight, perhaps even benefiting powerful peak knights like Uncle Ger. However, Avon had already discerned that on the last page of the diary, Leon recorded his decision to explore the newly discovered continent in search of novel substances. Although there were blank pages that followed, the diary abruptly ceased. Avon was unaware of what Leon experienced afterward or whether he still roamed the earth. Yet he firmly believed that if Leon were alive today, he would undoubtedly be a master apothecary of the highest order. In truth, Avon's understanding of the profound secrets within the extraordinary world was somewhat limited. Many prominent factions, kingdoms, and churches possessed their own arcane potions, each with varying focuses, and their efficacy was not necessarily inferior to Leon's inventions. If Avon were to advance to the rank of knight, he would likely gain access to the unique potions of the Navy. At present, he was oblivious to this reality, treating these potions as invaluable treasures that could potentially lead to peril. Though he had committed the formulas of the 3 potions to memory, he did not intend to concoct them immediately. At least until he officially advanced to knight, he dared not expose the latter 2 potions, aside from the simplest birdsong potion. Previously, he had justified his continuous purchases of raw materials at the apothecary as preparations for the knightly advancement potion. However, delving into the study of new potions at this juncture could easily attract unwanted attention. In this moment, Avon felt an almost divine clarity. He silently reminded himself, safety first. Safety first. He returned to his bed, adopting the most comfortable posture, and once again immersed himself in profound meditation. The next morning, without wasting any time, Avon and Gary, who had resumed their regular training, returned from their morning exercises by the sea, only to find a sailor at their doorstep, calling out for him. Judging by his attire, He appeared to be a messenger from the fleet's logistics department. Although Avon harbored some concern that matters regarding his notebook had surfaced, he maintained a facade of nonchalance as he approached the sailor. "Hello, I am Avon. How may I assist you?" Upon seeing Avon's shoulder insignia, the sailor immediately saluted and respectfully stated, "Good day, sir. I hail from the fleet's logistics department. A certain item pre-ordered by Colonel Gurr has arrived in stock, and you, Mr. Avon of the Silver Wing, are instructed to receive it. The item's classification is rather high, necessitating your personal presence at the logistics department for the signing of the receipt." "Very well, please wait a moment while I change my attire." While somewhat puzzled about what Colonel Gurr could have ordered during his absence, Avon did not hesitate. He quickly took a refreshing shower, donned a clean and tidy military uniform, and hurriedly followed the sailor to the logistics department alongside Gary. Unfortunately, upon their arrival at the supervisor's office, they found that a visitor was already inside. They were compelled to wait outside temporarily. "Major, I urge you to reconsider. If you can expedite the exchange of that item to me, you shall earn the favor of the Mainson family. We will compensate you according to the regulations, and you will face no difficulties." Though the office was soundproof, Avon's heightened senses, having been recently enhanced, allowed him to clearly capture the voices within. "Regardless of where you acquired this information, I have stated multiple times that this item does not belong to the logistics department and is not on the exchange list." Despite the aggressive tone of the previous speaker, the younger voice remained calm. "What difference does it make? I am aware that others have already placed orders. If you simply inform them that it has been claimed early, returning their advance compensation will suffice. Such occurrences happen frequently in the fleet's logistics department. Why cling so stubbornly to the rules?" The former speaker persisted, maintaining an air of superiority, and then deliberately lowered his voice as if engaging in some covert negotiation, after which Avon could no longer hear the conversation. A minute later, the office door swung open abruptly, and a white-haired figure, resembling a noble steward, stormed out in a fit of rage. He turned back, seemingly about to utter a scathing remark, but upon noticing Avon and Gary at the entrance, he swallowed his words and, with a final huff, slammed the door behind him. Subsequently, Avon faintly overheard the major's muttering within the room. "Bah, what nonsense, a leech that pounces at the first sign of benefit. Where were you all this time when it came to fighting?" The trio stood outside for a while longer, waiting for the awkward tension to dissipate before they knocked again. Knock, knock, knock. Upon entering the supervisor's office and identifying themselves, the major's demeanor was markedly more accommodating than it had been when addressing the steward. He promptly facilitated the necessary paperwork for them. Nevertheless, even after navigating the complex process and retrieving the item pre-ordered by Gurr, it was already noon. Avon's curiosity intensified regarding what item warranted such elaborate arrangements. Had the circumstances permitted, he would have eagerly opened the box to investigate its contents. "Lieutenant Avon, please extend my regards to Colonel Gurr," the major remarked as he shook Avon's hand upon their departure. After spending a considerable part of the morning, Avon finally grasped the implications of the previous failed negotiation he had overheard. It had been centered around the very item in his possession. A mix of emotions surged within him. He had nearly lost it without even knowing what it was. Regardless of the major's motivations for refusing the request of the curly-haired steward, Avon and Uncle Gurr owed him a debt of gratitude. "Thank you, Major. I will relay the situation to Uncle Gurr." Avon's reference to Gurr subtly shifted in tone, and he keenly noticed a fleeting glimmer of delight in the major's eyes. As wise individuals have remarked, factions exist even in the most seemingly harmonious of environments. The kingdom's navy was no exception, inevitably divided into factions. Had he not fortuitously boarded Uncle Gurr's warship, given his demonstrated potential, he would have likely found himself compelled to choose a side, embroiled in various conflicts. The item he had nearly lost to a rival faction remained shrouded in mystery, and while he lacked the means to intervene, he felt compelled to inform Gurr of the situation. With the most formidable ally at his side, he could trust that matters would be handled appropriately. For now, Avon's primary objective was to advance to the rank of official knight. The key to that endeavor undoubtedly lay within the box he held. After all, if Avon were unable to deduce the nature of this item following such an experience, it would be a grave folly. What could possibly warrant the protection of official channels, inciting the elite to tear each other apart in pursuit? Without a doubt, this item was the main ingredient for the Black Sea potion that Uncle Gurr had pre-ordered for him, a substance imbued with extraordinary traits derived from magical organs. And it certainly would not be anything ordinary. Chapter 44. The Black Sea elixir and transformation, Avon returned to his abode, cradling an exquisitely crafted wooden box. Gary, displaying a commendable sense of awareness, had already retreated to his own chamber, showing little curiosity about the contents within. Months of rigorous training had sufficiently tempered the reckless innocence of a rural youth, enlightening him to the nuances of human interactions. This, perhaps, is the price one pays for maturity, an experience shared by both Gary and Avon. Upon opening the box, Avon was met with the anticipated sight, a fist-sized, semi-crystallized heart, resting serenely upon a silk cushion within, emanating a faint, rosy luminescence that hinted at its supernatural nature. Was it the heart of a blue-flagged demonic shark? He extracted a label from the box, which detailed the extraordinary material's provenance. The heart was sourced from a blue-flagged demonic shark captured in the headwinds of the treacherous sea route, just over half a month prior. The blue-flagged demonic shark is a magical creature native to the Black Sea, renowned for its astonishing speed and endurance. It occupies a formidable position within the marine food chain, following only the monstrous leviathans and various colossal fiends, making it a highly adaptable and formidable predator. Avon hailed from the illustrious Gallette family, a lineage of extraordinary knights that had endured for over a century. And thus he was no stranger to the intricacies of knightly transformation. During the process of transcending into the extraordinary, the primary materials sourced from different origins would guide the physical ferocity of a knight's metamorphosis. Some materials enhance strength, others speed, while some bolster constitution. A miscalculation in material selection could adversely affect one's future path. Avon's primary attribute was agility, making the speed-oriented blue-flagged demonic shark an ideal match for him. Among materials suited for enhancing agility, the blue-flagged demonic shark was among the finest. However, it was not merely the prowess of this magical creature that rendered it valuable. Rather, it was its classification as one of the most suitable materials for apprentice knights undergoing extraordinary transformation, known for its optimal effects and minimal side effects. Magical creatures share similarities with the feral beasts Avon had previously encountered. While the latter were once ordinary beings transformed by arcane influences, the former are inherently extraordinary, capable of procreation and establishing stable populations. Both magical beings and human extraordinary practitioners develop unique extraordinary organs upon advancing to true extraordinary beings. These organs, however, do not correspond to traditional bodily organs such as eyes, arms, hearts, or livers. They exist as conceptual entities. While the extraordinary being is alive, these organs cannot be physically located within their bodies. Yet, upon their demise, the extraordinary traits may coalesce within a specific organ, thereby persisting beyond death. This means that despite the arduous quest for suitable extraordinary beings and the life-threatening hunts undertaken, there is no guarantee of acquiring desired materials. In fact, the actualization of extraordinary traits into usable materials is a rare occurrence. More often than not, these traits dissipate into the ethereal realm upon the being's death, contributing to the scarcity of high-quality materials, a fact not lost on even the loftiest of nobles. How precious indeed! Avon mused that his modest savings of several thousand gold lions would scarcely suffice to procure such a treasure. A surge of warmth coursed through him. Uncle Gur had meticulously considered the matter. He had intended to discuss the extraordinary traits upon Avon's return, but had instead arranged everything in advance. Following the failure of that ambush, he had recognized how rare a suitable extraordinary trait could be, with even the kingdom's naval forces resorting to nefarious means for such resources. Without Ger's assistance, Avon could scarcely fathom how much time he would have squandered in his pursuit of suitable materials, and even if he succeeded, the quality would have been far inferior. In that moment, after recognizing Gur, Avon felt a significant part of his utilitarian desires dissipate. Having been an orphan in his previous life, and now bereft of family once more, he found solace in the presence of someone who cared for him selflessly, an indescribable joy that must be cherished. With a gentle slap to his cheek, Avon murmured to himself, "Let the work begin." He did not seek an auspicious moment. Both his heightened senses, sharpened by mental acuity, and the real-time monitoring of his bodily condition indicated that he was primed for the endeavor. Today marked his day of ascension. After informing Gary not to disturb him, Avon entered the makeshift apothecary in the loft, methodically retrieving the meticulously prepared magical ingredients. He commenced the brewing of the Black Sea elixir. With the curtains drawn tight and the warm glow of yellow light illuminating the room, He added each ingredient to the cauldron, watching as bubbles began to rise from the dark green concoction. Should any outsider witness this peculiar spectacle, they would surely suspect him of witchcraft. While the potion appeared formidable, the process of brewing this elixir was, in fact, deceptively simple. Its primary purpose was not to harmonize the properties of various materials, but to maximize the extraordinary trait's efficacy. Even a novice could err in the timing or quantity of ingredients, yet the miraculous properties of the extraordinary traits would rectify any mistakes. Not to mention Avon's extensive experience in potion making at the Whitestone Apothecary, allowing him to maintain a flawless control over the entire brewing process until the final auxiliary ingredient, iron reef moss, was added to the cauldron. As the moment of truth approached, Avon swallowed nervously. He cautiously retrieved the precious heart of the blue-flagged demonic shark, placing it into the cauldron without further alteration. With a soft plop, the elixir underwent a miraculous transformation upon the addition of the extraordinary material. The dark green liquid began to boil vigorously, a small whirlpool forming at the center of the cauldron. Gradually, the potion's edges transformed from opaque to crystal clear, as if all color and essence were being drawn into the swirling vortex. 1 minute, 2 minutes, Avon maintained a steady flame, waiting for the changes to cease. Eventually, the cauldron settled into a state of pristine clarity, revealing a small fish adorned in hues of blue and green, swimming energetically in the now translucent water, as if it were a living creature. Marveling at the wonders of the extraordinary realm, Avon scooped the fish from the cauldron with a ceramic spoon and promptly deposited it into a glass filled halfway with ice water. With a soft hiss, the fish melded with the icy liquid, transforming into a mesmerizing azure potion, reminiscent of the deep sea's splendor and mystery, reflecting on the potion's entire transformation process. Every alteration aligned perfectly with the family's ancient records of the Black Sea elixir. Avon regarded the beautiful potion for a moment longer, then, without hesitation, brought it to his lips and consumed it in one swift motion. And thus, the extraordinary transformation commenced. Chapter 45. The official night. The vast expanse of the Black Sea serves as both a nurturing abode and a battleground for its myriad inhabitants. One day, a small shark emerged from these waters, opening its eyes to a world that was both strange and perilous. It scavenged remnants of flesh left by other predators, hunted small fish and shrimp, and even clashed with colossal sea monsters. It drifted through warm, inviting azure skies and turquoise seas, while also standing defiantly against the tempestuous waves and fierce storms. It explored the ruins of ancient cities long forgotten in the depths of the ocean and witnessed the transformation of a humble seaside village into a grand metropolis within a mere span of years. From its fragile beginnings to its ultimate evolution into a formidable predator, this creature had fled and hunted repeatedly, its existence honed by the relentless passage of time, embodying the brutal law of survival of the fittest. At this moment, little remained in the Black Sea to instill fear in it. Accompanying this blue-flagged magical shark, Avon experienced countless years through the shark's perspective, its senses, and thoughts. Throughout this journey, the essence of his humanity, his cognition, morals, and emotions, was gradually stripped away, leaving only the savage instincts of a bloodthirsty monster. Suddenly, a colossal shadow darted beneath the surface of the sea. The icy currents flowed through the shark's gills without hindrance, transforming the swirling waters into a powerful impetus, propelling its streamlined body forward with incredible speed. With a snap, it opened its enormous maw, slicing a sizable fish in half. In that instant, a delightful flavor exploded in its mouth, intoxicating it. The shark's sensory delight mirrored Avon's own exhilaration. It felt as though a switch had been flipped, awakening the primal instincts inherited through millennia within Avon's veins. In a darkened chamber, Avon, seated in meditation, opened his slightly reddened eyes. Before the advent of civilization's brilliance, humanity was merely another beast roaming the jungles and savannas. The process of a knight's transformation into a fierce being represents a journey of taming one's primal nature and returning to a civilized rationality. In Avon's understanding, humanity comprises the ID, ego, and superego, where the ID governs all instinctual desires and serves as the wellspring of the ferocity theorized in the extraordinary. The ego, embodying rationality and wit, and the superego, representing ideals and virtue, must be harnessed to restrain the feral instincts, thus cultivating a knight's extraordinary power. Heavy, beast-like breaths echoed in the room, as the molten essence of extraordinary power surged from within, brutally infiltrating every minute cell of his being. In an instant, it was as if a bloodthirsty beast roused from slumber, transforming Avon's skin into a terrifying crimson hue. Yet, deeper transformations were occurring within. His muscles, bones, organs, and even nerves began to writhe and convulse as if they were independent entities, hungry for blood, poised to erupt violently. However, under the constraint of Avon's formidable will, his body stood firm, like an impenetrable fortress, containing even the most savage beast in tranquil meditation. This was only to be expected if a knight in training like Avon, who had undergone rigorous training and possessed a data-driven perspective, faced life-threatening challenges to succeed. The true natives of this world would have long since perished. Even in this state, Avon could shield himself from the influences of his corporeal form, gradually entering a state of shallow meditation. His formidable mental prowess, now capable of manifestation, swiftly permeated his body, reclaiming every inch of his organism from the grip of primal instincts. This situation was far superior to others who relied solely on sheer willpower, pitting themselves against their feral forms in a battle of endurance. Having regained partial control over his body, Avon exited his meditative state, his breath subtly altering as he began to employ the breathing techniques associated with the white sail swordsmanship. In the outside world, as day transitioned into night, Avon, seated in meditation, felt the tumult within his body settle, restoring a serene and rational demeanor. Although his physique had not undergone drastic changes, something within him had shifted. As dawn's light began to illuminate the horizon, Avon reopened his eyes, clarity and wisdom returning, the influence of his feral transformation having dissipated. Thus, the first breakthrough was achieved. The greatest hurdle in a knight's ascension had been surpassed, yet Avon was still not a true extraordinary knight. True transformation is not instantaneous. The metamorphosis of the extraordinary is a gradual process. Over the following weeks, subtle changes within his body would continue until a significant renewal occurred at the cellular level. At that point, his form would strengthen, become more agile, and enhance its capacity for extraordinary power, as if undergoing a complete developmental overhaul, erasing all imperfections and emerging in the most perfected form encoded in his genes. The first to notice Avon's transformation was Gary, who, upon entering to fetch water for his morning ablutions, stood frozen in awe at the sight of Avon until his basin slipped from his grasp, startling him back to reality. Were Avon still just a simple country lad with brute strength, Gary might not have been so astonished. However, having embarked on the path of the extraordinary, he immediately recognized the changes in Avon. "Boss, you are already an official knight?" Extraordinary is a broad term, but in the civilized world, there exists a singular path to the extraordinary, that of the knight. In many respects, the knight has become synonymous with the extraordinary. Avon nodded, a smile gracing his lips. The power of a knight is a publicly acknowledged strength, intertwined with status, reputation, and interests, often concealed to maintain an edge over rivals. Avon had no intention of hiding the news of his breakthrough. "That's fantastic, boss. I knew you were capable of such a feat. Ha. I must share this joyous news with everyone aboard the Silver Wing." With that, Gary dashed out without even washing his face. Having accomplished his short-term goal, Avon took his time, leisurely heading to the washroom for a refreshing shower. Draped in a bathrobe, he ventured to the kitchen, preparing a generous plate of fried eggs and sausages, accompanied by a glass of fresh milk delivered moments ago, relishing his breakfast. My culinary skills remain exceptional. To facilitate his final transformation, Avon's current focus was on nourishing himself adequately. After all, the process of cultivation must adhere to fundamental principles. There are no overnight transformations into extraordinary beings, and those who attempt such feats often become uncontrollable monsters instead. Midway through his breakfast, Gary returned. To Avon's astonishment, the person who returned with him was not the crew of the Silver Wing, but rather Uncle Gur, who had just returned from Gabred. Rushing into the room, he was greeted by the sight of Avon leisurely enjoying his breakfast. Immediately, the weariness on Ger's face dissipated as he enveloped Avon in a warm embrace. "Avon, I am so proud of you." Chapter 46. Encountering Zoro over a month ago, Gel had already dedicated his energy, finances, and connections to assist Avon in seeking suitable extraordinary traits during their training sessions. If one were merely seeking to make do, it would not be difficult to find either magical creatures or feral beasts. However, Discovering high-quality magical materials that resonate with one's essence is a formidable task, demanding both considerable resources and a stroke of luck. The magical heart of the blue-flagged shark was already a rare gem among extraordinary traits, and Gell had to exert significant favors and pay a premium to obtain it. Following Avon's original strategy of accruing military merits to gradually exchange for materials, he would ultimately only manage to acquire common goods, never something of such caliber. It is no wonder that the more informed individuals in the Navy were envious. Risking the ire of Gell, a former Level 4 ship captain and naval colonel, to preemptively seize the opportunity. This was precisely why Gell insisted that Avon be notified immediately once the materials were stored. He feared that the supervisor, while capable of fending off the steward of the Madison family, might not withstand the pressure from all interested parties. Nevertheless, his advanced preparations for extraordinary traits were merely the first step toward Avon's breakthrough. The subsequent tasks of gathering auxiliary materials, concocting potions, imparting breakthrough experiences, and selecting appropriate venues and times had to be approached with utmost caution. Gell had no inkling that Avon would surprise him by concocting a potion on the very day he acquired the extraordinary trait, achieving a successful breakthrough by the next day. Having just returned to the Silver Wing after spending nearly all his time aboard the battleship and with his wife and children absent, Gell was still catching his breath when Gary hurried to inform him of Avon's breakthrough. However, unlike the other crew members, Gell's initial reaction was not one of delight, but rather of sheer shock and even trepidation. Transitioning from a Level 1 apprentice knight to a genuine Level 2 extraordinary knight signifies a profound transformation from mortal to extraordinary. Yet, it is also the most precarious stage of advancement on the knightly path. In the civilized world, while the knightly path predominates and is reputed for its stability and safety, only 2 or 3 out of 10 peak apprentice knights can ascend in one go. The fortunate few who fail may, after years of recuperation, have another chance at success. Many, however, become incapacitated after failure, severing their paths to the extraordinary. The most unfortunate among them may find their will unable to withstand the brutal transformation, succumbing to uncontrollable ferocity and becoming bloodthirsty, man-eating beasts. It is for this reason that Lord Nabry, the commander of the Leopold City garrison, despite having reached the peak of apprenticeship for years, lacked the courage to take that crucial step. Thus, one can imagine Gell's horror upon learning of Avon's success. No matter how mature or composed a junior may appear, they remain a child in the eyes of their elders, often perceived as reckless and blissfully ignorant of their limitations. Even the most eloquent reassurances cannot quell Gell's concerns without witnessing the reality for himself. Boom! An air wave erupted beneath his feet. Gell seized Gary and, channeling the power of a peak extraordinary knight, sped towards their quarters, fearing that his anxieties might manifest into reality. Fortunately, his fears were unfounded. The true reality was that Avon continued to astonish him. Even immediately after his breakthrough, Avon appeared at ease, enjoying breakfast as if he had merely returned from an ordinary outing rather than undergoing a near-death transformation. Were it not for Gell's extraordinary perception, which clearly detected Avon's significantly amplified vitality, he might have thought Avon was still merely an apprentice knight. At that moment, all words coalesced into a singular sentiment. Avon, I am immensely proud of you. Subsequently, Avon graciously declined Gell's proposal for a grand celebratory banquet, despite the validity of the latter's reasoning. The emergence of a direct descendant of the extraordinary is a monumental event for any noble family, deserving of a celebration. Indeed, had the Gallette family still existed, this could have been a pivotal moment for their resurgence, warranting extensive recognition and serving as a tangible deterrent to potential adversaries. However, Avon held his own perspective. They were no longer the bygone nobility that valued influence and ostentation. In the Navy, status was determined by strength and merit. It was precisely because Gell was a peak extraordinary knight, with prospects of becoming a Level 3 Grand Knight, that he could procure high-quality extraordinary materials, causing the logistics supervisor to weigh his options carefully, thus avoiding any missteps. All of this was founded not on so-called social connections, but on sheer strength. Aside from a handful of true friends in life, social interactions serve primarily as exchanges of benefit. Without corresponding power, one is merely an outsider in critical moments. Even possessing the contact information of the wealthiest individuals proves utterly futile. Avon had grasped this reality thoroughly in his past life. "Uncle, let us celebrate in a small gathering aboard the Silver Wing," he suggested. Upon hearing Avon's thoughts, Gel's initially gleeful expression transformed, now imbued with a mixture of pride and tenderness. After a lengthy pause, he remarked, "Avon, you have truly become an adult." Avon's thoughts and perspectives had rendered it impossible for Gel to view him as a mere adolescent. In fact, Gel began to associate Avon's newfound maturity with the hardships of his childhood, simultaneously feeling a sense of sympathy for his old friend and gradually placing Avon on an equal footing as an adult. No longer a fragile youth in need of close supervision. Just as Avon had stated, the fledgling eagle was now poised to soar through the skies. What reason would an eagle have to withhold its release? Cheers to Lieutenant Avon's prosperous military endeavors. The celebration aboard the Silver Wing for Avon's promotion to lieutenant and his breakthrough to an extraordinary knight was naturally quite lively, the details of which need not be elaborated. Following this, Gel granted Avon an extended leave. Although the metamorphosis period did not necessitate the confinement of a woman during her postpartum recovery, it was indeed unsuitable for him to be adrift at sea, as the provisions aboard were far less abundant than those on land. Avon complied readily. Aside from his daily training routines, he indulged in a veritable feast. During this special period, Avon's appetite was exceptional, and with ample resources at his disposal, he savored every delicacy that Gabreed had to offer, engaging in sheer gluttony. However, after a week, he found no increase in weight. Instead, his physique grew increasingly toned and perfect, a source of both admiration and envy. "What shall I eat today?" he pondered, seeking not only deliciousness but also nutritious richness, a delightful conundrum. As evening descended, strolling through the streets of Gabreed, Avon had already sampled most of the renowned restaurants over the week, balancing his training with culinary exploration, leaving him reluctant to depart from this bliss. That figure looks somewhat familiar. While observing a street-side eatery, Avon suddenly caught a fleeting glimpse of a familiar silhouette. Whirling around, he spotted a young man hastily entering a secluded alleyway. Without needing to recall in detail, his data-driven vision immediately identified the figure as the elusive thief, Zorro, from that fateful night. However, today he was devoid of his signature attire. Yet, the data-driven vision's ability to discern a person extended beyond mere facial recognition, encompassing body type, height, gait, stride, and numerous other parameters, proving far more precise than mere appearances. Without a moment's hesitation, Avon turned on his heel and followed him. Since becoming a wizard apprentice, Avon had increasingly felt that this individual harbored profound secrets, perhaps even the key to his own entry into the world of wizards, a chance that he could not afford to let slip away. Chapter 47. The Crow Market Today, Mr. Zorro's appearance stands in stark contrast to that of the petty thief from days past. A gentleman's hat is tilted low, nearly obscuring his nose, with only a few strands of deep blue hair peeking out from the brim. His understated yet exquisitely tailored attire exudes a subtle luxury, marking him as a dapper nobleman. However, his actions today starkly mismatch his elegant garb, as he veers off the bustling main thoroughfare of Gabreed and hastily darts into a series of narrow alleys. Had it not been for his hurried demeanor, which revealed no inclination to glance back, Ivan might have suspected that the man had noticed him and was evading pursuit. Truly, a mysterious character. Yet, exercising caution, Ivan maintained a safe distance, lingering just close enough to keep the man within his line of sight. After traversing 5 or 6 alleyways so narrow that even a cart could not pass through, Ivan finally observed him halting at the entrance of an abandoned courtyard. Although the location was remote and the structure dilapidated, it was undeniably spacious. The crumbling remnants of its once ornate decor hinted that this had once been a prime piece of real estate in the old town, now long forgotten. Overtaken by encroaching underbrush, standing before the derelict dwelling, Zorro retrieved a black cloak from his satchel and draped it over himself. He then approached the tightly locked wrought iron gate and boldly stepped inside. In a ripple of water-like distortion, he vanished from sight, as if the weathered door had never existed. Was it sorcery? An illusion? Emerging cautiously from his hiding place, Ivan began to scrutinize the scene. As he drew nearer, his acute mental acuity detected the lingering traces of magical energy in the air. This place had been ensnared by a permanent enchantment. In truth, this location was designed to obscure ordinary individuals, but for extraordinary beings, especially those with awakened mental faculties, it was as conspicuous as a beacon within a 5-meter radius. No wonder the man had traversed the streets with such ease. This was, in fact, a semi-public space accessible to anyone capable of locating it. Moreover, having perused Leon's notes, Ivan had begun to form a hypothesis about the nature of this place. Fortune favored him. Indeed, it seemed as if a pillow had been delivered just as he felt drowsy. Feeling fortunate that he had chosen to wear plain clothes with a hood instead of military attire, Ivan lowered his hood to reveal only his chin. Perfect. He then stepped into the courtyard, as if passing through a veil of flowing water, and was instantly enveloped by a cacophony of bustling sounds. How much? Too expensive, and the side effects are too severe. Don't touch unless you intend to buy. The myriad stalls and throngs of people imbued Ivan with the sensation of having entered a vibrant market. Yet, this market bore an uncanny distinction. The buyers and sellers, clad in mysterious garb, spoke in hushed tones, the dimly lit decor contributing to an overall air of secrecy. Odd and even grotesque items adorned the stalls, while a peculiar odor permeated the atmosphere, all of which signified the market's strangeness. In reality, this was not an ordinary market. It was the crow market, catering exclusively to the extraordinary. Leon's notes contained references to the crow market, where he himself was a frequent participant, actively selling his wares. Despite the differing eras and locales, the essence remained fundamentally unchanged. To draw a parallel from the mundane world, it resembled the ghost markets of yore, where commerce thrived at dusk and dissipated at dawn, absolving all responsibility for transactions post-gathering. Ivan considered Mr. Zorro his fortunate star, as he was presented with Leon's notes when he felt drowsy, and now this crow market appeared before him, a true benefactor. He could not help but speculate that this man must also be a sorcerer, as no other rationale could adequately explain his peculiar behavior. A nobleman, a thief, a peak-level apprentice knight, and a sorcerer's apprentice, such a myriad of identities only deepened Ivan's intrigue regarding Mr. Zorro's secrets. Though he found it puzzling why someone so evidently affiliated with the Church and Kingdom's agenda against the arcane could so brazenly manifest in a significant city like Gabbard. Ivan was not one to dwell too deeply on such matters. The underlying reasons were likely beyond the scope of a novice like himself, newly introduced to the extraordinary world. Exercising a measure of caution, he formally entered the market. With a sense of wonderment during his inaugural visit to the crow market, Ivan chose not to concern himself with Zorro's whereabouts, instead melding into the crowd and meandering leisurely. How much for this clever tongue herb? He inquired of a stall vendor, pointing at a bundle of leaves resembling a sparrow's tongue, while deliberately lowering his voice to feign anonymity. The clever tongue herb was a primary ingredient in one of the self-created potions, the bird language elixir, documented in Leon's notes. While not a rare herb, encountering it here was an opportunity not to be missed. Initially apprehensive that frequent purchases of peculiar herbs might attract undue attention, he resolved to avoid drawing focus. However, in the crow market, where everyone concealed their identities, such concerns were rendered moot. Once he exited the market and removed his hood, he would be unrecognizable to anyone. 20 sprigs for 2 golden lions, and you may take them all. The vendor, similarly shrouded in a black hood, did not even lift his head as he spoke, his voice emerging coldly from the shadows. Ivan was unfazed by the vendor's demeanor. Most of the stall owners had exhibited such brusque attitudes. In a typical market, this would have resulted in a failed business, but here, it was the norm. 2 silver bowls, Ivan stated, revealing his expected price. Though it was a direct reduction of 2/3, the vendor raised his head to glance at Ivan, and Ivan could distinctly feel the icy gaze penetrating from beneath the hood. After a moment's pause, the vendor replied, "Take them." Still, the vendor remained impassive. I must have overestimated. Although Ivan had endeavored to assess the crow market's notorious reputation for price gouging accurately, the vendor's response suggested his offer still exceeded the vendor's expectations. Nevertheless, he felt no disappointment. Wisdom gained from experience was invaluable. Leon's notes merely reflected his own encounters. Moreover, given that over a century had passed, adhering strictly to Leon's recorded insights would only lead to further misfortune. Subsequently, Ivan perused each stall, acquiring a few familiar herbs while avoiding the bizarre trinkets that caught his eye. In the crow market, discernment was crucial. A misstep could result in dire consequences. Unlike antiquities markets, where a financial loss was the worst outcome, here, purchasing an item of dubious origin could prove fatal. This was the very reason Ivan refrained from collecting spoils after encounters with enigmatic foes like Blood Anchor Zach and the native shaman Gagon. Chapter 48. The brackish marsh. After a brief exploration, Avon had garnered a general understanding of the prices at the crow market, ensuring he would not be easily deceived. It is worth noting that the universal currency used for transactions within the market is the same as that outside, the golden lion and silver bull. Due to the high purity of gold and silver, these precious metals serve as valuable materials for spellcasting, proving essential to the extraordinary. Fortunately, Avon still possessed a modest amount of golden lions. The purchase of the blue flag magic shark did not require him to spend his own money, leaving him with over 3,000 golden lions in his pocket, a sum sufficient to provide a lifetime of comfort for an ordinary person, provided he refrained from reckless spending. However, Avon felt somewhat disheartened by the apparent lack of quality in the goods available and the mediocrity of the extraordinary individuals within the market. Upon awakening his mental attributes, his data-driven perception updated accordingly. Although he could not immediately discern the strength of others' mental powers, his senses allowed him to form a rough judgment. A staggering 99% of the individuals here were first-tier apprentices, with few knights among them. Most had already activated their mental powers and pursued paths inclined towards magic. For Avon, a fully fledged knight, these individuals were largely unimpressive. As apprentice-level wizards, they could cast spells using potions or pre-prepared magical items, conducting rituals that were unpredictable and enigmatic. Yet, in a sudden confrontation, their tangible offensive capabilities might not surpass those of a common sailor wielding a firearm. This awkward predicament was typical for apprentice-level magic users. 9 out of 10 unfortunate souls captured and executed by the church belonged to this tier. Had Avon not pursued 2 paths concurrently, this would have been a challenge he would face. After perusing the stalls, Avon shifted his gaze toward the surrounding shops, which exuded a sense of reliability reminiscent of established businesses compared to the roadside vendors. His intuition suggested that these establishments might offer more refined items. However, upon casually entering the first shop, Avon was momentarily taken aback. It was a divination booth. To his surprise, Zorro, whom he had not seen since entering the crow market, sat prominently behind a table adorned with a crystal ball, assuming the role of a fortune teller. A red curtain with golden tassels framed the space, and the fragrant smoke from incense drifted like mist, creating an atmosphere that was both mystifying and palpable, even among wizards. Zorro's attire had also transformed. His face was concealed behind a silver mask embedded with white crystals, draped in a flowing white robe, and adorned with various ornaments, presenting an androgynous appearance. The deliberately crafted air of mystery rendered it impossible for strangers to discern his gender or age. Zorro is a fortune teller. This revelation caught Avon off guard but clarified how Zorro had learned of the hidden diary of Leon aboard the supply ship without the knowledge of the quartermaster. Furthermore, from both his previous life as fantasy narratives and his current understanding of the extraordinary realm, practitioners of the prophetic arts were not renowned for their combat prowess. No wonder Zorro had not employed any magical techniques during their previous encounter. "Greetings, traveler. Would you like a reading?" A voice, ambiguous in gender, resonated, and Avon sensed an underlying eagerness in Zorro's tone. "As long as your inquiry pertains to a matter of first tier or below, my divination is quite effective." Sensing Avon's hesitation, Zorro added, "I assure you." "Very well, then. Please assist me." Avon indeed required reliable information, and out of respect for their acquaintance, he was willing to grant Zorro the opportunity. The crow market was undeniably a gathering place for magic users. Previously, while collecting herbs, Avon had acquired a complete set of bird language potions in a single sweep, with only one material remaining for the whale potion that enhances a knight's digestive abilities. However, he had yet to find the last ingredient, the brackish crocodile scales, within the market. Perhaps Zorro could provide the answers he sought, and even if complications arose, he could always search elsewhere. Following Zorro's guidance, Avon seated himself opposite him. "There is no need for you to disclose your desires. Simply gaze into my crystal ball and envision your question. The more detailed and profound the thought, the clearer the result." As Zorro spoke in a calm tone, Avon focused on the crystal ball resting atop an oak slab, striving to visualize the form, texture, and purpose of the brackish crocodile scales. "Done. You will find what you seek 5 kilometers to the northeast." Avon was jolted from his meditative state by Zorro's voice, the brief entanglement of his spirit with the crystal ball momentarily disorienting him. Thankfully, Zorro harbored no ill intent. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. A slight chill of sweat trickled down his back. After hastily settling the payment for the reading, Avon, still shaken, exited the divination booth with a sense of urgency. As he walked through the bustling market, Avon suddenly realized that in his flurry, he had forgotten to inquire if Zorro could divine the whereabouts of his sister, Anita. Nevertheless, knowing that someone with such remarkable abilities existed among his acquaintances, Avon was confident that locating Zorro again would not prove difficult. Oddly, he felt an undeniable sense of familiarity regarding this individual. Watching Avon's retreating figure, Zorro too experienced an inexplicable sense of recognition. However, as he himself had mentioned, his divination abilities could not penetrate the strength of those above first tier, and Avon, being a wizard apprentice, was also a second-tier extraordinary knight. The following morning, Avon prepared a map, provisions, and essential gear before setting off towards the destination revealed by Zorro's divination. The whale potion would significantly accelerate Avon's transformation, and initially, he had refrained from collecting the materials to avoid exposure. Now, with the target within reach, he was eager to proceed without delay. The map indicated that 5 kilometers to the northeast lay a marshland not far from the northern harbor. Due to its low-lying terrain, the area frequently experienced saltwater inundation. And over the years, various creatures had made it their home, transforming it into a complex brackish marsh. The marsh teemed with a diverse array of creatures: waterfowl, leeches, venomous insects, aquatic snakes, and fish, among others, including the brackish crocodile Avon sought. He was uncertain whether Zorro had considered this aspect, but the ability to draw such a conclusion without Avon explicitly stating his needs demonstrated Zorro's prowess compared to the masters of his previous life. While this region remained largely undeveloped, the map, also procured from the Crow Market, indicated that the dangers were minimal, manageable for a fully fledged knight. Splash! Avon was grateful for having prepared a pair of high-top leather boots, shielding him from the foul muck that concealed countless bacteria and parasites. The terrain of the marshland is indeed difficult to articulate. Areas that appear flat may conceal treacherous mud, while spots that seem to be water can surprisingly support one's weight. Even with heightened sensory perception aided by mental fortitude, Avon fell victim to the deceptive landscape several times. Not to mention the camouflaged serpents, the incessant swarms of bothersome insects, and the venomous thorns that lurk everywhere. Danger is omnipresent in this swamp. Delving into the brackish marsh for nearly 2 hours, the once contiguous land had vanished, leaving only low-lying islands of land and dense aquatic vegetation jutting out amid the undulating waters. Here, Avon finally uncovered the tracks of a saltwater crocodile traversing through the mud. With this initial clue, the remainder became manageable. Thanks to his data-driven vision, Avon's tracking abilities rivaled those of any seasoned hunter. It was merely a matter of time before he identified the true nature of these creatures. After searching for a mere 10 minutes, Avon soon spotted several languid saltwater crocodiles basking on a sandy patch that rose above the water's surface. They exemplified the remarkable traits of fantastical creatures, each possessing an imposing size. Observing their tree trunk-like bodies, thick scales, and dagger-like teeth longer than a knife, Avon did not deem it wise to engage these formidable beasts head-on during his metamorphic phase. Fortunately, the distinction between humans and animals lies in the ability to wield intellect and tools. He retrieved a plump waterbird, hunted along the way, concealed within its belly a forked hook, and securely tethered it with a sturdy rope before casting it towards the group of crocodiles from a distance. The splash of water created by the bait attracted their attention, igniting a frenzy of competition among them. Regrettably, amidst their struggle, the waterbird was torn to shreds, and the hook fell away, marking the first attempt as a failure. Anticipating such an outcome, Avon hunted another waterbird, employing the same tactic. As one crocodile strayed from the group, he deftly tossed the bird near its jaws. Without a moment's hesitation, the greedy creature opened its massive mouth to seize the bait. Snap! The force of a crocodile's bite is astonishing. Its powerful jaws pierced straight through. Avon instinctively recoiled, imagining the pain. The creature let out a heart-wrenching roar, a sound that could bring tears to the eyes of any listener. The intense agony caused it to thrash and roll, scattering sand, dry twigs, and stones in its wake. Subsequently, the hunter Avon stepped back, allowing the fisherman Avon to take over. He meticulously managed the rope, neither loosening it to allow escape nor tightening it enough to risk it snapping. This was a test of patience. Finally, after more than half an hour of stalemate, the crocodile, overwhelmed by pain, succumbed to a death roll, ultimately floating lifelessly in the water. With a heave, Avon dragged it ashore, retrieved a sharp dagger, and meticulously scraped enough scales from his quarry. Only then did he exhale in relief. Despite having surpassed human limits and experiencing rapid enhancement of his attributes, The prolonged struggle with such a colossal creature had indeed been taxing. Nevertheless, the victor was ultimately he himself. Chapter 49. The Crow, which after a brief respite. Evan chose not to linger in the perilous marshes and opted to retrace his steps. Occasionally foraging for potion ingredients could serve as a delightful diversion, but to tirelessly pursue rare herbs scattered across distant lands would be a waste of both time and energy. Perhaps a more suitable path for me would be to seize treasures from the ocean and subsequently transform those riches into various resources for cultivation. Although he had just emerged unscathed from a successful hunt, Evan was already contemplating a future distance from such daily endeavors. The ancients spoke of the necessities for cultivation: wealth, companions, knowledge, and land. Yet for Evan, an apprentice wizard, the fundamental elements of his current practice, apart from wealth, were elusive and unpredictable. He felt no urgency in his heart. As a promising naval officer, his destiny was destined to unfold upon the vast seas, where fortunes, secrets, and power awaited him. This allure of the ocean has captivated generations, urging them to explore its depths. With a swift leap onto a fallen log, Evan glided like a nimble cheetah across the scattered land masses. What might take an ordinary person an entire day to traverse, he could accomplish in merely an hour. Moreover, his return journey was significantly quicker. Having traversed this path once, it held no secrets for him. Where to find solid ground, where dangers might lurk, everything was evident. However, today, luck was clearly not on Evan's side. The weather shifted more rapidly than his return pace. Just as he left the chain of islets and set foot on solid ground, an inexplicable fog enveloped the marsh, casting a shroud of darkness over the land. Although visibility had not yet diminished to the point of total blindness, it severely impaired his sight. After all, his data-enhanced vision relied on his senses, but could not enhance them, rendering him cautious and reluctant to haste through such treacherous weather. In an abundance of caution, Evan halted, gathered some resinous branches, and crafted a torch, then slowed his pace to continue onward. The time spent hunting crocodiles had already delayed him, and he was keen not to spend the night in this cursed place. According to his data-enhanced vision, it was now 2:54 p.m. He aimed to leave the marsh by 5 p.m. Otherwise, with the current weather conditions, darkness would descend before he knew it, introducing even more unpredictable dangers. Unlike the ghostly legends of his past life, which existed only in fantasy or folklore, this world was a manifestation of extraordinary powers. Knights and wizards had emerged. How far could the bizarre and terrifying creatures be? Evan had no desire to encounter the inevitable terrors that dwelled within this fantastical realm. Regrettably, circumstances did not bend to Evan's will. Seconds ticked by, and while the traces he left behind remained clear, he felt the path beneath his feet elongate inexplicably. It was not a physical stretching of space, but rather an unsettling sensation, as if, at his usual pace, he should have already departed the forest bordering the marsh. Yet, illuminated by the flickering torchlight, the view remained a dark, chaotic expanse of trees, devoid of birdsong or the hum of insects, a silence that felt foreboding. Gradually halting, Evan had to concede that something beyond his comprehension was transpiring. Was it a phantom wall? Even with his audacity, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Venomous creatures and ferocious beasts were one thing, but the fear of the unknown was the most terrifying of all. Moreover, whether it was an illusion or reality, the moment he ceased his movement, he sensed countless eyes among the treetops snapping open, unblinking and fixated upon him. Evan's expression darkened. This area was marked on the map as a non-hazardous zone. There should be no extraordinary beings posing a threat to him. At that moment, he wished to berate the unscrupulous merchant who sold him the map. However, that was a concern for another time. The present danger had arrived. With a flurry of wings, a mass of dark birds erupted from the trees. Crows. Nothing but crows. Their size rivaled that of small hawks, hundreds, if not thousands, taking flight simultaneously. Their wings creating a canopy that obscured the sky, blocking even the faintest glimmers of light. Night had fallen. The scene before him was so bizarre that it transcended Evan's understanding, prompting him to involuntarily step back, his torch flickering in response to his heightened unease. At that moment, a cold, damp wind, infused with an odd scent, swept through the treetops from all directions. Quack, quack, quack. Evan whirled around, only to stumble back a couple of steps, unable to control the force of his retreat, leaving deep impressions in the muddy ground. For just behind him, perched on a nearby tree, was a creature quietly crouching at the treetop. It bore an abstractly contorted human face, its skin a sickly yellow, wrinkled, with a nose that protruded like a bird's beak, and its eyes, a dull gray tinged with flecks of blood, glimmered with cruelty and indifference. Its limbs had almost morphed into talons, covered in black feathers, yet around its neck was an exquisitely crafted garland. It sat there, resembling a twisted anthropomorphic crow, provoking an intense discomfort with just a glance. Caw, caw. A red-eyed crow perched on its shoulder cocked its head at Evan in an unsettlingly human-like manner, cawing twice, sending chills down his spine. The Crow Witch. Even as a newcomer to the extraordinary realm, Evan had heard tales of this creature's infamous reputation. Leon's notes contained detailed descriptions of the Crow Witch, yet Evan was more intrigued by what Leon himself had experienced, which was not recorded in detail, certainly not a pleasant encounter. Unlike the magically altered beings that formed stable communities or the feral creatures born from the aberration of ordinary animals, the Crow Witch was not a naturally born monster. They were, in fact, former human witches. Unlike traditional wizards who evolve from nothing to mastery, they awaken certain supernatural abilities as they age, akin to magically altered beings. In a sense, they are born spellcasters favored by the divine. However, without systematic guidance and study to master their innate talents, they face terrifying risks of losing control as they grow. Like a skyscraper built on a shaky foundation, the greater their power, the higher the risk of chaos. Until one day, should their magic spiral out of control or they perish in bitterness, if not promptly purified. They may transform alongside their crow companions into these grotesque and terrifying monsters, the Crow Witch. More alarmingly, their primary sustenance is human flesh. Chapter 50. Disturbing the crow's nest. Seeing that Avon did not turn to flee, the Crow Witch's mouth twisted into a grin, revealing her jagged, yellowed teeth. And she cackled like a crow. Casually plucking a black feather from her arm, she tossed it toward Avon. The feather drifted softly through the air. Uncertain of her intentions, Avon gripped his sword tightly, remaining on high alert without making the first move. The powers of a spellcaster are enigmatic, and even in monstrous form, they retain their unpredictability. It was likely that the Crow Witch inherited some abilities from her previous life as a witch. Thus, they should not be regarded as mere ordinary monsters. Caution is a virtue. However, had several years passed, the seasoned Avon would never allow a spellcaster to cast their magic unimpeded. Without hesitation, he would have struck with his sword. 1 second, 2 seconds. As Avon sensed something amiss, he suddenly realized his body had become rigid and unresponsive. It was as if he were trapped in a nightmare. His eyes were wide open, his mind alert, yet his body refused to obey. Clearly, this was a form of mental witchcraft. And even the initial disorientation he experienced was a peculiar effect of this sorcery. Fortunately, Avon was not the only one lacking experience in combating various extraordinary foes. The Crow Witch, evidently unaware of the vast difference in magical resistance between an ordinary person and a formal knight, had inadvertently led him astray earlier. However, this direct mental assault was insufficient to fully dominate Avon, who had already undergone an extraordinary transformation. Crack, just as she leapt from the tree. Preparing to feast upon the young boy's still beating heart, a brilliant flash of sword light surged forth. Before she could react, it sliced effortlessly through half of her shoulder. Thud. A limb resembling a wing or claw fell to the ground. Had Avon not been slightly stiff, the blade might have severed her grotesque head instead. Caw. With a piercing wail, the Crow Witch's shriek resonated, and Avon felt as though a sharp spike had plunged into his mind. Hesitating for a moment, he noticed countless crows swooping down from the sky, blocking his path of pursuit. Having learned from his previous encounter, Avon dared not let this creature escape. Through the barrier formed by the crows, he caught sight of the Crow Witch staggering backward, soon to retreat behind the trees. Without hesitation, he drew his short firearm from his waist. Utilizing his data-driven vision to analyze the crow's movements, he seized a fleeting opportunity and decisively fired. Bang! The Crow Witch collapsed. A gaping hole appearing in her ugly head, dark red, putrid matter spilling forth. A foul stench permeated the forest. Flapping, the crows, previously obstructing Avon, panicked and scattered in disarray. Avon twirled his firearm, lightly blowing away the smoke from the barrel before stylishly holstering it. Just as he was about to exhale in relief, caw, caw, 2 chilling cries echoed from different directions. Without a moment to spare, Avon turned and sprinted away. His handsome face twisted in a grimace, the source of his distress unknown, fury or fear. My God, there are 2 more. As Avon raced desperately toward the edge of the thicket, 3 oddly dressed figures strode confidently into the fog-laden swamp. Clad in identical long leather coats, military boots, and armed with long swords, they bore 3 standard short firearms strapped to their sides. Their gloved hands concealed every inch of skin. And the most peculiar aspect was the full-face bird beak masks they wore, with transparent crystal lenses for visibility. From a distance, they appeared as 3 large crows. Their swords and firearms bore a silver insignia resembling a humanoid crow, indicating their affiliation with an official combat organization. Sean, Sidris, although you have just joined the Crow Corps. Strict adherence to the operational protocols begins now. The apparent leader spoke, his voice distorted by the mask, yet clear enough for the others to understand. We still have some distance to the mission site. Sean, please reiterate the gathered intelligence. At your command, sir. One of the followers responded promptly. Mission objective, the monstrous crow witch. Species and characteristics, a twisted creation of witchcraft. Be wary of potential mental magic. Intelligence acquired. The earliest sighting was 2 days ago, when 4 hunters armed with bows were slain by the monster. Mission purpose, to ascertain if the crow witch encountered is linked to the 3 sisters that have been terrorizing the Frostleaf Forest. If there is no connection, eliminate it on the spot. If there is, endeavor to weaken and eradicate it while ensuring our own safety. 2 days ago, hunters reported encountering a humanoid creature with crow-like features in the woods near the brackish marsh, and a survivor managed to escape and relay the situation to the town hall. Subsequently, the Crow Corps, part of the kingdom's extraordinary incident management department, dispatched a 3-man team for follow-up. We have entered the Crow Witch's activity zone as per the intelligence. I order the team to enter combat mode. Check your equipment and charms. Remain vigilant against mental attacks. Adopt combat formation and advance. For Her Majesty the Queen. The leader took the lead, while the 2 newcomers shifted defensively, initiating the operation. For Her Majesty the Queen. Flapping, cawing, amidst the relentless onslaught of crows. Avon sprinted through the woods. With heightened awareness, the Crow Witch's mental tricks could no longer sway his judgment, and he swiftly navigated the path he had carved. However, he was unprepared for the initial fleeing crows to return upon hearing the calls of other Crow Witches, creating significant obstacles to his escape. Clang, attacking while fleeing. Avon's sword transformed into a streak of silver light, cleaving down the relentless crows. At this moment, he dared not gamble with these aberrant crows, questioning whether their claws and beaks were tainted with deadly toxins or pathogens. Fortunately, with the violent transformation of his physical body, Avon's physical prowess had surpassed the limits of humanity, allowing him to endure for an extended period merely by wielding his sword. Yet, he could not afford to relax for an instant. Shortly after slaying the first Crow Witch, he found himself encircled by an even larger swarm of crows, severely hampering his retreat. Aware that 2 more Crow Witches could catch up at any moment, slaying additional ordinary crows bore no significance. Had there been only 1 Crow Witch behind him, Avon might have attempted to fight back, but the reality was that at least 2 were pursuing him. He wagered that if he attempted a counterattack, they would not hesitate to ensnare him in rigidity, commanding the endless swarm to tear him to shreds. The chaotic escape continued for nearly 30 minutes. Avon estimated he was nearing the outer edge of the woods, where even sporadic puddles had vanished, confirming that his directional choice had not faltered. As if the ordinary crows could no longer impede Avon with 2 harsh caws. 5 crows larger than eagles surged out from the forest behind him. Recognizing the familiar cawing, Avon sensed that the crow which was perilously close. And these oversized crows were likely her last resort. Maintaining his pace, Avon heightened his vigilance against the colossal crows soaring above him. Caw, caw, with the cawing crescendoing. The anticipated assault arrived, not in the form of physical attacks, but rather through the grotesque mental sorcery that belonged to the Crow Witch. The spell, despair, descended upon him, enveloping Avon in an unrelenting wave of despondency. Utterly dispirited, he found it increasingly difficult to muster any enthusiasm. His once nimble strides grew heavy. Wielding his long sword felt akin to maneuvering a mountain, while a chorus of pessimistic thoughts echoed in his mind. Why run? Escaping is exhausting. What is the point? Every life inevitably meets its end. What difference does it make if it comes sooner or later? My arms are weary. I long to cast aside this burdensome sword. Had an ordinary person been subjected to such an attack, they would have succumbed long ago. Yet Avon gritted his teeth, summoning immense willpower to resist the overwhelming gloom. In truth, this experience bore resemblance to a formal night's breakthrough, where one must harness their will to combat negative emotions. Drawing from prior experiences, Avon persevered. Damn it, I need to find an opportunity to eliminate these foul birds. Caw. Commander, there's movement ahead. It seems to be the crows' calls. On another front, a small squad of crowfolk approached the battlefield. Upon hearing this, the crowfolk commander gestured for stealth, and they cautiously advanced toward the source of the sound. Their movements were efficient and precise, clearly indicative of their professional training. As they drew nearer, the cacophony of cawing and the flapping of wings intensified, quickly bringing the hidden crowfolk to the periphery of the clash between man and bird. Hiss, such enormous crows. Though Cedric was among the elite of his rank, he was still youthful. While he had encountered many bizarre creatures in the monster compendium, seeing one in person was a first. Someone is engaged in battle with the crows. Their swordsmanship is formidable. Each observer had their own focus, and Sean inquired, "Commander, shall we lend our assistance?" Unbeknownst to him, Avon, who was being mercilessly observed, had just executed a sudden strike, successfully slaying 2 of the colossal crows that wielded mental sorcery. Though their abilities were unique, they remained fundamentally mundane creatures. Apart from their size, their combat prowess did not surpass that of ordinary crows. Avon felt fortunate that the attack range of these large crows was quite limited, as the despairing assault could only be unleashed at close quarters. Had they been like the sorcerer, casting debuffs from a safe distance amid a flock of ordinary crows, even Avon would have been at a loss. Whoosh, a third one slashed. Seizing the moment as they drew closer, Avon, like a nimble monkey, leapt from the treetops, sword swinging, poised to fell the third massive crow. However, the astute crows quickly learned, and upon seeing his ascent, they flapped their wings to gain altitude, narrowly evading disaster at the last moment. Avon's sword merely grazed the wing of the crow, which struggled to maintain its balance, wobbling as it descended awkwardly. With a graceful spin atop the treetop, Avon propelled himself downward like a raptor. His murderous intent surged. Once the crow landed, it was imperative to eradicate it entirely. Caw, beware. It's despair. Quickly, retreat, and keep your distance. In a cruel twist of fate, the injured large crow stumbled right into the hiding spot of the crowfolk squad. In that moment, Avon witnessed 3 peculiar black figures leap from the underbrush, startling him. Indeed, have I unwittingly disturbed a nest of crows today? Avon felt that he had uttered more curses in this day than throughout his entire life. Yet the crowfolk paid no heed to Avon's distress. As they leapt to evade, the silver amulets around their necks mitigated the effects of despair, and the seasoned crowfolk commander swiftly drew his weapon, retreating while taking aim. Bang caw. The abrupt cawing ceased instantly. Chapter 51. Collaboration. The demise of the third cursed raven evidently instilled fear in the remaining 2, who now soared high above, reluctant to descend. The other ordinary crows, upon encountering the sudden appearance of unfamiliar figures, ceased their desperate assaults and transformed back into a swirling mass of dark feathers, cawing ominously as they enveloped the sky. At this moment, Avon could not help but feel a surge of frustration. Above him were crows, behind him were crows, and even the peculiar figures that had suddenly appeared were, to his dismay, akin to crows. It seemed he had unwittingly tumbled into a nest of them. As the flock departed, only Avon and a few individuals adorned with bird-beaked masks remained, creating an atmosphere tinged with strangeness. Who are you? And what is your purpose in this place? In light of the peculiar individual's decisive action in slaying the large raven, Avon refrained from labeling them immediate adversaries. He brushed off the raven feathers clinging to him and inquired, though his tone bore an unmistakable edge. "Aye." Just as Avon's companion Sean was about to speak, he was gently nudged by the officer standing behind him, prompting him to step aside. This avian officer, for a moment, found it challenging to discern Avon's identity. Clad in somewhat disheveled, yet finely crafted hunting attire, with fair skin and striking features, he bore little resemblance to a typical rugged hunter. In his hand was a finely crafted half-sword used by naval officers. Even in his observations, Avon's swordsmanship bore the hallmark of military training. Logically, he should have been an official, or at the very least, of noble descent. However, Avon's lack of recognition regarding his own attire left the avian officer perplexed. Thus, he tentatively inquired, "This esteemed gentleman, we are members of a clandestine unit under royal authority. My name is Saberk. May I ask how you are addressed?" If Avon had been an ordinary hunter, he would have long since been compelled into service under the kingdom's directives. Yet, in the presence of this young man whose strength subtly exceeded his own, the avian officer dared not adopt an overly forceful stance. As a peak apprentice knight, He understood that only true extraordinary beings surpassed his prowess. In this world, strength held the greatest sway. Despite his uncertainties regarding Evan's background, he maintained a courteous demeanor. No need for introductions. I believe it would be prudent for you to flee quickly. 2 raven hags are pursuing me. If you tarry, escape may no longer be an option, Evan warned. Though they were strangers, he had no desire for the pursuing hags to harm innocents, particularly given the official military bearing displayed by these individuals. While they may not be under the same command, he could at least consider them as reluctant allies. The 3 individuals exchanged glances, realizing they had indeed encountered their intended targets. Instead of heeding Evan's warning to retreat, they appeared eager to engage. It was Saberk who spoke first, his tone revealing a hint of excitement. That is precisely why we are here. We have been tracking the raven hags that have emerged from the Frostleaf Forest. Can you provide us with any intelligence? Raven hags? No wonder they were so enraged after I dispatched one, Evan mused. Is your mission to eliminate these 3 hags? Indeed, we are. Saberk quickly shared their origins and objectives with Evan. In the ongoing war between humanity and monstrous entities, such information did not breach confidentiality protocols. Encountering Evan, a potential ally, was a stroke of fortune for the avian soldiers. A solitary individual had managed to vanquish one of the troublesome hags, significantly alleviating their mission's burden. Who would willingly wield steel swords and firearms, risking life and limb against such creatures if they could achieve their goals with ease? From Saberk's exposition, Evan gleaned a clearer understanding of the organization they represented. The ordinary world, where mortals lived peacefully, could be termed the surface world, while the realm teeming with extraordinary beings. Cursed creatures and monsters was referred to as the underworld or the mysterious side. Strictly speaking, the two were not entirely distinct. Under the suppression of various true god cults and official entities, most extraordinary beings adhered to principles of concealment, refraining from overtly exposing their abnormalities. However, many entities, both human and monstrous, disregarded these rules, acting with reckless abandon. The organization known as the Avian Brigade served as official monster hunters, tasked with eradicating rogue creatures, violent beings, and even aberrant humans. For anyone who had spent time in the realm of the extraordinary, the name of the Avian Brigade would echo in their ears. Evan, having only recently embarked on his journey into the extraordinary, had yet to recognize their significance. Upon learning of their origins, Evan felt a profound respect. As representatives of official authority, these individuals followed the knightly path. Although knights were known for their stability, they often lacked extraordinary means in the early stages. It was these brave souls who forged a formidable bulwark for ordinary people, shielding their tranquil existence from the perils of the extraordinary world. To quote a saying from his previous life, "What tranquil times are there? It is merely that someone bears the burden for you." Reflecting upon this, Evan felt no urgency to depart. With their cooperation, he stood a good chance of vanquishing the remaining 2 raven hags. Besides admiration for their vocation, he could not bear the thought of fleeing after being pursued for the first time since his arrival in this world. Saberk, the team leader, had already attained the pinnacle of apprentice knight prowess. While the other 2 were slightly less capable, they had also embarked upon the path of the extraordinary, making them formidable allies. After exchanging information, they formed a temporary alliance with a straightforward strategy. Evan and the Avian squad would each take responsibility for one of the remaining raven hags. Though they shared a common enemy, mutual wariness lingered between Evan and the Avian soldiers, particularly in such a desolate locale. They could not fully trust one another. Their wait was short-lived. Just as Evan finished reloading his firearm during the crow's absence, the 2 raven hags, trailing closely behind him, swooped down like shadows. Their claw-like limbs gliding through the treetops amidst a chilling, damp wind laden with an eerie fragrance. Caw, caw, caw. However, observing the diminutive wings of the hag, it seemed improbable that they could generate sufficient lift. Evan surmised that this must be the result of some innate magical ability. Thud. The hags landed on the treetops, a mere 30 meters from Evan and his companions. Even transformed into fiends, the spellcaster's instinct to maintain distance was evident. The 2 hags also vividly remembered the ravenfolk who had been pursuing their sisters since the Frostleaf woodlands. Despite their superficial resemblance, the ravenfolk were demons intent on slaying them. On their own territory, with old grudges compounded by new ones, the hags would show no mercy, greeting them with zealous animosity. Caw, caw, with a pair of eerie squawks. The ravenous army that had been circling overhead like a dense cloud descended like a deluge, surging towards Avon and the Ravenfolk squad, heedless of casualties. With their masters present, the Ravens were even more fearless, with two exceptionally large ones swooping down, risking fatal blows to bolster their morale. The battle intensified. Avon and the Ravenfolk adopted divergent strategies. Avon wielded his longsword in a flurry of silver light, prioritizing defense before offense. The three Ravenfolk, however, confident in their impenetrable armor, ignored the attacks of the common ravens. Forming a battle line with their firearms and charging directly toward the hags, chanting, "Long live the Queen." How reckless, Avon thought, but he had no choice but to follow, braving the ravenous onslaught. He noticed that the Ravenfolk seemed highly resistant to the demoralizing attacks of the transformed ravens, maintaining their momentum without faltering. "I've identified a weakness," he mused, resolving to rectify it in the future. Midway through their charge, the hags, far from being mere ornaments, launched an attack from behind the ravenous screen. Boom! A black earthenware jar was hurled, shattering and releasing a cloud of noxious green mist that rapidly expanded. Avon darted backward, but the Ravenfolk plunged headlong into the fog, their pace unchanged. As mentioned earlier, many low-level hedge witches lacked diverse combat skills, making the concoction of bizarre poisons a cost-effective staple, which was why the Ravenfolk were uniformly equipped with beaked masks. Seeing the two groups separated by the poisonous haze, the hags cackled and swooped toward Avon, clearly regarding him as the weaker target. Bang! Bang! Two gunshots echoed from within the green mist, indicating the Ravenfolk's belated attempt to provide support, but to little avail. Obscured by the fog, the gliding hags were difficult targets for the sporadic gunfire, easily evading the shots. Determined to avoid being surrounded, Avon disregarded the Ravenfolk squad and leaped into the treetops, exploiting his agility. He darted about like a nimble ape, matching the hag's gliding speed. The density of ravens had thinned, allowing Avon to fully utilize his speed. "Come and get me, you old crones." Swoosh! Three figures dashed through the treetops, one leading and two following. Avon maintained a safe distance, wary of their mental witchcraft, and seized the opportunity to dispatch the last two transformed ravens, further enraging the hags. Their cackling grew more frantic. Leading them in a wide circle, Avon inadvertently returned to the site of the initial poison mist release, where the Ravenfolk squad was stationed. He believed that if the Ravenfolk's objective was the hags, they must have a trump card. "I've created the opportunity," he thought. "Surely they won't squander it?" Just then, a sharp premonition of danger washed over him. "Watch out for the bomb!" A shout rang in his ears. Avon caught sight of a flaming object hurtling toward the hags. Recognizing it, he cursed and dove from the treetops to the ground, seeking cover behind a tree. Boom! A deafening explosion, accompanied by blinding light, echoed through the forest, scattering debris. Despite the distance, Avon was deafened and covered in dirt and foliage. Pa! 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 Having witnessed the potency of alchemical bombs, far exceeding that of ordinary gunpowder, aboard the Silverwing, Avon knew that miniaturized versions must exist. He hadn't expected to encounter one so soon. Surely the fiends are finished this time. Peering from his hiding place, Avon realized his optimism was premature. The hags had reacted swiftly, sacrificing the ravens that had been shielding them. The ravens formed a barrier, absorbing the brunt of the alchemical bomb shrapnel. The hags were merely thrown back by the blast, landing separately and groggily rising to their feet. The Ravenfolk squad charged toward one of the hags. Without hesitation, Avon joined the fray, targeting the other hag, disregarding the Ravenfolk's near-friendly fire. The final moments of the battle had arrived. The sound of gunfire echoed from behind as Avon surged forward, determined to strike first. To prevent the battered hag from retaliating, Avon fired his pistol from 5 paces, confident of his aim. Bang! The hag bared her yellowed teeth in what seemed like a silent mockery as the bullet vanished. This hag was clearly stronger than the one he had initially slain, capable of distorting Avon's senses even at this point. TCH, a desperate struggle. Avon moved with feline agility, his longsword a whirlwind, 2 swift strikes missing before a third, precise and deadly, sliced through the hag's neck. Clang! Thud! Avon stepped back, flicked off the crimson blood, and sheathed his sword. Once a formal night had closed the distance, the outcome was inevitable. The hag had no time to deploy her trump card. Gazing at the fiend's corpse, Avon felt a familiar itch. He couldn't afford to avoid looting spellcasters, as that would be wasteful. He recalled the descriptions of hags in Leon's notes, noting that they were not known for curses. Sensing that the other battle was still underway, Avon rubbed his hands together with a grin and reached for the hag's corpse. Chapter 53. The transformation technique of the Tisca corvidi without direct contact, he meticulously picked up a twig to carefully rummage through the belongings of the crow witch. He refrained from disturbing the unlabeled jars and vials, though he noted some prepared herbs that could be of use to him. Yet, Evan was uncertain about the courage it would take to consume a potion made from the materials in the crow witch's possession. Just as he began to think there would be no reward for his efforts, he discovered a carefully concealed parchment, slightly yellowed, nestled within her embrace. This parchment was encased in a rich brown leather cover, distinctly contrasting with the other disheveled items surrounding it. There was no time for a thorough examination. He stowed it in his backpack, having heard that the battle nearby had concluded. He was unaware of the crow's disposition towards such peculiar spoils and had no desire to engage in further conflict. Indeed, shortly after the skirmish ended, a fierce blaze erupted. Accompanied by a foul stench that made Evan frown, he lacked the crow's gas masks. One of the crows remained to tend the fire while Sabak and another crow approached, their bodies smeared with soot. Injured? Evan inquired, noting the bandage wrapped around Sabak's left arm, which seemed to impede his movement. It's nothing serious, just a minor wound. The crow witch's mental manipulation was quite potent. Even the silver talisman couldn't fully protect me. These details were not secrets, and Sabak had no intention of concealing them from Evan. As they conversed, the other crow had already doused the crow witch's corpse with fuel and ignited it. The conflagration roared to life, its acrid smoke prompting the group to instinctively step back. Is this how you crows dispose of monsters? You don't even collect the spoils? Evan questioned, puzzled by their methods. Perhaps they were no longer in need of wealth. The crow witch had once been a naturally awakened sorceress. Upon transforming into a crow witch, she retained her intellect. The magical organs of all sentient beings are notoriously difficult to extract after death, often dissipating entirely. Regardless, they had fought side by side and their relationship had deepened somewhat, prompting Sabak to patiently explain, as monsters, even in death, their bodies and residual magic pose a form of contamination, potentially giving rise to other aberrations. We cannot disregard this. A cleansing fire is necessary. In truth, Sabak refrained from mentioning another method of disposal. Valuable corpses of monsters or extraordinary beings were sometimes salvaged and sent to the crow's research departments, where they were repurposed into talismans, weapons, and potions. The darker, bloodier aspects of this process were not meant for outsiders to know. The flames cast a red glow upon their faces, stirring a sense of reflection in Evan. The pursuit of witchcraft in this world was fraught with peril. The transformation of beings like the crow, which was merely one of many dangers, far surpassed by threats more terrifying than death itself. Yet, it was utterly impossible for him to relinquish the power of a sorcerer. Mr. Evan, thank you for your contributions to the kingdom. It was nothing, it is my duty. With these simple exchanges, the collaboration reached its conclusion. Soon, the two parties parted ways. Evan was to return to Gabred, while the crows would delve deeper into the marshes in search of the crow witch's body that Evan had slain. Just before their separation, Sabak provided Evan with an address. Should he encounter similar oddities in the future? Even with a foundational rapport established, Evan preferred to maintain his distance. He had not forgotten that. Apart from being a formal knight, he was also a sorcerer apprentice whom they had sought to eliminate. Until he understood their true intentions, keeping a safe distance seemed wise. By the time Evan returned to his quarters in Gabred, it was quite late. After a swift bath and a change of clothes, he eagerly retrieved his spoils for examination. The specially treated parchment was likely to contain the arcane knowledge documented by sorcerers. Evan was convinced this scroll would be no exception. As an apprentice sorcerer, he found himself in dire need of esoteric knowledge. If the parchment contained the mental spells once wielded by the crow witch, it would be a treasure beyond measure, swiftly deployed and formidable. It made Evan's mouth water in anticipation. The fact that an apprentice-level crow which could exert such a palpable influence on a formal knight hinted at a power that could be exponentially greater in the hands of a peer. Combined with his knightly prowess, it could yield extraordinary results. However, Evan was acutely aware that the likelihood of this was minuscule. Mental spells were likely innate abilities awakened within the witch, a natural gift. Unless one possessed the erudition of a learned sorcerer to unravel and transmute these spells into a more universal form, it was nearly impossible to learn or document them. Indeed, as Evan donned protective gear and unfurled the parchment, he discovered it was inscribed with intricate, meticulously pinned symbols detailing a form of arcane knowledge. The title read, The Tisca Corvidi Transformation Technique. Evan had steeled himself for this outcome and felt no disappointment. At this juncture, Any arcane knowledge was a coveted prize. Upon closer inspection, the parchment was densely packed with text and illustrations, authored by one Tiska, who elaborated on a transformative sorcery primarily aimed at corvids. The application of potions, necessary rituals, and accompanying incantations were laid out with remarkable clarity. Evan's mind immediately conjured images of the enchanted crows capable of utilizing despair-inducing spells. They were likely the fruits of this sorcery. The prospect of a sorcerer's companion in the form of a transformed pet left a profound impression on him. At this juncture, Evan considered himself fortunate. This knowledge might be the most valuable he could acquire beyond the mental spells. He remained uncertain whether this technique was the result of the Crow Witches' research during their time as humans or if they had acquired it from elsewhere. Nonetheless, it did not hinder him from embarking on his first apprentice project, to combine the avian potion with the Tiska Corvidi transformation technique and forge his own unique sorcery. With audacity, Evan even devised a name for his new spell, the Galrath Avian Transformation Technique. Thus, over the following 2 weeks, Evan found himself immersed in a whirlwind of activity. The next day, armed with his concocted whale potion, he resumed his culinary escapades. Within mere days, tales of the super guzzler began to circulate through the restaurants of Gabret. In these legends, the guzzler was described as standing 8 feet tall and equally wide, sweeping through establishments with no rival in sight. While others struggled to consume 2 standard meals, the guzzler could devour 4 to 5 times as much. A feat both astonishing and alarming. This was achieved by Evan dining at a minimum of 3 different restaurants per meal. Chapter 54. Return and new tasks. Evan had contemplated preparing his own meals at home, but after a single attempt, he relinquished the idea. The time invested in cooking was far too excessive, rendering it a futile endeavor. He deemed it far more beneficial to dedicate that time to physical training or to delve into the newly acquired arcane knowledge. The silver lining was that the effects of the whale elixir surpassed Evan's expectations. Provided with ample nutrition, it'd have the duration required for his extraordinary metamorphosis. And during this process, his physical attributes were rapidly evolving. This alone made the perilous expedition into the marshes worthwhile. Time flew, and soon 2 weeks had elapsed. In his room, Evan gazed into the mirror, observing his softened facial contours and resolute gaze. His skin was fair and luminous, yet exuded no hint of frailty. He possessed a tall and robust physique, harmoniously proportioned, with well-defined muscles that hinted at formidable explosive power. In less than a month, Evan seemed to have undergone a complete transformation, erasing all adverse effects from his previous development, achieving the pinnacle of what his innate genetic heritage could offer. No, he had even surpassed the limits dictated by his lineage. His appearance approached perfection, and his attributes had undergone a radical transformation. Name: Ivor Gallette. Gender: male. Rank: lieutenant, affiliated with the Silver Wing of the 3rd Fleet of the Falerthis Kingdom. Title: Junior Knight. Intermediate Wizard Apprentice. Attributes: Constitution 1, 82, Strength 1, 65, Agility 1, 95, Spirit 0, 34 Skills: Basic Meditation, Novice, White Sail Swordsmanship, Mastery, Falerthis Saber Technique, Mastery, Archery, Mastery, Grammar, Mastery, Nautical Knowledge, Novice. Potion Making, Novice. The nightly metamorphosis would release the accumulated potential of the apprenticeship phase in a brief span, culminating in an extraordinary qualitative transformation. Evan's previously near 1.0 peak attributes as a novice knight had nearly doubled. To put it simply, a mere flick of his fist now surpassed the strength of his past secret arts at full power. The air whooshed with the force of his punch, causing the windows in the room to tremble slightly. How formidable! Staring at his pale fist, Evan fell into a pensive silence. Strength was merely an external manifestation. His immune capabilities, bodily circulatory systems, cellular vitality, and other latent data had all undergone qualitative changes as well. With the completion of his extraordinary metamorphosis, he had taken a small step onto the path of the superhuman. Evan believed that he could now single-handedly defeat 5 of his former selves, emerging unscathed. This exemplified the chasm separating the extraordinary from the mundane. Furthermore, his newly developed mental prowess had also ascended in tandem with his physical attributes. As the human body is a complex, intricate system where one adjustment affects the entirety. Consequently, Evan had swiftly crossed the threshold between novice and intermediate wizard apprentice in less than a month. However, following this extraordinary transformation, such rapid advancements would no longer be feasible. Both mental and physical attributes could only be accumulated step by step. Boss, I bought cream bread. Would you like some? Gary's voice echoed from downstairs. All right, I'll be right down, Avon replied, changing into his attire before descending the staircase. During Avon's absence, the Silverwing had embarked on a routine patrol mission, which unfolded without incident. The voyage proceeding smoothly. The following day marked another departure, and Gary had relished several delightful meals with Avon over the past 2 days, all under the guise of nutritious dining. Boss, the captain mentioned we have a convoy mission tomorrow. We might encounter some bigwigs from the fleet. Gary excitedly shared, stuffing his mouth with cream bread. Captain Gurr, a colonel himself, likely referred to a general at the very least. After completing his metamorphosis, Avon had already submitted his application to return to the ship. Bigwigs? I eagerly await the encounter, he mused, taking a bite of the sweet cream bread, gazing out at the flock of seabirds swirling outside with a smile. The next day, Avon's return was met with a warm welcome from the entire crew of the Silverwing. Though he was merely a newly promoted young lieutenant, ranking at the bottom among the officers, as the second official knight aboard, Avon's true standing was second only to Captain Ger. Although Avon's rapid rise might slightly diminish the interests of the veteran officers in the short term, it would significantly bolster the overall strength of the Silverwing, greatly enhancing safety at sea and ultimately benefiting everyone in the long run. Moreover, the news of Avon being Ger's nephew was no longer a secret, thus earning him genuine applause from the officers, aside from the lower-ranking sailors. Have you noticed how there seemed to be an unusually high number of seabirds in the sky today? Remarked the navigation officer, Tyrius, somewhat perplexed. As the chief navigator, he was particularly attuned to seabirds, which served as indicators for ships at sea. Those are white seagulls, commonly found along the Black Sea coast in vast numbers. And those are black-footed albatrosses, with wingspans generally exceeding 3 meters, known for their swift flight and predatory nature. Tyrius quickly identified the various seabird species trailing the Silverwing, his extensive knowledge coming into play. Oh, and look at that giant, the largest seabird inhabiting the Black Sea, the wandering albatross. Those wings must be at least 5 meters wide. What else do we have? There's the sea spirit, the storm petrel, which can battle the tempest, flying like lightning. Truly the fastest of seabirds. Truly magnificent. The sight of the diverse seabirds captivated the navigation officer, who had a profound understanding of natural hydrology and ecological environments. Meanwhile, Avon stood silently atop the main mast, observing the accompanying vessel. At that moment, he realized that although the mission was for escorting, they were not guarding a merchant fleet, but rather another warship belonging to the Third Fleet. More precisely, the ship was carrying Major General Snight, the head of logistics for the Third Fleet, along with his family and staff, the very bigwig Gary had mentioned. Oh, how wondrous life is, Avon thought, recalling having heard the general's name during his training as a recruit. He was none other than the person who had tossed the Naval Recruitment Office into disarray. The premonition he had experienced was now manifesting, as he found himself intersecting paths with the general today. The sea breeze swept by as the 2 warships sliced through the white waves, and the Gabreed naval port gradually vanished from sight. Destination, Lighthouse Island, an 8-day voyage from their base. Mission, to escort the esteemed general and participate in the ceremony marking the day of departure held there. No imminent danger, this was indeed a straightforward task. Chapter 55. The smuggler ship Lighthouse Island appears to be an unremarkable overseas isle, devoid of resources and scenic vistas. Yet, it is, in fact, the birthplace of the maritime endeavors of the Kingdom of Falerthis, being the first officially discovered non-coastal island, holding extraordinary significance in the annals of nautical history. The annual departure day commemorative events symbolize the kingdom's unwavering spirit of exploration and its relentless pursuit of new horizons. During these celebrations, representatives from the kingdom's 3 major fleets routinely participate alongside the public, merchant guilds, adventurers, and various civic organizations. This year, the Third Fleet dispatched the formidable battleship Warm Breeze, led by Rear Admiral Snyder, along with the 5th-class cruiser Silver Wing, demonstrating their earnest commitment to the occasion. It is noteworthy that, despite the high-ranking logistics officer being among the top 3 in command, the Third Fleet was not affluent enough to send out battleships of the 3rd class or above for the festivities. In the age of discovery, each vessel bore its own crucial responsibilities. Furthermore, the waters east of Lighthouse Island belonged to the coastal zone, ensuring safety. The 2 warships were hastily assembled, a testament to the pragmatic nature of the logistics officer. Evan weighed the past encounters with pirates against his current capabilities. It seemed that this mission would proceed smoothly. After all, Apart from the likes of the notorious one-eyed Beaky, who had ulterior motives, who would dare to inexplicably assault a warship, the risks appeared minimal, and a careless attack could lead to dire consequences. As the journey commenced, Evan unknowingly set a precarious expectation for himself. Meanwhile, 3 black-sailed pirate ships, drifting along the New World route, silently altered their course towards the eastern shores of the Black Sea. The sea breeze billowed their sails, adorned with the gaping maw of a toothy shark, seemingly animated. Fire a warning shot. Command them to halt. Boom, boom. The cannonballs struck near the hull, sending up great sprays of water, gradually forcing a swift merchant vessel, which had disregarded the warship's signals, to a standstill. From the rotund merchant clad in silk robes to the ship's captain and ordinary sailors, all scrambled onto the deck in a line, awaiting inspection. Faced with the 2 heavily armed naval vessels, none dared to entertain thoughts of resistance. The soldiers, marching in formation on the deck, produced a resounding cadence of military boots, swiftly gaining control of the situation within minutes. It was now the 5th day since the 2 warships had set sail for the celebration, and the journey had been tranquil until Admiral Snyder's keen eye detected a suspicious fast-sailing vessel, suspected to be engaged in smuggling. The monotony of the sea voyage had prompted the general's interest, leading to the aforementioned scene. "My good sir, we are respectable merchants." The corpulent merchant, mopping the beads of sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, attempted to slip an exquisite golden pocket watch into the hands of the major officer leading the inspection. "Respectable merchants? Then why did you flee?" The officer scoffed, dismissing the merchant's bribery attempt. Admiral Snyder observed from his ship, fully aware that he would be mad to grant this unscrupulous traitor any leniency. We simply did not see the signal. The merchant stammered, sweat cascading down his face. The officer's rejection of his bribe making him acutely aware of his precarious situation. Soon, the naval soldiers who had descended into the hold returned. "Report, sir. The upper layer of the cargo hold contains ordinary wine in oak barrels, but only a scant amount. The lower hold is brimming with premium whale oil." Upon hearing this, the major officer chuckled, patting the merchant's shoulder. "Pray, esteemed merchant, could you elucidate why your actual cargo does not align with the tax documentation presented?" The merchant's visage paled as he collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. "My entire fortune. According to the kingdom's laws, unregistered smuggling vessels receive no protection from the Navy. Upon capture, all cargo is confiscated. Had he managed to evade the naval inspection and sell the smuggled goods, the disparity in value between whale oil and ordinary wine would have multiplied his fortune 4 or 5 times over, after deducting necessary expenses." Greed fostered a sense of luck. Yet the merchant's hopes of sudden wealth shattered in an instant. Everyone knew he was not lamenting the act of smuggling, but rather his misfortune and the impending loss of his entire wealth. If given the chance to turn back time, he would undoubtedly make the same choice, albeit avoiding this particular route. The news swiftly reached the Warm Breeze warship where the general was stationed. On the main deck, a middle-aged officer clad in a general's cloak stood alongside a youthful lieutenant resembling him, who immediately burst into exuberance. I knew it was a smuggling ship. Evidently, it was not the general's famed discernment that identified the vessel, but rather the keen observation of the young man at his side. "Wow, brother, you are amazing." A young girl in a Gothic-style dress chimed in, clearly one of the general's family members accompanying him to the celebration. Around them, a group of aides and officers from the Warm Breeze formed a circle, exclaiming, "Truly, the apple does not fall far from the tree." Coincidentally, on the adjacent silver wing, Evan, who had seized the advantageous lookout, also took note of the young man, who appeared to be the center of attention. "Wow, Mr. Zorro is indeed a big shot." Though there was little interaction between the crew of the 2 ships aside from standard signal communications, Evan immediately recognized the young man as Zorro, the thief and fortune teller with whom he had crossed paths several times before. It was evident that the ill-fated smuggler's downfall was not due to mere observation and experience, but rather Zorro's extraordinary divination skills. Initially, Evan felt a twinge of surprise at Zorro's elevated status, but did not dwell on it, as their paths had not intertwined significantly throughout their journey. Following this mission, their identities would diverge even further. However, a sudden realization struck Evan. Wait. He recalled Zorro's parting words after their last encounter. "I remember you. I shall send you something. We will meet again." That night, he had been unmasked, and Zorro had recognized him. After pondering, Evan reassured himself that he and Zorro bore no irreconcilable enmity. Although he had pilfered a book of sorcery from Zaro, he had also supported his fortune-telling business. Surely, he would not seek retribution against him, would he? Chapter 56. The Golden Rose. As Avon quietly murmured to himself, new developments transpired aboard the merchant vessel. Although a smuggling ship had been intercepted, their intent was to attend a celebratory event, making it inappropriate to travel with such cargo. The general, taking charge, decisively waved his hand. Considering that the items were not contraband, it was permissible to simply pay the tax. In the presence of his children, particularly his innocent and charming daughter, he wished to avoid creating an unpleasant scene, thus offering a lenient opportunity to the audacious smuggler. "Thank you, my lord." After the orders were relayed by a junior officer, the rotund merchant expressed boundless gratitude, hurriedly scurrying into his cabin to prepare the fine. Though his profits would undoubtedly shrink considerably after settling the tax, it was still preferable to facing total confiscation. Soon he emerged, straining under the weight of a wooden chest and a long, slender box, his face reflecting the pain of parting with his wealth. "My lord, this is all I possess aside from the cargo. Please check if it suffices." With a skeptical gaze cast upon the merchant's obsequious visage, the junior officer harbored no trust in his words. He was well aware that if this fellow dared to shortchange him by even a copper, he would not await the general's command to deliver a fitting response. With a snap, the chest was opened, and the officer grimaced. While the chest appeared sizable, its contents were mostly silver and copper coins, with only a few gold lions. Among them lay intricately crafted pocket watches adorned with gemstones, pure silver plates and cutlery, and a roll of smooth, white silk. It indeed conveyed a semblance of having emptied one's coffers. Fortunately, these items, aside from the currency and precious metals, were also considered valuable commodities within the kingdom. Clearly, even if he had tenfold the audacity, the merchant would not dare deceive the navy. Yet, something felt amiss. Just as the officer's brow furrowed, the perceptive merchant presented the final slender box. A brief glance was all it took for the officer to swiftly shut the lid, his expression brightening considerably. He patted the merchant's shoulder and declared the matter concluded. What could it be, shrouded in mystery? Avon, at a distance, caught only a fleeting glimpse of the box's contents, unable to discern its nature. However, the general soon satisfied his curiosity. The collected fine was promptly placed in General Snyder's hands, and he dismissed the miscellaneous contents of the chest, confident in his officer's discernment. What intrigued him more was the object within the slender box. It was a firearm, specifically an alchemical gun. Unlike ordinary firearms crafted by blacksmiths and arsenals, alchemical guns, alchemical bombs, and the even more wondrous sea monster pointers were the creations of enigmatic alchemists. Indeed a masterpiece forged by an alchemical master. The wondrous alchemy bestowed upon this creation an unparalleled performance, revered by every marksmanship expert as a treasure. However, unlike standardized equipment like alchemical bombs, the intricacy of alchemical guns implied great difficulty in manufacture. Each existing alchemical gun was a rare and precious exemplar. It was uncertain how this unassuming smuggler had acquired such a gem, only to lose it in a dramatic enforcement action. Having served in the Navy for a considerable time, Avon was no stranger to exceptional weaponry. He understood that, despite the overall backwardness of productivity in this era, the coexistence of sorcery and technology allowed for alchemical guns crafted by masters to possess a terrifying power that surpassed even contemporary firearms of his previous life. Due to their formidable force and precision, they garnered a unique designation, sniper rifles. Their extraordinary capabilities enabled skilled marksmen to accurately eliminate targets from a kilometer away with the aid of specialized scopes. Even formidable extraordinary knights, at the appropriate distance, could not withstand the sudden onslaught of a sniper rifle. Undoubtedly, Avon coveted such a powerful weapon. Although adept in swordsmanship, he held no obsession with it. As a quintessential pragmatist, he would utilize whatever was most effective. In his past life, every boy had harbored dreams of firearms. Regarding the alchemical gun, touted as the pinnacle of individual weaponry, Avon had delved deeply into its capabilities. It was rumored that even knights of unwavering will and formidable spirit, capable of manipulating reality and manifesting supernatural powers such as fighting spirit, would not dare confront 3 or 5 alchemical guns wielded by skilled snipers from a distance. While the outcome would likely favor the knight, he would inevitably pay a grievous price. This indirectly attested to the deterrence of alchemical guns. Yet, such firearms were scarce, and truly skilled snipers were even rarer. On land, The demands might not be as stringent, as solid ground offered snipers sufficient stability. However, aboard a warship, there was never a stable platform for snipers to shoot from. The relentless winds and waves dramatically increased the difficulty of long-range shots, where a slight miscalculation could lead to disastrous outcomes. Moreover, snipers, much like mathematicians, were professions heavily reliant on innate talent, a kind of special intuition that was challenging to cultivate through training. Thus, the number of capable snipers in the Royal Navy who could truly harness the power of alchemical guns might only be in single digits, perhaps even fewer than the existing quantity of alchemical guns. Even the most formidable alchemical gun, in the hands of a mediocre individual, would yield results akin to those produced by an ordinary blacksmith. Avon was not alone in his thoughts. As the general raised the alchemical gun to admire it, Avon finally beheld its full form. The gun's barrel gleamed in muted silver, paired with a delicately crafted wine-red wooden stock, entwined with golden rose patterns that adorned its body. It would be more apt to describe it as a splendid work of art than merely a weapon of mass destruction. At the base of the stock, a small inscription was etched, which the delighted general read aloud: "The Golden Rose." "Oh, this gun is so beautiful, and its name is lovely too." Even a little girl, entirely unversed in weaponry, expressed genuine admiration. She even attempted several times to reach out and touch it, only to be gently evaded by the general. The admiral could not allow a rambunctious child to handle such an object, no matter how adorable. After a prolonged admiration, General Snyder reluctantly set the alchemical gun down. The nearby officers, though eager, were acutely aware that neither their abilities nor their status merited such a firearm, despite being a vice admiral. General Snyder was fundamentally a civilian officer. He understood that even if he possessed the gun, it would serve merely as a cherished ornament, incapable of fulfilling its true value. A waste indeed. Let it be sealed away. May it find a worthy master in the future. The group watched as the resealed alchemical gun was sent to the lower chambers, lingering until its shadow vanished before they collectively returned to their senses. If only I possessed the talent for sniping. This shared sigh echoed in the hearts of all present. Chapter 57. Individual troubles. The handling of the smuggling merchant ships did not consume much of their time. The two warships, following their predetermined course, arrived at Lighthouse Island punctually 3 days later. Admiral Snight and his entourage disembarked onto the island, while most of the combat personnel aboard the warships remained on board, serving as security for the festivities. Evan had no interest in what was essentially a merchant's revelry. Aside from the unavoidable necessity of inspection duties, he stayed aboard the ship, engaged in meditation and practice, while also attempting to avoid Zoro's attention. Currently, their relationship was one of mutual recognition. Evan was aware of Zoro's true identity. Yet Zoro had not connected him with the name Ivor Gallette, the naval lieutenant. In Evan's mind, it was likely that their paths would not cross again, and rather than face the uncertain consequences of revealing his identity, it was preferable to avoid Zoro from the outset. After all, his father was an admiral. This was not due to Evan being timid. Rather, it was simply prudent to steer clear of someone backed by considerable influence. As time passed, various vessels and bustling crowds gradually converged upon this ordinarily tranquil island. Under the auspices of numerous merchant associations arriving from afar, the prelude to the celebration commenced. Colorful banners adorned the island, and a temporary theater had been erected. During the grand rehearsal, vividly dressed dancers, flamboyant artists, disheveled poets, and journalists from various newspapers mingled, infusing new vitality into this remote isle. With such a diverse assembly of individuals, the naval personnel sent by the three fleets had their work cut out for them, as they were tasked with maintaining order on the island as official representatives of the kingdom. Large gatherings, irrespective of the world, invariably attract the attention of those in power. However, as one of the few second-tier knights, Evan's responsibilities were relatively light, primarily serving as a mobile force to address issues that ordinary sailors could not resolve. In a moment of respite away from work, Evan stood at the bow of the Silver Wing, casting a handful of bird feed laced with magical potions into the air. Dozens of seabirds swooped down with rapid precision, deftly snatching the feed before it could touch the surface of the sea. These birds were the preliminary results of Evan's research into avian transformation sorcery. After all, what creatures could be more reliable, versatile, and inconspicuous than seabirds in the vast ocean? Moreover, Evan had put considerable effort into selecting the species. From the common white seagulls of the Black Coast to the swift needle-tailed swifts, from the sturdy black-footed albatross to the grandest of seabirds, the wandering albatross. Although few in variety, each possessed distinctive traits. After nearly a month of meticulous cultivation, while progress in transformation magic was modest, the birds, having long consumed the language potion, had become entirely competent scouts. Listening to their chatter, Evan instinctively translated their communications. Irrelevant information was swiftly discarded, while valuable insights were collated and processed. 2 merchant ships had just arrived at the port. The celebratory beverages had been successfully stored, and 2 opera troupes had engaged in a brawl over their respective fame, necessitating the intervention of sailors. With the feeding concluded, Evan's intelligence-gathering efforts also reached a pause. It was yet another peaceful day. The seabirds' modifications were still rudimentary. Although they could autonomously gather intelligence, they resembled drones with only Bluetooth capabilities, limited to recording their impressions for Evan to analyze. They could not discern urgency or significance. In Evan's vision, it would be essential to cultivate a central processing bird as a base station, dedicated to managing the information collected by the flock, and eventually, once the seabird unit matured, assist in battle command. Unlike the chaotic suicide attacks led by the Crow Witch's flock, he believed this formidable branch of sorcery deserved better. Only then would this avian legion become a true strategic asset in Evan's repertoire. However, it was still premature to contemplate such matters. The reason Evan had brought out all the seabirds he had cultivated was to gain experience through their frequent use, preparing for future enhancements. Transforming ideas into reality posed a formidable challenge for Evan. Meanwhile, as Evan pondered his seabird cultivation plan, Mr. Zorro found himself ensnared in his own quandary. Unlike Evan, who resided on the warship, Zorro had been assigned to the island's finest hotel upon disembarking, enjoying the luxury of a lavish suite. Seated at a cherrywood desk, Zorro's gaze fixated on a crystal ball emanating a faint, ethereal glow. As an apprentice-level diviner, he had already mastered the tarot and numerology, essential to the first tier of his extraordinary path. Yet, a formidable challenge lay before him: the crystal ball divination, which required resonating with the crystal ball to perform readings. Regarded as the most difficult task for apprentices, this technique proved remarkably effective in predicting significant events and locating individuals or objects. Yet it had eluded him for an entire year. It was not that he was incapable of using this form of divination. He had practiced it as a diviner at the Crow Market and had successfully predicted the whereabouts of the saltwater crocodile for Evan. His current predicament stemmed from the fact that, as part of the promotion ritual, he needed to successfully complete a prophecy impacting the lives of hundreds, or a similarly significant event to qualify as a second-tier official diviner. This was why he diverged from his usual practice of concealing his identity, such as masquerading as Zorro to commit theft, and sought to expose himself by participating in the festivities, hoping to engage in a grand event. At this moment, Zorro perceived the swirling light clouds within the crystal ball. The colors held different meanings in his eyes. Occasionally, fragments of images or sounds passed through the resonance of his spirit with the crystal ball. Currently, he was not performing a prophecy, but utilizing the unique sorcery of the divination school to surveil Lighthouse Island, searching for signs of unrest that might present him with an opportunity. Unfortunately, like Evan's seabirds, he had gleaned little since his arrival on the island. Am I truly devoid of prophetic talent? After enduring a prolonged lack of direction, Zorro, in a fit of despair, flopped onto his chair like a defeated feline, exuding an air of surrender to fate, utterly powerless to resist. Chapter 58. The eve of the celebration, the vocation of a prophet perfectly aligns with his envisioned image of a sage, orchestrating strategies from afar, in stark contrast to the brutish combatants of the extraordinary realm. However, while this profession places little emphasis on the accumulation of knowledge, it demands an almost abnormal level of innate talent and spirituality from the practitioner. In truth, the demarcation of a prophet's rank is not as stringent as that of other extraordinary paths. Even the most unremarkable diviner, should fate smile upon them, can make prophecies that alter the very fabric of the world. History has borne witness to numerous instances where obscure individuals, in a fleeting moment, have uttered stunning prophecies, subsequently becoming esteemed guests among the realm's political elite. It can be asserted that this profession requires even more innate aptitude than that of a sharpshooter. For while skill can be honed through practice, how does one cultivate their inherent gifts? Am I destined to tread the same path as my elder brother, embracing the life of a knight? Yet, I can't help but feel that the elegant and enigmatic figure of a prophet would garner more admiration from the fairer sex. I have no desire to transform into a hulking brute akin to a bull. Oh great all-seeing eye, what am I to do? Perhaps Zoro should be grateful that the all-seeing eye is not a deity with independent thought. Otherwise, should it learn that his desire to become a prophet stems solely from the wish to attract women, Zoro might find himself devoid of such troubles in the future, in every conceivable sense. As the night deepened, ominous clouds had veiled the last vestige of moonlight. The sea stretched before him, resembling a profound and weighty abyss. A veritable Black Sea. The iconic lighthouse of Lighthouse Island had long been illuminated, its hopeful golden light casting a guiding beam upon the waters, unwavering in its duty to direct distant vessels. Boss, tomorrow marks the day of the celebration. It's late, and no ships are likely to arrive now. We can simply keep watch here. You should get some rest, Gary whispered as he approached Ivan, who stood resolutely at the dock, clad in a long coat with his hands resting upon the hilt of his sword. Although it was not winter, the cold, damp sea breeze, far removed from the land, incessantly assaulted him, as if attempting to siphon the warmth from his very bones. Truly an unbearable experience. No need. Save such words until you are capable of standing in my stead. He rejected Gary's well-intentioned suggestion without hesitation, eliciting a sheepish chuckle from him. Ivan was acutely aware that a grand celebration attended by thousands could not be taken lightly. With the event occurring tomorrow, any misstep this evening would bear consequences far beyond his capacity to bear. The deeper he delved into the world of extraordinary beings, the more he grasped the tumultuous undercurrents that lurked beneath the surface. Demonic entities, sea monsters, rogue extraordinary beings, and even hostile nation forces, along with the lurking cults of malevolent deities, all posed threats to the order of the world. Ordinary folk stood utterly vulnerable against such aberrations, akin to being struck down by a dimensional assault, obliteration, and what concern is it to you? Especially after Ivan underwent his extraordinary transformation. Gel had provided him with a comprehensive introduction to the knowledge of the extraordinary realm. Gel imparted decades of wisdom gained through both official channels and personal adventures without reservation. In this regard, he performed his role admirably, perhaps even surpassing what Ivan's father could have offered in this context. The world of chaos and demons. In Gel's narratives, he recounted numerous natural disasters in the history of the kingdom of Falerthis that resulted in catastrophic casualties, all stemming from disputes within the extraordinary realm. To maintain stability in the mundane world, the truth was meticulously concealed by both the authorities and the church. Countless lesser incidents had also transpired, particularly during such large-scale celebrations. With their predictable attendance and traceable patterns, they often became mere pawns in the hands of hidden, ambitious puppeteers. Whether for profit, divine amusement, or simply for sport, countless lives were reduced to mere statistics in their eyes. In this bizarre and chaotic world of extraordinary beings, ambition and madness flowed freely, and the very turmoil itself served as a wellspring of power for certain malevolent entities, an ever-present threat to be wary of. Suddenly, Ivan's eyes widened in surprise. Is there a ship arriving at this hour? In the distance, a sizable two-masted merchant vessel parted the waves, slowly making its way toward the dock of Lighthouse Island. The preliminary festivities had been ongoing for 3 days, and even with the official celebration set for tomorrow, many revelers continued to indulge through the night. This rare occasion had attracted keen merchants from across the kingdom, who seized the opportunity to bring every conceivable form of entertainment to this locale. If it could be found on land, it was surely present here. Theaters, taverns, gaming houses, and establishments of dubious repute, an astonishing array awaited. Thanks to the influx of patrons and the robust demand for amusement during the celebration, the proprietors of these venues reaped bountiful rewards in mere days. Naturally, accompanying the vibrant lights and the clinking of glasses were the ever-energetic societal groups. A sudden commotion erupted. Bang! The sound of a couple of heads, adorned with tattoos and laden with metallic rings, collided violently, rendering both perpetrators unconscious on the ground. A cloaked figure clapped their hands, paused momentarily, and swiftly leaped over a low wall, vanishing amidst the temporary structures. These were mere petty thieves, not even a single soul bold enough to draw a blade for robbery. When did the kingdom's security become so commendable? This eccentric figure, roaming the streets at such an hour, was none other than our old acquaintance, Mr. Zoro. Having faced a series of confounding obstacles on his path to ascension, he sought solace in his heroic alter ego, donning his distinctive garb to champion justice for the common folk. The recent encounter involved merely a pair of corner-dwelling thieves dividing their spoils. A trivial challenge for a peak apprentice knight. With a father of high rank serving as an admiral, Zoro was not lacking in heritage or resources. As a wizard of the prophetic school, he also deeply understood the capriciousness of fate, while his arduous pursuit of the prophetic path was fraught with difficulties. His knightly journey advanced with remarkable speed, propelling him to the status of a peak apprentice at a tender age. P.S. Swordsmanship instructor, is it my fault? The combination of his formidable skills and the prophetic school's refined divination magic transformed him into an efficient harbinger of justice, greatly contributing to the kingdom's law enforcement efforts. Thus, although some may feign disdain, their bodies speak otherwise. Mr. Zoro evidently relishes this role. Quickly, comrades. We must reach the dock ahead of schedule to receive the goods. But the celebration, the manpower. Damn it. Must I repeat myself? Those goods cannot be seen by anyone. Do you understand? You blockhead. Suddenly, a series of dialogues, at times clear and at others muddled, pierced through the night breeze into Zoro's ears. There is something amiss. The rogue's spirit ignited. Chapter 59 Fireworks. Zoro's rose sword style bestowed upon him an agility of movement. In the darkness, he resembled an elegant dancer, lightly treading to an unheard rhythm. Swiftly traversing through the shadows of the edifices, akin to a solitary dance by a prince of the night. Swift and rhythmic, he remarkably eluded the notice of any observer. Presently, a group of about a dozen men pushing wheelbarrows toward the docks came into Zoro's view. Little did this band of men realize that in the shadows behind them, an uninvited guest had quietly attached himself. You dolts, a disheveled man with a mane of white, leonine curls, warned his subordinates in a hushed tone. From this moment forward, guard your tongues. We are merely here to receive cargo. We know nothing else. Should anyone falter, do not blame old Barry for his severity. Under Zoro's surreptitious gaze, the lackeys, feeling as though they were being scrutinized by a cunning old wolf, covered their mouths, nodding repeatedly to indicate their compliance. That's practically announcing there's something amiss. This villainy is hardly professional, Zoro thought with a sneer, oblivious to the fact that the lion's head was equally taken aback. As who would expect a nocturnal prowler like him to be lurking on these night-shrouded paths? Uncertain of their intentions, Zoro could only covertly follow. If he confirmed their malicious designs, he would have no choice but to incapacitate them and deliver them to the patrolling navy. After all, Zoro's principle was, commit good deeds anonymously, slay without burial. At the docks, it had been a full hour since Avon and his marines first spotted the belated merchant ship and its successful docking. Who goes there? What business brings you to the docks? Simultaneously, a group of men pushing wheelbarrows emerged from the direction of the lighthouse island. Avon discreetly gestured, personally leading a few sailors to engage with the arriving merchant ship. Gary, in turn, led the remaining contingent to intercept the approaching men, addressing the curly-haired leader. Good evening. Sir, I am Old Barry, representative of the Golden Olive Merchant Guild, here to receive a shipment we have arranged. This is our registration with the dock management. You may inspect it. Barry, the curly-haired man, proffered a certificate issued by the dock management. So late, are you certain you require immediate unloading? Could it not wait until dawn? Gary inquired, finding no immediate cause for alarm. Not that Gary intended to be obstructive, but the winds were somewhat tempestuous tonight, and the conditions at the perpetually vacant docks of Lighthouse Island were less than ideal. Furthermore, with poor lighting, unloading at night was prone to accidents. The curly-haired man immediately wore a look of distress, bowing deeply as he lamented, Sir, it is unavoidable. Tomorrow is the festival, and our cargo consists of fireworks intended for the celebration. The initial shipment was unfortunately waterlogged, hence this urgent replacement. Should the fireworks not be in place by tonight, those responsible will face severe repercussions. I implore you to assist us. Seeing his pitiable state, Gary did not press the matter excessively. Furthermore, there was no regulation prohibiting unloading at night, so he reassured him, I will speak with the lieutenant. It should not be a major issue. Ensure your safety. Injuries are unacceptable. Yes, we will not cause any trouble, the curly-haired man responded, bowing and scraping before Gary, who was young enough to be his son. Devoid of the harshness he had displayed earlier toward his subordinates, Gary bounded onto the ship, approaching Avon. In short order, Avon had reviewed the merchant ship's documentation, including the captain, cargo manifest, owner, loading location and time, destination, and more. The captain's documents were uniformly issued by the kingdom's maritime trade department, serving both to verify the cargo's ownership and to facilitate tracking of merchant vessels, thereby preventing potential piracy. As the island lacked permanent port personnel, these duties fell to Avon and his marines. Upon comparing the inspection results with the recipient's documentation, all paperwork appeared legitimate, revealing no discrepancies. "Sir, the cargo is fireworks." Hearing Gary's explanation of the special circumstances, Avon paused in contemplation. He possessed empathy and was willing to bend the rules slightly within his purview. "You may unload, but I will be observing. Tonight is strictly for the designated fireworks. Other cargo will wait until dawn, understood?" Barry, the lion's head, naturally concurred, readily agreeing. Soon, the merchant ship and the lion's head had completed the handover, and unloading commenced. Box after box of meticulously sealed fireworks was carried off the ship by Barry's men, bound together and loaded onto wheelbarrows. As the wheelbarrows reached half capacity, someone in the darkness grew restless. Knowing this cargo was suspect, allowing them to transport it into the island under the cover of night would make them difficult to locate. Should they cause any disturbance, he, as a member of the Navy, would bear responsibility. Thwack! Just as one of Barry's men finished securing a wheelbarrow, a short, gleaming crossbow bolt shot from the darkness, striking a wooden crate with a dull thud, startling the man into a seated position. "Someone's firing arrows. Run!" The assembled crowd recoiled in alarm, hastily seeking cover upon realizing the nature of the projectile, fearing another bolt might find its mark. Only Avon, who was on deck overseeing the sailors to prevent accidents, noticed that the bolt had been aimed directly at the crate from the outset, without targeting any individual. With a nimble leap from the merchant ship, Avon traversed the crowd of prostrate, cowering figures, refraining from rashly plunging into the darkness to pursue the potential assailant. Instead, he approached the crate pierced by the bolt, carefully extracting the projectile for closer examination. The crossbow bolt was fashioned from high-grade steel, shorter yet more refined than typical bolts, indicating its origin from an arm-mounted crossbow favored by assassins and rangers. Despite its diminutive size, its cost far exceeded that of ordinary bows and arrows, making it a weapon beyond the means of commoners. Casting a glance at the distant darkness beyond the reach of the lighthouse's beam, Avon instructed everyone to remain in place, forbidding any movement. If the shooter's intent was diversionary, he would be at a disadvantage. As a commander, he had to consider the broader picture, avoiding impulsive actions driven by mere force, as a common sailor might. However, the moment Avon revealed himself, Zorro, concealed in the shadows, recognized the naval lieutenant who had once defeated him. "That's him." Startled, Zorro instinctively retreated further into the shadows. Having learned the extent of his disparity with Avon during their previous duel, he attributed his escape to mere luck. Should he be exposed this time, he was uncertain if he would have another opportunity to flee. Although capture was not necessarily dire, it would certainly tarnish his illustrious image. Having seen most of the Third Fleet sailors aboard the Warm Breeze, he must be an officer from the Silver Wing. A ship of war had only a handful of lieutenant officers, a detail his second-in-command could ascertain upon inquiry. Zorro harbored no intention of abusing his position for personal vendettas. As an aspiring visionary, he held no interest in schemes and intrigues. Investigating Avon's identity was merely an innate predilection for uncovering secrets. Given this fellow's sense of duty, which led him to pursue me across half the city, you should notice the clue I left behind, shouldn't he? Upon acquiring that tome imbued with an aura of sorcery, one cannot help but ponder whether he has discerned the secrets contained within. With a sense of uncertainty swirling in his mind, Zorro raised his hand and loosed another bolt from his crossbow. Whoosh! Hurry and open the box, you scoundrel. Chapter 60. Capture. A second crossbow bolt was shot forth, aimed once again at the same wooden crate. With a thud, the bolt grazed Evan's body before embedding itself in the box, eerily aligning with the position of the first arrow. Having anticipated the trajectory of the bolt, Evan did not even flinch. Yet, one wonders if he would remain so composed if he were aware that Zorro had uncovered his true identity. At present, however, Evan was preoccupied with the second bolt, his mind racing with conjecture. One arrow could be deemed a coincidence, but two striking the same spot surely indicated foul play. The figure in the shadows might not be an enemy after all. Without hesitation, he commanded, "Open this crate." As his words fell, a group of naval soldiers, led by Gary, forcefully pushed aside the obstructive lionhead Barry and swiftly pried open the box. Nestled within the soft, dense hay were numerous firework shells, each larger than a fist. Perhaps to enhance the festive atmosphere, the shells were meticulously adorned with colorful paper, suggesting considerable care in their creation. Bang! With a crash, the crate toppled, spilling dozens of fireworks shells onto the ground. Evan's gaze swept across the assembled crowd. His own men were expectedly unfazed, while the first mate, crew members, and those loading goods onto the cart appeared bewildered, utterly clueless as to the unfolding predicament. Only the curly-haired Lionhead Barry and his aide displayed a mix of agitation and urgency. "What is the matter, Captain? These are merely fireworks, nothing more." Barry attempted to step forward to clarify, but was thwarted by Gary, who insisted that his goods were entirely above board. The merchant's desperation was palpable, nearly bringing him to tears, as he portrayed the image of an honest trader besieged by a tyrannical officer. However, Evan remained unmoved. The analytical gaze of his data-driven vision revealed the rapid fluctuations of Barry's heartbeat, pupil dilation, and even subtle mental disturbances, indicating that he was concealing something far more sinister than he let on. "No need to panic. We shall ascertain if there is an issue by igniting a few fireworks. We are merely ensuring the safety of the celebration. I trust you understand." Before Barry could respond, Evan randomly selected several firework shells from the ground, and a few sailors eagerly volunteered to retrieve them for ignition. Bang! Bang! The fireworks soared into the night sky, exploding in a dazzling display of colors. Under the flickering glow, Evan's expression fluctuated between light and shadow. Was there truly nothing amiss? The fireworks appeared similar to the usual ones, albeit lacking in variety. Were there only two colors? Out of the corner of his eye, he caught another glimpse of Barry, mentally labeling his current demeanor, overconfident. There was something amiss. But not here. The brilliant pyrotechnics dazzled and surprised both the sailors and Zorro, who were all keenly observing Evan for his final judgment. Even Zorro, the architect of this scenario, found himself uncertain. Had he perhaps overreacted? Did these individuals simply appear menacing, or were they merely careless in their speech? Yet, the intuitive instincts of a practitioner of prophecy had already begun to warn him upon sighting the fireworks. Although his prior divinations had failed to unveil the intricacies of the situation, the tangible evidence now presented before him stirred a sense of foreboding. He sensed that if this matter was mishandled, it would not be as grave as the events required for his ascension, but it would certainly lead to considerable trouble. In truth, Evan was not as devoid of leads as Zorro feared. Through his analytical vision, he had already deduced that the leading figure, Lionhead Barry, was undoubtedly implicated. Finding concrete evidence would prove relatively straightforward. Furthermore, even in the absence of proof, what was their purpose? They were the formidable navy of the kingdom, an institution of authority. They could simply detain them on the spot. No one on this island would dare voice dissent. Yes, such was their dominion. Simple, direct, and efficient. However, driven by a sense of responsibility and adherence to lawful procedure, Evan sought to uncover the root of the issue, aiming to eradicate the source of unrest and gain the people's unwavering allegiance. He reached down to retrieve 2 firework shells, scrutinizing them closely. The dark, spherical exteriors and lengthy fuses were identical, save for one detail. The colorful paper affixed to the shells varied. Inspecting the paper, he noted that the colors matched those of the fireworks. It appeared as though a single tulip pattern had been bisected, with each piece adorning a different firework shell. To Evan, if these fireworks were indeed pivotal to their scheme, they would likely harness the explosive power for either chaos or outright harm to the celebrants. Yet, fireworks were, after all, merely fireworks. How much destructive potential could they truly possess? Wait, 2 types of fireworks. The split stickers. A spark of insight illuminated Evan's mind. He swiftly turned, wielding his sword to sever the 2 differently colored fireworks. With a rustle, the shells ruptured, spilling forth their contents, one a silvery gray powder, the other a fiery orange. Though Evan was no engineer, he possessed enough foundational chemistry knowledge to recognize that the differing colors resulted from the incorporation of various metallic powders, each producing unique flame reactions when ignited. The variance in powder colors was not unexpected. However, the unified tulip sticker suggested a more complex narrative. He recalled an astonishing aluminum thermite experiment from his school days, where innocuous materials, when mixed in precise ratios, released immense energy. In a world steeped in sorcery, there might very well exist similar extraordinary concoctions. Most critically, while Evan himself was uncertain of the precise nature of the threat, he was certain that Lionhead Barry possessed the knowledge. From the moment the powder was exposed, Barry's reaction had made it abundantly clear to Evan that he was nearing the truth. After enduring the cold, damp sea breeze for so long, his pale complexion and sweat-drenched visage betrayed his lack of composure. Evan took it upon himself to split the two piles of powder evenly, blending them in the simplest conceivable ratio of 1:1. After all, the final step would be entrusted to these seemingly simple-minded individuals, and it could not be overly complex. For safety's sake, Evan ignited a fuse and quickly retreated. Boom. The combined powder ignited with explosive force, sending orange flames shooting up 2 stories high. Among the fiery display, glimmering particles sparkled, sizzling as they rained down upon the stone dock, scorching a blackened hole into the surface. Even from a distance, the intense heat scorched the faces of those present. As the powder continued to burn, sparks flew in every direction, covering a range exceeding 10 meters. One could only imagine the catastrophic consequences if such a substance were ignited during the celebration. Stone could be pierced, and bone would be no exception. A cold sweat broke out on Evan's back. The crowd, already maintaining a safe distance, recoiled once more, leaving Lionhead Barry and his aides standing frozen in stark relief. With a thunderous command, Evan proclaimed, "Arrest them." Chapter 61. A fruitless endeavor without needing any command from Ivan. Gary bellowed a rallying cry, leading the sailors to brandish their firearms and converge upon the Lionhead, encircling him along with all his subordinates. Although it appeared that most of them were oblivious to the underlying circumstances, they were at the very least accomplices and could not be simply overlooked. Even the crew members from the merchant ship were ordered to disembark entirely for inspection. Hands on your heads, crouch down. Ivan recognized that the gravity of the situation had surpassed his capacity to manage, prompting him to dispatch his sailors to inform her. Ivan approached the Lionhead, scrutinizing him for a moment while subtly exuding an aura of extraordinary authority. "Speak, who are you? What is the purpose behind your actions?" The Lionhead stiffened, overwhelmed by Ivan's supernatural presence, akin to prey under the gaze of a formidable predator. Paralyzed with fear as his final thoughts of resistance melted away like snow under the sun. "Please, don't kill me. I'm just following orders." Before long, a throng of individuals emerged from the direction of the island. Not only was Gur present, but also Vice Admiral Sneed, the highest-ranking officer of the 3rd Fleet, accompanied by 2 brigadier generals from the 1st and 2nd Fleets. All senior naval officers on the island had gathered. In truth, aside from those on duty and the ship captains, most of the senior officers attending the celebration were concentrated in the hotel. When Gur reported the situation to Vice Admiral Sneed, other officers were present, and upon hearing of a potential bombing plot on the day of the celebration, they could hardly remain composed. How could they remain calm? If significant casualties were to occur during such a grand celebration within the kingdom, not only would they risk accountability and dismissal, but it would also leave a grave blemish on their future careers. Not just a few commanders. Every single person present would be implicated. When they arrived at the dock, the interrogation had already concluded. The imposing Lionhead, Barry, was not as formidable as he appeared. After a few threats, he divulged everything like a bamboo tube spilling beans. "Well done, Lieutenant." In the face of the senior officer's amicable gazes, Ivan handed the interrogation records to Vice Admiral Sneed. Though the 3 fleets possessed varying strengths, there was no hierarchical relationship among them, and in such situations, the highest-ranking officer took charge. What surprised Ivan, however, was spotting Zorro, clad in military attire, among the crowd. There was no escaping now. He could only feign nonchalance, submit his testimony, and after receiving commendations from the Admiral, retreat to the sidelines. Little did he know that the two had already crossed paths, and it was Zorro who had alerted him. Once the dust settled, anticipating potential developments, Zorro had already returned to the hotel to change clothes, then followed the main group to observe the unfolding events. The Lionhead's confession circulated among the officers, yet each brow furrowed in discontent, for the testimony contained little of value. It was virtually fruitless. This principal offender, the Lionhead, was merely a minor leader within a nefarious organization known as the Bloodhand Gang, hired anonymously to execute certain arrangements for the celebration. Who the employer was, and what their motives entailed, he could not say. He had been tasked solely with disassembling the fireworks, reloading them, and disguising them as ordinary fireworks for the event, unaware of the ultimate effects of igniting them. His subordinate's testimony was similarly vague, only slightly more detailed. They were merely subcontractors utilizing the Bloodhand's name, with even the higher-ups of the gang remaining oblivious to the matter. "Your Excellency, we really had no part in this." In essence, these 2 individuals were nothing more than tools, knowing nothing beyond their execution of orders. Ivan and the officers found this credible, for the gunners aboard the arriving warships, after inspecting the powder, unanimously concluded, This bore the hallmark of an alchemical master's handiwork. The energy released by the reconstituted powder was inferior to the original. Yet the resultant sparks were remarkably lethal. If they were to rain down upon the jubilant crowd, the consequences would be dire. If utilized effectively, it could surpass the lethality of military-grade explosives by weight, for its most terrifying aspect was the excruciating burns that followed. However, this novel explosive was notoriously unstable, requiring on-the-spot preparation for use. Thus, separating it into two types of fireworks was both a precaution against inspection and a practical necessity. Most maliciously, after detonation, the first to suffer would be those igniting the fireworks directly beneath the blast radius. The anonymous employer had given no thought to their fates. Moreover, organizations like the Blood Ant Gang were comprised of individuals willing to risk their lives for coin, as long as the payment was substantial. The identity of the employer was of little concern to them. Unlike pirates who could easily vanish into the sea, these gangs depended on the civilized world for survival. They might engage in petty conflicts in gray areas, but they would never dare openly confront the kingdom's authorities. Thus, the likelihood of their higher-ups being connected to the employer was exceedingly low. Yet, this left the trail entirely severed, aside from acquiring a handful of pawns. They had not resolved the fundamental issue. As long as the unseen puppeteer desired, they could orchestrate another assault at any moment. A heavy silence enveloped the group. At this moment, Ivan did not conceal that he had identified the issue due to an external alert and submitted 2 crossbow bolts, suggesting that perhaps they could glean some insights from the informant. As Sneak took the crossbow bolts, he discreetly cast a glance at his son. Let us search for this acquaintance. Since he was able to detect the hidden assailants, he may prove invaluable to us and might know more about the underlying schemes. Proposed an officer from the First Fleet. Agreed. We must not overlook any leads. Indeed, this island is not vast. Locating an individual should not pose much difficulty. No, he has deliberately avoided contact with the Navy, and exposing him could provoke retaliation from the shadowy figures. We are the Navy, not ruthless pirates. Vice Admiral Sneak decisively countered this suggestion. The others reflected on the Admiral's reasoning and did not press the matter further. Ultimately, with no productive discussions to emerge, the Admiral ordered all naval personnel to assume security positions, enhancing the protective measures for the celebration to ensure that the 7-day festivity would proceed without incident. Subsequently, he dispatched some young personnel to blend into the crowd, monitoring the movements of the island's inhabitants and keeping an eye on suspicious gatherings. Additionally, they arranged for long-range messenger seagulls to report the situation back to naval headquarters and await further instructions. However, in a fit of frustration, some interrogation specialists dragged the Lionhead and his subordinate away for separate reinterrogation. As for the outcomes of their inquiries, no one remained concerned. Chapter 62. This is not the prophecy I desired. The sails billowed in the wind, as a majestic 3-masted warship cleaved through the waves, navigating the vastness of the Black Sea beneath a cerulean sky adorned with fluffy white clouds. Various seabirds flitted about the vessel, seemingly treating it as their temporary sanctuary. This picturesque scene had persisted for over half a month since their departure from the naval port, and the sailors aboard had long since grown accustomed to it. Their initial wonderment faded into routine. Today marked the 3rd day following the successful conclusion of the Embarkation Day festivities. The group was en route back to the Gabreed military port, yet it was peculiar that only the Silver Wing remained, as the 2 ships that had accompanied them had vanished. Good morning. Lieutenant Evan was once again feeding the seabirds. On the deck of the Silver Wing, he diligently engaged in his daily tasks of nurturing the birds while gathering intelligence. A handsome young man, clad in a captain's uniform with deep blue hair, seemed to have stumbled upon Evan, greeting him with enthusiastic warmth. Good morning. Isn't Captain Milan accompanying Miss Ivina in the cabin today? Evan tossed the last handful of birdseed, clapped his hands, and turned back to smile. Children can be quite troublesome. It's just a toy bear left at the hotel, yet she's been sulking for days. The young man scoffed, dismissing his sister's petulance, though it was evident he had been making every effort to coax her into laughter. Unsurprisingly, the young man with deep blue hair was none other than our dashing Zorro. To understand their presence aboard the Silver Wing, one must reflect on the events of the recent festivities. After uncovering a conspiracy by the Lionhead gang, it remained uncertain whether the Navy's stringent vigilance had deterred the shadowy puppeteers or if there had been no further plans for attack. The week-long embarkation festivities had passed without incident. However, just as the Navy began to relax, they received a message from the naval headquarters via a swift messenger. The kingdom's trade routes to the New World had come under siege by a ruthless band of pirates, resulting in the loss of over 8 merchant ships and a warship within a mere fortnight. These marauders not only plundered cargo, but also slaughtered all personnel aboard, leaving no survivors. Their brutal tactics had nearly halted the trade route, inflicting severe losses on the kingdom and casting a grim shadow over the situation. Reports from reconnaissance vessels indicated that a medium-sized fleet of at least 3 pirate ships was suspected to belong to the notorious Shark-Tooth pirate group, infamous throughout the New World for their bloodthirsty exploits. Many naval officers were well aware of this pirate crew, which had become a nightmare for several colonies, instilling fear even in the hearts of governors from smaller nations. Yet, due to their primary operations being outside the Falerthis Sea region, the Navy had not previously encountered them. Regardless of their motives for brazenly attacking the Falerthis maritime trade routes, the Navy would not permit such madness to endure. While it was understandable that they might evade detection in the New World, daring to provoke the kingdom's wrath in its coastal waters would warrant a relentless extermination of these scoundrels. Fortunately, for naval vessels that had participated in the festivities were stationed near the closest attack site, Lighthouse Island. Aside from the desk-bound General Snaith, who was ill-suited for combat, the remaining 3 ships, including the Warm Wind, were mobilized to form a joint task force to support the escort vessels along the trade route and hunt down the Shark-Tooth pirates. Naturally, the Silver Wing, the weakest of the 5 class cruisers, was tasked with ferrying General Snaith and his entourage back to Gabreed. Although both Gur and Evan speculated that this situation might have stemmed from the capture of the Shark-Tooth pirates' deputy leader, One-Eyed Beach, who was eager to join the fray, they understood that now was not the time for bravado. For the sake of the general's safety, they dutifully complied with orders to return to Gabreed. What Evan did not anticipate was that it was not long after boarding that Zoro approached him under the pretense of casual conversation, displaying an uncharacteristic familiarity, despite his reluctance. Evan found no reason to avoid him, and through their exchanges, he learned Zoro's true name, Milan Snaith. After several fortuitous encounters on the deck, the two had developed a cordial acquaintance. During their light-hearted banter, Evan discovered that Milan possessed an unexpectedly agreeable demeanor, devoid of the typical arrogance exhibited by the upper echelons of society. He was somewhat irreverent yet principled, an individual not easily dismissed. Evan had always believed that one's true self emerged when donning a mask, akin to how seemingly genteel individuals could turn into online bullies. After several interactions with the masked Zoro, his overall impression remained favorable. It was evident that when the general instinctively glanced at Zoro upon receiving a crossbow bolt, others failed to notice, but such details could not escape Evan's analytical gaze. He quickly realized that Zoro had silently signaled him from the shadows. Given Zoro's affinity for crossbows and his penchant for nocturnal escapades, it was evident that he harbored goodwill toward the Navy, and no one else could fit that description. Though aware that Milan recognized him, Evan chose to overlook it. After several encounters, he no longer resisted their interaction, treating it as the blossoming of a newfound friendship. With favorable weather in the coming days at sea, Lieutenant Evan, would you be interested in some fishing? Milan inquired. Oh, our sailing master is also an expert in meteorological predictions. Are you skilled in this area too, Captain Milan? Evan asked, intrigued. Milan's face lit up with pride, as if touched on a sensitive spot. Meteorological forecasting is indeed my forte. In the sailing competitions organized by the Third Fleet, I ranked among the top 10 in all disciplines, including chart reading, navigation, intelligence gathering, and weather prediction. Wow, that is truly impressive, Evan exclaimed, genuinely astonished. This achievement encompassed the entire operational crew of the Third Fleet's primary battleships, underscoring its significance. Evan had not anticipated that this seemingly frivolous fellow possessed such remarkable abilities, having surpassed many seasoned veterans at such a young age. Those with talent invariably earned respect, for only those who had sailed the seas understood the profound importance of an exceptional sailing master to a ship. Having spent considerable time aboard the Silver Wing, Evan had traversed various critical departments and acquired numerous skills. Encountering a master such as Milan ignited his desire to discuss nautical knowledge. Observe the current conditions. The winds are gentle, and though the sky is filled with clouds, they resemble cotton-like cumulus, all resting at the same horizontal level. When such clouds are present, it generally indicates that rain is not imminent. Milan passionately shared his knowledge, with Evan nodding in agreement, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Milan had even forgotten his initial purpose for approaching Evan, which had been to ascertain whether he had uncovered the secrets of the witchcraft journal. Initially, he had contemplated using divination for confirmation. However, after repeated failures in his attempts, he was astonished to discover that Evan had silently advanced to the rank of a second-tier knight, surpassing Milan's own limits for divination. Driven by curiosity, he decided to engage Evan in conversation. Just as Milan confidently asserted that the weather in the coming days would be favorable, a faint white mist began to form in the air, rapidly thickening until it obscured the sailor's visibility. Immediately, the command for the ship to lower its sails and reduce speed echoed from Captain Jar's sailmaster. Lower the sails, reduce speed. Evan observed a fleeting stiffness in Milan's expression. The slap of reality was so abrupt that it rendered him, the listener, somewhat embarrassed. He quickly interjected to alleviate the tension. The maritime weather changes so swiftly that even the sea god cannot fully master its expanse. How much less can we mere mortals? However, Milan's voice abruptly faltered at that moment. From Evan's perspective, it seemed as though Milan had been jolted by an electric shock, his eyes vacant and unfocused. Lost in a daze. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Milan's body trembled once more, as if the brief span had drained him of considerable strength, and he was on the verge of collapsing. Fortunately, Evan's quick reflexes enabled him to support him. Yet, even then, Milan leaned heavily against Evan, gasping for breath like a parched fish desperately trying to inhale. Breathe. Breathe. Danger. Danger. Blood. Gunfire. Sharks. A lethal threat is approaching. If another had heard Milan's words, they would have been utterly baffled, unable to comprehend the ramblings of this young master. Yet, Evan recognized him as a genuine diviner. Milan had previously demonstrated his prophetic abilities when he guided Evan in searching for saltwater crocodile scales. Hearing his words now sent a chill down Evan's spine. Without regard for the possibility that Milan might uncover his secret, a sharp whistle escaped his lips. The few needle-tailed swifts resting on the ship took flight, soaring into the depths of the fog. Blind speculation would prove futile. Witnessing the danger firsthand was the only way to ascertain its presence. Upon glancing back, Milan had regained his composure, entirely oblivious to the fleeting swifts amidst his emotional turmoil. He retrieved a crystal ball, roughly the size of a child's fist, from his pocket, only to find it shrouded in a dense white mist. Damn it, Milan thought. With no intention of elaborating for Evan, he dashed towards the cabin, eager to relay the contents of his prophecy to the only person on board he could trust, his father. Otherwise, even if he spoke the truth, no one on this vessel would believe him, and he could not prevent the impending catastrophe. Although many sailors had encountered the wonders of the extraordinary world, predicting the future was far too astonishing. Rather than waste breath, he preferred to seek the counsel of the most authoritative figure aboard. Milan's emotions were a tempest. He had finally made the significant prophecy he had longed for, one that could impact the lives of hundreds, fulfilling the criteria for his ascension. Yet, at this moment, he would rather remain forever a novice diviner than become part of that statistic. I wish to foresee a crisis that could endanger countless lives, but I do not want to be among that fraction. Chapter 63. The shark-toothed pirates. On the other side of the dense fog, 2 three-masted sailing ships lay anchored, quietly drifting upon the sea surface. One vessel, adorned with the fierce visage of a roaring great white shark at its prow, were 2 figures standing at the bow, gazing into the distance as if their sight could penetrate the mist and reveal the scenes beyond. Captain, the shorter figure, an elderly man with a head of white hair, reported with a tremor in his voice, holding a gleaming silver lantern. The mist from the silver lantern has reached its limit. I estimate that in about 10 minutes, that warship will be within our optimal attack range. The captain of the shark-toothed pirates, the towering and somewhat grotesque figure of White Shark Skook, stared at his navigator with bloodshot eyes, his massive jaws parting to reveal a mouthful of teeth sharp as daggers. True. Are you certain the target is aboard? The old man felt a chill run down his spine, akin to being stalked by a great white shark in the open sea. He nodded fervently. Yes, absolutely. After the failure of our first plan, our second strategy successfully lured the primary forces to the route towards the New World. The lookout stationed on the island has already signaled that the naval vice admiral is indeed on this 5th-rate vessel. He cannot escape. Under the relentless gaze of the captain, the old man dared not raise his head. His greatest fear was not the captain's increasingly shark-like appearance, but rather his growing volatile and bloodthirsty demeanor. He feared that a single misstep in his words could cost him his life. After a long moment of staring at the back of his navigator's head, Skook finally exhaled heavily, muttering to himself, "As long as I kill a naval vice admiral, will the dark-winged god accept me and lift my curse?" The dark-winged god is a true deity. His emissaries do not deceive you. Although this target is merely a civilian general, he is the one with the highest chance of success. Coincidentally, the one who previously killed the deputy leader was this very ship, the Silver Wing. It's a win-win situation. My captain. Furthermore, we have the Shark Tooth and Pike battle vessels, along with this oceanic treasure, the Silver Lantern of Mist. There is no way we shall encounter any unforeseen complications. At this point, the navigator could offer no other response to encourage his captain, carefully weighing each word. Well done, true. I have witnessed your efforts during this time. Once my curse of aberration is lifted, I shall promote you to deputy leader. Your talents far surpass that of One-Eyed Beach, that worthless fool. The position of navigator is no longer befitting of you. Skook was thoroughly pleased with the navigator's response, taking the rare opportunity to commend him in a normal tone. True was instantly moved to tears, feeling his work at last recognized and encouraged. Had the powerful and wise captain he had followed for over a decade returned to him? At that moment, he dared to raise his head, yearning to behold the illustrious captain. Crack! Tick-tock! Tick-tock! A sailor, hunched over and attempting to minimize his presence, passed by the two men when a massive hand suddenly grasped him, and with a swift snap, his neck was bitten through. Blood gushed forth, splattering onto the face of the navigator, who stood frozen, dazed, unable to flinch or wipe it away. In that moment, only one thought lingered in his mind. Should I prepare an escape route for myself, much like One-Eyed Beach? As the last of the needle-tailed swifts returned, a cloud of foreboding settled over Evan's face. The swifts did not dare approach too closely. They had not overheard the conversation between the white shark and the navigator. But the two fully armed tall ships had not escaped their notice. One, a pirate ship remodeled from an unknown naval vessel, boasted at least 40 cannons on its 3 masts. The other, an armed merchant ship of similar design, had slightly fewer cannons but still bore no less than 30. The mere images relayed by the swifts indicated a force far beyond what the Silver Wing could contend with. Moreover, such a band of pirates would surely harbor formally ranked extraordinary beings, likely more than one. Run. This was the only strategy Evan could conceive. The disparity in strength was evident. Even without engaging in a boarding battle, the Silver Wing was already at a disadvantage in firepower, making combat unnecessary. At that moment, upon receiving the intelligence relayed by Milan, Vice Admiral Snatter and Captain Gell convened. On this ship, one held the highest rank while the other possessed the greatest strength. Their wills would dictate the fate of all aboard the Silver Wing. In scarcely half a minute, Captain Gell issued the command, turn, raise the sails, and proceed at full speed. Evan was uncertain how they had persuaded Gell, but he breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the order. When the needle-tailed swifts had scouted earlier, the distance between the two parties had not been great. If they fled swiftly now, perhaps they could evade danger before being noticed. Time ticked by, and the crew remained oblivious. Even Milan, the seer, struggled to ascertain whether their efforts had altered the foreseen future. However, with numerous seabirds continuously relaying information, Evan's expression darkened, for the time taken for the birds to convey messages was not elongating, but rather shortening. Evidently, the warship's turn had done nothing to alter the encroaching peril. There was something amiss with this fog. The fact that the enemy could keep pace with them in such dense mist suggested they could see through it. Remembering the extraordinary effects of the oceanic treasure seized from One-Eyed Beach, Evan realized that this sudden fog must surely be connected to the adversaries. It seemed that this battle was unavoidable. Since escape was no longer an option, Evan possessed a fierce resolve to fight to the last. And he had his own trump cards. The outcome of the confrontation remained uncertain. He approached Gell and whispered a few words. Subsequently, apart from the crew managing the sails who were diligently attempting to flee, everyone else, including the ship's cook, was mobilized to commence preparations for battle. Level 2 combat readiness. They informed the crew that intelligence had just been received regarding pirates lying in ambush nearby, thus initiating Level 2 readiness against a potential pirate assault. Although this was indeed the case, they had merely substituted the nebulous prophecy with more credible intelligence. Gell did not hesitate in agreeing to Evan's suggestion. One could never underestimate a seasoned naval captain with battle experience, especially one who was a powerful, extraordinary being at the pinnacle of knighthood. Without needing to see the enemy with his own eyes, Gell had already sensed the ominous air permeating the atmosphere. The attack came swifter than anyone had anticipated. Boom! Chapter 64. Decapitation Tactics. A resounding echo reverberated through the air as the crew aboard the Silver Wing prepared for battle. From within the dense fog emerged the thunderous roar of cannon fire, as countless solid cannonballs rained down like a torrential storm. Two pirate vessels sliced through the mist from the downwind side of the Silver Wing, effectively severing its route of escape. The side of the ships facing the Silver Wing unleashed a barrage of cannon fire, eager to unleash their entire arsenal in one fell swoop. Fortunately, upon realizing the fog's treachery, Avon promptly assumed control of the sails, coordinating with the helmsman to navigate the Silver Wing in a wide arc, thereby avoiding a dire predicament of being sandwiched between the two pirate ships. Had the Silver Wing been caught in such a trap, the outcome of the naval battle would have been all but certain. As the pirates unleashed their assault, the thick fog gradually dissipated. It was evident that while the pirates had means to manipulate the mist, not every one of them possessed the ability to see through it. Nonetheless, the Silver Wing had already lost its chance to flee and found itself entirely at a disadvantage. Under the command of the artillery chief, the gunners fired back valiantly. However, the disparity in firepower, 20 cannons on their side versus nearly 40 on the enemy's, was insurmountable. Close the distance. Prepare for boarding. Jell's command thundered, clearly resonating in the ears of every sailor aboard. Although Vice Admiral Snaith held the highest rank on the ship, the authority of command resided with the captain. Jell stood tall, akin to a cliffside rock, firmly positioned at the stern of the vessel. His steadfast and confident voice provided immense encouragement to the crew, helping them regain composure amidst the chaos of the sudden attack. Faced with such overwhelming firepower and devoid of an escape route, engaging in a boarding action was the Silver Wing's sole opportunity. In a world devoid of extraordinary powers, the Silver Wing would have had little hope of turning the tide under such circumstances. However, in this realm, the individual might of the extraordinary offered a glimmer of possibility. Amidst the barrage of cannon fire, Avon's heart raced. The impact of solid cannonballs, imbued with tremendous kinetic energy, struck the ship, splintering wood and tearing through flesh with ease. In such a tumultuous environment, no one could guarantee that the next cannonball would not find its mark upon them. Although Avon had formally become an extraordinary being, he knew that a single stray shot could spell his doom in this chaotic battlefield. As the fog lifted, the designs on the sails of the approaching pirate ships became unmistakably clear. "It's them?" Milan exclaimed, recognizing the enemy. Wasn't the intelligence report stating they were attacking the New World shipping lanes? How did they end up here to ambush us? Milan, true to his self-proclaimed title as an intelligence expert, swiftly identified the two pirate vessels at a glance, his astonishment palpable. However, he had no time to ponder why these marauders, engrossed in their rampant pillaging, had managed to deceive everyone by arriving here. He promptly shared the intelligence with the crew aboard the Silver Wing. "Listen up, the Shark-Tooth pirate crew." Though Avon was the first to glimpse the enemy in their entirety, it was only now that he comprehended who they truly were. It must be said that while Avon possessed commendable knightly talents, he still had much to learn in terms of experience and acumen as a competent naval officer. A lesson worth taking from Milan. Through Milan's intelligence briefing, Avon and the others realized that they were facing the flagship Shark-Tooth and its primary warship, the Pike, of the notorious Shark-Tooth pirate crew, which should have been wreaking havoc on the New World trade routes. The pirate captain, the infamous White Shark Cook, had a bounty of 2,000 gold lions solely in the kingdom of Falerthis. The cumulative bounties across various nations could easily multiply that figure tenfold. This was a notorious pirate, a formidable presence who had reached at least the pinnacle of knighthood. At the height of his power, his crew boasted at least 7 major warships, making him no minor player, even in the tumultuous waters of the New World. Legend had it that a few years prior, the White Shark was cursed by a dark sorcerer, resulting in a state of perpetual wakefulness akin to that of a shark. However, unlike sharks, which can alternate resting their brain hemispheres while continuously swimming, the White Shark Cook evidently lacked such an ability, even at his peak. Due to chronic sleep deprivation, his temperament had grown increasingly volatile, cruel, and bloodthirsty. Merchant vessels targeted by him often met a grim fate, with their cargo and crew ruthlessly exterminated, striking terror into the hearts of seafarers. Intelligence within the Navy suggested that the White Shark had become so savage that he was gradually losing his sanity, often resorting to indiscriminate violence even against his own crew, which had incited widespread discontent. Yet, out of fear of his formidable strength and merciless retribution, no one dared to flee. However, signs of unrest had begun to surface. The recently defeated One-Eyed Betchy, who had been roaming the coastal waters, might have harbored ambitions of independence, though he had not succeeded. Nevertheless, The curse had not been entirely without benefit for Cook. It had resulted in physiological alterations reminiscent of a shark, granting him underwater breathing and the ability to enter a frenzied state at will. Particularly when his emotions spiraled out of control, he became an irrational, bloodthirsty beast, powerful, dangerous, and insurmountable. Those with knowledge understood that this individual would not require an enemy to eliminate him. In such a frenzied state, he would scarcely survive 2 or 3 years. Thus, during this time, it was akin to confronting a rabid dog. No one wished to provoke this increasingly deranged individual. On the Silver Wing, the crew chose not to dwell on why Cook had targeted them. It was not surprising for someone as unhinged as him to commit astonishing acts. The priority was to devise a strategy to confront this imminent crisis. The 3 most powerful individuals aboard the warship had gathered: Captain Gell, a pinnacle knight, Lieutenant Avon, a junior knight, and Colonel Lazini, a deputy and bodyguard to Vice Admiral Snaith. Their objective: unite their strength to decapitate the White Shark Cook. We are at a distinct disadvantage in firepower, and the Shark-Tooth pirate crew, at its zenith, along with the recently slain One-Eyed Betchy, had at least 6 extraordinary beings among them. We remain unaware of how many extraordinary individuals are aboard these 2 pirate vessels. However, if we can successfully eliminate Cook, the remaining pirates, provided they retain any semblance of rationality, will not choose to fight to the bitter end. Thus, our crisis will be averted. Gell concluded his strategic assessment. Chapter 65. Perilous Ambush. The Silver Wing no longer relied on the overwhelming power of its cannons. Instead, it altered its sailing posture, adjusting its side to turn the bow and hoist its sails, charging towards the 2 pirate ships like a knight galloping into battle. In a previous life, such an act would have been tantamount to courting death, yet in this world, it proved to be an effective naval tactic, significantly reducing the ship's profile to enemy fire and consequently diminishing the frequency of hits. Before long, both sides could discern the features of one another's crew, while the Silver Wing's personnel were engaged in a tense yet orderly final arrangement. Aware of his own limitations in combat strength, Admiral Snader took shelter in the cabin with his daughter and his cadre of civilian aides, keen to avoid complicating the efforts of the fighting crew. In contrast, the young noble Milan insisted on remaining to fight alongside his comrades, fully aware of his own formidable prowess, even as he recognized the precariousness of their situation. Led by the first mate Chris, the main force stood resolutely on deck, muskets at the ready. Despite facing an overwhelming disadvantage, the sailors exhibited no signs of fear. It must be acknowledged that the kingdom of Falerthis had experienced a remarkable surge in national strength over the years. Even ordinary sailors now possessed an indomitable spirit, viewing the fearsome pirates as mere prey. Steady, steady, fire, bang, 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 as the warship drew near the Shark-Tooth. Both sides exchanged a volley of lead as a gesture of respect. The smoke from the gunfire had yet to dissipate when sailors and pirates alike surged towards each other's vessels. Kill, roar. The cacophony of battle cries and the anguished screams of the wounded melded into a single, chaotic sound as the 2 colliding ships transformed into a veritable battlefield. The remaining pirates aboard the Swordfish swiftly altered course, preparing for another flanking maneuver against the Silver Wing. Jurl, Evan, and Lizini, this trio of executioners, aimed to infiltrate the Shark-Tooth amidst the melee to eliminate Skook, but to their astonishment, the White Shark was even more eager than they. With a thunderous crash, a colossal figure leapt from the deck of the Shark-Tooth, plummeting into the fray aboard the Silver Wing like a cannonball, crushing both naval soldiers and pirates in his wake. A morass of blood and flesh erupted on the deck. Stop, clang in the ensuing clash of blades. The frenzied and domineering figure was met by Jurl, who bravely intervened, trying to shield his men. The immense force of the White Shark was so overwhelming that the very deck beneath Jurl creaked under the strain. Prepare to meet your end, Skook. Ha ha. Do you dare to stand against me now that you know who I am? I greatly admire your courage, Navy. So allow me to cleave you into 17 or 18 pieces as a mark of my respect. As Skook cackled maniacally, revealing his jagged teeth, 2 long swords arced toward his lower ribs from behind. Despite it being their first coordination, Evan and Lizini moved with remarkable synergy. Careful, retreat. The blades nearly touched Skook's body when Jurl, facing the unexpected assault, sensed the impending danger. Unfazed by the ambush, Skook's bloodshot eyes radiated an unyielding brutality. Rampage. Roar. Defying all expectations, Skook's already towering figure seemed to swell even further, his eyes rolling back like a dead fish, revealing a blood-red scara. His exaggerated form evoked the image of a monstrous being rather than an oddly shaped human. In an instant, Skook's strength nearly doubled, and his massive curved blade unleashed an irresistible force, slicing through Jural's sword and forming a crescent arc of lethal light, effortlessly parrying the incoming dual blades. Clang! Evan's sword barely grazed Skook's blade, feeling as though it had been struck by a battering ram, causing his arm to go numb. He realized he was facing a force at least 2 or 3 times his own strength, an insurmountable challenge. But the ordeal was far from over. Perhaps it was the naval officer's uniform worn by Lysini that caught Skook's eye. Propelled by momentum, the white shark barreled toward Lysini like an immovable wall. With a resounding crash, Lysini was sent flying, sword and all, smashing into a throng of men. In mere moments, the trio's tactical assault had spiraled into failure. Yet Skook bore wounds of his own. In the instant he turned, Jural's blade had left a long gash across his waist. However, he seemed to regard such a minor injury with utter indifference. An astonishing instinct for survival drove him to achieve maximum results with minimal cost. Moreover, in his frenzied state, even Uncle Jural had been utterly overpowered. This marked the first time Jural found himself at a disadvantage in terms of sheer strength. Name: White Shark Skook. Gender: male. Affiliation: Captain of the Shark-Tooth Pirates, notorious pirate rank, peak knight, extraordinary second tier, rampage state. Attributes: Constitution 5. 6, Strength 6. 1. Agility 4, Sanity, Lost, Skills, Unknown Curved Blade Technique, Mastery. Even in this preliminary encounter, though the rampaging Skook lacked the invincible might of a third-tier knight, his physical statistics evidently surpassed the theoretical limits of a standard knight, which stood at 5. Furthermore, his overwhelming physical power inversely suppressed his rationality, placing him on the brink of uncontrollable madness. Notably, his strength had nearly tripled, creating a disparity greater than that he had experienced in his peak apprentice days against ordinary foes. Sword style: floating boat. Without a moment's hesitation, as Lysini was sent flying, the secret art of the white sail sword technique unfolded. Taking advantage of the fierce winds stirred up by the curved blade, Evan deftly maneuvered backward, evading Skook's immediate counterattack. However, this brief delay only allowed 3 formidable knightly adversaries to leap from the shark tooth in pursuit. Captain, we're here. These 3 pirate officers paid no heed to the ordinary sailors, with one diverging to hunt down the fallen Lysini, while the other 2 charged toward Skook. The tide of battle shifted dramatically from a 3-on-1 to a 2-on-3 scenario, plunging the situation into dire straits. Get lost. Huff. You, Huff. Deal with that brat. Skook, now fully rampaged, paid no mind to the intentions of his subordinates, gasping and roaring for them to eliminate Evan first, leaving Jural, the only one capable of challenging him, to face him alone. Huff. Navy, come here. Let me, Huff, cleave you in 2. Then I'll go after that damn admiral. Once he dealt with these potential nuisances aboard the ship, that civilian admiral would be an easy target. In his rampaged state, Skook's thoughts had simplified considerably. Seeking his target for a swift execution seemed the optimal solution. Yet he still opted for the most straightforward approach, overwhelming everything in his path. Roar. Clang. Chapter 66. 1 against 2. The 2 pirate officers were initially hesitant to approach the captain in such a volatile state. However, upon hearing the white shark's command, they swiftly surrounded Evan without a moment's hesitation. With an overwhelming advantage on their side, they resolved to prolong the confrontation, for the captain, in his frenzied state, was utterly terrifying. Pretty boy Navy, I suggest you take matters into your own hands. When we strike, it will be quite painful. One of them, donning a captain's hat that marked him as the captain of another pirate ship, the Pike, scoffed, clearly viewing Evan as a soft target due to his youth and appearance. The captain speaks wisely. Should we sever his hands first, or perhaps his feet? Will he cry for his mother? The other pirate, a weathered man in his 50s with gray hair, twirled his curved dagger with a sinister grin, eagerly echoing his companion's taunts. Yet, while the pirates reveled in their banter, Evan, trapped in a position of absolute disadvantage, could not afford the luxury of delay. His mind raced with thoughts, desperately seeking a solution to the impasse. There was no time for idle chatter. Enough talk. Prepare to die. With that, he launched a sudden offensive, executing a swift maneuver. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the 3 figures collided on the deck, a whirlwind of movement igniting the once tranquil scene. The clash of blades sent sparks flying, forcing ordinary sailors to retreat. Unable to interfere in a battle of such magnitude, having ascended to the second tier of extraordinary beings, their physical prowess had undergone a fundamental transformation, creating an insurmountable gulf between them and ordinary folk. In the heat of combat, Evan swiftly discerned that his adversaries were not fully committed. Their curved daggers, while skillfully wielded, posed little real threat, instead tightening the noose of encirclement around him. Evan surmised their strategy. Were their positions reversed, he too would adopt a cautious approach, avoiding risks while awaiting the resolution of the higher-tier conflict above. However, Evan could not afford to stall. Uncle Gur's formidable power was countered by the White Shark, and with Lieutenant Colonel Lazini already injured, it was a formidable challenge to merely maintain his own safety while containing one enemy. The key to breaking this deadlock lay within his grasp. In the current situation, if he could seize the opportunity to eliminate one opponent, the balance of extraordinary power could swing back to a 3-3 standoff. With thoughts racing, Evan focused intently amidst the scuffle, his analytical vision processing the physical data of his two foes at an accelerated pace. Within mere moments, their fundamental attributes materialized before him. Eureka! A spark ignited in Evan's eyes. Although the apparent equality of the three combatants was bolstered by the pirates' deliberate procrastination, the underlying reality revealed that their true capabilities were indeed evenly matched. Both pirates exhibited only rudimentary skills in curved dagger techniques, lacking a systematic lineage and failing to grasp any profound principles. Even the stronger captain of the pike barely matched Evan in fundamental attributes. The oldest pirate, despite his presumed experience, was ironically the weakest among them, possessing physical attributes inferior even to Evan, a fledgling knight who had recently undergone his transformation. Evan's constitution, strength, and agility had all neared the 2-point threshold due to a solid foundation, comprehensive training, and superior extraordinary qualities. In stark contrast, the older pirate's attributes had just breached the 1-point mark, teetering on the edge of extraordinary. A disgrace among knights, his potential had been thoroughly exhausted. Evan mused that had it not been for the older pirate's completed transformation, he would have dared to challenge him even at the pinnacle of his own novice knight training, armed with his mastery of basic sail swordsmanship. Thus, the decision was made. He would strike first at the weakest link. Evan subtly slowed his movements, feigning exhaustion as he drew in heavier breaths, creating the illusion of being overwhelmed by the two pirates. The pirates, perceiving his youthful naivety, dismissed any concerns. It was already a rarity for someone so young to attain the rank of knight, let alone possess considerable strength and experience. As they relaxed their offensive tempo, preparing to claim the first extraordinary bloodshed of the naval battle, Evan transformed into a ferocious predator, ready to unleash his hidden fangs. A sharp whistle pierced the air, echoing across the battlefield. A flock of seabirds, having circled above for quite some time, descended like aerial bombs, while others remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos. The two pirate officers, facing Evan, were struck with horror. What is happening? A multitude of black-feathered frigate birds, soaring with wingspans exceeding 3 meters, a vast swarm of white seagulls and albatrosses with wingspans surpassing 5 meters, mixed with a few lightning-fast swifts, erupted from the skies at Evan's command. Many seabirds clutched stones and debris scavenged from who knows where, and as they dove, they unleashed a barrage of makeshift bombs upon the two pirates. The cacophony of squawking filled the air. Seabirds without stones swooped directly at their faces, pecking and scratching, although still in the early stages of training. The seabirds' harassment served its purpose. Under Evan's command, their attack efficiency was now leagues ahead of the previous chaotic onslaught he had faced from the crows. As the pirates attempted to evade the flurry of birds, they failed to realize that, in that moment, the rhythm of battle had shifted entirely, and the initiative had slipped from their grasp. Damn seabirds! The elder pirate swung his curved dagger in a desperate attempt to fend off the birds while retreating. If only a handful of seabirds had approached, even he, with his inflated sense of extraordinary prowess, might have managed. But with such a vast swarm obscuring his vision, and the swift swifts targeting his eyes, his efforts were futile. Despite his fierce dagger wielding, only a handful of birds fell. By this point, Evan had ceased to care for the welfare of his hard-trained seabirds. Damn it, get away! The old pirate, incessantly tormented by the seabirds, remained blissfully unaware of the widening gap between himself and his companion. This single oversight would cost him his life. As the outer flock parted, Evan dashed forward like a fleeting shadow, closing in on the old pirate's side. Just as the pirate swung his dagger against the birds, Evan seized his moment. With a flash, his sword gleamed like lightning, and in one swift stroke, he severed the pirate's head from his shoulders. Thud, the head fell to the ground. With a successful strike, Evan swiftly rejoined his avian allies, now turning his sights towards the captain of the pike, eager to capitalize on his recent victory. The old pirate's dying scream and Evan's unabashed bloodlust sent a chill down the pike captain's spine, awakening him to the perilous reality of his situation. With urgency, he tugged down his captain's hat to shield his face from the seabirds, bolting towards the white shark, who was still hot on Gare's heels. At that moment, his instinct for survival had obliterated any lingering fear of the frenzied captain. "Captain, save me." Chapter 67. Armed with a sharp weapon, yet he was swift. But Avon was swifter. In the fleeting moment that the captain of the pike turned to flee, Avon executed the sword technique, floating boat, transforming into a wisp of azure smoke, already behind him, and thrust his sword into the captain's thigh. The captain of the pike instantly lost his balance. Tumbling and crashing into the sea, Avon dashed a few steps forward, poised to seize the opportunity to slay him, when a furious voice erupted behind him. "Roar! Damn brat, I shall devour you whole." Though mad with rage, Shark Skook had never unleashed his bloodlust upon his own subordinates. Understanding that his own strength and the power of his crew were essential for his survival. As long as he remained, the ordinary pirates were plentiful, but even the most inflated knights were not easily recruited. While relentlessly pursuing Gel, Skook also remained vigilant of the movements aboard the ship. He had already sensed Avon decapitating the old pirate. After Avon struck the captain of the pike, Skook abandoned Gel and lunged at Avon like a frenzied great white shark. With a force exceeding 6 points, Skook's power erupted beneath him, blasting a massive hole in the deck of the Silver Wing. Boom! Avon, watch out. At that moment, Avon, wholly focused on the captain of the pike, belatedly realized he had become the target of the great white shark. He hastily retracted his sword to defend himself. Clang! Boom! 2 thunderous sounds resounded. The first sounded as though a hammer struck an anvil, but it was Gel, leveraging his speed advantage, who reached Avon first. Adopting a textbook high guard from the advanced Falerthis swordsmanship, absorbing 70% of Skook's furious strike. However, the force of the collision sent Gel flying uncontrollably into the sea, where he skidded across the surface, utterly disheveled. The second sound was much duller, yet the diminished strike still landed on Avon's sword, which he had braced with both hands. The disparity in strength was still too great for Avon to withstand at that moment. He spat a mouthful of blood, the deck beneath him shattered, and both he and his sword were sent crashing into the lower hold of the ship. Huff, no, Huff, do not let me down again. Shark Skook glanced at the dark hold, showing no intention of descending himself. He merely instructed the captain of the pike, who had drawn near, and then leaped into the sea with a splash, continuing his pursuit of Gel. "Yes, Captain, I will certainly bring you this brat's head." The captain of the pike shouted towards the surface, then disregarding the pain in his thigh, he jumped down. Avon had crashed through the deck and fallen into the lower hold. Bang! His back slammed against the ship's bottom, and Avon felt as though his bones might shatter. A metallic taste filled his mouth, and it was evident his internal organs had suffered significant injury. "I am still too weak. Are all formal knights this formidable? How can I be so outmatched?" After sparring with Gel, Avon had thought he could hold his own against seasoned knights. Yet he found himself unable to withstand even a single blow from Skook. Coughing a few times, Avon propped himself against his somewhat bent sword and stood up once more, determined to return to the deck. In this crucial moment, every ounce of strength mattered, and he could not afford to linger here, uncertain of the battle's status above. With a clatter, his steps were unsteady, and Avon inadvertently kicked something over. Bathed in the faint light filtering through the hole above, he quickly recognized what lay before him. Could it be the box containing confiscated contraband? A surge of joy flooded his heart. Salvation. He sliced open the box containing the spoils of battle, revealing the alchemical musket, the golden rose, which had been used to offset taxes from the smuggler's ship. Though Avon had never physically encountered an alchemical musket, he had learned much about this fantastical world's advanced equipment through Gel's connections in the Navy, including their operation. This encompassed alchemical bombs, sea monster pointers, and alchemical muskets. Regardless of whether in his past life or this alternate realm, the more advanced the device, the more it emphasized user experience. Although the alchemical musket represented the pinnacle of individual weaponry in this era, it was far easier to operate than ordinary muzzle-loading guns or even modern firearms. The fusion of sorcery and technology had birthed a form akin to the Gauss weapons of his previous life, powered not by electromagnetic force, but by the wondrous alchemical stone. Utilizing the operational methods he had previously studied, Avon adjusted the musket, and as the intricate patterns along the barrel of the golden rose shimmered faintly, the alchemical musket was activated. With this formidable weapon in hand, Avon felt a surge of murderous intent arise within him. Even contemplating a contest of strength against Sharkskook, which is mightier, a formal knight or the alchemical musket? I am eager to find out. Wait. Someone approaches. Avon swiftly concealed himself in the shadows, gripping the golden rose. After a while, he saw the captain of the pike, his thigh injured and moving somewhat clumsily, descending slowly along a rope while holding a torch he had procured from who knows where. Although the Silver Wing was merely a level 5 ship, it featured 2 layers of holds beneath the deck, and Avon had dropped to the very bottom. The captain of the pike took some time to locate the rope and torch before reaching the perpetually dark and chilly lower hold. Yet, for a knight, a sword wound to the thigh was merely a minor injury. Unattended, it would heal autonomously in a few days. In contrast, Avon had fallen 2 layers down from the upper deck, and the potential injuries he sustained were far more severe. The captain felt no concern about whether he could match Avon. Kid, do not hide. It must be quite painful to be struck by Lord Skook's blade. Allow me to grant you relief. Thud, as his feet touched the ground, the captain of the pike continued to taunt. Upon turning, he was astonished to find Avon standing not far behind him, rather than hiding as he had anticipated. Ha. The kid is quite sensible, knowing not to trouble others. Come here, let me give you a taste of my blade. Seeing Avon's pale complexion and the blood he had failed to wipe from his mouth, the captain assumed Avon had given up on escape due to his injuries, harboring no suspicions. Stop. Avon raised the exquisitely crafted musket, and the captain of the pike scoffed derisively. A musket? It seems you still intend to struggle in your dying moments. Have you ever seen a transcendent being fall to a musket? Haraha. Yet, even as he spoke, he did indeed halt his advance. A transcendent wielding a musket possessed a certain degree of intimidation, albeit only a modicum. If he missed his shot, he would find himself without the chance to draw his sword, facing inevitable defeat. Chapter 68, Assassination. Captain of the pike acknowledged Avon's perspective. Although the extraordinary knights were not invulnerable to blades and firearms, their reaction speed and agility far exceeded that of ordinary men, enabling them to evade attacks in the fleeting moment a gunman aimed. If the two were within 10 meters of each other, they could even leap before the gunman pulled the trigger and deliver a fatal blow. Even someone as nimble as Avon could achieve this at the peak of his apprenticeship. Thus, as one ascends to higher tiers of extraordinary beings, the efficacy of firearms diminishes. Only when a multitude of gunmen formed a coordinated array could they exert any significant pressure on the extraordinary. Even the highly efficient alchemical firearms, despite their remarkable power and ease of use, could not escape this principle, hence the greater reliance on the innate talent of the sniper or the keen instinct for danger. In that fleeting moment when the captain of the pike halted, Avon knelt, raising his weapon. With resolute determination, he fired amidst the captain's astonished gaze. Bang! The orange-red flash of the gunfire illuminated the enclosed cabin, reverberating with the prolonged echo of the alchemical firearm. A gaping hole, obliterating half of the captain's left chest, materialized before Avon. Avon's eyes traversed the void, spotting a corresponding breach on the slanted ship's deck behind him, where faint sunlight filtered into the lower cabin. Clearly, the bullet had traversed the body before continuing through the hull, its ultimate destination unknown. Thud! The captain collapsed as if his bones had been extracted, his tenacity delaying his demise. His mouth gaped open and shut, emitting raspy sounds as though he could hardly believe he had been felled by a firearm. Why? I clearly evaded. Rest in peace. My command for you to halt was not intended to intimidate. Kneeling was not an act of supplication, but a mere adjustment of trajectory to avoid breaching the ship's bottom. The lower cabin was submerged. Breaching its wall would invite flooding. Thanks to the captain's cooperation, the shot deftly bypassed the wall, merely penetrating the lower deck at an angle. However, this was Avon's inaugural use of the alchemical firearm, and he was still unfamiliar with the capabilities of this gilded rose. The target's evasion caused the bullet to veer slightly, yet its tremendous power created a wound sufficient to be fatal. This shot was indeed fortuitous, and the captain's untimely end was certainly a bitter pill to swallow. Because Avon had cheated, encountering a sniper with talent at sea is rarer than facing a third-tier Grand Knight. The The question was, did Evan possess some extraordinary sniping prowess? The answer, naturally, was no. Although devoid of innate talent, he wielded precise parameters and predictive insights provided by his data-driven vision. The ship's movements, influenced by the waves, distance, wind direction, wind speed, and even the target's potential evasion routes, were all within Evan's purview. What remained was merely a clear trajectory, rendering the need for instinct irrelevant. Even in the most seasoned sniper's presence, there would be no doubt that Evan belonged among their ranks. Upon achieving a double kill, Evan did not linger. He ascended towards the deck, brandishing the gilded rose. Despite having eliminated the old pirate and the captain of the pike, their foes still outnumbered them. Yet, the presence of Shark Cook remained critical. As long as he was alive, exterminating the pirates would serve no purpose. Evan, though wounded, exhibited agility far surpassing that of ordinary men. He stumbled only a few times before regaining his footing on the deck. With a few swift strides, he reached the stern where visibility was optimal, dispatching the pirates engaged in fierce combat with swift punches and kicks. For such minor adversaries were not worthy of a bullet from Evan's weapon. Just as he reached the stern, Evan noticed that the pirate ship pike, which had initially flanked the Silverwing, had drawn alongside. The distance between them was roughly 100 meters. Although the extraordinary beings above had already concentrated their efforts on the shark tooth, the remaining ordinary pirates could easily overwhelm the Silverwing due to their numerical superiority. The tenuous balance of power could collapse in an instant. Evan could not allow them to close the distance. His combat capabilities had been temporarily compromised, leaving him reliant solely on the gilded rose in his grasp. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, he steadied himself at the stern. The waves surged to a height of 1.3 meters, with wind speeds reaching 7.8 meters per second, blowing from the northeast. His inaugural long-range shot benefited greatly from his mastery of archery. As he slowed his breathing, his arms remaining perfectly still, harmonizing his body's rhythm with the ship's undulating movement and the gentle sea breeze. Gradually, the firearm's sight aligned with the ship's helm on the pike, and a trajectory that existed solely in Evan's mind began to materialize. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, shattering the helm of the pike, and the helmsman, caught in the splintering wood, was obliterated. The once menacing pike was abruptly halted, its sails lowered and anchor dropped, no longer daring to advance. The pike withdrew from the battlefield. Evan exhaled lightly, the non-existent smoke dissipating from the muzzle of his weapon, finally allowing himself a moment's respite to survey the chaos aboard the Silverwing. The shark-tooth pirate crew had come prepared, deploying the bulk of their reserves. Not only did they outnumber the Silverwing in extraordinary beings, but even the ranks of first-tier apprentices were not lacking. While Evan and the formal knights had been embroiled in fierce combat, the apprentice knights led by Milan, Gary, and Chris were also faring poorly. Although none had fallen, injuries were unavoidable. Particularly, Gary and Chris, both adept in the Falerthis swordsmanship, known for its emphasis on strength and directness, were sustaining the brunt of the conflict. Gary, despite a grievous injury that left him with a drooping arm, continued to fight valiantly, refusing to yield an inch, though the extent of his injuries remained uncertain. Yet the gravest danger was not theirs alone. In the brief minutes Evan had descended into the cabin, Colonel Lizini, who had been grievously wounded by the white shark, had reached his limit. Ordinary sailors formed a circle around the 2 extraordinary beings engaged in battle at the bow, where Colonel Lizini, beset by a lean, deeply tanned pirate, was struggling to defend himself. Bloodied and battered, he was clearly at the brink of collapse. Gasping for air, the colonel found his sword felt heavier than a mountain, mechanically raising it to parry, with only enough strength left to defend. Even to an untrained eye, the colonel's demise seemed merely a matter of time. At this moment, Colonel Lizini's thoughts were muddled. His severe injuries had drained him of the energy to focus on anything else, and he remained unaware of Evan's remarkable prowess in neutralizing the crisis aboard the pike with just 2 shots. His mind was consumed by a singular conviction: endure. Hold on. Chapter 69. The terror governed by the sniper. Regrettably, Lizini was not a steadfast knight capable of altering reality. The limits of physical strength could not be transcended by mere will. The clang, his numbed hand failed to grasp the longsword in time, causing Lizini to stumble and nearly fall. The colonel's injuries weighed heavily upon him, his strength depleted to the point where his vision blurred, while his adversary grinned menacingly, raising a curved blade. Was this the end? Legend has it that, before death, a person's life flashes before their eyes. Lizini seemed to envision his own arrival into the world as a newborn, and then, bang! A rather unusual gunshot abruptly halted the replay, and to his astonishment, Lazini realized he was still alive, struggling to open his eyes. He found the world awash in crimson, the metallic scent of blood permeating his senses. Whose blood was this? As a seasoned knight. After a moment of respite without external threats, Lazini regained his composure, wiped the blood from his face, and struggled to his feet. Upon rising, he was astounded to discover the gaunt pirate who had cornered him lay as if struck by a cannonball, his upper torso obliterated, leaving only a half-corpse sprawled on the ground, blood pooling around it. Such a gruesome demise was seldom seen, even by Lazini's extensive experience on the battlefield. Rather than fear, he exhaled a long sigh of relief. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of gunfire echoed around him, and one by one, apprentice knights among the pirates fell to the ground as the shots rang out. A sniper? Lazini's heart soared with joy. Could it be reinforcements from the kingdom? There was no time for the colonel's musings. After dispatching the last extraordinary pirate aboard the ship, Avon paid no heed to that corner again. Although Lazini was gravely injured, he was far from a match for ordinary pirates. Avon then turned his firearm towards the significant threats posed by the apprentice pirates, systematically eliminating them before they could comprehend the unfolding chaos, falling like lambs to the slaughter, utterly defenseless. Pirate wretches, taste the dread governed by the sniper. Ha. In this moment, Avon finally grasped the advancement of weaponry in warfare as a progression in killing efficiency. There was no need to consider how to wield his sword. No need to contemplate positioning, nor the opponent's reactions. One shot determined life or death. This was the brilliance of alchemical creations, yet also the lament of extraordinary individuals. Countless days and nights of arduous training were rendered insignificant by a mere bullet. However, despite the sight of enemy pirates marked in red like weeds falling one after another, Avon did not indulge in the false euphoria of controlling others' lives. His heart remained as tranquil as still water. He understood that since the alchemical musket was forged, its maximum potential had been limited. While currently reaping the low-tier apprentices, and even formal knights was akin to mowing grass. What about the peak of formal knights? What of the great knights wielding the extraordinary might of fighting spirit? Alchemical firearms could be utilized, yet could not be relied upon. His path must ultimately rest upon the shoulders of extraordinary knights and sorcerers. The true power of transformation resided in the wielder themselves. The gunfire ceased. In less than 2 minutes, Avon had fired over a dozen shots, nearly wiping out all apprentice knights and above among the pirates. The remaining ordinary pirates fell silent, no longer exuding the audacity they had displayed when intending to slaughter the Silver Wing. Avon did not demand the remaining pirates to kneel and surrender. For throughout the history of Falerthis, there had never been a precedent for pirates who surrendered to be granted clemency. Nonetheless, the ordinary pirates left after his cleansing posed little threat. Even in the best of conditions, Milan could handle them single-handedly with a little time. The crisis aboard the ship had finally eased, albeit temporarily, with the stinging gold rose secured to his back. Avon ascended the rope ladder to the mast of the Silver Wing. Though his injuries could not be overlooked, it was imperative that he ascertain Uncle Gur's condition and provide support immediately. Armed with the stinging gold rose, even in his weakened state, he possessed the right to intervene in the battle between Gur and Skuk. There, upon reaching the lookout, Avon scanned the surface of the sea for abnormalities. Through the scope, he easily spotted the two figures over 500 meters away. Given the situation on that battlefield, it would be difficult not to attract attention. The two, possessing nearly superhuman physical prowess, clashed swords, sparks flying as the wind howled, occasionally sending up massive splashes akin to cannon fire. Boom, boom. The nature of their combat was extraordinary. When Avon first observed them, Gur was sprinting across the surface of the water. Indeed, sprinting, with nearly 5 times the strength of an ordinary human. Yet without an exaggerated increase in weight, combined with a modicum of skill, he made what was once a mere figment of imagination for ordinary people a reality. Thud, thud, thud. Gur's legs pounded rapidly, each step erupting in a massive bubble of water that propelled him upward, a frothy white wave trailing behind him. The water barely reaching his calves. Gur moved with ease, yet the ocean was clearly the domain of the white shark Skuk, whose strength was evidently superior. Unlike Gur, who showcased his prowess on the surface, Skuk lurked beneath, launching relentless ambushes. Damn it! Avon recalled Milan's analysis, which indicated that Skuk had been afflicted by a curse of aberration, yet had gained the ability to breathe underwater. Although it appeared he was less impressive than Gur, he did not expend the same tremendous amount of energy. He merely needed to wait and conserve his strength until Gur inevitably fell into the water. At this moment, Skuk was evidently driving Uncle Gur away from the ship. Perhaps due to his semi-mad state, the white shark had adapted to this ability, maintaining his rationality even in a frenzied condition. A brutal beast capable of employing strategy was indeed a terrifying adversary. In this state of sprinting across the water, Gur's full capabilities were reduced to at most 70%. Against ordinary extraordinary beings, this was manageable, as with the one-eyed Becky who had transitioned into a ship-bound spirit. However, now his opponent was the already frenzied white shark Skuk, where even a minuscule mistake could lead to ruin. How could Avon not feel a sense of urgency? He knew Gur well. In both physique and swordsmanship, Uncle Gur was remarkably well-rounded, lacking any glaring weaknesses. Yet, it was precisely this overly cautious approach that hindered him from achieving miracles, especially in such overwhelming adversity. Uncle Gur was in danger, leaning against the mast behind him. Avon tightened his grip on the alchemical musket, striving to regain his composure. He understood that against a formidable foe like the white shark Skuk, the opportunity to strike might only come once. Should he miss that chance, Skuk could perceive the threat and retaliate, tearing him into pieces. Thus, he needed to await a decisive moment for a lethal strike, one that would require Uncle Gur's cooperation to realize. How could he signal Uncle Gur without alarming Skuk? Just then, a wild albatross flew past Avon. In an instant, an idea struck him. Whistle, long and sharp. Chapter 70. The final chapter of The White Shark, Ger's expression remained as unchanging and tranquil as an ancient reef. Yet his frequent glances back at the silver wing betrayed his true feelings. He was engulfed by an overwhelming dread that the next time he looked back, he might witness the jubilant cheers of the pirates aboard the silver wing, fearing that the sailors who had accompanied him for years would meet their demise. Terrified that General Snedder's family, whom he had entrusted with their safety, had already perished, and even more horrified at the thought that Avon, who had descended into the hold, had been discovered and slain by the pirates. This profound sense of helplessness was something Gur had not experienced in many years. Although he could still engage in the struggle for the time being, in the vast expanse of the ocean, escape was an illusion. As he sprinted across the surface of the water, even with the peak physical prowess of a knight, his condition was inevitably declining. What is it that you truly desire? Skuk, Gur exclaimed, evading the attack initiated by Skuk from beneath the water with a roll. Knowing that his efforts would yield no results, he nonetheless attempted a final stand. Surrendering, even in dire circumstances, was not in Ger's nature. Indeed, after Skuk's missed strike, he ignored Ger's words and sank back into the depths, preparing for another assault. Ger's expression grew grave. It was evident that Skuk was resolutely intent on annihilating everyone aboard the Silver Wing, having grown weary of even uttering a single word. His heart sank to the depths, and a plan for mutual destruction began to form in his mind. Just then, from the corner of his eye, Gur spotted several enormous white seagulls soaring past him, seemingly unafraid of humans, and flying astonishingly close. In the brief moment of locking eyes with one of the birds, a curt message was violently thrust into his consciousness. Uncle Gur, it's Avon. Create a sniping opportunity for me. In truth, Avon's avian elixir, used to cultivate the seabirds, was a modification of the birds themselves. The recipient of the information was not confined to their owner. While outsiders could not achieve intricate communication, they could convey simple messages effectively. Although the mere seabirds posed no threat to the formidable Skuk, they were entirely adequate as messengers. Upon hearing Avon's voice resonate in his mind, Gur felt a surge of renewed vigor and instinctively glanced back at the Silver Wing. His extraordinary eyesight finally discerned the figure perched atop the mainmast. Avon actually possesses sniping talent. Confusion quickly transformed into elation at the prospect of survival. Gur was acutely aware that he had been Skuk's primary target, the least likely to escape. Had it not been for Avon's message, he would have resolved to fight to the death to severely injure Skuk, thereby creating a slim chance for any potential survivors aboard. Now, filled with exuberance, Gur decided to seize this last opportunity to eliminate Skuk. In a life-and-death moment, he had no time to ponder how Avon had acquired sniping skills or the means by which this miraculous communication had occurred. The next moment, as Gur fled, a transformation overtook his gaze, and he thunderously declared, "Release." 80% physical liberation. The hallmark of a formal knight's extraordinary power lay in the savage enhancement of their physique. However, once this savagery reached its zenith, becoming a peak knight, They must employ breathing techniques and self-suggestion to exert further control over their enhanced state. The gradual release of power hinged on the delicate balance between fury and reason, a path distinct from Skook's unrestrained frenzy. At present, Gear's ultimate state was 80% physical liberation. Not enough. Extraordinary Essence, Iron Flow. The Extraordinary Essence, Iron Flow was a secret sword technique exclusive to the advanced military swordsmanship of Falerthis. A level of extraordinary essence surpassing Avon's adeptness with the sword style, floating boat. In the next moment, as Ger unveiled 2 hidden cards, a monumental transformation occurred within him. Blood surged through his veins like a torrential river, and his body was enveloped in a layer of white mist formed by intense heat. His exposed physique swelled, gradually taking on a chilling iron hue, suffused with a sense of steel-like strength. With a splash, Ger halted his sprint across the water's surface and leaped into the sea, charging straight for the white shark Skook. Suddenly, the ocean seemed to boil, with massive bubbles, undercurrents, and splashes erupting violently. Even the unsuspecting fish in the vicinity torn to shreds without mercy. Gear's augmented strength imbued each of his movements with boundless power, rivaling that of the white shark itself for a fleeting moment. The water shattered around him, transforming into waves enveloping his limbs. Now, the water was more forgiving than solid ground. On the silver wing, Avon adjusted the metallic knob on the gilded rose, activating the alchemical rifle's full power strike mode. Through the scope, Avon vigilantly observed the tumultuous surface of the sea, where it seemed as though countless colossal beasts were locked in battle. Occasionally, he could catch glimpses of Ger or Skook's limbs, but they vanished from sight just as quickly. Stay calm, stay calm. After several tense moments, beads of sweat began to trickle down Avon's brow. Although the rifle was not heavy, the pressure weighing down on him was immense. He knew that Uncle Ger, upon receiving the message, had already engaged in a fierce struggle with the white shark below, creating a sniping chance for him. He needed to hit the target without inadvertently harming Ger. Despite Avon's belief in his marksmanship, he still felt the sweat pooling in his palms at such a distance. Time flowed slowly, the commotion from the distant battle intensifying, yet Avon's heartbeat, roaring like thunder in his chest, gradually slowed, and his emotions began to settle. Since enlisting, Avon had evidently matured significantly. The notion of remaining composed during critical moments was perhaps a fitting description of him. Even if he were not to become a knight or a sniping gunslinger, he would undoubtedly carve out a successful path in other fields. Finally, the prolonged wait bore fruit, and the opportunity arose. With a thunderous crash, Ger seized upon Skook's fleeting misstep, delivering a powerful kick to his chest and abdomen. Boom! Avon witnessed the distant sea erupt in a towering plume of white spray, a robust figure, monstrous in stature, hurled high into the air. For a peak knight, the power of water was easily harnessed, but altering its trajectory using the force of air was a different matter entirely. Though still in motion, the trajectory had become discernible and predictable. An opportunity. Without hesitation, he squeezed the trigger. Bang! Chapter 71. The final chapter of the White Shark. As Skook ascended in a parabolic arc, Avon decisively fired his weapon at the apex. Amidst the orange-red blaze of gunfire, a bullet carved a brilliant trajectory through the air, propelled by a ferocious determination that disregarded stealth in favor of speed, power, and lethality. In less than half a second, before the sound could even reach him, the bullet pierced Skook's right shoulder, erupting into a gaping wound larger than a bowl. What? If it hadn't been for his primal instincts, honed by years of survival, compelling him to instinctively shrink his body at that critical moment, the bullet would have punctured his chest. In that moment of weightlessness, even though he sensed Avon's murderous intent, he was left with no avenue for evasion. Remarkably, even as he was shot, Skook could not fathom that someone could intervene in this peak nightly confrontation. Despite Skook's strength being nearly 6 times that of an ordinary human, truly deserving of the title superhuman, even he, or a whale shark boasting 10-fold human strength, would struggle to withstand such a powerful shot. The mere fact that the bullet had created a hole the size of a bowl was a testament to his extraordinary physique. Yet, the ordeal did not conclude there. Just as the white shark began its descent, preparing to re-enter the water, a second bullet followed swiftly. No way. Skook's grotesque visage contorted in fury, the fatal threat eliciting an inhuman roar from him. With a resounding clang, the bullet was narrowly deflected by the curved dagger Skook held in his left hand, though at the cost of losing his weapon. Splash! Though his life was temporarily spared, it mattered little to Skook. Whether struck in the shoulder or the chest, whether by one bullet or two, his fate had long been sealed. For his adversary was not merely a sharpshooter. The watchful Gur would not grant him another chance. Boom, boom, boom. The surface of the water began to churn anew, the battle intensifying beyond its initial ferocity. It was evident that the desperate Skook was far from easy to subdue. It was not until 5 minutes later that the scope revealed a semblance of calm returning to the waters. At last, with a thunderous crash, the sea erupted. Gur emerged from the waves, dragging what seemed to be a significantly diminished Skook, sprinting towards Evan while waving. His tattered military uniform and numerous bleeding wounds indicated that the victory had not come without its toll. Yet, a hard-won victory is still a victory. The notorious life of the white shark Skook had finally met its end here. At that moment, Evan exhaled deeply, collapsing backward against the observation deck. Even with the robust physique of a knight, he felt utterly drained, unable to lift a finger. A profound fatigue threatened to engulf him, and all he desired was to surrender to slumber. However, the raucous cheers from below the mast soon roused him. Ah, victory! Ha ha ha, long live the captain! Oh! It turned out the melee on the deck had already concluded, and the surviving sailors had spotted their captain, dragging Skook's lifeless body from the sea. This scene resembled the return of a hero from ancient mythology, destined to linger in their memories for ages. Before long, Evan was also recognized by the sailors, who erupted in cheers once more, tossing him into the air in celebration of their triumph. Long live Captain Evan! The feats of Evan during this battle were evident. Aside from Gur, who personally struck down Skook, the remaining 3 extraordinary knights had either directly or indirectly fallen to Evan's prowess. Moreover, witnessing the rise of a sharpshooter who defeated hundreds of pirates aboard 2 pirate ships was a moment worthy of epic ballads. Long live Her Majesty the Queen! Long live the Captain! Long live Captain Evan! After finally extricating himself from the overly enthusiastic sailors, Evan's drowsiness vanished. As he stood on the deck, he noticed Uncle Gare's familiar smile from aboard the Silver Wing. Despite his disheveled appearance, he stood tall and reliable, like a steadfast spear. Evan, you are the pride of the Carriot family, and my pride as well. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Uncle Gur. Although it was true, Evan felt a twinge of embarrassment at such praise. Gur offered no further words, simply patting Evan's shoulder. The young man's shoulders were broad and sturdy, already embodying the qualities of a man capable of standing alone and even turning the tide. By the way, I damaged the helm of the swordfish. We must not let them escape. Evan suddenly remembered that, although the tide of battle had turned, at least 100 pirates remained aboard the swordfish who could not be ignored. Not to worry, I'll handle it personally. I entrust you with a task. Take some men to clear the shark-tooth ship. Is there any issue with that? Gur winked at Evan, placing special emphasis on the word clear. Evan instantly understood the implication, gathering the spoils of war. This time, the ship was not solely comprised of their own forces. Several individuals under Vice Admiral Snight were aboard as well. Given the heavy toll they had already paid, it would be a disservice to himself not to reap some rewards. In this regard, the bond between uncle and nephew was evident. While Gur was principled, he was far from pedantic. He understood that a captain who could not benefit his crew would struggle to earn their loyalty. Absolutely, leave it to me. With the assignment given, Evan felt a sense of lightness, as if his wounds had lessened. He was keenly aware that the shark tooth likely harbored another oceanic treasure. The initial ominous fog had not appeared without reason. Summoning Gary and Gare's trusted aide, Chris, he instructed them to gather 7 or 8 sailors, and the group navigated the grappling hooks between the 2 ships, arriving aboard the shark tooth. At first glance, the pirate ship seemed deserted, as if all had fled during the previous ambush. A flurry of swift needle-tailed swifts, previously dispatched by Evan, darted in and out of the shark tooth's portholes, investigating every hidden corner of the vessel. The moment Evan set foot on the deck, the birds gathered around him, relaying the information they had collected. Captain Evan was not only powerful but also favored by the swift spirits of the storm. He was destined to become a great figure upon the seas. Indeed, Evan had already established himself as a formidable sharpshooter, a rarity even among the mightiest knights of the ocean. Ignoring the sailors' unoriginal flattery behind him, Evan waved his hand, instructing Gary and Chris to lead separate teams in their search, while he made his way directly to the captain's cabin. The images transmitted by the needle-tailed swifts had compelled him to confirm their findings personally. Do not disappoint me, pirate captain. Chapter 72. True as Evan pushed open the door to the captain's quarters, he found it empty, just as he had anticipated. The sound of his military boots echoed crisply against the floor. He did not bother searching the desk drawers or the locked wooden chest, which were obvious hiding places for treasure. Instead, his gaze wandered to a large wardrobe standing in the corner, and he approached it with a playful demeanor. "I will count to 3. If you do not emerge, I shall fire my weapon," he declared. 1, 2. "Do not shoot. I surrender, I surrender." The wardrobe door swung open with a loud thud, and a short, white-haired old man in a long robe tumbled out. "Naval officer, I am not a pirate. I am being forced. Please, do not kill me." The old man, with hair and beard as white as snow, resembled a reclusive sage, or at the very least, an elder akin to Gandalf. He lay on the ground, desperately pleading for his life, and this sight struck Evan as exceedingly incongruous. Upon hearing the old man's words, Evan caught a glimpse of the notification that popped up in his augmented vision. A smirk crept onto his lips as he asked languidly, "Is that so? If you are not a pirate, then why do you associate with pirates?" "My lord, I am merely an ordinary scholar from the kingdom of Cesari. I was captured by that wretched pirate Captain Skook while traveling to the New World, and he forced me to manage his nautical charts. I truly am not a pirate." The old man's blue eyes darted about, revealing a clever mind, yet in Evan's presence, such cunning was misplaced. While Evan could not discern the old man's specific thoughts, he could gauge whether he was lying through his augmented vision, which monitored his breathing, heartbeat, and eye movements. Moreover, the swift-footed swallow had already transmitted images of the old man alone in the captain's quarters to him, making it abundantly clear whether this elder was a benign figure or not. However, encountering a pirate who seemed capable of communication piqued Evan's curiosity, and he wished to extract more information about the white shark and the recent attack. Thus, he chose to feign compliance for the moment. His youthful face displayed a hint of hesitation, as though he were partially inclined to believe the old man's words, but he remained undecided. After contemplating for a while, he stated, "Since you are not a pirate, as a civilian of a member nation of the Tulip Alliance, it is our Navy's duty to ensure your safety. However, you must also assist us in thoroughly investigating the pirate ship to prevent any remaining threats. Do you agree?" Haha, young people are so easy to coax. Old True cannot accompany those barbaric pirates to their doom. If I can establish a favorable relationship with him, perhaps I shall indeed escape this peril. The old man thought to himself, secretly pleased. He had witnessed the chaos of the battlefield from his hiding place and was well aware of the nature of the seemingly naive young man before him, who was a formidable force in combat. To his surprise, he had managed to secure his own reprieve with just a few words, filling him with an unspoken sense of triumph. I understand. My lord, Old True is frail and poses no threat. Those infernal pirates did not deliberately avoid me when they schemed to harm others. While I cannot do much, I assure you that I am privy to information regarding this pirate ship, having resolved to rely on the seemingly gullible young man for his survival. True was unperturbed about divulging information about the pirate crew. After all, with the white shark slain, even if he betrayed them, no one would come to punish him. My lord, it is as follows. After listening to the scholar who identified himself as True, Evan was once again struck by the madness of this era. Although his side harbored a grudge against the Shark-Tooth pirate crew for the death of their deputy captain, One-Eyed Beaky, this animosity was insufficient to incite the entire pirate crew to seek revenge. The true motive was, in a desperate bid to lift the curse of aberration afflicting him, White Shark Skook had seized the last hope offered by the Blackwing cult. But the price was the life of a high-ranking officer from a civilized nation. The pirate crew had purchased information on a suitable general from informants, merely choosing the easiest target, General Snight, while the Silver Wing had previously hunted down the deputy captain One-Eyed Beaky of the Shark-Tooth pirate crew. This incident was genuinely a case of collateral damage. In Evan's recollection, the Blackwing cult, although devoted to a true deity, operated with a methodology indistinguishable from that of malevolent gods, and they were indeed capable of committing acts that harmed others without benefiting themselves. Their propaganda surrounding the Blackwing god contained no positive attributes. Chaos, death, and destruction were precisely what they desired. However, as a stream of information poured forth from the old man's lips, Evan found it excessively detailed. From contacting informants to gather intelligence, to linking up with the infamous Bloodhand Gang, from the arrangements on Lighthouse Island to the subsequent large-scale hunt following the failure of their plans, and the mobilization of naval forces. Each piece of information appeared less like hearsay and more like the product of first-hand experience or even direct involvement in the planning. Observing the old man's expression of pride as he recounted these events, Evan felt a pang of embarrassment. His supposed elite naval crew had nearly fallen victim to such a character, which was undeniably shameful. Despite the tumult of thoughts racing through his mind, Evan revealed no emotion. He simply retrieved paper and pen from the captain's desk, instructing True to document everything he had disclosed and to sign his name. Old True complied, recognizing that it was customary for the Navy to follow such formal procedures. Once he had completed his statement, Evan, seemingly casual, inquired, "When we entered the ambush of the two pirate ships, there was a peculiar fog. Do you know what caused it?" The old man's hand hesitated slightly as he signed. Then he looked up with a puzzled expression. "A peculiar fog? I am unaware. Is that not a natural phenomenon?" "The pirates aboard the ship opened fire as soon as they saw you." Had Evan not been aware of the events unfolding in the fog, having commanded seabirds to scout, and having witnessed the two pirate ships adjusting their course to pursue the Silver Wing, he might have believed the old man's tale that the Silver Wing had recklessly plunged into the trap. Evan could ascertain that the previous information was truthful, but the old man's account of the fog was undoubtedly a fabrication. At this juncture, what motive could he possibly have for deceiving him and risking exposure? "True. Look into my eyes." With a surge of mid-tier apprentice-level mental energy, Evan's dark eyes seemed to radiate an otherworldly brilliance. The eyes serve as windows to the soul and also act as bridges for the communication of mental force with the external world. Although Evan had yet to master any mental sorcery, he could easily wield his mental intimidation to suppress an ordinary person's will. This was perfect for interrogation. As their eyes locked, his dark gaze meeting the old man's blue eyes, what should have instantly overpowered the elder will instead cause the air between them to explode like a firecracker, producing a sharp crack. Chapter 73. The Oceanic Treasure. The Misty Silver Lantern Ahem. Avon staggered backward, clutching his buzzing head, warm blood trickling from his nose. At that moment, it felt as if something had invaded his mind, prompting him to instinctively raise his weapon once more. How careless. This old man is actually a sorcerer. The awakened mental force is something ordinary individuals cannot withstand. Yet while locking eyes with the elder, Avon unexpectedly detected a resistance within the opponent's psyche. However, before he could retreat, the two surging mental forces collided violently. Boom! A sound echoed, as if a massive hammer had struck his brain, creating a relentless buzzing. This was the first time he had directly employed mental force since embarking on the path of a sorcerer, and it resulted in a minor setback. After a moment of gasping for breath, he managed to regain his composure and immediately checked his condition through a data visualization. Aside from a bit of nasal bleeding, he was otherwise unharmed. Raising his gaze to the old man, who had been masquerading as a feeble senior despite his true sorceress nature, he found the man bleeding from all orifices, eyes wide open, utterly silent. Goodness, that was close. Witnessing the old man's condition, Avon felt a wave of dread wash over him. The consequences of their mental clash had been terribly severe. Fortunately, his mental force was markedly superior. After activating his mental force through Leon's meditation technique, undergoing a transformative journey along the path of knighthood, and through extensive training, he had reached a level of 0.39, firmly establishing himself as a mid-tier apprentice. In contrast, the mental force unleashed by Troll was merely 0.15, barely qualifying as a novice apprentice. Had it not been for this vast disparity, it might well have been him lying there instead. The abilities of extraordinary beings are enigmatic, often making it challenging to discern their differences from ordinary people at a glance. This perilous method of probing through mental force could easily result in mutual destruction, which was one reason Milan had continuously attempted to test Avon through conversation. While Avon had a chance to feel trepidation due to his narrow escape, Troll had met a definitive end. Who would have suspected that a formal knight captain of the Navy was also a concealed sorcerer? More treacherous than pirates. When Troll suddenly unleashed such a reckless maneuver, which would be deemed suicidal among sorcerers, his mental force instinctively resisted. However, due to the enormous gap in their mental forces, not only did he fail to withstand the clash, but he also lost his life in an instant. Just moments before, he had been dreaming of escaping with Avon. The next moment, he perished because of him. The intricacies of fate are difficult to articulate, but at this moment, it was undeniably cruel to Troll, bordering on tragic injustice. Avon approached and kicked the old man's lifeless body to confirm his demise. He then tapped his own head, still feeling a lingering, prickling pain akin to needles that made him quite uncomfortable. I hope there won't be any lingering issues. Fortunately, this concern did not persist for long. The sharp sensation soon dissipated, and as Avon shook his head, he was astonished to find fragmented memories surfacing in his mind. There were snippets of sorceress knowledge, adventure experiences, navigational charts, locations of various crow markets, and even the secret behind the fog preceding the pirate attack. These memories were devoid of any emotional consciousness or power, merely the most profound knowledge imprints from Troll's subconscious. As he meticulously explored the knowledge emerging in his mind, the fear on Avon's face was gradually replaced by astonishment. Murmuring to himself, "Have I turned misfortune into fortune?" In truth, though Troll possessed subpar qualifications and had remained stagnant as a sorcerer apprentice for years, the foundational sorceress knowledge he had amassed while accompanying the White Shark was an immense treasure, precisely what a brash youth like Avon, willing to clash mental forces with others, needed most. Moreover, this fellow's true identity as the sailing master of the Shark Tooth and the chief steward and strategist of the Shark Tooth pirate crew meant he held many secrets of the infamous crew. With Troll's memories now partially his own, Avon was privy to the information that Troll had deliberately concealed. He swiftly stepped forward, yanked open the wooden doors of the wardrobe, rummaged about, and retrieved an exquisitely crafted leather pouch hidden at the very bottom of a concealed shelf. Upon opening the pouch, although it contained only a few items, they were the most precious treasures Troll had secretly stashed away when he sensed trouble. However, now they all belonged to Avon. The first item was a hardbound book with a red cover, its corners wrapped in copper, with the title "The Book of Secrets" emblazoned on the front. Without needing to flip through its pages, Avon understood it to be a tome detailing the secrets of the extraordinary world of the continent, including common extraordinary paths, magical creatures, public secret realms, and even hidden knowledge related to true deities. After acquiring Troll's memories, this book's utility for Avon had diminished significantly. The second item was a copper key, entrusted to Troll by the White Shark, said to unlock the treasures accumulated by the Shark Tooth pirate crew over the years. Regrettably, even Troll, who was on the verge of claiming the position of vice captain, did not know the true location of the treasure. Perhaps one day, he could hand it to Milan for divination. The third item was a seemingly ordinary silver oil lamp. Just a glance was enough to captivate Avon. Its simple, unadorned exterior lacked any intricate embellishments, yet Avon recognized it as a genuine oceanic treasure, the misty silver lantern. This was the second oceanic treasure he had been fortunate enough to encounter, aside from the exceptionally demanding shipwreck dirge. According to Troll's memories, the effects of the misty silver lantern were not as overpowering as the shipwreck dirge. Its ability was to disregard the original celestial phenomena, conjuring a dense fog within 1 minute that only the lantern bearer and up to 3 designated companions could see through. Furthermore, the fog could disorient enemies, rendering even compasses and directional sorcery ineffective. The basic range was 3 kilometers, with the upper limit determined by the holder's mental force. This meant that the oceanic treasure could only be wielded by sorcerers or magic-based professions who had activated their mental force, leaving those brash knights utterly out of the equation. However, this minor flaw paled in comparison to its practicality, although it possessed no offensive capability. Such a localized ability to alter celestial phenomena was nothing short of miraculous for ships and fleets at sea. When combined with appropriate tactics, it could serve as a trump card for attacks, guerrilla warfare, or retreats. It was no wonder that among the 2 oceanic treasures owned by the Shark Tooth pirate crew, the seemingly inconspicuous misty silver lantern was in the possession of the captain, White Shark. Avon silently commended the Shark Tooth pirate crew, playing the role of a benefactor. The one-eyed Beiji had delivered the shipwreck dirge, and now White Shark had personally brought forth the misty silver lantern. Truly benevolent souls. Wait a moment. Is the possession rate of oceanic treasures so high? Avon suddenly realized a perplexing issue. Although the Shark Tooth pirate crew was notorious, they were not an invincible force dominating the seas. Yet, this pirate crew managed to possess 2 oceanic treasures. When did such artifacts become so commonplace? Chapter 74. Belonging subsequently. Evan was astonished to discover from Troll's memories that neither Troll nor Skook had any knowledge of the existence of the dirge of the sunken ship in the possession of One-Eyed Becky. How intriguing. However, the conflicts and opportunities within the Shark Tooth pirate crew had dissipated along with the demise of the captain, the vice captain, the strategists, and the majority of the key personnel. Evan had no intention of delving deeper. After all, the benefits they had accrued had already been savored by him, had they not? Having already spent considerable time in the captain's quarters, Evan hastened to scour the concealed nooks of the room, yielding unregistered gold notes worth thousands of gold coins. along with a pouch filled with various gemstones that were universally accepted as currency, resulting in a bountiful haul. The pirate ship was not a treasure ship, in reality. It only contained some loose valuables. If he could ultimately locate the pirate crew as treasure trove, that would indeed be a true windfall. However, for now, it was merely a thought, as Evan lacked the means for an independent maritime expedition. The matter of treasure hunting could wait. He was already quite satisfied with acquiring a piece of oceanic treasure. After a brief wait, Gary and Chris returned from the hold. They had primarily scavenged the sailors' quarters and the cargo hold. As the flagship of the pirate crew, the Shark Tooth had its share of riches. Yet in comparison to Evan's findings, it was but a trifle. Upon seeing a corpse in the captain's quarters, no one inquired further, simply assuming it was a stray victim of Evan's hand. Once they returned, they would deliver their spoils directly to the captain's quarters. Understood? Got it. Got it. Unspoken, their gains would be considered an extra benefit for all who participated in the battle, to be distributed among the crew of the warship according to a set ratio. The remainder would likely consist of the bulk goods and larger artifacts seized from the pirates, including this very pirate ship, which would be documented by the first mate, becoming part of the official spoils to be exchanged for merits and official rewards. There was no need for them to worry about that. Upon returning to the Silver Wing, they found Gur had already returned from dealing with the mackerel. The fate of those pirates was evident. At this moment, Gur was conversing with Admiral Snight. Upon noticing Evan approaching, Admiral Snight took a couple of steps forward and shook Evan's hand. Young man. Like your uncle, I shall also call you Evan. I am well aware of your commendable performance. You have saved our entire ship. Milan informed me that you are quite good friends, and I warmly welcome you to visit my home anytime. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know. I still have some influence within our third fleet. Avoiding empty platitudes about the Kingdom's Navy remembering your contributions, he expressed personal closeness, which was quite sincere for one of the most powerful generals in the Third Fleet. Thank you, Your Excellency. The eradication of pirates is a collective achievement. As a member of the Navy, it is my duty, Evan replied, standing at attention immediately. Admiral Snight set aside his rank, not allowing himself to neglect a mere captain. Hearing this, a broader smile spread across Admiral Snight's face. It was rare to find a young man who, aside from his remarkable abilities, displayed no hint of arrogance. If the initial display of camaraderie stemmed from Evan's accomplishments and Gur's influence, now he found himself genuinely intrigued by the young man. If this youth could maintain such a mindset, his future would be boundless, and he might indeed become a pillar of the Navy. I have always thought Milan to be somewhat lackadaisical, yet he has a keen eye for friends. You two should interact more. If he could learn a fraction of your composure, I would consider it a blessing from the goddess, Admiral Snight remarked, patting Evan on the shoulder with a smile. The amiable demeanor left the accompanying aides slightly taken aback. When had their general ever been so cordial with a lowly captain? It appeared that Captain Evan had genuinely caught the general's attention, and Milan held him in high esteem. Contemplating this, the aide's perception of Evan subtly shifted. Perhaps he too should show some acknowledgement? By the way, please assist Captain Evan with the paperwork. The Golden Rose is officially entrusted to him. A sharpshooter ought to possess a personal alchemical firearm, the aide instructed, slightly dazed. Understood, sir. I will handle it personally upon disembarkation, the aide quickly affirmed. This single statement solidified the ownership of this precious alchemical weapon. As the highest authority in the fleet's logistics, the admiral's word was final. Once he allocated it to Evan, no one in the Third Fleet could contest it, not even the fleet commander without valid reason. Thank you, Your Excellency. I shall continue to strive for excellence. Evan felt a surge of joy. He had just been grappling with whether to return the firearm, and now he had rightfully obtained its use. Having conversed sufficiently with Evan, Admiral Snight recognized that further discussion might be excessive. Naturally adept at navigating social nuances, he maintained a delicate balance. Colonel Gur, I shall take a brief respite. I leave the ship's affairs in your capable hands. After the spoils are documented, I will ensure you receive the maximum allocation. After exchanging pleasantries with Gur, Admiral Snight turned to depart for the cabin. Milan, who had previously fought alongside the sailors and was now nursing his wounds, lay in the cabin. As a father, he needed to attend to him. Understood, Your Excellency. Gur stood at attention, saluting. It was not until they watched the Admiral disappear through the hatch that the uncle and nephew exchanged a knowing glance and proceeded towards the captain's quarters of the Silver Wing. As they closed the door, Evan first produced the confession written by Trull, detailing the events leading up to the attack. After perusing it, Gear's uncertainties were significantly alleviated, and he affirmed Evan's discretion in withholding it from Admiral Snight. Evan, you acted wisely. I will report the situation separately and submit this confession to Admiral Snight, without informing the others. Indeed, if the crew were to learn that this attack was a meticulously planned trap targeting the Admiral, it would cause irreparable damage to his reputation. Being chosen as a target by pirates? That was a disgrace to the Navy, utterly ludicrous. Although the Admiral was a civilian officer, such intelligence could not undermine his position. Yet it would certainly leave him embarrassed and unable to hold his head high. When Gur observed the misty silver lantern that Evan produced next, he had already harbored some suspicions and was not overly shocked. He simply advised Evan to secure it and handle it upon their return to Gabarad. Having dealt with a piece of oceanic treasure, Gur had grown considerably more composed. The subsequent gold notes and the treasury key paled in comparison. We shall rest here for a day and repair all 3 warships, returning home tomorrow. I will assign the first mate to the Mackerel, and you shall lead the crew of the Shark Tooth, me in charge. As Evan was about to decline, he caught sight of Gear's eager gaze, realizing this was an opportunity for him to gain experience, and promptly amended his response. Very well, I shall give it my all. Chapter 75. Aftermath. Following the arrangement made by Gel, Ivan began to contemplate his future trajectory. The merits acquired from the extermination of the Shark Tooth pirate group, coupled with his dual identity as a formal knight and a sharpshooter, should suffice for him to ascend to the rank of a school officer, meeting the minimum requirements to assume the role of a captain. Meanwhile, beyond mere martial prowess, it was imperative to enhance his naval command skills, for without such development, no amount of strength would qualify him as a competent captain in the future. Having been granted a second chance at life, Ivan harbored his own ambitions. He did not intend to remain perpetually in Gel's shadow, like a blade of grass beneath a great tree. Sooner or later, he would venture out independently. Presently, with the opportunity to hone his skills, and with Uncle Gel providing support, there was no reason to abstain from this venture. Having a reliable ally is indeed a blessing. Ivan had lost count of how many times he had expressed this sentiment, had it not been for the fact that the captain was his uncle. How could such an opportunity to independently command a vessel equivalent to a 5th-level pirate ship have fallen into his lap? After organizing the forthcoming tasks, the two parted ways. Ivan, accompanied by Gary and several seasoned sailors from the Silver Wing, boarded the Shark Tooth to familiarize themselves with the ship. Gel, meanwhile, attended to the aftermath of the battle. As for Ivan's use of seabird communication, a clearly exposed arcane method, Gel did not press for further details, and Ivan breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed through this magical means that Ivan had managed to ascertain the position of the pirate ship prior to engagement, thereby avoiding direct encirclement. He had disrupted 2 pirate officers, becoming the linchpin of the operation, and ultimately, through a splendid coordination with Gel, they had succeeded in slaying Skook. The contributions of the seabirds were indispensable. However, Ivan was uncertain of Gel's stance on sorcery and whether he would reproach him for independently undertaking the role of a wizard without prior consultation. In truth, Gel had wrestled with his concerns, having witnessed too many reckless encounters with the clandestine that led to downfall and chaos throughout his life, particularly among practitioners of magic, of which wizards were the most notable. He harbored an implicit worry for Ivan in this regard. Yet he had long regarded Ivan as a capable man, worthy of respect, and thus respected Ivan's secrets while expressing his care. Moreover, he believed that as long as Ivan refrained from excessively pursuing the arcane and delving into the unknown under his watchful eye, his safety would be assured. Later, the sound of gunfire echoed. Salute. Bang, 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 bang. 12 gun salutes were fired, as the surviving crew and officers mourned for the sailors who perished in battle. As they watched the waves gradually engulf the remains, Ivan realized that although the skirmish aboard the ship had not lasted long, it had resulted in nearly 1/3 of the Silver Wing's crew being directly lost, with many more injured. He felt acutely the cruel reality of this world. To live longer and better, he could not afford to rest on his laurels. Basking in the comfort of Uncle Gel's protection, this could never be my future. Subsequently, as the surviving crew members resumed their duties, Gel sought out Vice Admiral Snaith alone to present the testimonies Ivan had gathered. What is this? The Vice Admiral unfolded the intelligence from Truel, and his expression shifted dramatically, akin to a masterfully executed change of face. First disbelief, followed by a tempest of rage. From the moment the Blackwing cult proposed terms to Skook, The dossier detailed plans down to the day, specifying not only the intelligence brokers involved, but also the other potential targets, leaving no room for Vice Admiral Snaith to doubt. Ultimately, his countenance regained composure, yet his hands trembled as he clutched the information, resolutely vowing to ensure that this chain of negligence would exact a heavy toll. Damn rats. Just wait for me. In and around Gabred, and even across much of the kingdom, no one could underestimate the influence of this logistics chief of the Third Fleet. Upon learning of the true nature of his ambush, the Vice Admiral did not neglect to instruct Gell to convey his commendations to the crew. In addition to the highest official compensation, Vice Admiral Snaith personally awarded 10 golden lions for each fallen sailor and 5 golden lions for each surviving mariner in recognition of their bravery. The sailors aboard the Silver Wing erupted in cheers, extolling the Vice Admiral's benevolence. 8 days later, 3 days past the anticipated timeline, a trio of vessels finally returned to Gabred, although Ivan's command still bore the marks of inexperience. His extensive practice aboard the Silver Wing ensured that no significant errors had occurred during the journey. However, due to the severe shortage of personnel following the battle, the originally intended uninterrupted shifts had to incorporate several rest periods, causing the delay in their return. Nonetheless, the experience proved invaluable. Throughout the 8-day voyage, Ivan systematically engaged in every aspect of ship operation, from the familiar rigging tasks to steering the helm, from maintaining the ship's artillery to managing the crew. This experience as acting captain allowed him to integrate his past learnings into a cohesive naval management system. There is no substitute for hands-on practice. Within a mere 8 days, his command capabilities underwent a profound transformation, laying a solid foundation for his future as a competent captain. As the 3 warships docked, the combination of 1 warship and 2 pirate ships created a sensation throughout the Gabred naval port. The legendary exploits of the Silver Wing began to circulate, albeit with the embellishments typical of storytelling. The narrative morphed into a tale of naval officers unexpectedly encountering the formidable Shark-Tooth pirate group, with the crew of the Silver Wing displaying unwavering unity under the great leadership of Vice Admiral Snaith and Captain Gell, ultimately annihilating the invading pirates and eradicating the infamous Shark-Tooth pirates from the seas. This battle not only resulted in the demise of the notorious pirate Skook and his 3 knightly subordinates, but also saw the complete capture of 2 pirate ships of equal standing to the Silver Wing, culminating in a glorious victory. This triumph propelled their names to great renown. The ordinary citizens delighted in the tales of the Vice Admiral's prowess in vanquishing pirates, thus preserving the dignity of Vice Admiral Snaith. The military and those well-versed in the matter recognized the true heroes behind the victory, ensuring that the tangible benefits were not diminished, leaving both the Vice Admiral and the crew of the Silver Wing elated. Meanwhile, Ivan's identity as a sharpshooter remained concealed. For him, being overly conspicuous held no advantages. If even a figure as prominent as Vice Admiral Snaith could provoke the likes of a madman such as Skook, what chance did he have as a mere novice? The adage fame breeds danger was particularly relevant at this moment. The greatest rewards from this venture had already been reaped. It was wiser to remain discreet and quietly accumulate wealth. Chapter 76, Admission Notice and Preparation. Upon returning home, Evan, who had anticipated a few days of restful respite, was unexpectedly summoned back aboard the ship by Gur, where he encountered a mysterious guest. Evan, this is Mr. Brown, the steward of Count Tuyak, Gur introduced. Mr. Brown, this is my nephew, Evan. Though somewhat puzzled, Evan politely shook hands with the middle-aged man, who bore a resemblance to Grandpa Leo. Mr. Evan is truly a promising young man. If His Excellency the Count were aware that the new owner of his estates is such an exemplary youth, he would undoubtedly feel immense solace. The steward, Mr. Brown, offered a slight compliment upon noticing Evan's lieutenant insignia before addressing the matter at hand. With the utmost grace, he inclined slightly and said, Your Excellency, Colonel, Mr. Evan has arrived. Shall we commence? Half an hour later, the uncle and nephew bid farewell to Mr. Brown, the steward of Count Tuyak. Evan held in his hands a parchment contract and an envelope sealed with an official insignia, his head still spinning from the momentous turn of events. The contract served as a testament to the transfer of property ownership, with the names of Count Tuyak and Evan inscribed in their respective positions. This signified that a sizable plantation, along with its accompanying personnel, now belonged to Evan. Situated on the southern continent, this vanilla plantation produced high-quality coffee beans and spices, equipped with competent management and an adequate number of laborers. Evan would need not concern himself with the intricacies. After deducting various expenses, he could comfortably earn approximately 1,000 golden lions annually while seated at home. What does 1,000 golden lions represent? It equates to the hard-won head of the infamous one-eyed Betchy, or to 10 prime military horses at the peak of their 6-year-old condition, or even a decade's worth of salary for the kingdom's finest elite musketeers. From this moment forth, Evan had become the owner of a village, a dream that had eluded him in his previous life. The document revealed that the plantation's area was no less than that of any village he had once known, inclusive of its surrounding fields. Even if Evan chose to retire from the Navy now, he could enjoy a comfortable life for the remainder of his days. Moreover, the other item in Evan's possession, a slender envelope, might be deemed even more precious in the eyes of certain individuals, for it contained an exemption admission letter from the Royal Naval Academy of the Kingdom of Falerthis. Although it was merely a 6-month training program, the impact of having attended the Royal Naval Academy on a naval officer's future was monumental. It was akin to whether one had studied at the Whampoa Military Academy during the tumultuous times of Evan's previous life. The disparity in advancement opportunities between Whampoa alumni and ordinary soldiers was glaringly evident. Despite the impression that the Navy was perennially short-staffed due to exploration, geographical discoveries, and colonial expansion, the annual influx of exceptional naval talent was substantial. The Royal Naval Academy, being the pinnacle of military education in the kingdom, attracted these elite officers, who would scramble for the limited slots available in each cohort. This was not merely a matter of admission. It was a golden opportunity for non-traditional naval officers to ascend to greatness. Even if one learned little due to a lack of foundational knowledge, the chance to forge connections with the finest young minds and influential faculty within the academy was invaluable. Furthermore, in this extraordinary world, as a member of the continental organization known as the Scarlet Maple Leaf Academy Alliance, the institution's teaching quality and the myriad mysteries hidden behind its walls placed it among the world's elite academies. It was not only a cradle for naval officers, but also the optimal gateway for every aspiring extraordinary individual seeking to delve deeper into the world's secrets. Consequently, the admission standards were exceedingly high, given Evan's current potential and accomplishments. Without 2 or 3 years of grounding and gear's assistance, such a fortunate opportunity would have been beyond his reach. Evan had long been aware of the considerable value of the marine treasure, the dirge of the shipwreck. But he felt that acquiring this treasure was akin to striking lucky. His contribution seemed insignificant compared to the rewards he received. Uncle Gur, these items. Before he could finish, Gur placed an arm around his shoulder and led him to the sofa in the temporary reception room. With a playful tone, Gur explained, "Relax, Evan. Surely you don't think that a single marine treasure is worth just this? This is merely a part of the transaction. I am no antiquated fellow. Treasures like the dirge of the shipwreck are not sold cheaply. In due time, the remaining balance will arrive, and the spoils from the eradication of the shark-toothed pirates will only yield greater returns." Without granting Evan a chance to decline, Gur continued, "What you need to do now is to make the most of these resources and grow swiftly. In this age, regardless of your aspirations, power is indispensable. However, if you possess resources yet fail to meet my expectations, I will not be pleased. Moreover, it is rumored that the Naval Academy conceals a little-known secret. And should you encounter the opportunity, seize it. It holds significant implications for your other career. Uncle Gur, I will not disappoint you," Evan solemnly promised. Feeling a burgeoning curiosity about the secret Gur mentioned, and he began to anticipate his forthcoming academic journey. Was it not simply a gilded experience? In a dimly lit attic, with a gas lamp flickering, Evan diligently held a quill pen, engrossed in writing. The soft scratching of the pen filled the air as he meticulously filled a sheet of parchment with various words, illustrations, and lines. At last, he completed it. Cowrian Bird Transformation Technique 1.0. Having long aspired to establish his own arcane research project, Evan, drawing upon the foundational knowledge gleaned from Troll's consciousness, finally possessed sufficient accumulation to embark on his endeavor. He aimed to realize his concept before officially setting sail. After a week of relentless revisions and improvements, he presented this written work, which, at least theoretically, should prove feasible. He had always desired to create a special entity capable of wielding witchcraft, akin to the Crow Witch's familiar. And this version of the Cowrian Bird Transformation Technique 1.0 marked the inception of that ambition. Although the apprentice wizard troll had extensive knowledge and grasped many concepts related to witchcraft, his foundational knowledge was fragmented and his practical skills were limited. often appearing rather ineffectual. It remained uncertain whether this was due to Troll's inherent limitations in knowledge, or if the violent clash of his mental faculties had left him with an incomplete knowledge imprint. Nevertheless, if Troll were indeed a powerful apprentice wizard endowed with both knowledge and strength, Evan would never have triumphed so easily, nor would he have fortuitously obtained a portion of Troll's wisdom. Thus, Evan was profoundly content, harboring no disdain for his current circumstances. Though the anticipated objectives were not immediately attainable, Evan gleaned an intriguing piece of witchcraft from Troll's arcane knowledge, the extraordinary sense of direction. This passive enchantment, once solidified, bestows upon the recipient, be it human or animal, an innate navigational prowess. Devoid of any offensive capabilities, this particular spell harmonized exquisitely with Evan's envisioned base stations. A match made in mystical heaven. The effect, upon acquiring this solidified ability, the recipient, without expending any energy, would possess the uncanny knack of never becoming lost. Immune to all but the most potent supernatural forces. Through meticulous study of its underlying principles, Evan discovered that the completion of the ritual would forge an invisible, intangible tether linking the recipient to the Earth's magnetic field or other specific directional markers, thus establishing a subtle supernatural resonance. P.S. A quantum state, perhaps? As for the essence of this tether, whether it be magnetic force, magical energy, mystical particles, ether, or even destiny itself, Evan remained uncertain, Troll's compendium offering no elucidation. Evan's comprehension of this witchcraft remained at a rudimentary level, yet this did not impede its practical application, particularly as the recipients were not himself. By imbuing seabirds with this ability, and through subtle modifications, they could be linked to the base stations in real time across vast distances. This would circumvent the limitation of transmitting information only when the birds were in close proximity to Evan, thereby augmenting efficiency and precluding the possibility of revealing anomalies. The disparity between the pre- and post-modification states was akin to the chasm separating Bluetooth transmission from a 4G network, a qualitative leap. Harboring boundless aspirations for the Seabird Reconnaissance Network, Evan devoted an entire week to meticulous contemplation, culminating in the design of the modification ritual. Yet, the true challenge lay in its execution. Over 3 days, Evan, utilizing his savings, made several forays into Gabraid's Raven Market, procuring supplies with utmost discretion. Shrouded in secrecy, he ventured alone, bearing a voluminous pack. Once more to the brackish marsh where he had previously encountered the Raven Hag. This locale remains as disquieting as ever. In the intervening period, the forest's remarkable self-regenerative capacity had effaced all traces of the previous conflict. However, the Raven Hag and her swarms of ravens were now absent. The area had reverted to its primordial state, untamed, clandestine, and perilous. Yet, this was merely the perception of ordinary individuals. For Evan, who had undergone a complete supernatural metamorphosis, this place was an ideal sanctuary and proving ground. With the agility of an ape, he traversed the treetops. The forest denizens, snakes, and birds alike, merely glimpsing a fleeting shadow before he vanished. Evan's velocity now far surpassed that of his initial foray into the marsh to hunt saltwater crocodiles. Having completed his supernatural transformation, he was fully capable of dominating this woodland, becoming its de facto sovereign. Swiftly, utilizing the microscopic acuity of his digitized vision, he returned to the scene of the battle. From this vantage point, Evan dispatched his avian emissaries in a reverse search, and within half an hour, he had located his intended quarry. Excellent, there are indeed more. Following the seabirds through the dense foliage, Evan navigated the complex terrain with ease, soon penetrating the depths of the marshy woodland. Subsequently, near a stream, he discovered an area markedly different from its surroundings. Black vines, adorned with thorns, writhed subtly, while the trees were gnarled and contorted, seemingly afflicted by a bizarre malady. Even the undergrowth possessed a somber hue. An oppressive atmosphere pervaded the area, silencing even the faintest chirping of insects, leaving only an eerie stillness. Yet, Evan strode forward without hesitation, entering this uncanny realm. Troll's mystical erudition had elevated him beyond a mere novice. He recognized that the area had been inhabited by multiple Raven Hags, whose emanations of corrupted energy had tainted the indigenous flora, inducing grotesque mutations. In reality, these mutations posed little danger. Furthermore, as the hags had only recently settled here, the extent of the arboreal distortion was not profound. With the removal of the contaminating sources, nature's restorative forces would eventually mend the damage. This explained why the Crow people had merely disposed of the Raven Hag's corpses, neglecting the broader environment. Before the might of nature, all manner of anomalies, witchcraft, corrupted creatures, and even humanity were as ephemeral as mayflies. However, the unique, corrupted environment perfectly suited the requirements of Evan's planned witchcraft ritual. Traversing the twisted thicket, reminiscent of a haunted forest, Evan espied 3 arboreal dwellings, more akin to avian nests than abodes. Having already reconnoitered the area with his seabirds, he knew that they contained nothing of value, thus negating any desire for further exploration. Continuing onward, he finally beheld his objective, a broad expanse of polished flagstones. This area, meticulously cultivated by the Raven Hags, was the very site that Evan had sought. Having mastered the Tezcatl Crow modification, he knew that Raven Hags, upon arriving at a new habitat, would likely re-establish a ritual site for their subsequent endeavors. As expected, he was now inheriting their legacy. Splendid, even better than anticipated. The prepared flagstones and the surrounding corrupted flora perfectly fulfilled all the prerequisites for Evan's ritual, and, free from interruptions, it was far superior to the cramped confines of his rented attic. Rather than commencing immediately, Evan first cleared a space adjacent to the flagstones, erecting a tent. Having planned for a protracted endeavor, Evan had brought all the necessary accoutrements, including a tent and sleeping bag, obviating the need to sleep in the Raven Hag's malodorous nests. With all preparations complete, Evan patiently awaited the opportune moment. Such biological modification witchcraft, strictly speaking, was neither wholly benevolent like white witchcraft, nor entirely malevolent like black witchcraft. It was a neutral practice, unaffected by the time of day. However, the intense sunlight of the season could potentially disrupt the spiritual stability of the ritual. Therefore, Evan prudently decided to conduct the ceremony at night. Another factor was that the moon, revered by wizards as a source of mystical power, aligned with the spiritual sun during the night, providing Evan with additional assistance as he embarked on his first practical application of the craft. After personally procuring and devouring a hearty meal, and following a restful slumber under the watchful gaze of his avian sentinels, Evan commenced the ritual as the moon reached its zenith.